Su Chen, a prodigious talent with the bloodline of the heavenly dragon, was betrayed by Su Chen, his childhood sweetheart, who stole his bloodline and reduced him to a cripple. To make matters worse, he was forced into an arranged marriage with another family. In the grand hall of the Su family in the Great Luo dynasty, a black-robed elder announced Su Chen's fate with an expressionless face. Your cultivation is abolished, you are expelled from the Su family, and you are to be sent to northern Wasteland City to marry into the Yi family. You are forbidden to return for life. The elders of the Su family on both sides looked on coldly, their eyes full of disdain and mockery. The young man kneeling below trembled all over, his delicate features contorted with anguish and fury. He suddenly raised his head, glaring at the figure above him. His voice was filled with pain and rage. Su Chen, you've gone too far. Sitting above him was a stunningly beautiful girl in a snow-white gown, her expression proud and indifferent, as if she were looking down on an insect. Su Chen's life was nothing short of legendary. When he was born, a divine dragon descended from the heavens. At the age of 10, he awakened the heavenly dragon bloodline, and by 16, he had reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, earning the title of the Su family's true dragon. Yet fate took a cruel turn. When Su Chen was 15, his father, Su Chen, died in a secret realm while seeking treasures for him. Afterward, Su Chen's father, Su Yud, took over as the family head. Su Chen and Su Chen had grown up together, and she, who had awakened the devouring serpent bloodline, always followed closely behind him. Su Chen trusted her completely, sharing everything he had with her. But just as he was about to break through to the profound martial realm, Su Chen and Su Yud conspired against him. They knocked him unconscious and forcibly extracted his heavenly dragon bloodline. A devastating betrayal turned a once glorious prodigy into a cripple. To add insult to injury, Su Chen falsely accused him of attempting to violate her. The elders, quick to believe her, swarmed in to condemn him, accusing him of ingratitude and treachery. From her high position, Su Chen looked down on Su Chen with disdain. In this world, strength is all that matters. The weak are at the mercy of the strong, she declared. Then, through a private transmission, she mocked him further. Consider it your honor to have your bloodline taken by me. Did you really think I would ever care for someone like you? Strength above all, is it? Su Chen laughed bitterly, his voice filled with sorrow and defiance. The humiliation of today, I will repay it all in my next life. Seeing Su Chen's unyielding spirit, the black-robed elder suggested executing him. However, Su Chen intervened, saying, the 7-leaf purple ginseng he brought back can help me break through to the heavenly martial realm. Sending him to the Yi family as a son-in-law, leaving him to live a life worse than death, is the better punishment. Faced with such humiliation, Su Chen's heart was filled with despair. As the black-robed elder was about to knock him unconscious and take him away, Su Chen let out one last roar. Su Chen, you will regret this, swear it. At the moment Su Chen lost consciousness, a simple, ancient ring on his finger quietly disappeared. In the depths of his mind, a dazzling light pierced through the chaos, revealing a mysterious world. Amidst the shifting radiance, Su Chen's consciousness was drawn into a vast, chaotic realm. The sight before him was breathtaking. Ancient stars shimmered with eternal light across the sky, while on the ground, colossal remains of ferocious beasts stood silently. A white tiger the size of a mountain, frozen in a roaring stance. A black serpent stretching millions of miles, coiled like a primordial divine peak. 9-headed golden lions, each head exuding the majesty of a celestial deity. A 3-legged bird, its body shrouded in the remnants of extinguished eternal flames. This is the burial heaven realm, a serene, ethereal female voice suddenly echoed. Startled, Su Chen looked around and saw the chaotic light converging. A woman in white robes materialized out of thin air, her figure enveloped in a misty glow of chaos. Her face was faintly discernible, but her eyes shone like brilliant stars, as if they could pierce through all the mysteries of existence. Your bloodline is dried up, your dantian is destroyed, and you possess no cultivation at all. Such poor talent. Yet the heaven burial ancient ring chose you? The woman in white gently shook her head. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He recalled the moment before he lost consciousness. His father's ring, a keepsake from his late mother, had dissolved into light and entered his mind. Senior, may I ask, what is the heaven burial ancient ring? And why am I here? You guessed correctly. The heaven burial ancient ring is the ring you hold, and this realm is the world sealed within it. Not far away, 8 towering tombstones stood solemnly. The tomb of the devouring emperor, the tomb of the primordial pill deity, the tomb of the heaven-sealing venerable. Each name belonged to a supreme figure from ancient legends. The devouring emperor, the unrivaled master of the world 10,000 years ago. The primordial pill deity, a mortal who, 200,000 years ago, became a grandmaster of alchemy, crafting divine pills. and the heaven-sealing venerable, a formation master from 300,000 years ago who could summon celestial lightning. They were the previous 8 owners of the heaven burial ancient ring. Though they have fallen, their legacies remain here. As your strength grows, you will gradually unlock their inheritances. Su Chen's heart stirred. Please, senior, guide me. This was his only chance to regain the path of cultivation. The woman in white fell silent for a moment. Your bloodline is currently depleted, and your dantian is shattered. If you wish to walk the path of cultivation again, you must revive your bloodline and rebuild your dantian. The process will be excruciating. Can you endure it? I can do it. Su Chen's eyes burned with determination, his expression resolute. The woman in white pointed behind the gravestone. Good. Do you see that pool? Jump in. Behind the 8 gravestones stood a stone pool, about a square meter in size, quietly resting there. The liquid within was as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a blood-red hue interwoven with iridescent colors, mysterious and eerie. A flash of resolve crossed Su Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, he leaped into the pool. Boom. In an instant, the world seemed to change. A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted like a massive tidal wave, engulfing Su Chen completely. It felt as though he was submerged in a vast golden ocean, infinite and boundless, with the overwhelming blood energy flooding into his body. Roar. Howl. Within the golden ocean, the shadowy forms of ancient divine beasts began to appear. A colossal dragon, stretching for thousands of miles, roared and coiled. A mountainous tiger bellowed with fury. A 3-legged bird spread its wings, threatening to burn the heavens and obliterate the earth. A giant serpent opened its maw, as if to devour the skies and the land. Under the tearing force of this terrifying energy, Su Chen felt his muscles, bones, and flesh being torn apart inch by inch. His meridians felt as though they were being forcibly ripped from his body, the pain indescribable. The excruciating agony nearly drove him mad. The warning from the woman in white echoed in his mind. The blood in this pool can awaken your bloodline and rebuild your dantian. But if you cannot endure it, the backlash will destroy your true spirit, and death will be inevitable. I can take it. Su Chen's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared defiantly. This pain was nothing compared to the humiliation of Su Chen, stripping him of his bloodline, destroying his dantian, and casting him from the heights of glory into the depths of despair. The fire of vengeance burned fiercely in his chest would reclaim his honor. Boom. Suddenly, the boundless blood energy around him exploded. Countless ancient divine beast shadows transformed into a raging storm, surging violently towards Su Chen. Boom. A burst of golden light erupted in Su Chen's mind, and a scripture radiating an eternal brilliance slowly emerged. This was the legendary burial heaven divine art, a supreme technique that forged an indestructible body by using the stars of the heavens as blood, the worlds as its form, countless divine weapons as its bones, and the infinite living beings as its spirit. A voice as deep and resonant as a great bell echoed in his mind, and the burial heaven divine art imprinted itself deeply into his consciousness. This technique, capable of annihilating all things and burying the heavens, was so defiant of natural order that Su Chen's entire body trembled with awe. Just as he was about to be torn apart by the vast power coursing through him, the divine art began to operate on its own. An endless surge of vitality flooded into his body like rivers converging into the sea. His desiccated bloodline began to revive, his shattered dantian reformed, and his entire physical being underwent a transformation akin to rebirth. When Su Chen opened his eyes, they shone with a dazzling brilliance, and a golden dragon coiled around him, exuding an aura of majesty and nobility. To his amazement, he realized that both his bloodline and dantian had been restored, though they felt distinctly different from before. What was there to cherish about your impure dragon bloodline? A woman in white said calmly. Now, you have been reborn and awakened the true dragon bloodline. If you can find the sacred relics of the dragon clan, further evolution in the future is not out of reach. True dragon bloodline. The revelation made Su Chen's eyes widen in shock. Among the 7 tiers of bloodlines, his previous heavenly dragon bloodline had already been considered one of the most elite in the Deluo dynasty. Now, he had obtained the fabled saint-level bloodline. Seeing Su Chen's confusion, the woman in white began to explain patiently. The origins of the burial heaven ancient ring are beyond your current understanding. All you need to know is that you are now its master. Across the heavens and myriad realms, there are 9 ancient rings in total. Each one seals a fragment of the burial heaven realm and part of the corpse of a peerless fiend. This ring's power is nearly exhausted and can no longer suppress the fiend. You must increase your cultivation and seek out the other 8 rings. Only by combining the power of all 9 can the fiend be fully suppressed. Senior, could it be that the other 8 ring bearers all perished at the hands of the fiend? Su Chen asked with a bitter smile. More or less. So, if you wish to survive, young man, You must work hard. How much time do I have? He asked. At most 2 years. You must find the second burial heaven ancient ring by then. After confirming that the woman in white was neither a spirit of the ring nor the fiend itself, she informed Su Chen that once he condensed his true energy, he could return to this place to receive the inheritance of the other 8 ring bearers. With a wave of her sleeve, she sent Su Chen out of the ancient ring. When Su Chen opened his eyes, he found himself dressed in red robes, lying in a festively decorated red bedroom. This appeared to be the Yi family's residence in Beihuang City. At that moment, the door swung open, and Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan walked in. They were scheming about how Zhang Kuan could replace Su Chen and claim Yi Qingqing for himself. Zhang Kuan even boasted that he would make Su Chen witness the entire plan unfold. As Zhang Kuan reached out to grab the seemingly unconscious figure on the bed, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Do you wish to die?" On the bed, Su Chen had already opened his eyes at some unknown point. Zhang Kuan's hand froze in midair. Neither he nor Yi Ling had anticipated Su Chen waking up at this moment. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a storm was about to break. Huh. A useless nobody like you dares to speak up after waking? You should have just stayed down. Zhang Kun's eyes flashed with a chilling light as his hand clawed towards Su Chen's neck. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, and the anger he had suppressed for so long erupted in an instant. His movements were as swift as lightning, delivering a sharp counterattack that struck Zhang Kun's fingers directly. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, followed by a spray of blood. Zhang Kuan let out a piercing scream, stumbling backwards several steps, clutching his broken fingers as they trembled uncontrollably. "Su Chen, how dare you?" Yi Ling shouted, both shocked and enraged. "You worthless scum! How dare you harm young Master Zhang? Do you even know who he is? If you want to die, don't drag the Yi family down with you. What he is has nothing to do with me." Su Chen's eyes burned with fury, and his voice was as cold as ice. "But you, as a member of the Yi family, offering your own cousin to someone like him? Truly despicable." Yi Ling's face flushed red with a mix of shame and anger. He drew a short blade and charged at Su Chen with reckless abandon, clearly intending to silence him for good. Courting death. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. In a split second, he grabbed Yi Ling's wrist and forcefully twisted it. Another sharp crack rang out as Yi Ling's wrist snapped, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. Without hesitation, Su Chen kicked him hard, sending him flying. Yi Ling crashed heavily to the floor, spitting blood, his body seemingly reduced to a pile of broken bones. "You wasn't your cultivation crippled? How can you be this strong?" Yi Ling shouted in disbelief. Both he and Zhang Kuan were at the peak of the 9th level of the martial strength realm, yet they were utterly powerless against Su Chen. In the waist? Then what does that make you less than trash? Su Chen sneered coldly. If not for the supreme opportunity he had obtained from the heavenly burial ancient ring, allowing him to cultivate the heavenly burial divine art and regain his 9th level martial strength realm, he might not have survived this day. "What are you going to do? This is the Yi family. If you dare kill me, the Yi family will never let you go. My brother is Zhang Kuang, a prodigy at the Royal Martial Academy. If you harm me, hell make your life a living hell." Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan shouted in terror, their voices trembling. At that moment, a cool, commanding voice rang out, "Stop!" The door swung open, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman adorned in a phoenix coronet and an elaborate ceremonial gown. Her skin was as flawless as jade, her features exquisite, and her star-like eyes sparkled with brilliance. Though she bore no cultivation, her presence exuded an ethereal grace, as if she were a goddess descended from the heavens. "Yi Qingqing!" Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock. According to their plan, Yi Qingqing should have been drugged and unconscious. How was she standing here, fully alert? Su Chen was momentarily stunned as well. Yi Qingqing's beauty and demeanor were truly unparalleled, even surpassing Su Chen. But what caught his attention even more was the strange sense of familiarity she gave him. "Lan Xiang is my personal maid. Did you really think you could bribe her so easily? Fools!" Yi Qingqing's cold gaze swept over the 2 men on the ground, her eyes blazing with anger. If not for Lan Xiang's loyalty, she might have fallen into their trap. "They tried to harm you, yet you want to save them?" Su Chen turned to Yi Qingqing, his voice chilling as he questioned her. "The Yi family mustn't stir up trouble." Yi Qingqing's voice was as cold as ice. She forced herself to remain composed as she locked eyes with Su Chen, though his sharp gaze made her heart tremble slightly. "Those two are not people you can afford to offend. Leave them to me to deal with." Su Chen let out a mocking laugh, his eyes full of scorn. "What a noble, don't stir up trouble sentiment. If you're so afraid of me causing problems, then why insist on taking me in as a Livian son-in-law? Taking you in was merely because I didn't want to leave the Yi family. Your arrival was nothing more than a coincidence," Yi Qingqing replied, a glimmer of sadness flashing in her eyes, though her tone remained icy. As for those two, I will take them away today. If there's nothing else, you should rest. A coincidence? Su Chen let out a bitter laugh. It was nothing but exploitation. Yi Qingqing, you may fear them, but I, Su Chen, do not. Even if I don't kill them today, I will make sure they never forget this lesson. Before his words fully settled, Su Chen acted. Energy surged through his body as he stepped forward, his right foot landing precisely on Zhang Kuan's lower abdomen, crushing his fifth limb. Without hesitation, his fist struck like lightning at Yiling's dantian, shattering it completely. Agonized screams filled the air. Zhang Kuan and Yiling writhed on the ground, their bodies convulsing in unbearable pain. Zhang Kuan, in particular, had lost the very essence of being a man. Yi Qingqing frowned deeply, not expecting Su Chen's actions to be so ruthless. This would be difficult to explain to both the Yi and Zhang families. She spoke in a low voice, someone, take them away. Two guards dressed in black combat attire, exuding an imposing presence, quickly entered. After bowing to Yi Qingqing, they dragged away the wailing Zhang Kuan and Yiling. Qingzhu, stay here and attend to the young master while he rests, Yi Qingqing said indifferently. A charming young girl in green stepped forward. Yi Qingqing cast one last glance at Su Chen, her tone cold. This is the Yi family, not the Su family. I suggest you understand your position and behave yourself as a proper son-in-law. With that, Yi Qingqing turned and walked away. In the small courtyard of the Yi family, the moonlight was as soft as water. Yi Qingqing, adorned in a phoenix coronet and ceremonial wedding attire, which he had not yet changed out of, stood quietly in the garden gazing at the moon. Her slender fingers absent-mindedly caressed an old handkerchief embroidered with the image of a simple, ancient ring. Miss, you clearly have feelings for the young master. So why are you so cold toward him? Lanxiang couldn't help but ask. Ever since they had returned from Su Chen's room, her mistress had been in this dazed, forlorn state. You're talking nonsense. Who has feelings for him? Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed instantly, and her tone revealed her nervousness. Miss, you may fool others, but you can't fool me. Lanxiang blinked her large eyes. All these years, you've secretly been collecting news about Su Chen. Half a month ago, when you heard he had suffered a backlash during cultivation and his dantian was destroyed, leaving him crippled, you couldn't sleep for several nights. You even went as far as trading a rare 7-leaf purple ginseng to have him marry into the family. And now that you're married, why treat him so distantly? Yi Qingqing sighed softly. I have no choice, you know the position I'm in now. Many in the clan are dissatisfied with me, holding the position of the young clan leader while being unable to cultivate. If I grow too close to him, it will inevitably draw him into a dangerous storm. They're all spouting nonsense, Lanxiang said indignantly. If not for you managing the family and building the business all these years, how could the Yi family have risen from a second-rate clan in Beihuang City to the top family? No matter what, as long as I can protect him, it doesn't matter if he resents me. Yi Qingqing's thoughts drifted back to 12 years ago, on a snowy winter night, when she, abducted and desperate, was saved by a father and son. The confident young boy had wiped her tears and said, "Don't be afraid, they'll protect you." That boy, Su Chen, had become the sole light in her darkest days. Miss, what about Yiling and Zhang Kuan? How should we deal with them? They deserve to be beaten so badly by the young master, Lanxiang asked. Lock them up for the night. They'll handle it tomorrow, Yi Qingqing said calmly. She then instructed, tell Qingzhu to ensure the young master's safety. Whatever he needs, make sure it's taken care of. Inside the bedroom, Su Chen looked at the sword-bearing girl in green before him with a hint of helplessness. Miss Qingzhu, how am I supposed to rest with you standing here? The maid, who was at the 8th level of the Qi martial realm, was silent for a moment before replying in a cold tone, they'll stand guard outside. If you need anything, just call for me. With that, she turned and left, finally allowing Su Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. Being watched by this frosty and unapproachable maid had been rather unsettling. Although I don't know why Miss Yi Qingqing wants to take me as her Livian son-in-law, judging by her cold gaze and distant demeanor, this marriage is unlikely to last long. Su Chen gazed at the moonlight outside the window, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. When the time is right, I will divorce her and leave the Yi family. He let out a cold laugh, recalling Su Qinshua's proud and haughty face. She didn't kill me but instead sent me to the Yi family as a son-in-law clearly just to humiliate me. In the past, he might have endured it silently for the rest of his life. But now, things were different. Had the heavenly burial ancient ring and had inherited the mysterious and powerful heavenly burial technique. Su Qinshu. Su Chen clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Everything you took from me, I will reclaim with my own hands. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Su Chen began to channel the heavenly burial technique. Ever since he awakened the true dragon bloodline within the heavenly burial ancient ring and reconstructed his dantian and energy sea, His physique had undergone a complete transformation, and his cultivation had soared to the ninth level of the strength martial realm. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into his body in thin, continuous streams. After a whole night of cultivation, Su Chen frowned. The barrier of the Dantian and energy sea is so solid. At this current pace of absorbing spiritual energy, it may take several months to break through to the Qi martial realm. Though the heavenly burial technique was extraordinary, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy while still in the strength martial realm, the reconstructed Dantian and energy sea were so impenetrable that opening up the energy sea and condensing innate true energy was far more challenging than he had expected. The heavenly burial technique can refine heaven and earth. If I can find some rare treasures of heaven and earth, perhaps I can greatly accelerate my cultivation, Su Chen murmured softly to himself, deciding to head out to northern Wasteland City to try his luck and see if he could find any heavenly materials or earthly treasures. After leaving the Yi family, Su Chen strolled leisurely through the streets of Beihuang City, with Qingzhou following closely behind. Beihuang City, situated near the vast Dahuang mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, thrived due to its abundant resources of rare spiritual herbs, exotic beasts, and various treasures, attracting countless martial artists seeking fortune and trade. On West Street, the area was bustling with activity as numerous street vendors displayed their wares. Martial artists of all kinds were hawking heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their voices blending into a cacophony of noise. As Su Chen scanned the assorted items on the vendors' stalls, a gentle yet commanding female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The black jade Buddha on the stall to your right is quite good. It will help with cultivating your burial heaven divine art. Following the voice's direction, Su Chen turned to see a middle-aged vendor with a shifty demeanor enthusiastically advertising his goods. His stall was cluttered with spiritual herbs, ores, and fragmented weapons. Among the pile of weapons lay an unremarkable black jade Buddha, its surface marred with cracks. The vendor's eyes lit up as he noticed Su Chen, dressed in a moon-white robe, approaching. Young master, what are you looking for? Everything here comes straight from the Dahuang mountain range, unique and unmatched in all of Beihuang City. How much for this jade Buddha? Su Chen asked directly. The vendor's eyes darted cunningly. Ah, young master, you have a keen eye. This is a sacred relic from the Western Buddhist lands. It can aid in cultivation and cleanse inner demons. Since you seem sincere, I'll part with it for just 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Chen frowned slightly, regretting his lack of preparation. That's too expensive. 100 low-grade spirit stones, take it or leave it. After some back-and-forth bargaining, the vendor finally relented. 200 low-grade spirit stones, and it's yours. Let's call it a gesture of friendship. He inwardly rejoiced, knowing the entire pile of junk on his stall wasn't worth more than a few spirit stones, let alone the flawed jade Buddha. However, as Su Chen reached into his sleeve, his hand froze mid-motion, suddenly remembered that his storage ring had been confiscated by Su Qing Snow, leaving him penniless. Just as the situation grew awkward, Qingzhou stepped forward and handed him a pouch of spirit stones, resolving the dilemma. As the transaction was about to conclude, a mocking voice interrupted. Hold it right there. A young man in an embroidered robe pushed through the crowd, flanked by several guards. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "This jade Buddha has caught my eye. Hand it over." "Isn't that Zhang Lin, the young master of the Zhang family?" someone in the crowd murmured. Once the leading family of Beihuang City, the Zhang family had been overshadowed by the Yi family in recent years. However, their influence had resurged after a prodigy from their lineage was admitted to the Royal Martial Academy. Without sparing Zhang Lin a glance, Su Chen picked up the jade Buddha and prepared to leave. Zhang Lin stepped forward to block his path, his voice cold. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Move aside, dog. This is mine. Why should I give it to you?" Su Chen retorted icily. He had long noticed Zhang Lin following him, and knew this was no coincidence. Zhang Lin sneered. "If I, Zhang Lin, want something, there's no one in Beihuang City who can stop me from getting it. And you, a useless son-in-law of the Yi family who can't even cultivate, dare to challenge me?" It was clear that Zhang Lin had come seeking revenge for Zhang Kuan. The crowd broke into whispered discussions, their gazes filled with disdain for the so-called worthless son-in-law of the Yi family. Qingzhou stepped in front of Su Chen, her voice frosty. "Young Master Zhang, I suggest you show some respect. He is the son-in-law of the Yi family, and even if he needs to be disciplined, that's a matter for my lady. It's not your place to intervene." Qingzhou stood to the side, her brows slightly furrowed as she looked at Su Chen. In her heart, being able to marry into the prestigious Yi family and become Miss Ye's husband was an extraordinary blessing. Yet Su Chen refused to behave properly. Yesterday, he injured Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan, and today he was once again at odds with Zhang Lin, creating endless trouble for Miss Yi. Though she felt displeased, she continued to dutifully protect him, as per Yi Qingqing's instructions. Su Chen, you worthless scum. Zhang Lin's gaze swept past Qingzhu with a flicker of hesitation before he sneered at Su Chen. Is being a Livian son-in-law all you're good for? Hiding behind women? If you're a man, step forward and fight me. Jealousy burned within Zhang Lin. Yi Qingcheng might not possess the ability to cultivate, but her four maidservants Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Kingswear all exceptionally gifted. Qingzhu, in particular, was a master of swordsmanship with unparalleled combat prowess. Yet, to his dismay, Yi Qingcheng had assigned her to protect Su Chen. Master, don't be impulsive. Let's leave, Qingzhu whispered, seeing through Zhang Lin's petty provocation. Qingzhu, step aside, Su Chen said calmly. He's already crossed the line. If I don't respond, wouldn't it seem like I'm afraid of him? If he wants a fight, then a fight he'll get. Though Qingzhu was displeased, she had no choice but to retreat, keeping a wary eye on Zhang Lin. Su Chen, so you do have some guts after all. Zhang Lin sneered. Unfortunately, you're just a brainless fool. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my cousin Zhang Kuan. Before his words had fully landed, Zhang Lin launched himself into the air, unleashing the Zhang family's high-tier martial technique, the Golden Eagle Claw. True energy from his Qi martial stage, level 3 cultivation, surged to his hands, the razor-sharp claw aiming directly for Su Chen's vital points. Master, watch out! Qingzhu was about to intervene when she felt an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupt from Su Chen. With a single punch, Su Chen struck out like a dragon, a faint aura of dragon's might emanating from him. A sickening crack echoed as Zhang Lin's fingers snapped, and his body was flung backward as if struck by lightning. Zhang Lin screamed in agony, staring at Su Chen in utter disbelief. You're barely stronger than trash like Zhang Kuan, yet you dare stand up for him? Su Chen strode forward and slapped Zhang Lin across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed as bloodied teeth flew from Zhang Lin's mouth, leaving one side of his face swollen and disfigured. Zhang Lin's guards finally reacted, charging forward with angry shouts. But Qingzhu's sword hummed as she drew it, her blade flashing like a silver ribbon that effortlessly severed their weapons. Move, and you die, she said coldly. Su Chen continued to rain blows on Zhang Lin, leaving him wailing like a beaten pig. Finally, Su Chen tossed the barely conscious Zhang Lin aside and warned in a chilling tone, I'm sparing your pathetic life today. If you dare show your face in front of me again, I'll beat you every time I see you. The crowd was frozen with fear, not daring to meet Su Chen's gaze. This so-called worthless son-in-law had just defeated Zhang Lin, a Qi martial stage cultivator, with ease. Qingzhu, let's go, Su Chen said as he turned and walked away. Qingzhu followed, her mind reeling. She had sensed an immense, ocean-like vitality coursing through Su Chen's body. Though there was no trace of true energy, his strength was at least at the peak of the body martial stage level 9. But wasn't he supposed to be a cripple, his bloodline exhausted and his dantian shattered? Could this terrifying power be just the remnants of his former strength? Qingzhu pondered silently. If this was only a fraction of his past might, just how formidable had he been at his peak? Alas, without a functioning dantian, he would never break through the Qi martial stage in his lifetime. Qingzhu watched Su Chen's departing figure, her heart brimming with complex emotions. If only he could cultivate again, then Miss wouldn't have to work so hard. This thought echoed repeatedly in her mind. Unaware of Qingzhu's feelings, Su Chen had only one thought in his heart at the moment, to break through to the Qi martial realm as soon as possible. After returning to the Yi family, he instructed Qingzhu to stand guard outside and entered the burial heaven ancient ring alone with the black jade Buddha. Senior, is there some kind of treasure inside this jade Buddha? Su Chen asked eagerly. The figure of the white-robed woman slowly appeared, her tone calm. Break it apart. Though surprised, Su Chen didn't hesitate. He struck with a powerful punch, and with a resounding boom, the jade Buddha, covered in cracks, shattered, revealing a black stone the size of a goose egg. The stone seemed to contain a flowing liquid, emitting a peculiar luster. There really is something extraordinary. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This is black jade spirit essence, the white-robed woman explained. It takes tens of thousands of years to form within the earth's spiritual veins. Apply it all over your body and use the burial heaven divine technique to absorb it. It should help you break through to the Qi martial realm. Senior, you're incredible. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I went to Northern Wilderness City with you, wouldn't your discerning eye help me uncover countless treasures? The white-robed woman gave a faint smile. What are you imagining? Ahem. I was just joking, Senior. Please don't take offense, Su Chen replied with an awkward laugh. Get out and focus on cultivating. Don't bother me unless it's important. With a flick of her sleeve, the white-robed woman expelled Su Chen from the burial heaven ancient ring. Senior sure has a temper, Su Chen muttered to himself. But with this black jade spirit essence, once I break through to the Qi martial realm, I can attempt to obtain the legacy of those 8 supreme experts. Without hesitation, he crushed the black stone, and a few drops of crystalline, translucent black essence dripped out, radiating a dazzling glow and an intoxicating fragrance. Su Chen quickly applied the essence all over his body and began operating the burial heaven divine technique. In an instant, an immense and boundless power surged through his entire being. His body heated up as if set ablaze, and the flow of his qi and blood accelerated 100-fold. Under the operation of the burial heaven divine technique, the vast energy of his qi and blood converged like rivers into the sea, gathering in his dantian and launching an assault on the bottleneck of the qi martial realm. A surge of immense energy rushed forth, flooding Su Chen's dantian like a river breaking its banks. A deafening thunderclap echoed, and radiant divine light burst in the void. Innate pure energy was born from within the qi sea, swirling and drifting. At the very moment the qi sea was formed, the turbid energy sank while the pure energy rose, gradually condensing into the true qi of a martial artist. But this was only the beginning. As Su Chen activated the burial heaven divine art, the pure energy from the black jade spirit essence continuously poured in. His dantian qi sea, like a miniature world, expanded rapidly to a size of 14 zhong. This was far beyond the ordinary. For most martial artists, breaking through to the qi martial realm would only yield a qi sea of about 9 zhong. Even prodigies rarely surpass 30 zhong. Yet, due to Su Chen's awakened true dragon bloodline, his potential had skyrocketed, enabling him to create such a vast qi sea. But then, an unexpected change occurred. Under the influence of the burial heaven divine art, the qi sea continued to expand. Black mist churned like a storm, driving the qi sea outward 50 zhong, 60 zhong, 65 zhong, until it finally stabilized at 99 zhong. 99, the pinnacle of humanity. Su Chen thought to himself, elated. This was already the realm of ancient supreme beings. However, just then, a divine voice echoed from the void. Annihilate all, bury the heavens. No path shall obstruct. With a thunderous roar, the qi sea trembled again. The burial heaven divine art surged into overdrive, tearing through the void and expanding the qi sea to an unprecedented 100 zhong. 100 zhong qi sea unheard of. This meant that Su Chen's innate true qi would surpass that of martial artists of the same level by dozens of times. Though future breakthroughs would undoubtedly become more challenging and resource-intensive, this only fueled his indomitable determination. Several days later, Su Chen pushed open the door to his room. His eyes gleamed with divine brilliance as he gazed at the world before him, a thought rising in his heart. Su Qingxue, wait for me. I'll be back soon. In the front hall, Qingzhu and Lan Xiang were consoling a woman dressed in luxurious attire. This woman, named Lin Yun, was Yi Qingqing's mother. Though time had left its marks, her beauty remained striking, especially her gentle, water-like eyes that were nearly identical to Yi Qingqing's. The moment Lin Yun saw Su Chen enter, she quickly composed herself, her expression turning cold. Su Chen, where do you think you're going this time? Though displeased, Su Chen clasped his hands and saluted courteously. Greetings, mother-in-law. I plan to head out and explore. Having broken through to the qi martial realm, he needed to venture into the great wilderness mountain range to seek cultivation resources. Lan Xiang hurriedly shot Su Chen a look, signaling him to leave quickly. But Lin Yun's voice had already risen in anger. Su Chen, how many times have you stirred up trouble? Haven't you caused enough problems for Qingqing? You are absolutely not allowed to go. Su Chen frowned, his expression turning cold. What does mother-in-law mean by this? What trouble have I caused Qingqing? Lin Yun stood in the courtyard, her eyes blazing with anger, her voice trembling with fury. As a son-in-law of the Yi family, you should know your place. Since Qingqing brought you into this household, you've crippled Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan, and even injured Zhang Lin on the streets. Acting so reckless, Lido, you think they'll just let it slide? Her voice grew sharper. If it weren't for Qingqing cleaning up your messes, you'd have been chopped up and fed to the dogs by now. And yet, you're still here feigning innocence, idling about and causing trouble everywhere you go? Her finger pointed accusingly at Su Chen, her voice rising to a near hysterical pitch. I can't fathom what Qingqing sees in you. She even went as far as to trade the family's treasured medicinal herb to save your worthless life. This final remark ignited Su Chen's fury. He met Lin Yun's gaze coldly. So, according to you, mother-in-law, I should have stood by and done nothing when Yi Ling conspired with Zhang Kuan to disgrace Qingqing? When Zhang Lin blatantly stole from me, insulted me, and humiliated me, I should have knelt and begged for mercy? His voice was laced with a chilling edge. Joining the Yi family means I should live like a groveling, tail-wagging dog? Master Su, please, there's no need for this. Lan Xiang quickly stepped in to mediate, casting Su Chen a pleading look while trying to calm Lin Yun. Lin Yun was trembling with rage, her finger still pointed at Su Chen, but she was too furious to form coherent words. Qingzhu, quick to react, stepped forward to support her before she collapsed. Fine. Lin Yun finally managed to choke out, panting heavily. You think you're so capable? The Zhang family has already made their move, and the clan is pressuring Qingqing as well. If you're so full of yourself, go solve it on your own. With that, she stormed off, leaning on Lan Xiang for support. Su Chen turned to Qingzhu. What's going on? Qingzhu's expression was grim. The Zhang family has somehow recruited a highly skilled alchemist. Their pills are of better quality and cost less, taking away most of our business. They've threatened that if we don't hand you over, they'll bankrupt the Yi family. Meanwhile, those within the clan who covet Miss Qingqing's position as the young clan leader are seizing the opportunity to stir up trouble. Qingqing really traded the family's treasured medicinal herb for my life? Su Chen asked in disbelief. Qingzhu hesitated, then nodded. Miss Qingqing didn't want me to tell you, but yes, it's true. She offered the 7-leaf purple ginseng and a large amount of spirit stones to convince the Su family to agree to your marriage into the Yi family. Su Chen's heart trembled as understanding dawned on him. No wonder even someone as ruthless as Su Qing Snow hadn't resorted to silencing him permanently. Take me to the clan meeting, he ordered, his gaze sharp as a blade, his aura commanding and intimidating. Even Qingzhu, a seasoned expert at the 8th level of Qi martial realm, couldn't help but feel a chill. Inside the Yi family's grand hall, the clan's senior members were already seated on either side. Yi Qingqing stood alone in the center, enduring the barrage of accusations and criticisms hurled at her from all directions. Last month, our business shrank by half. This month, it's barely 1% of what it used to be. At this rate, the Yi family will soon close down, leaving the Zhang family to dominate Beihuang City. This is why women shouldn't run the household. What was the old master even thinking? And a mere mortal who can't cultivate? How is he worthy of marrying the young clan leader? The words of the elders cut like knives, aimed mercilessly at the slender, delicate figure standing in the hall. Yet Yi Qingqing remained still, quietly bearing the weight of their scorn all on her own. Inside the grand hall of the Yi family, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if it could solidify. Yi Qingqing stood before her uncles and elders, her clear yet reddened eyes reflecting a blend of defiance and resilience. In the business world, competition and rivalry are commonplace. Is our Yi family, with all its years of foundation, so fragile that we can't withstand a setback or two? Her voice was steady and firm, yet it carried a trace of sorrow that tugged at the heart. Seated at the head of the hall, her eldest uncle, Yi Diyuan, let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with disdain. Who among us here hasn't weathered countless storms in the business arena? Do we need you to lecture us? The Zhang family's aggression this time is clearly aimed at destroying us. I've investigated, he continued, his voice growing sharper. The Zhang family has enlisted an alchemist registered with the royal capital's Dan Alliance. Our Yi family's alchemists are no match for them. Lowering our prices further will only deepen our losses. Second Uncle Yi Diming quickly chimed in, fanning the flames. For the sake of that useless Su Chen, you not only gave away the family's prized medicinal treasure but also squandered a significant portion of our wealth. It's bad enough that you've turned the Yi family into a laughingstock in Beihuang City, but now you've brought disaster upon us. The hall erupted in a chorus of accusations, voices overlapping in heated criticism. Is this what a dignified young clan leader of the Yi family should do? Yi Qingqing, what do you have to say for yourself? Watching the scene unfold, Yi Diyuan's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. The outcome he had been aiming for was finally within reach. Yi Qingqing felt a mix of grievance and fury surging within her. Over the years, she had poured her heart into elevating the Yi family from a second-rate clan to the most prominent household in Beihuang City, ensuring that these very people no longer had to worry about resources for cultivation. Yet, they showed no gratitude, turning on her at the first sign of trouble. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and declared, I will take responsibility for the business issues, and I will handle the Zhang family's hostility. Since grandfather entrusted me with the role of young clan leader before he entered seclusion, I will carry the weight of the family's burdens. Big words, the crowd sneered. What can someone without cultivation skills or alchemy expertise possibly do? If you're incapable, you should step down and let someone more qualified take over. Fourth Uncle Yi Delin stepped forward, his expression solemn. Since this debate is going nowhere, why don't we just hand over that useless son-in-law and be done with it? His suggestion immediately garnered widespread agreement. No. Yi Qingqing, who had remained composed until now, suddenly raised her voice in anger. The Zhang family has been scheming against the Yi family's business for years. Even without Su Chen, they would have found another excuse to target us. Last month, they secretly hired an alchemist to suppress us. This is just their way of openly justifying their actions. Her voice grew even louder, filled with unyielding determination. No matter what you think of Su Chen, he is my husband, and I am still the young clan leader of the Yi family. It is not your place to pass judgment on him. At that moment, Su Chen, who had been standing outside the hall, overheard her words. A sudden wave of emotion surged through him. The commanding declaration from Yi Qingsheng was a stark contrast to her previously indifferent demeanor, and it stirred a warmth in his heart that had long been numbed by the coldness of the world. The hall fell into an abrupt silence. Under Yi Qingsheng's authoritative gaze, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words, unable to muster a rebuttal. Ha! Only you would treat that useless trash as a treasure. The atmosphere in the Yi family council hall was tense and confrontational. Fourth Uncle Yi Delin's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice as he finally initiated the day's main event. He scanned the room, his voice suddenly rising. If you refuse to hand him over, then step down and let someone more capable handle this family crisis. Second Uncle Yi Deming seized the moment and stood up in agreement. With the Zhang family pressing down on us, I believe only the eldest son, Yi Xinglong, has the ability to lead the Yi family out of this predicament. That's right. Young Master Xinglong is incredibly talented, having awakened a top-tier human bloodline and reached the 9th level of the Qi martial realm. Even the capital's martial academy is preparing to assess him. If young Master Xinglong passes, the Zhang family will have no choice but to retreat. Yi Deming's gaze was sharp as a blade as he stared directly at Yi Qingsheng. Qingsheng, everyone acknowledges your contributions to the family. But if you prioritize personal interests over the family's safety, we cannot tolerate it. Faced with the aggressive stance of the others, Yi Qingsheng, though the acting head of the family, found it difficult to hold her ground. With the patriarch in seclusion, the elders did indeed have the authority to impeach the acting head. Moreover, the faction led by her eldest uncle, Yi Deyuan, was powerful and influential. Yet, Yi Qingsheng remained resolute. You have the right to impeach me, but the final decision lies with the patriarch. Until then, I am still the acting head of the Yi family. Yi Qingsheng, fourth Uncle Yi Delin slammed the table in anger. Your stubbornness will bring ruin to the Yi family. You're exaggerating, fourth uncle. Aside from those present, I hardly have the capability to do so, Yi Qingsheng replied with a cold smile as she cast a glance at him. She had seen through their plan. They were determined to force her to step down. Yi Qingsheng, don't push it too far. The crowd erupted in anger. You're just a useless mortal who can't cultivate. The family has already done enough to support you, so don't overstep your bounds. Bang! At that moment, the doors were suddenly blasted open with immense force. 2 guards were flung inside, landing heavily on the ground. With so many so-called men here, instead of dealing with the real threat, the Zhang family, you all gathered to bully a defenseless woman. Truly impressive. A young man in white strode in, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you? This is a Yi family council meeting, and you're just a worthless Livian son-in-law. Get out of here. Yi Deming and Yi Delin roared in unison, their faces livid. Su Chen, unfazed, sneered coldly. Defying the hierarchy and humiliating your own acting head was really disrespecting the Yi family here? Yi Delin shouted angrily. Su Chen, watch your tongue. Do you still think you're the young master of the Su family from the Deluo dynasty? Now, you're nothing more than a dog taken in by the Yi family. I may be a Livian son-in-law, but my wife is the acting head of the Yi family. While the patriarch is away, the Yi family answers to her. If my wife hasn't said anything, who are you to bark here? Su Chen retorted with a cold smile. Yi Delin was utterly enraged and unleashed the full strength of his Qi martial realm peak cultivation, preparing to suppress Su Chen. Enough! Yi Qingsheng suddenly shouted, her voice firm. As of now, I am still the acting head of the Yi family. My words are the patriarch's orders. Anyone who defies me is betraying the family, and I will not tolerate it. The room fell silent. Finally, the eldest uncle, Yi Deyuan, spoke. Someone who prioritizes personal feelings over the family's well-being is unfit to be our acting head. Yi Qingsheng, if you still consider yourself part of the Yi family, hand over Su Chen and resolve this crisis. Absolutely not. Yi Qingsheng's response was unwavering. Su Chen chuckled coldly. All this fuss over the Zhang family hiring a mere alchemist? And this is enough to leave you all helpless, resorting to bullying a single woman? A mere alchemist? Do you, a worthless nobody, even understand what an alchemist represents? Yi Deming shot back sarcastically. Su Chen smiled calmly. 10 days. Within 10 days, my wife will resolve this crisis and defeat the Zhang family's alchemist. 10 days? The crowd's astonishment quickly turned into mocking laughter. The air in the Yi family hall was thick with disdain. Yi Qingsheng frowned as she looked at Su Chen, only to meet his confident gaze. Qingsheng, trust me. Easy for you to say, Yi Deming interrupted with a cold sneer. But what if Yi Qingsheng fails? You're just stalling for time. Yi Qingsheng clenched her teeth, her eyes resolute. If I can't do it, I will willingly relinquish the position of young clan leader. Despite feeling that the task was nearly impossible, she chose to trust Su Chen unconditionally when their eyes met. Good. Yi Diyuan said eagerly, fearing that Yi Qingsheng might back down. Since the young clan leader has made such a vow, then it's settled. Hold on. Su Chen chuckled coldly, his sharp gaze fixed on Yi Diyuan. If my wife loses, she steps down. But what if she wins? The question brought a brief silence to the hall, followed by another wave of derisive laughter. A cripple defeating an alchemist? Utter nonsense. Clearly, they're just stalling until the old master comes out of seclusion. Yi Deming sneered. If she truly manages to succeed, then, of course, the position of young clan leader remains hers, and we will no longer bring up impeachment. How convenient, Su Chen scoffed. You all want to gain without risking anything? Then what do you propose? Yi Delen asked. It's simple. Su Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade. If Qingcheng succeeds, everyone who supported today's impeachment must kneel and apologize. The hall erupted in outrage, the anger and hostility in everyone's eyes unmistakable. After a heated debate, under the leadership of Yi Diyuan and Yi Deming, the crowd begrudgingly accepted the terms. They were confident this was a sure win for them, even if it meant staking their pride. Once the clan members had dispersed, Yi Qingcheng looked at Su Chen with a mix of emotions. You shouldn't have come. Years of bearing the burden alone had worn her down. But in this moment, with the support of the one she loved, she felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance. In this exchange, each character's expressions, tone, and actions vividly revealed their inner emotions, from initial mockery to eventual fury, from Yi Qingcheng's hesitation to her trust in Su Chen. The tense atmosphere and emotional conflicts of the scene were clearly portrayed. Yi Qingcheng was secretly anxious. She didn't want to see Su Chen getting dragged into this dangerous vortex, especially after Su Chen's strong display earlier, which had already stirred up fear and hostility among many. If she were to lose her position as the young clan leader in 10 days, Su Chen's situation would become even more perilous. Since you see me as your man, there's no way I'd let you face this alone. Besides, the Zhang family is targeting me in the first place. I'm not the kind of man to hide behind a woman, Su Chen said with a calm smile. When Yi Qingcheng had resolutely refused to hand him over earlier and publicly declared him as her man, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Whether Yi Qingcheng loved him or not, they were indeed standing together as husband and wife at this moment, and it was only natural to face their enemies side by side. Don't worry, I'll help you, Su Chen said firmly. You'll help me? Despite Su Chen's confident tone, Yi Qingcheng's rational mind told her that this was an impossible task. Forget it. I'll handle the Zhang family myself. For the next few days, just stay home and don't go anywhere. That alone will be enough to help me. Yi Qingcheng quickly regained her cold and distant demeanor, keeping others at arm's length. With her brows furrowed, she turned and left the Yi family's main hall. At this point, there was no turning back for her. She could only press forward with determination. Watching Yi Qingcheng's hurried figure disappear into the distance, Su Chen touched his chin and shook his head with a faint smile. Although it was frustrating to feel that even his wife didn't trust him, he didn't blame her. After all, no sane person would believe that someone like him, who was seen as a cripple, could take on a revered alchemist. Young master, the young lady would never harm you. Please go back. Qingzhu stepped forward, her gaze firm. Before leaving, Yi Qingcheng had specifically instructed her to keep a close eye on Su Chen and ensure no further trouble arose. Seeing through Qingzhu's thoughts, Su Chen chuckled. Do I look like someone who stirs up trouble? Qingzhu remained silent, but in her heart, she huffed indignantly. It's not that you look like one, you are one. Faced with the Zhang family's aggressive threat, Su Chen temporarily set aside his plan to train in the great wilderness mountains. Instead, he re-entered the burial heaven realm, where the white-robed woman appeared once more, floating gracefully. Have you decided whose legacy to accept first? The white-robed woman maintained her indifferent expression, as if she could foresee everything. I've decided. Su Chen nodded and sat cross-legged before the seventh tomb. 4 ancient characters were engraved on its gravestone. Hunyuan Dan Shen, the primordial pill god. Since this was the legacy of an extraordinary figure hailed as the pill god, obtaining it would surely make defeating a mere alchemist a trivial matter. The white-robed woman showed no surprise. Clearly, even the events of the outside world did not escape her notice. While your loyalty and righteousness are commendable, I must remind you, given your current cultivation and mental strength, barely handling one legacy is already your limit. Attempting to inherit another will likely take a long time. Burning with the desire for revenge, Su Chen had initially planned to accept the legacies of martial arts powerhouses first. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. If he couldn't resolve the immediate crisis, both he and Yi Qingcheng's family would be in grave danger. Senior, my decision is made, Su Chen declared solemnly. The white-robed woman said no more. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the restrictions on the seventh tomb were instantly lifted. Boom! A surge of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted, like mountains collapsing and seas roaring, causing the entire burial heaven realm to tremble violently. Was this the terrifying mental power of the pill god? Though he had been dead for many years, the spiritual energy left in Hunyuan Danshan's legacy was still so immense that Su Chen felt like a lone boat in a raging ocean, on the brink of being capsized. When accepting the legacy, do not let your mind waver even for a moment, or you'll meet a terrible end, the white-robed woman warned. Boom. The next instant, a radiant divine light burst forth from the tomb, like a shooting star from the heavens, filled with blazing, domineering, and violent spiritual energy. It shot directly into Su Chen's forehead. As the vast spiritual energy poured into him, Su Chen's face turned deathly pale, as if his mind and even his soul were being roasted in a fiery furnace, teetering on the edge of collapse. I must endure this. Su Chen roared inwardly, focusing all his consciousness on preparing to accept the legacy. Rumbling. The blazing divine light surged forth, instantly flooding Su Chen's spiritual sea. It was as if chaotic thunder exploded, and an ancient scripture began to slowly take shape within his mind. Hunyuan Danjing. Harness the wondrous flames of the heavens. Refine the myriad creations of the universe. Hunyuan Wuji, the pinnacle of alchemy. The sound of a great bell reverberated through Su Chen's mind as the ancient scripture unfurled. Mysterious runes radiating boundless truths of the Tao emerged, and one by one, the crimson gold characters imprinted themselves into the depths of his spiritual sea like blazing fireballs. Enduring the excruciating pain, Su Chen found himself deeply captivated by the profound wisdom of the alchemical scripture. Sitting cross-legged, his entire body emitted a dazzling crimson glow, and divine light bloomed at his forehead as he began to accept the legacy of the Hunyuan Danjing. The divine radiance gradually dissipated, and calm finally returned to the burial heaven realm. Su Chen, covered in blood with crimson streaks flowing from his 7 orifices, appeared utterly battered. Yet, his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He had succeeded. The complete inheritance of the Hunyuan Danjing was now deeply imprinted within his sea of consciousness. The pill formulas, the proportions of spiritual herbs, fire control techniques, and the profound mysteries of alchemy, all these intricate details were as vivid as a painting in his mind. The white-robed woman gave a faint nod of approval before her figure dissolved into the void. After leaving the burial heaven realm, Su Chen slept for an entire night. When he awakened, his body was fully restored. He could feel the surging power coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. My spiritual power has increased this much. This discovery filled him with ecstatic delight. For an alchemist, spiritual power was the foundation of everything. The 9 levels of spiritual power determined an alchemist's rank. Levels 1 and 2 corresponded to ordinary alchemists. Levels 3 and 4 signified alchemy masters. Levels 5 and 6 represented alchemy grandmasters. And levels beyond 7 were revered as legendary alchemy saints. Through the refinement of the residual spiritual energy left by the Hunyuan alchemy deity, Su Chen's spiritual power had reached the peak of the 3rd level, equivalent to the realm of an alchemy master. But this was only the beginning. The true treasure was the Hunyuan Danjing itself. 3-flame true fire seal. Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with awe. This was a divine fire controlling technique created by the Hunyuan alchemy deity. It utilized one's essence, energy, and spirit as its foundation, enabling mastery over the rarest fires of heaven and earth. For an alchemist, fire control techniques were of paramount importance. They not only enhanced the success rate of refining pills and reduced the time required, but also significantly improved the quality of the pills. After repeated attempts, Su Chen finally managed to condense a faint red fire seal prototype within his Niwen palace. The process was immensely draining, leaving him utterly exhausted and unconscious. The next day, upon waking, Su Chen flipped his palm, and a mysterious mark of runes lit up. The burial heaven true chi within him surged forth, transforming instantly into blazing flames so intense that the void around them seemed to distort. With this 3-flame true fire seal, even with limited experience, I can now refine high-quality pills, Su Chen thought joyfully. This technique was not only a top-tier fire control method, but also a fearsome combat skill capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. 3 days of relentless effort had finally paid off. While the vast ocean of alchemical knowledge within the Hunyuan Danjing would take time to fully digest, the portions Su Chen had mastered were already sufficient for practical use. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze swept through. Su Chen, dressed in fresh and tidy clothes, strode out with confidence and vigor. "Qingzhu, I'm heading out for a bit," he called out. Qingzhu, stationed in the courtyard, immediately felt a pang of anxiety. This young master always stirred up trouble whenever he went out. And now, Lady Yi Qingcheng was already overwhelmed dealing with the Zhang family's alchemist. She frowned and stepped forward to block his path. "Young master, things outside are chaotic right now. You'd better." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen moved like a dragon, slipping past her in a flash and vanishing beyond the gate. Qingzhu froze in place, a flicker of shock passing through her eyes. The movement technique Su Chen had just displayed was not only uncanny but so fast that even she, a martial artist at the 8th level of the Qi martial realm, struggled to track it. Don't worry. This time, I promise not to cause trouble. If you won't come, I'll go on my own, Su Chen said with a calm smile as he stepped toward the door. A trace of anger flashed across Qingzhu's brow, but she couldn't bring herself to forcibly stop him. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and followed. She simply couldn't let Su Chen venture out alone. True to his word, Su Chen kept to himself. The journey was uneventful until they arrived at the imposing Deluo Merchant Alliance in the heart of the city. Qingzhu, as you can see, I'm not one to stir up trouble unless someone picks a fight with me first, Su Chen remarked with a faint smile before stepping through the grand doors of the Merchant Alliance. Qingzhu snorted softly, lifting her gaze to examine the towering structure before her. The Deluo Merchant Alliance had risen to prominence during the Deluo dynasty and now had branches in neighboring nations. It specialized in high-end goods, each item worth a fortune far beyond the ordinary wares sold by the Yi and Zhang families. Her gaze shifted to Su Chen, who could no longer cultivate, and a sense of puzzlement filled her. What business could he possibly have here? Despite her doubts, she stayed close behind him. The interior of the Merchant Alliance was resplendent with golden hues, intricately carved railings, and luxurious designs that radiated opulence. Though sparsely populated, the customers present were either wealthy merchants or high-level martial artists. Second-grade top-tier Qi refining pills, third-grade advanced true essence pills, even fourth-grade profound origin pills? Su Chen muttered as he stopped at the pill counter, quickly recognizing the rare elixirs on display. Impressive. This place truly lives up to its reputation. The quality of these pills far surpassed the ordinary ones sold by the Yi and Zhang families. It was like comparing gourmet delicacies to plain porridge. Each pill was a masterpiece, with superior effects and, naturally, a much steeper price. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. These are priceless treasures, and you couldn't possibly pay for any damage. A stunning attendant sneered at Su Chen, her tone icy as she scrutinized his plain attire. Detecting no fluctuation of cultivation from him, she dismissed him as a penniless onlooker. Oh, is that a 9-yang rejuvenation pill? Su Chen ignored the attendant's disdain, his attention drawn to a blood-red pill encased in a crystalline display. This fire attribute elixir was said to revive the dead and heal mortal wounds, akin to carrying a second life. Its rarity was unmatched. With the recipe long lost and the ingredients scarce, it was no wonder Su Chen was intrigued. Such a shame, he remarked, shaking his head. The flame temperature wasn't high enough, and the refining process took too long, causing significant loss of potency. It's practically a failed pill. How dare you? The attendant's face turned red with anger. That pill was personally refined by Master Xianyang, a top-tier alchemist. How dare you call it a failed pill? The commotion drew the attention of nearby customers, their gazes filled with scorn. An amateur daring to criticize a masterpiece crafted by Xianyang, a renowned alchemist and elder of the Royal Alchemy Guild? It was laughable. A failed pill is a failed pill, Su Chen retorted with a cold smile. Selling something like this damages the Deluo Merchant Alliance's reputation. And charging 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for it? That's outright robbery. How dare you question our credibility? The attendant, furious, signaled for 2 guards at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm. The burly men, armed with blades, glared menacingly at Su Chen. Qingzhu sighed inwardly, her headache growing. He had promised not to cause trouble, yet here they were. Still, she couldn't stand by and let Su Chen suffer. Stepping forward, she unleashed a sharp aura of sword intent, causing the guards to hesitate. Let it go, Qingzhu. We're not here to make a scene, Su Chen said calmly, placing a hand on her sword to stop her. If they don't welcome us, we'll leave. He had come with the intention of purchasing high-quality herbs for alchemy. But now, it seemed this place wasn't worth his trust. Just as the two turned to leave, a hurried, aged voice called out, "Wait." An elderly man clad in alchemist robes approached, his expression grave and urgent. Master Xianyang? Isn't Master Xianyang supposed to be at the Royal Alchemy Guild? When did he return to his hometown? I can't believe we're seeing him in person. The crowd erupted in murmurs of awe. Even the city lord would show deference to Master Xianyang. For Su Chen to so brazenly criticize his work, it seemed he was courting disaster. Qingzhu's heart sank. Alchemists were notoriously temperamental, and questioning their work was the ultimate offense, especially when it came to someone as influential as Master Xianyang. If he were angered, not only Su Chen and herself, but even the entire Yi family could face ruin overnight. This time, Su Chen had truly gotten himself into serious trouble. The sudden appearance of Master Xianyang instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. In the entire Great Chu Kingdom, Master Xianyang of the Pill Alliance was a figure of immense reverence. Master Xianyang, This young brat not only insulted our Deluo Merchant Alliance by claiming we have no credibility, but he also had the audacity to call your refined pills useless. It's clear he's here to cause trouble. The cold and elegant maid quickly stepped forward and spoke respectfully upon seeing Master Xianyang. However, Master Xianyang didn't even glance at her. His focus was entirely on Su Chen, the young man before him. Apart from an unusually confident demeanor, Su Chen appeared utterly ordinary. You claim that the pills I refined are worthless. What evidence do you have? Master Xianyang asked slowly, his tone probing. The master is speaking to you, boy. If you can't explain yourself, you'll be guilty of slandering the master and our Deluo Merchant Alliance. Don't think you'll leave here unscathed today, the maid sneered disdainfully. At this, Qingzhu immediately stepped forward to defend her young master, her sword drawn, its cold gleam menacing. There's no need to waste effort on someone so short-sighted. Su Chen stopped Qingzhu, ignoring the furious maid. He turned to Master Xianyang and said, while the Nine Suns rejuvenation pill is only a fourth-grade pill, it originates from an ancient recipe that has long been lost. The reason it fell into obscurity wasn't just because of the rarity of its ingredients, but primarily because it requires either advanced fire control techniques or a rare heavenly flame to refine. Without these, it's impossible to produce successfully. Pausing, Su Chen added, although you are renowned across the nation, I doubt you possess these conditions. The moment he finished speaking, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Fire control techniques and heavenly flames were treasures that even masters of the alchemy world or legendary alchemists could only dream of obtaining. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, clearly skeptical of Su Chen's claim. But Master Xianyang's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. He asked eagerly, may I ask for your esteemed name, young friend, and who your teacher might be? My name is Su Chen. I am self-taught. Su Chen? Someone in the crowd murmured. Isn't that the good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Yi family? The realization spread quickly, and the skepticism in the crowd's eyes turned into outright disdain. A man who had lost his bloodline talent and cultivation dared to speak so boldly about fire control techniques and heavenly flames? Master, you may not know since you've just arrived, but this Yi family son-in-law is nothing but a cripple. He knows nothing about alchemy and is clearly here to stir up trouble. The maid added fuel to the fire. Slap. A loud slap echoed through the hall as the maid was struck, her nose collapsing and blood spilling from her mouth. The one who struck her was none other than Master Xianyang himself. Silence, you insolent fool. I am discussing matters of alchemy with young friend Su Chen. How dare you interrupt? Master Xianyang's previously gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a commanding aura. Young friend Su Chen is a distinguished guest of mine. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Guards, take her away and give her 20 lashes. The maid immediately fell to her knees, pleading, Master, please spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again, please spare me. With a wave of his hand, Master Xianyang signaled 2 guards, who promptly dragged her out. He then turned to Su Chen, his tone respectful. Young friend Su Chen, I apologize for the offense caused by my subordinates. Please, for my sake, step into the inner chamber so I can properly express my apologies. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen nodded. Very well. Excellent. This way, please, Master Xianyang said with visible delight, personally leading Su Chen toward the back hall. The crowd in the main hall stood frozen in shock, taking a long time to recover from the astonishing turn of events they had just witnessed. Master Xianyang held an extraordinary position of prominence. As a senior member of the Pill Alliance and a guest elder of the Deluo Merchant Alliance, he was also well connected with numerous martial arts masters. As everyone watched Su Chen's departing figure, their gazes were filled with a mix of confusion and, above all, unconcealed envy. How could a so-called useless son-in-law gain the favor of such a revered figure? Could it be that his claims about fire control techniques and the legendary heavenly flames were not mere boasts? Within the Deluo Merchant Alliance, Master Xianyang personally escorted Su Chen into an elegantly furnished private room. Qingzhu, though visibly astonished, silently stood guard outside the door. Young friend Su Chen, I apologize for the offense earlier. Please accept this humble tea as a token of my regard, Master Xianyang said warmly, offering a cup of fragrant tea. You're too kind, Master, Su Chen replied, taking the cup with a faint smile. However, for someone of your stature to lower yourself like this, I doubt it's just to apologize, is it? Haha, you see right through me, Master Xianyang chuckled, sitting down beside Su Chen with a hopeful glint in his eyes. Let me be direct. I've been researching the 9-yang rejuvenation pill for years, but have yet to succeed in refining it. You seem to have a deep understanding of it. Might you be willing to offer some guidance? If that's the case, then why are defective pills being sold? Su Chen asked bluntly. Master Xianyang patiently explained, you're right that defective pills shouldn't be on the market. However, the materials for the 9-yang rejuvenation pill are extremely rare, and its effects are incredibly potent. Even a defective version holds considerable value. As for a genuine 9-yang rejuvenation pill, its price would easily exceed $1 million. As a pure martial artist, Su Chen's sole focus was on reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, so defective pills were worthless in his eyes. On the other hand, merchants naturally sought profit and wouldn't miss any opportunity for a valuable trade. It wasn't a matter of the Deluo Merchant Alliance's credibility being tarnished, just a difference in priorities. The difficulty in refining the 9-yang rejuvenation pill, Su Chen said leisurely, lies mainly in the varying intensities of fire attribute energy within the ingredients. They must be completely neutralized and fused. If this isn't achieved and you rush the process, the result will inevitably be a defective pill. Hearing this, Master Xianyang felt as though a fog had lifted, and he was overjoyed. This was the critical insight he had been struggling to grasp, yet it had been effortlessly pointed out by this seemingly ordinary son-in-law of the Yi family. Clearly, Su Chen's expertise in alchemy was profound and unmatched. May I ask, young friend, aside from advanced fire control techniques and heavenly flames, is there any other method to neutralize these fire attribute energies? Master Xianyang asked eagerly. Su Chen shook his head. If it were that simple, the 9-yang rejuvenation pill wouldn't have been lost to history. Then, is there truly no hope? Master Xianyang slumped into his chair, despair washing over him. Advanced fire control techniques and heavenly flames were far beyond his reach. Even if he searched the entire Chu kingdom and neighboring lands, they would be nearly impossible to find. Nothing is absolute, Su Chen said nonchalantly, taking a sip of tea. Perhaps I could give it a try. Really? Do you have confidence in succeeding? Master Xianyang shot up from his chair, his excitement palpable. Of course, but I won't do it for free, Su Chen said, producing a list of materials. These will be my payment. It's not too much, is it? The list was filled with high-quality alchemical ingredients in substantial quantities, the likes of which only the Deluo Merchant Alliance could gather in the entire northern wilderness city. Master Xianyang glanced at the list and quickly agreed. Not at all, not at all. If you can help me refine the 9-yang rejuvenation pill, I will reward you handsomely. Ever since he had stumbled upon the pill formula, he had secluded himself in study, hoping to use the 9-yang rejuvenation pill to further awaken his Xianyang bloodline. At his age of nearly 100, failure to break through would mean he could never achieve the rank of alchemy grandmaster. This was a matter of his life's aspirations, and no price was too high. In that case, take me to the alchemy room, Su Chen said with a nod. If he could obtain these materials, it would also help ease Qingqing's burdens. Without hesitation, Master Xianyang led Su Chen through a hidden door in the private room to an underground alchemy chamber. This was his secluded retreat, with a simple yet ancient pill cauldron placed at its center. The air was thick with the aroma of medicinal herbs, and precious ingredients were scattered haphazardly around the space. However, blackened powder and choking smoke surrounded the cauldron, evidence of Master Xianyang's repeated failures. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll assist you in any way I can, Master Xianyang said with a smile. Su Chen knew the elder aimed to observe and learn, but he didn't mind. The unparalleled techniques of the primordial alchemy god were not something one could master simply by watching. Watching Su Chen begin the alchemy process, Master Xianyang held his breath, his heart surging with uncontrollable excitement. He was filled with great expectations for Su Chen. Although the previous 9-yang rejuvenation pill was a failed product, its flaws had been cleverly concealed, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to detect. What impressed him even more was Su Chen's profound mastery of fire control and his deep understanding of the mystical flames of heaven and earth, a level of insight that even the top alchemists in the royal capital rarely possessed. This man must be an extraordinary alchemy expert, Master Xianyang thought to himself. There must be a grandmaster behind him, or perhaps even a pill saint guiding him. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. Su Chen approached the cauldron and, with a casual swipe of his left hand, tossed all the precious materials into the furnace in one go. This crude method left Master Xianyang utterly dumbfounded. These materials were of the highest grade, and even he, with all his skills in using the earth's spiritual flames, could barely refine them fully. To handle them so carelessly was unthinkable. Even a renowned alchemy grandmaster would need to refine each material carefully, one by one, to extract their medicinal essence. Could it be that he doesn't know how to refine pills at all? Master Xianyang's heart sank. These materials were incredibly rare, and every bit wasted was an irreparable loss. But just then, something extraordinary happened. Su Chen's right hand formed seals, and mystical sigils appeared, instantly taming the violent earth flames. The fire shifted unpredictably between red, blue, and white, its changes mesmerizing. Tiny flame dragons leapt into the air, each coiling around a specific material, beginning an intense refinement process. Moments later, an intoxicating medicinal aroma filled the air. The precious materials, instead of being ruined, had been perfectly refined, releasing their purest medicinal essence and energy. Master Xin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. As one of the most renowned alchemists in the Great Chu Kingdom, he had immersed himself in alchemy since childhood and had even received guidance from a grandmaster. While he had shown humility and enthusiasm towards Su Chen earlier, it was merely a tactic to win him over. Deep down, he held himself in high regard. Yet at this moment, he had to admit that Su Chen's techniques far surpassed his own. Every movement Su Chen made was imbued with a profound essence of the Tao, as if he were a sage who had spent centuries mastering alchemy. Boom! Flames flickered in Su Chen's hands as faint Taoist runes appeared and disappeared, flawlessly balancing the ferocity and gentleness of the earth's spiritual fire. His meticulous control had reached a miraculous level, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. Every subtle gesture was executed to perfection, exuding a mysterious rhythm that only an alchemist could perceive. Unlike the rigid, methodical approaches of other alchemists, Su Chen's alchemy was more akin to an art form. Though it appeared effortless, it aligned seamlessly with the principles of nature, as if this were how alchemy was always meant to be. He truly has an unparalleled mastery of fire control, and it's so profound and enigmatic. Master Xin Yang nearly held his breath, his bloodshot eyes fixed on every detail. Yet, the mysterious sigils and patterns, akin to the evolution of universal laws, were beyond his comprehension. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The precious materials had all transformed into a liquid reminiscent of celestial dew, emitting an invigorating fragrance. The final pill fusion process, under Su Chen's miraculous techniques, was seamless and flawless. Boom! The cauldron trembled as the violent fire energy shook the entire alchemy chamber. 9 brilliant rays of light burst forth from the cauldron like blazing suns, lingering in the air, a sign that the 9-yang rejuvenation pill had been perfected. It's truly been refined. Master Xin Yang was in utter disbelief. At his peak, he had only managed to produce a fleeting single ray of light. But now, 9 radiant beams encircled the pill like 9 suns in the sky, perfectly replicating the phenomenon described in ancient texts. Overcome with excitement, Master Xin Yang rushed forward, carefully cradling the pill as he meticulously examined it. The pill, radiant like the sun and as smooth as jade, was adorned with 9 dazzling golden runes, swirling with mysterious energy, as if embodying the ultimate truths of the universe. It exuded an immense, heart-stirring power. Master Xin Yang, utterly overwhelmed, danced around the elegant room, his eyes alight with fervent excitement. Master, perhaps it's time to fulfill your promise. Su Chen's calm voice interrupted Xuanyang's frenzied state. Startled back to his senses, Master Xuanyang's gaze landed on Su Chen. The young man before him remained composed, his breathing steady, as if crafting the 9 suns rejuvenation pill had been a trivial task. Recalling his own countless attempts, each draining an entire day and leaving him utterly exhausted, while Su Chen had effortlessly succeeded in just an hour, Xuanyang's heart churned with turbulent emotions. A resolution formed within him. With a loud thud, the renowned alchemy master knelt to the ground without hesitation. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow," he declared, his voice brimming with fervent reverence. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Xuanyang's intention. It was undoubtedly his mastery of the Samadhi true fire that had captivated him. "Master Xinyang, I help you refine pills, and you provide the materials. It's a fair trade. There's no need for formalities like taking me as your master," Su Chen said warily, frowning slightly. "Master, rest assured, I would never dare covet your fire-controlling techniques," Xinyang said earnestly. "To simply stay by your side and learn even a fraction of your alchemical skills would be more than enough for me." He calculated inwardly. Su Chen's extraordinary alchemy techniques alone were worth studying for a lifetime. If he could glean even the slightest insight into the fire-controlling art, it might pave the way for him to someday ascend to the title of alchemy saint. "If you don't agree to take me as your disciple, I won't get up," Xinyang declared, kneeling firmly with unwavering determination in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen considered his own vulnerable position in Beihuang City. Perhaps having an ally wouldn't be such a bad idea. "Fine. I'll take you as a nominal disciple for now," he relented. Xinyang was overjoyed and immediately kowtowed in gratitude. He then presented a large bundle. "These are the materials you requested, Master. Each one is a rare treasure. Should you need anything else, I am at your service, no matter the difficulty. In that case, take care of the Zhang family hiring alchemists to suppress the Yi family's business," Su Chen instructed as he accepted the bundle. Having a free enforcer would allow him to focus on refining pills and advancing his cultivation. "Consider it done, Master. It's a trivial matter," Xinyang assured him confidently. "One more thing, I prefer to keep a low profile. What we've discussed must remain confidential," Su Chen emphasized, unwilling to attract unwanted attention over the Samadhi true fire. Xinyang immediately swore an oath to keep everything secret. Satisfied, Su Chen nodded. Rest assured. Since I've taken you as a disciple, I won't let you down. As they left the elegant room, Qingzhu was still waiting outside. Got everything we need. Let's go, Su Chen said, walking ahead. What about the payment? Qingzhu hurried after him, puzzled. He gave it to me, Su Chen replied casually. That's impossible. Qingzhu exclaimed in disbelief. I told you, it's my personal charm that won him over, Su Chen said with a faint smile. The Yi family guild hall. This was the largest shop owned by the Yi family in Beihuang City. Though it lacked the grandeur and opulence of the Deluo Commerce Alliance, it was still quite substantial in scale. Under the low-hanging clouds and a sky heavy with cold rain carried by the biting wind, the hall appeared even more desolate and forlorn. Yi Qingqing stood on the rooftop, her gaze fixed on the bustling Zhang family guild hall across the street. Ever since the Zhang family had invited an alchemist from the royal capital, the Yi family guild hall had fallen into decline, and in recent days, it had been utterly deserted. She had exhausted countless strategies, even resorting to lowering prices, but nothing could reverse the downturn. As a businesswoman without any cultivation abilities, no matter how skilled she was in commerce, she was powerless to improve the quality of their elixirs. Miss, a servant rushed up the stairs in a panic, struggling to catch his breath. Something terrible has happened. Our alchemist, he's gone. Yi Qingqing's heart sank. What happened? He hasn't shown up since yesterday. I went to his residence to look for him, but it's already empty, the servant replied, his voice trembling. Did we withhold his wages? No, miss. As per your instructions, we even gave him an extra 30%. Before he could finish, another servant burst onto the rooftop. Miss, the alchemist has joined the Zhang family. They offered him double the pay. It's clear they're trying to crush us. The news hit like a thunderclap. One of the servants, furious, exclaimed, Miss, you helped him when he was struggling. Now he repays kindness with betrayal. Should we bring him back? Yi Qingqing let out a bitter laugh and waved her hand. If it's going to rain, let it. If a daughter wants to marry, let her go. Leave him be. She understood all too well that with the Yi family's current financial situation, they were no match for the thriving Zhang family. The coldness of human nature cut her to the core. Her body swayed, and she nearly collapsed, but her personal maid, Lan Xiang, quickly caught her. Miss, when the road ends, there's always a way forward. Lan Xiang said softly to comfort her. With you here, things will get better. Besides, didn't your husband promise to help you? At the mention of Su Chen, a flicker of hope appeared in Yi Qingqing's eyes, only to fade quickly. 3 days had passed, and he hadn't even shown up. Forget it. Let it be. I'm exhausted. Just as Lan Xiang helped Yi Qingqing down the stairs, they ran into Qujv, another maid, who was visibly flustered. Miss, Qujv said, barely able to catch her breath. Master Xianyang is here. He's at the door, asking to see you by name. Master Xianyang? The elder who serves both the Alchemy Alliance and the Deluo Commerce Alliance. Lan Xiang was incredulous. Beihuang City hadn't seen such a figure in a century, and now he had suddenly come to visit the Yi family. Yi Qingqing forced herself to compose. Qujv, treat Master Xianyang with utmost respect. They'll be there shortly. Miss, your health? Lan Xiang said with concern. What must come cannot be avoided. Yi Qingqing took a deep breath and, with Lang Xiang's support, made her way to the reception hall. The reception hall was solemn and quiet. Master Xianyang sat upright like a pine tree, his face devoid of emotion as he gazed ahead. Xiaoju carefully brought in tea and fruit, not daring to make a sound, and stood nervously to the side. At that moment, Yi Qingqing entered the hall. The cold and indifferent expression on Master Xuanyang's face suddenly transformed. A warm smile spread across his face as he unexpectedly stood up to greet her. You must be Miss Yi, correct? I've heard that at such a young age, you've already taken charge of the Yi family pavilion. I must say, I am deeply impressed. This sudden change in demeanor left Lan Xiang and Xiaoju utterly stunned. How could someone as esteemed as Master Xianyang show such courtesy, even with a hint of deference, to their young mistress? It felt like a dream. Though Yi Qingqing was inwardly astonished, her years of experience allowed her to maintain a calm exterior. Master, you flatter me. You are the pride of all of Beihuang City. Please, have a seat. After Lan Xiang helped Yi Qingqing to her seat, Master Xianyang also sat down, still smiling. No. It is Miss Yi who is the pride of Beihuang City and perhaps someday, the pride of the entire Chu kingdom. Yi Qingqing's confusion deepened, but she cautiously asked, To what do I owe the honor of your visit, Master? As Master Xianyang discreetly observed Yi Qingqing, he thought to himself, this future mistress of the sect is indeed as stunning as a celestial maiden, with an extraordinary presence. Even someone like me, accustomed to the beauties of the royal capital, cannot help but be amazed. Though she is an ordinary mortal unable to cultivate, with Su Chen by her side, her future will undoubtedly be limitless. I must seize this opportunity to ingratiate myself. Oh, I heard that the Yi family pavilion has encountered some troubles recently, so I've come to offer my assistance, Master Xinyang said, stroking his beard with a smile. Is that really true? Yi Qingsheng could no longer contain her emotions and stood up abruptly, her expression filled with excitement. Of course, Master Xinyang replied humbly. That is, if Miss Yi doesn't mind my modest skills in alchemy. Lan Xiang and Xiao Ju were once again rendered speechless by shock. This was a true master alchemist, someone who had successfully refined fourth-grade pills. In the entire Chu kingdom, who would dare claim his alchemical skills were modest? Even more unbelievable, such a legendary figure, who was nearly impossible to meet even with a fortune, had come uninvited to offer his help. The alchemist hired by the Zhang family from the royal capital was only capable of refining top-grade second-grade pills, a gap as vast as the heavens and the earth when compared to Master Xianyang. If Master is willing to help, the Yi family could not be more grateful. Though Yi Qingsheng could tell he was not joking, she still asked cautiously, "May I ask what Master requires in return?" "The Yi family will do everything in its power to fulfill your request." She knew that whatever his conditions might be, they could very well be beyond the Yi family's means. But this was their only chance, and she had to ask. "Haha, Miss Yi, no need to be so formal," Master Xinyang said, waving his hand with a smile. "I won't ask for a single coin. I only hope that Miss Yi will remember this favor, and that will be enough to satisfy me." Lan Xiang and Xiao Ju were completely dumbfounded. Master Zuanyang's series of astonishing actions left them feeling as though they were in a dream. Yi Qingsheng was also taken aback. She understood perfectly well how little her gratitude might be worth. Without offering further explanation, Master Xinyang stood and said, "If Miss Yi has no other concerns, I can begin refining pills immediately to help the Yi family reclaim its business. Of course, no problem at all. Please, Master, this way." Yi Qingsheng snapped out of her daze and quickly got up to personally escort Master Xinyang to the alchemy room. The pain, sorrow, and despair that had weighed on her heart dissipated in an instant, replaced by newfound vigor and hope. A renowned alchemist personally refining pills for them would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the city. Before long, martial artists from Beihuang City and neighboring towns would flock to the Yi family pavilion to purchase them. Master Zuanyang's prestigious reputation was leagues above that of any ordinary alchemist. When Yi Qingsheng returned to the reception hall, Lan Xiang and Xiaoju finally regained their senses and asked incredulously, "Miss, what on earth is going on?" Yi Qingsheng shook her head. "I don't know, but since Master Xianyang has offered his help, we must treat this as a blessing. Make sure you attend to him properly and don't let anything go wrong." Lan Xiang and Xiaoju nodded repeatedly, agreeing wholeheartedly. Before long, news of Master Xianyang personally refining pills at the Yi family pavilion spread throughout the city. However, the people of the Zhang family pavilion scoffed at the news. Master Xianyang refining pills at the Yi family pavilion? Impossible. Someone as exalted as Master Xianyang would never lower himself to help the Yi family. They must be fabricating this to buy time. But it won't work. This time, the Yi family is doomed. Just like the people at the Zhang family guild hall, no one initially believed that Master Xianyang would set up a furnace to refine pills at the Yi family guild hall. That was until an unexpected turn of events. A Karita martial artist who had been stuck at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm for years decided to give it a try and purchased a bottle of second-grade pills from the Yi family guild hall. To everyone's shock, he broke through to the true martial realm in one leap. One bottle of pills shattered a bottleneck that had lasted for years. This is definitely top-tier second-grade medicine. The martial artist, overwhelmed with excitement, could barely keep his voice steady. His friends and family, intrigued, rushed to purchase batches of pills themselves, only to find that every single one was of exceptional quality. The news spread like wildfire. Master Xuanyang's name was already a gold standard guarantee in the capital city, and the pills he refined were always treasures sought after by the strongest. For the low-level martial artists in Beihuang City, this was nothing short of a blessing from the heavens. Top-tier pills not only delivered the best effects, but also had minimal side effects, making them perfect for breakthroughs. Although such pills typically cost several times more than ordinary ones and were exclusively sold by the Daluo Commerce Alliance, the Yi family guild hall was offering them at a price accessible to the public. Beihuang City was in an uproar. Countless martial artists, carrying bags filled with spirit stones, flocked to the Yi family guild hall. Some even sold off their belongings just to purchase the pills. Even those who didn't need them immediately were stockpiling, knowing they could resell them for handsome profits. The streets were packed with crowds, and the long line extended from the Yi family guild hall all the way to the Zhang family guild hall across the street, and it kept growing. The people at the Zhang family guild hall were dumbfounded. Their store was suddenly empty, and even their staff secretly joined the line to buy pills. The Zhang family's upper management was alarmed and carefully examined the pills purchased from the Yi family guild hall. They were stunned into silence. The pills were indeed top-tier and flawless in efficacy. "This is impossible," the Zhang family leaders concluded. We've already poached all of Yi family's alchemists. They must be buying these pills at a high price from the Daluo Commerce Alliance and selling them at a loss to compete with us. There's no way Master Xianyang is at the Yi Family Guild Hall. Let them burn through their resources. They won't last long. However, an entire day passed, and the Yi Family Guild Hall remained bustling with activity, even through the night. By the second day, martial artists from neighboring cities had heard the news and flocked to Beihuang City, completely clogging the streets. The staff at the Yi Family Guild Hall, though exhausted, were all beaming with joy. Their revenue for one day had surpassed their usual earnings for an entire month. During this time, many suggested to Yi Qingqing that she raise the prices, arguing that even with a 2- or 3-fold increase, martial artists would still rush to buy. But Yi Qingqing, ever composed, firmly refused. She understood that all of this was a rare opportunity brought by Master Xianyang, whose intentions she had yet to fully grasp. If she raised prices now for short-term profit, she would lose the trust of the people. And if Master Xianyang were to leave, the Yi Family Guild Hall's reputation would collapse entirely. Over at the Zhang Family Guild Hall, the increasingly anxious leadership could no longer sit still. When they convened a meeting with their family leaders and alchemists to discuss countermeasures, the alchemist they had invited from the capital city took one look at the pills from Yi Family and immediately jumped to his feet. "I'm sorry, everyone, but this is where our collaboration ends," he said, hastily packing his belongings to leave. "Brother-in-law Chen Feng, why is this? Although the situation has changed in the past 2 days, our Zhang family has never treated you unfairly," the Zhang family head pleaded, trying to persuade him to stay. Chen Feng's wife was a distant relative of the Zhang family head, and it was through this connection that they had managed to secure Chen Feng's assistance with a hefty reward. Chen Feng stood in the Zhang family's grand hall, resolute in the face of the family head's repeated pleas. This pill was indeed personally refined by Master Xianyang. He has been a mentor to me, and no matter the circumstances, I cannot betray him. Farewell. With these words, he turned and strode swiftly toward the Yi Family Guild Hall without looking back. The Zhang family members were left stunned, exchanging disbelieving glances. Among them, the alchemist they had poached from the Yi family looked especially pale, his hands trembling slightly. He realized he had squandered a golden opportunity. Had he stayed with the Yi family, he might have formed a connection with Master Xianyang and even gained access to the Alchemy Alliance. Now, not only had he broken faith, but he had also offended the Yi Family Guild Hall, backed by Master Xianyang. His future in the alchemy circle seemed bleak. "Patriarch, what should we do now?" The Zhang family's senior members were in a panic. The family head snapped out of his daze and issued urgent orders, his voice tinged with alarm. "Immediately cease all commercial suppression of the Yi Family Guild Hall and return the shops we've taken from them. Close our markets and negotiate peace with the Yi family. We must weather this crisis first." Meanwhile, in the Yi Family Guild Hall, Chen Feng knelt before Master Xianyang. "Teacher, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Master Xianyang reprimanded him sternly. "You reckless fool. Instead of dedicating yourself to alchemy studies in the Alchemy Alliance, you dare to stir up trouble here." As he spoke, he subtly gave Chen Feng a meaningful look. "But the one you've offended isn't me." Chen Feng immediately understood and turned about deeply before Yi Qingqing. "I was ignorant and disrespectful. I sincerely apologize and am willing to accept any punishment to make amends." Lan Xiang and Xiu Ju, watching the scene unfold, were utterly shocked. The very alchemist they once couldn't hire with any amount of money was now kneeling before Yi Qingqing, pleading for forgiveness. With grace, Yi Qingqing responded, "Ignorance is not a crime. Please rise." Master Xianyang, however, added firmly, "You may be spared from death, but not from punishment. You are to remain at the Yi Family Guild Hall and serve until you've successfully trained a competent alchemist for them." "I understand," Chen Feng replied, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted. He quickly turned to Yi Qingqing. "Miss Yi, please don't hold a grudge. I promise to devote myself wholeheartedly to assisting you." Yi Qingqing agreed with a nod, though her heart was filled with questions. Why was Master Xianyang going to such lengths to support her? At the same time, within the Yi family estate, Su Chen emerged from the alchemy chamber, his expression relaxed. Qingzhu hurried over to report on the events of the past few days. "Good," Su Chen said calmly, nodding as though everything had gone according to plan. However, Master Xianyang's decision to leave Chen Feng at the Yi Family Guild Hall had caught him slightly off guard. "Already trying to curry favor with your future mistress, are you?" he muttered with a chuckle, shaking his head. He casually handed a pale green pill to Qingzhu. "You've been stuck at the 8th level of the Qi martial realm for a year. This pill should help you break through." Qingzhu took the pill, stunned to discover it was a top-grade second-tier barrier-breaking pill. Such a pill, capable of aiding a martial artist in advancing to the next minor realm, would cost tens of thousands of spirit stones in the Daluo Commerce Alliance. She looked at Su Chen in disbelief. "Young master, did you refine this yourself?" Could it be that Master Xianyang's visit to the Yi Family Guild Hall was also Qingzhu stood in the courtyard, her brows slightly furrowed. She replayed the earlier scene in her mind. The young master had held a lengthy private conversation with a mysterious figure from the Deluo Commerce Alliance. Afterward, he went straight into the Yi family's alchemy chamber and emerged holding a top-tier second-grade barrier-breaking pill. The connection between these events was clear, even to someone less perceptive. Perhaps they were simply moved by my charm and decided to help of their own accord, Su Chen remarked nonchalantly when Qingzhu questioned him, his tone laced with a casual indifference. Qingzhu gazed at him for a moment before speaking solemnly. Young master, deep down, you care about Miss Yi, don't you? She already understood. To enlist someone as renowned as Master Xinyang would have come at no small cost. If Su Chen didn't care for Yi Qingsheng, why would he go to such great lengths? Nonsense. For a brief moment, a faint blush appeared on Su Chen's face before it quickly faded. He regained his composure, his tone becoming more serious. This matter must remain confidential. If you dare spread a word, I won't let you off easy. But why? You and Miss Yi are already husband and wife. What's there to hide? Qingzhu asked, her face full of confusion. You know better than anyone how strong-willed your Miss Yi is, don't you? Su Chen left her with this remark before turning and walking away. Qingzhu stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought. She knew her mistress' personality well. Yi Qingsheng had to be resilient to have supported the Yi family on her own for so long. Yet Qingzhu couldn't understand why the young master and her mistress, who clearly cared for each other, always appeared indifferent on the surface. They secretly protected one another, but outwardly, they were constantly at odds, unable to live as a harmonious couple. Their relationship was truly perplexing. Back in his room, Su Chen immediately entered a state of cultivation. With Qingzhu diligently guarding outside, he had no concerns about interruptions. As the high-quality qi refining pill dissolved in his mouth, its potent medicinal power surged through his body. Through the burial heaven divine art, the energy was refined into pure true qi, continuously flowing into his dantian and filling his qi si. The essence of cultivating in the qi martial realm lies in refining true qi and strengthening oneself. When the accumulation of true qi reaches a certain threshold, completely filling the qi si, one can attempt to break through to the true martial realm. Su Chen was well versed in these principles. All he needed to do now was focus on refining the medicinal power and continuously distilling true qi. As the qi si filled with energy, Su Chen's aura steadily climbed. Golden light emanated faintly from his body, and for a moment, it seemed as though a divine dragon coiled around him, casting an aura of majesty and divinity. Qi martial realm, first stage peak. Qi martial realm, second stage. It wasn't until he reached the peak of the third stage that Su Chen encountered a bottleneck. This stage often served as a dividing line. Ordinary martial artists required years of accumulation to break through. But Su Chen was different. He directly consumed the top-tier second-grade barrier-breaking pill, leveraging its immense medicinal power to shatter the barriers and unlock his potential. Boom! The vast true qi surged through his body, transforming under his powerful spiritual control. It shifted forms, at times becoming a sharp sword, at others a fierce battle blade, or even a heavy warhammer. This was the art of condensing qi into weapons, a formidable skill mastered only by those above the fourth stage of the qi martial realm, requiring true qi to be refined to an extraordinary degree. In just a few days, Su Chen had ascended from the first stage of the qi martial realm to the fourth stage, a cultivation speed that was nothing short of astonishing. My dantian and qi si are exceptionally vast. Fortunately, the burial heaven divine art refines true qi at a pace dozens of times faster than ordinary methods. Otherwise, even with an ample supply of pills, it would have taken me months, Su Chen mused, increasingly aware of the profound strength of the burial heaven divine art. Clang! A resonant sword hum echoed as boundless true qi condensed into a pitch-black long sword in Su Chen's hand. Its unparalleled sharpness rippled outward, tearing through the air and effortlessly disrupting the flow of qi. This burial heaven true qi is truly formidable. The weapon it forms rivals a spiritual weapon in quality. Su Chen exclaimed, his excitement evident. For martial artists in the qi martial realm, ordinary weapons were no longer effective. Only spiritual weapons forged by skilled craftspeople using rare ores were of use. These weapons not only boasted exceptional sharpness, but could also amplify true qi, enhancing their wielder's combat power. Spiritual weapons were classified into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. Even a lower-grade spiritual weapon could penetrate the defenses of a qi martial realm warrior and deliver lethal damage. Supreme-grade spiritual weapons, it was said, could split mountains and rivers, their power awe-inspiring. The qi weapon Su Chen had just formed reached the level of a middle-grade spiritual weapon, promising him overwhelming superiority in battle. Clenching his fist, Su Chen felt an intoxicating surge of power. Although he had initially inherited the legacy of the pill god of primordial chaos and become a master alchemist, that was merely a means to an end. His true passion had always been the martial path. This passion wasn't just for vengeance, it was something deeper, something that resonated with his soul. Battles among heroes, ascending to immortality, transcending worlds, beholding the heavens. The morning sunlight streamed through the lattice windows, spilling into the room where Su Chen was deeply immersed in cultivation. Suddenly, a crisp voice from outside the door broke the stillness. "Young master, the 10-day deadline has arrived," Qingzhu called out. "Has it already been that long?" Su Chen opened his eyes, ending his meditation. After a brief wash, he stepped out of the room. Dressed in a simple white robe, his refined and elegant demeanor was striking. His narrow, deep-set eyes occasionally gleamed with an intensity that could send chills down one's spine. "You seem to be in quite a good mood today, young master," Qingzhu remarked with a smile. "Today is indeed a good day," Su Chen replied with a faint smile, striding toward the grand hall of the Yi family. Inside the grand hall, the Yi family elders were all beaming with joy, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of 10 days ago. They were animatedly discussing recent developments. Not only had the Zhang family returned all their seized properties and compensated them with over 1 million spirit stones, but they had also been forced to close their businesses for a month. From now on, the Yi family's position in Beihuang City was unshakable. What thrilled them even more was that the alchemist the Zhang family had hired with a hefty price had now pledged allegiance to the Yi family and promised to train their own alchemists. In just 10 days, the Yi family had gone from the brink of collapse to becoming the most sought-after power in the city. The clan members now envisioned a prosperous future akin to that of the Daluo Merchant Alliance. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. Su Chen's sharp gaze swept over the crowd inside. "The 10-day deadline has arrived. Isn't it time to fulfill your promises? We've been expecting you, Qingcheng. Please take a seat." Someone greeted her warmly, their attitude a complete turnaround from 10 days ago. "Qingcheng, your contributions this time were significant. As agreed, you will remain the Yi family's young clan leader and oversee all our businesses. However, you were a bit too lenient during the negotiations with the Zhang family." Although Yi Diyuan, Yi Deming, and others wore displeased expressions, they refrained from speaking. Yi Qingcheng remained calm, unfazed by such scenes. "Is that all?" Su Chen's voice turned cold. "If your memory fails you, I can remind you of the terms." The hall fell silent instantly, and the cheerful atmosphere was replaced by tension. The faces of many turned sullen. "What do you mean by that, Su Chen?" Yi Delin stood abruptly, pointing at Su Chen in anger. "Get on your knees and apologize to Qingcheng," Su Chen demanded, his gaze sharp as a blade. These people had once pushed Yi Qingcheng to the brink of despair. Now they wanted to brush it off so easily? He wouldn't allow it. Faced with Su Chen's demand, the hall remained eerily silent, though many glared at him in fury. "What's the matter?" Su Chen's voice grew louder. "Weren't you all so eloquent and full of opinions when trouble arose? Now that the crisis is over and you've reaped the benefits, you want to go back on your word?" Yi Delin's eyes burned with rage. "Su Chen, we've already reinstated Yi Qingcheng as the young clan leader. Don't push your luck. Don't forget." Yi Deming stood up as well. "This crisis was resolved thanks to Master Zuanyang's intervention and heaven's blessing upon the Yi family. What does this have to do with Yi Qingcheng? And who are you, an outsider, to lecture us?" Yi Diyuan remained silent but snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to honor their promise. "You expect us to kneel before a junior? Aren't you afraid shall be cursed by the heavens for such arrogance?" Yi Delin bellowed. Su Chen responded icily. "The wager was to resolve the family crisis within 10 days. A bet is a bet, and you must honor it. Besides, if heaven blessed Qingcheng, then it's her merit. The ones defying heaven's will and deserving of misfortune are you. How dare you?" Yi Deming shouted furiously. "This is Yi family business. How dare an outsider meddle? Guards, throw Su Chen out." "Yi Deming." Yi Qingcheng's voice suddenly rang out, sharp and commanding. "I am the Yi family's young clan leader. Without my order, who gave you the authority to act so arrogantly? Who's truly overstepping their bounds here?" Though she had no desire to argue with these ingrates, she would not tolerate them disrespecting her husband. Yi Qingcheng's display of authority silenced the hall. Even Yi Deming dared not openly defy her. "Yi Qingcheng, then what do you propose we do?" Yi Diyuan finally spoke, his gaze dark and piercing. "A bet is a bet. Honor your word, it's the right thing to do." Yi Qingcheng's tone was firm. She understood Su Chen's intent. If these ingrates weren't taught a lesson, they would never truly respect her. "Well said." Su Chen glanced at Yi Qingcheng with admiration. This was the woman worthy of being by his side. The grand hall of the Yi family was shrouded in a suffocating silence. The air was so heavy it felt as though it could freeze solid, and everyone's breathing became cautious and restrained. Yi Qingcheng stood resolutely in the center of the hall, her gaze unwavering. Over the years, she had brought immense wealth to the family with her exceptional business acumen, yet she was constantly looked down upon because she could not cultivate martial skills. In this world that revered strength above all, she, the ordinary young leader of the family, was nothing more than a pawn in the eyes of the powerful elders. Even those who sympathized with her plight didn't dare to offend figures like Yi Diyuan, who held the true power and could only remain silent. But today, she chose not to stay silent this time, not only for Su Chen but also to confront the injustice she had endured for so long. Yi Qingcheng, last time you had someone injure my son Yiling, and you didn't even kneel to apologize. Why should I kneel today? Yi Delen broke the silence, his aura flaring with oppressive force that made it hard for Yi Qingcheng to breathe. Kneel and apologize to you? You're not worthy. Su Chen strode forward, stepping in front of Yi Qingcheng. I was the one who injured Yiling. He conspired with Zhang Kuan to harm the young leader. The fact that I didn't kill him outright was already an act of mercy. This declaration left the entire hall in shock. Everyone stared in disbelief at this so-called, useless Livian son-in-law. His bloodline talent had been crippled, and his cultivation lost. How could he possibly have defeated Yiling and Zhang Kuan? Yi Qingcheng turned to Su Chen in astonishment. She had planned to protect him as the young leader, but she hadn't expected him to step forward at such a moment. You insolent brat, how dare you? Yi Delen roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Today, I'll use your blood to atone for my son Yiling. That's only if you've got the ability. Su Chen sneered, his inner energy surging. Seize him. Today, I'll make sure you can't live or die in peace. Yi Delen commanded furiously. A guard at the third level of Qi martial realm moved instantly, lunging towards Su Chen. Yi Qingcheng's face paled as she shouted, "Stop!" But Yi Diyuan and the others merely watched with cold amusement. To them, these two were only courting death. Yet in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Crack! With a single punch, Su Chen shattered the guard's arm. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and crushed the man's skull underfoot, blood splattering across the elder's hall. How could he possess such overwhelming power? The crowd was stunned, unable to believe that this useless son-in-law had just obliterated a third-level Qi martial realm expert in seconds. Yi Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with a mix of shock and admiration as she gasped aloud. Was this really the Su Chen she thought she knew? She stared intently at Su Chen, and for a moment, it felt as if she had returned to that snowy day when his upright figure shielded her, giving her an unparalleled sense of security. Yi Delen, come out and face your death. Su Chen turned to Yi Delen after killing the guard, his expression unchanging as his voice thundered like a storm. You insolent brat, courting death. Yi Delen roared in fury. Though disbelief flickered in his heart at how easily his guard was defeated, it was quickly overshadowed by a surge of boundless rage and murderous intent. A menacing aura of true energy flooded the surroundings as he unleashed his full power, revealing his cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm. Yi Qingcheng's face turned pale. As one of Yi family's top warriors, known for leading battles and slaying fierce beasts, Yi Delen's combat prowess ranked among the best of the elders. While Su Chen was undeniably strong, she feared he was no match for Yi Delen. At that critical moment, a commanding and aged voice came from outside the hall. Stop! An imposing elder with a robust physique entered the scene. His sharp eyes gleamed like an eagle's, and his presence was as fierce as a tiger's. With a powerful shout, waves of overwhelming true energy swept through the hall, silencing and subduing everyone present. It was unmistakable this was a true martial realm expert. Old Steward. The crowd, including Yi Diyuan, immediately straightened their postures and stepped forward to greet the trusted confidant of their clan leader, Yi Zhenxiao. The clan leader's decree. The old steward's cold gaze scanned the room as he announced with an air of absolute authority, this matter ends here. Anyone who dares bring it up again will be expelled from the family. For decades, Yi Zhenxiao had been the Yi family's most formidable figure, known for his iron-fisted methods and domineering rule, akin to an unchallengeable emperor. Even in his fury, Yi Delen dared not defy the decree. Old Steward, has grandfather come out of seclusion? Yi Qingcheng asked anxiously. Very soon, the old steward replied with a stoic expression. Yi Diyuan immediately chimed in. Father's breakthrough during this seclusion is certain, and with his 100th birthday celebration next month, it will truly be a double blessing. We've already prepared a grand celebration, just awaiting father's return. The old steward managed a stiff smile. Then make sure everything is in order. Avoid causing any more trouble during this time. With that, he turned and left. Straightening their backs, Yi Diyuan and the others cast a glance at Yi Qingcheng before sweeping out of the hall. Yi Delen shot Su Chen a venomous glare before leaving. You got lucky this time, boy. We'll see what happens next. With that, the clan meeting concluded, leaving only Yi Qingcheng and Su Chen in the grand hall. Moments later, Lan Xiang came rushing in, panting heavily. That was close. Thankfully, the clan leader's decree came just in time. Qingzhu followed behind her, maintaining a calm facade, though her gaze towards Su Chen carried a subtle glimmer of admiration. As mere servants without the privilege to attend the clan meeting, they had been left to worry outside. Yet Su Chen now appeared utterly unbothered, indifferent to Yi Delin's threats. Miss, it's clear the clan leader cares deeply for you. Issuing such a decree even before coming out of seclusion, Lan Xiang said with a smile. Grandfather does care for me, Yi Qingqing admitted, a rare hint of happiness lighting up her face. But her expression soon turned cold again as she looked at Su Chen with a trace of reproach. You were too impulsive today. Hey, when they were all targeting you, I was the only one who stood up for you. Not only do you not thank me, but you're blaming me instead. Su Chen retorted with a cold snort. Please don't be upset, young master. The miss only said that out of concern for you. After all, Yi Delin's reputation is fearsome. Lan Xiang quickly stepped in to mediate. Su Chen, though fully aware of her intentions, wasn't truly angry. What puzzled him more was the clan leader Yi Zhangxiu's decree why intervene when Yi Deyuan and Yi Delin were clearly in the wrong. Su Chen, don't be so stubborn. If it weren't for grandfather today, I fear. Yi Qingqing began, but Su Chen cut her off. Yes, your grandfather is the best to you. I, Su Chen, am nothing more than a son-in-law you bought with precious elixirs. Qingzhu, let's go. Su Chen said with a cold laugh, turning to leave with Qingzhu. Qingzhu hesitated, glancing back at Yi Qingqing. However, upon receiving a subtle nod from her, she followed Su Chen out. Unreasonable. Yi Qingqing muttered with a sigh, shaking her head. As Qingzhu had said, the two of them clearly cared deeply for each other and would go to great lengths to protect one another, yet they could never seem to communicate effectively. In the end, the quarrels of this pair of frenemies finally came to a close. The Yi family guild, with the assistance of a powerful alchemist, flourished and grew more prosperous by the day. Yi Qingqing was so busy that she barely had time to catch her breath, quickly putting these past events behind her. Meanwhile, Su Chen returned to his room to focus on his cultivation, occasionally taking time to help Qingzhu with her training difficulties. Qingzhu, knowing that Su Chen was once the most brilliant talent of the Daluo dynasty and had reached the true martial realm, sought his guidance with great humility. Under Su Chen's instruction, she made rapid progress after breaking through the 9th level of the Qi martial realm, steadily advancing toward the true martial realm. However, the peaceful days did not last long. One day, Qingzhu arrived with a sense of urgency, bringing a letter from the Daluo Commerce Alliance. What does that old man want from me now? Su Chen frowned. The letter was sent by Master Xianyang, saying he had an urgent request. To avoid exposing their connection, he specifically invited Su Chen to meet him at the Daluo Commerce Alliance. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen decided to make the trip. When he and Qingzhu stepped into the Daluo Commerce Alliance again, they were met with a completely different reception. The staff were exceptionally warm and courteous, a stark contrast to the cold treatment they had received last time. Su Chen was directly escorted to Master Xuanyang's residence, while Qingzhu waited outside. Get to the point. I'm busy, Su Chen said bluntly. Master Xuanyang's expression shifted unpredictably, as though he was struggling with something. Under Su Chen's urging, he finally revealed the matter. 2 days ago, City Lord Lu Qing came to me, asking me to refine a pill to save his young son's life. But my skills are inadequate. I wonder if my master could. A heavenly soul blood pill? That's a 5th grade pill, isn't it? You're overestimating me, Su Chen said with a smirk. Although he had inherited the legacy of the pill god of chaos and mastered the supreme fire control technique, the 3-flame true fire seal, his spiritual power was only at the peak of the 3rd tier. A 5th grade pill could only be refined by an alchemy master with spiritual power at the 5th tier or higher. Seeing Su Chen shake his head directly, a trace of barely concealed disappointment flashed through Master Xuanyang's eyes. Though he had anticipated this reaction, the reward offered by City Lord Lu Qing was simply too tempting to not give it a try. Green Lotus Core Flame? Upon hearing the reward, even Su Chen was astonished. This was a miraculous flame born of nature's creation, a treasure renowned across the world. Master Xuanyang's eyes gleamed. Exactly. The Green Lotus Core Flame has only appeared twice in history. The first time, it was obtained by an alchemist who used it to refine a peerless holy pill, achieving the title of Pill Saint. The second time, it was accidentally absorbed by a martial artist, who ultimately used the flame to attain enlightenment and became a mighty emperor. Each time a miraculous flame emerges, it forges a legendary figure. Su Chen nodded in understanding. Back in the day, the divine pill sage created the unique 3-flame true mark with the sole purpose of refining miraculous flames to ascend to divinity. Unfortunately, he met his end in the burial heaven realm. If Lu Qing possesses such a treasure, why doesn't he seek out a master alchemist? Su Chen asked. Master, you may not know, Master Xianyang explained. Lu Qing only knows the location of the miraculous flame. With his cultivation level, how could he possibly control it? He initially wanted to contact the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Alliance through his disciples, but he hesitated to let an outsider benefit from such a treasure. In the entire Great Chu Kingdom, there's only one master alchemist, the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Alliance in the capital. He's elusive and rarely seen, even refusing requests from the royal family. Furthermore, the Soul Blood Fusion Pill is a 5th-grade top-tier pill, exceedingly difficult to refine even for a master. As far as I know, the Soul Blood Fusion Pill is used to treat cases of soul-body separation or bloodline incompatibility. What exactly is the condition of Lu Qing's youngest son? Su Chen asked, intrigued. He was unwilling to miss out on the miraculous flame. Master, your knowledge is truly vast, Master Xinyang exclaimed. Lu Qing's youngest son suffers from a congenital disorder. There's a strange energy within his bloodline that prevents it from harmonizing with his soul. I've never encountered such a condition before. Aside from the Soul Blood Fusion Pill, there's essentially no cure. A strange energy? Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Perhaps we don't need the Soul Blood Fusion Pill. If we can neutralize that energy, his soul and bloodline will naturally harmonize. And the burial heaven true Qi I've cultivated has the ability to transform the miraculous into decay. Master, are you confident? Master Xinyang asked, his excitement barely contained. I'll need to examine the nature of this strange energy first, Su Chen replied calmly. Excellent. I'll take you there immediately, Master Xinyang exclaimed with delight, thinking that if Su Chen succeeded and later controlled the miraculous flame, there would surely be ample rewards. The city lord's mansion of Beihuang City was located atop a low mountain in the city center, overlooking the entire area. It was not only a prime location in terms of feng shui, but also a symbol of authority. Soldiers and guards with high cultivation levels patrolled the surroundings, exuding an imposing aura. As the city lord of Beihuang City, Lu Qing not only wielded dominion over this land, but was also a formidable expert at the 9th level of the true martial realm. In Beihuang City, he was an invincible figure. Compared to him, even the wealthy Yi family, with all their vast enterprises, was no match for the city lord's mansion and the nation backing it. Upon hearing of Master Xuanyang's visit, Lu Qing personally came out to greet him. Although he was slightly surprised to see the master accompanied by a young man, he assumed the youth was merely an attendant and did not give it much thought. When Master Xinyang expressed his intention to examine Lu Qing's son's condition, the city lord eagerly led the way. However, as they entered the room, Master Xinyang unexpectedly allowed the young man to take the lead, leaving Lu Qing somewhat puzzled. Inside, an 11 or 12-year-old boy lay on the sickbed, his body shrouded in a dark red mist. Although he was still breathing, he remained unconscious. Master, have you managed to contact the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Alliance? Lu Qing asked. Shu. Master Xinyang gestured for silence as Su Chen examined the boy's condition. Though Lu Qing was confused, he refrained from speaking and quietly asked Master Xinyang about Su Chen's identity. This energy is indeed peculiar. It grows stronger by eroding the power of the bloodline, Su Chen said after a moment of careful examination, his mind already made up. What do you think? Master Xinyang asked eagerly as Su Chen turned around. Fortunately, that strange energy was only recently released. If it had been a few more months and completely eroded the bloodline, even I wouldn't have been able to help, Su Chen said, his voice calm and composed. Master Xinyang was overjoyed upon hearing this, but Lu Qing furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with doubt. As the city lord, he had long been aware of Su Chen's reputation as the useless son-in-law of the Yi family. How could someone with such a title dare to claim he could cure an affliction that even Master Xinyang and the alchemy grandmaster found insurmountable? You can really save my son? Lu Qing's voice was filled with skepticism. Su Chen saw through his thoughts but remained unperturbed. I can only say there is a 90% chance. If the city lord doesn't believe me, then so be it. City Lord Lu, do not underestimate young Master Su. Master Xianyang quickly interjected, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I have witnessed his methods firsthand, and they are far from what the rumors suggest. To be bold, even if the Grand Elder himself were here, he might not be able to match him. These words left Lu Qing speechless. A young man, capable of earning such high praise from the highly respected Master Xianyang? Wait outside. You'll see the results in an hour, Su Chen said, unwilling to elaborate further, clearly not intending to reveal the secrets of his heaven-burying divine art. Once they left, Su Chen immediately began to perform the heaven-burying divine art. Strands of pitch-black, heaven-burying true qi coursed through the boy's body, dispersing the dark red, eerie energy wherever it went, reducing it to white smoke that quickly vanished. This was the dominance of the heaven-burying true kit could decompose, dispel, and obliterate any energy, turning the extraordinary into decay. The dark red energy fought back fiercely, but was systematically dismantled by the black sword energy web Su Chen had formed. After over half an hour, the boy suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood and regained consciousness. Hearing his son's voice, Lu Qing rushed into the room. Seeing his lively child, He was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The boy respectfully knelt before Su Chen and said, "Thank you, young Master Su, for saving my life. I will never forget this and will repay you in the future." Lu Qing also hurriedly apologized and handed over the agreed-upon blueprints, even specifically warning Su Chen about the extremely volatile and wild heavenly fire in that location. However, Su Chen, who had mastered the Samadhi true fire seal, remained unfazed and took his leave with a calm demeanor. As he watched Su Chen's figure disappear into the distance, Lu Qing was filled with mixed emotions. This young man not only possessed miraculous medical skills, but was also held in such high regard by Master Xianyang. It seemed the rumors were indeed unreliable. Lu Qing silently resolved to build a good relationship with Su Chen in the future and avoid any conflict at all costs. On the way back, Master Xianyang could hardly contain his excitement, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out. He quickened his pace to catch up with Su Chen, eagerly asking, "Master, now that we know the exact location of the green lotus earth core flame, how should we go about obtaining it?" Although he had no affinity with the heavenly flames, learning more was always beneficial. It might come in handy one day. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he explained without reservation, "To refine the heavenly flames, two key factors are essential. First, mastery of advanced fire controlling techniques, and second, an extraordinarily high level of physical and spiritual strength. Without these, it's impossible to withstand the power of the flames." Hearing this, Master Xianyang drew in a sharp breath. Advanced fire controlling techniques were already rare and difficult to master. Even if one acquired them, success was not guaranteed. While alchemists generally had strong spiritual energy, their true energy and physical strength often fell far short of what was required. The green lotus earth core flame nearly killed Lu Qing, who was at the peak of the true martial realm. "Its power is undoubtedly terrifying," Master Xianyang said, his concern evident. Historically, those who managed to refine heavenly flames were either formidable martial experts or renowned alchemy masters. Even so, the mortality rate was extremely high. "Master, although you've mastered the Samadhi true flame seal, with your current cultivation level, nothing in the world is absolute." Su Chen suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. With the aid of external forces, refining the green lotus earth core flame might not be impossible. "Xianyang, they'll need your help in gathering some materials." When Master Xianyang received the list Su Chen had written down and glanced at it, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "These are the ingredients for the 3 Essence Unity Pill and the Azure Longevity Pill." Although these 2 fourth-grade pills were not of particularly high rank, their recipes had long been lost to time. The 3 Essence Unity Pill could temporarily boost one's spiritual, physical, and mental energy, while the Azure Longevity Pill could extend one's lifespan. Master Xianyang had only ever come across vague mentions of them in ancient texts from the Alchemist Alliance. "If you can gather the ingredients, these 2 recipes will be yours," Su Chen said with a calm smile. Master Xianyang was so ecstatic he nearly jumped up. "Thank you, Master. While the ingredients for the 3 Essence Unity Pill are rare, I can request them from the Alchemist Alliance. As for the Azure Longevity Pill, the materials can be found through the Deluo Merchant Guild. They'll have everything ready in no time." "Good. Make it fast." Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Master Xianyang worked with remarkable efficiency. Upon returning to the Deluo Merchant Guild, he quickly secured the materials for the Azure Longevity Pill. After Su Chen confirmed everything was in order, he departed with Qingzhu. Qingzhu, by now accustomed to Su Chen's knack for acquiring alchemical materials without much effort, quietly followed him without comment. Back at the Yi family estate, Lan Xiang informed Su Chen that Yi Qingqing had returned from the family's guild hall and was waiting for him. Although the two were now married, they had not yet consummated their marriage, and Yi Qingqing still resided in her own quarters. This was Su Chen's first time visiting her room, which was simply but elegantly furnished, spotless, and perfectly reflective of her composed and reserved personality. "Well, this is a surprise. You're actually seeking me out on your own?" Su Chen teased. Yi Qingqing, always engrossed in managing the family's business, rarely paid attention to her nominal husband. At this moment, however, her face was serious, clearly troubled by news of Su Chen's recent outings. She was concerned about Yi Delin's murderous intentions toward him. Yet seeing Su Chen's carefree and nonchalant demeanor, the words she had prepared to say seemed to stick in her throat. In the end, Yi Qingqing sighed and shifted to the matter at hand. "Next month is grandfather's 100th birthday. Since you're new to the Yi family, it's important to make a good impression on him. This is the gift I've prepared. You can present it on the day." Su Chen opened the exquisitely crafted box on the table and couldn't help but exclaim, "A 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Impressive." The older the Ganoderma, the rarer and more valuable it became. This 1,000-year-old specimen was worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. Though Yi Qingqing was the family's young matriarch, she was known for her integrity and lived modestly, supporting a large household on her income. Clearly, She had spared no expense this time to ensure Su Chen made a favorable impression on Yi Zhenxiao. Understanding her good intentions, Su Chen nonetheless closed the box and pushed it back to her. You've been overworking yourself lately. Keep the Ganoderma to restore your health. It'll handle the birthday gift. Yi Qingcheng was stunned. She knew Su Chen's allowance came entirely from her. How could he possibly afford an appropriate gift? Don't worry. I won't embarrass you, Su Chen said with a mysterious smile before turning and walking away. Miss, this Lan Xiang looked at the Lingji in her hands, utterly at a loss. Qingzhu pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Miss, the young master has never been one to act without reason. You should keep this Lingji to nourish your health. It's a token of his care and thoughtfulness. Yi Qingcheng raised her gaze to Qingzhu. She was well aware of Qingzhu's aloof and proud nature, rarely one to speak so much. Yet, in just a short period, Qingzhu had come to trust Su Chen so deeply it was truly intriguing. Fine, let him do as he pleases, she said, rubbing her temples wearily. Managing the myriad affairs of the Yi family guild in recent days had left her utterly exhausted. Miss, the young master is truly considerate of you. Lan Xiang beamed. Such a precious treasure, he couldn't bear to give it to anyone else, yet he saved it for you. It's a testament to how much you mean to him. You cheeky girl, stop talking nonsense, Yi Qingcheng scolded, casting Lan Xiang a reproachful glance. Yet, deep down, a trace of sweetness flickered in her heart. I'll take the Lingji to the kitchen and have it prepared to restore your strength. You've really overworked yourself these past days, Lan Xiang said with concern. Yi Qingcheng, however, shook her head. Take half and send it to my mother. The rest, divide it among the four of you. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't need something so valuable. A bitter smile of self-mockery appeared on her face, and Lan Xiang felt her heart ache as though it were being cut by a blade. Just do as I say. Go quickly, Yi Qingcheng urged. Don't worry, miss. Lan Xiang promised with tear-filled eyes. When we grow stronger, we will definitely find a way for you to cultivate. The four of them were orphans Yi Qingcheng had taken in. Though they were nominally her servants, she always treated them as sisters. For this reason, even as they embarked on their martial path, their loyalty to Yi Qingcheng remained unwavering. Unexpectedly, when Lan Xiang delivered the 1,000-year Lingji to Lin Yun, she too declined. I'm already old, and my martial talent is limited. Using such a treasure on me would be a waste. It's better left for the young couple, Lin Yun said, surprising Lan Xiang yet again. While it was natural for Lin Yun to dote on her daughter, her equal care and concern for the not-so-favored son-in-law were unexpected. He's had his cultivation crippled, so he must be in poor health. He is, after all, King Cheng's husband-me son-in-law. Naturally, I can't let anything happen to him. Or do you expect me to let Qingqing become a widow? Lin Yun's tone was cold, but Lan Xiang caught a hint of concern in her words. Madam, you are truly magnanimous, Lan Xiang said with a playful smile, offering a bit of flattery before heading back with the Lingji. Meanwhile, in the alchemy chamber, Su Chen had successfully refined a Qingming longevity pill. This Qingming longevity pill can extend one's life by 20 years. He'll use it as a birthday gift for Yi Zhenxiao, he thought to himself. This fourth-grade spiritual pill was exceedingly rare, unmatched not just in northern Wilderness City, but in the entire Chu kingdom. Presenting such a treasure at the banquet would undoubtedly bring great honor to Yi Qingcheng. Half a month later, Yi Zhengxiao's centennial birthday arrived as scheduled. As the head of the Yi family and a renowned martial artist in northern Wilderness City, his birthday celebration was a grand affair. The Yi family had been preparing for 2 weeks, decorating the estate with lanterns and streamers, and sending out numerous invitations. On the day of the banquet, the Yi family residence was bustling with activity, filled with guests. Families large and small, martial experts, and notable figures from northern Wilderness City all came to offer their congratulations. Even the Zhang family, who had long been at odds with the Yi family, sent a gift after their previous defeat. The Yi family's courtyard was filled with banquet tables and lively guests. Inside the grand hall, family heads, esteemed figures, and the Yi family's core members gathered. Yi Zhenxiao, clad in a bright red birthday robe, sat at the head of the room. Though his hair was streaked with white, his sharp eyes and commanding presence remained undiminished, exuding the aura of a lion. Let the birthday ceremony begin, the old steward announced loudly, prompting the Yi family's direct descendants to assemble. The eldest son, Yi Diyuan, stepped forward first to present his gift. Eldest son, Yi Diyuan, offers a string of 1,000-year sandalwood beads, the steward proclaimed. Father, these beads were crafted by a master artisan. Wearing them regularly will promote longevity. Wishing you a life as boundless as the eastern sea and as enduring as the southern mountains, Yi Diyuan declared, not missing the opportunity to boast about his gift, which elicited gasps of admiration from the crowd. 1,000-year sandalwood was incredibly valuable. This string of beads was estimated to be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, leaving the guests in awe. Good. My son has been thoughtful, Yi Zhenxiao said with a pleased smile, putting the beads on immediately. Next, Yi Deming, Yi Delen, and others presented their gifts. While their offerings were also rare treasures, none matched the value of the beads. When it was the grandchildren's turn, a young man in a brocade robe, with sharp brows and a commanding presence, stepped forward confidently. Grandson Yi Xinglong offers a box of heavenly spirit jade du tea, the steward announced. Father, this tea was personally picked by Xinglong from the ancestral tea tree at the Martial Academy in the capital. It not only calms the mind and aids in breakthroughs, but a single box can also extend one's life by 3 years. Even the elders of the academy and the royal ministers each receive only 1 box per year. You are truly fortunate. Yi Diyuan chimed in to highlight his son's gift. The heavenly spirit jade du tea from the ancestral tea tree? That's a royal tribute. It seems Yi Xinglong passed the Martial Academy's assessment this time. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such a treasure? Even passing the assessment doesn't guarantee access to such a gift. Yi Xinglong must be highly regarded by the academy. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and the younger guests, in particular, looked at Yi Xinglong with admiration and envy. The grand hall of the Yi family suddenly buzzed with excitement, as guests and clan members crowded at the entrance, peeking in with envious gazes. Yi Xinglong basked in the admiration of the crowd, standing tall and proud, exuding confidence as he declared, "Grandfather, drink to your heart's content. When it's finished, your grandson will go pick more." The boastful undertone in his words was unmistakable. "Haha, good, good, good. As expected of my grandson," Yi Zhanxiao exclaimed with 3 consecutive goods, his affection for his eldest grandson evident in his voice. The birthday celebration continued, and the entire Yi family was enveloped in an atmosphere of harmony, where fathers were kind, sons filial, and siblings shared camaraderie. As Yi Xinglong took his seat, he cast a meaningful glance toward Yi Qingqing and Su Chen, who stood at the back, surrounded by a group of third-generation Yi family members. "Third sister, grandfather has always doted on you the most, even granting you the position of the young clan leader. What precious gift have you prepared for him this time?" Yi Xinglong asked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yi Deming's son, Yi Gaoyang, sneered and added, "Third sister is in charge of the family's resources and has abundant wealth. Surely, she won't let us down." Nearby stood Yi Ling, the young man whose dantian had been crippled. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Yi Qingqing and Su Chen, as if wishing he could tear them apart. Su Chen glanced indifferently at Yi Xinglong, thinking to himself, "So this is the good-for-nothing who's been coveting Qingqing's position as young clan leader. He's not even close to what I used to be." "Brothers, you jest? For grandfather's birthday, of course, I've prepared a thoughtful gift." Yi Qingqing responded calmly, then led Su Chen forward. Instantly, all eyes were on them, eager to see what extraordinary treasure the young clan leader would present. "Third granddaughter, Yi Qingqing, presents a purple heart jade mat," the old steward announced loudly. The purple heart jade mat not only prevented practitioners from going astray during cultivation, but also enhanced cultivation speed. Its value was at least 10,000 spirit stones, comparable to Yi Diyuan's 1,000-year purple sandalwood. Yi Qingqing had nearly emptied her savings for this gift, even setting aside a millennium-old lingji that she had originally prepared for Su Chen. Su Chen noticed something peculiar about the steward's address hadn't used the title Young Clan Leader when referring to Yi Qingqing. "Purple heart jade mat? I thought it would be something extraordinary. It's nothing compared to the spring breeze rain pill I gifted, let alone Brother Xinglong's heavenly heart jade du tea," Yi Gaoyang mocked. "I thought the young clan leader would have some astonishing treasure, but it turns out to be just this." Yi Ling sneered in agreement. Seeing these individuals clearly targeting Yi Qingqing, Su Chen felt a sense of unease rising within him. Yi Zhenxiao merely nodded lightly. Good." Then, he beckoned Yi Qingqing with his hand. "Come, Qingqing, come here. Grandfather has something to say to you." Yi Qingqing ran forward joyfully, for once revealing a girlish demeanor. "Grandfather, this is Su Chen, my husband. He has also prepared a gift for you." Yi Zhenxiao scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe, his gaze full of disdain. Under the imposing, lion-like stare, Su Chen calmly opened a gift box, revealing a pill named the Qingming Longevity Pill. He had gone to great lengths to acquire rare ingredients from Master Xianyang to refine this pill. Though he shared no deep bond with Yi Zhenxiao, he had prepared this generous gift for Qingqing's sake. This pill is called the Qingming Longevity Pill. It has no other effects except for extending lifespan by 20 years, Su Chen introduced coolly. Pills that could extend lifespan were exceedingly rare. After all, wasn't the ultimate goal of martial cultivation to prolong life? In the kingdom of Great Chu, a treasure that could add even a single year to one's lifespan was rare. Something like the heavenly spirit jade du tea, which could extend life by 3 years, was already considered a supreme treasure. The moment Su Chen spoke, the hall fell silent. 20 years? What a joke. Where in the world could such a treasure exist? Even in the royal capital, I've never heard of such a pill. Yi Xinglong was the first to break the silence, his tone dripping with ridicule. Yi Diyuan shook his head with a cold laugh. Qingming longevity pill? My Yi family has been in the pill business for years. I'm familiar with all the pills on the market, yet I've never heard of anything called the Qingming longevity pill. Yi Deming let out a cold laugh, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Su Chen, even though you're no longer the esteemed young master of the Su family, there's no need to be so stingy, throwing out some random pill as a token. Do you know what today is? It's the old master's 100th birthday celebration. Yi Delin seized the opportunity, standing up and reprimanding loudly. Yi Zhenxiao snorted coldly, casually tossing the pill aside, clearly uninterested in something he had never seen before. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew tense. The guests whispered among themselves. He's just a Livian son-in-law now. Yet he's this miserly? I know about this son-in-law. His talent and cultivation have been crippled obviously. He can't afford anything decent. Even so, he shouldn't resort to trickery, should he? Yi Xinglong sneered and tossed the pillbox back to Su Chen. This so-called Qingming longevity pill? Grandpa wouldn't dare to take it. You might as well keep it for yourself. Su Chen saw through it all. Yi Zhenxiao didn't believe for a second that the Qingming longevity pill could extend one's lifespan by 20 years. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Yi Zhenxiao say to Yi Qingqing, "Qingqing, you've been so busy with all these affairs lately. Look at you. You've lost so much weight. Grandpa feels so sorry for you." "Grandpa, it's my duty," Yi Qingqing replied, her eyes reddening, her voice choked with emotion. Yi Zhenxiao spoke kindly, "Silly child, Grandpa knows how hard you've worked. But now that I've come out of seclusion, and you're already married with your own little family, I've prepared a generous dowry for you. From now on, you can enjoy a life of wealth and ease without worrying about trivial matters. Let Xinglong handle some of the burdens for you. All right?" Haha. His words were gentle, but carried hidden intentions. Su Chen smirked inwardly. This old man was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Qingqing gripped his hand tightly. "It's Grandpa's birthday celebration. Please don't cause trouble. Whatever it is, we can talk after the banquet." "I believe Grandpa must have his reasons for doing this." Su Chen had already sensed the underlying schemes, but Yi Qingqing trusted her grandfather too much, seeing him as a pillar of strength and refusing to think ill of him. All right, everyone take your seats." Yi Zhenxiao suddenly stood up, smiling warmly at the guests. "The birthday banquet is about to begin. Let's all drink and celebrate to our heart's content today." The intent to change the subject and dismiss the matter was all too obvious. Despite his displeasure, Su Chen, for Yi Qingqing's sake, reluctantly followed her off the stage. Behind them, mocking laughter from Yi Diyuan and Yi Xinglong echoed. A maid led them to a corner of the square outside, seating them among the ordinary guests and clansmen. Before long, Lin Yun was also brought over, her face dark with anger. "Miss, what is going on?" Lan Xiang whispered, while Qing Zhu and the others looked equally puzzled. The young clan leader was supposed to hold a position second only to the clan head, and should logically be seated in a place of honor in the main hall. "Umph." Lin Yun snorted coldly, casting a glance at Su Chen. "It's all thanks to our dear son-in-law making a grand spectacle at the birthday celebration. Who knows what kind of junk he tried to pass off to the old master. Naturally, the old master got upset and sent us packing." "Mother, please don't say that. This has nothing to do with Su Chen. It's all my fault. I must have done something to upset Grandpa," Yi Qingqing quickly interjected, though her mood was visibly downcast. "Mother-in-law, you can't just say whatever you want." Su Chen's tone was icy. "Don't you think this was all premeditated by certain people?" "What? Are you suggesting the clan head?" Lan Xiang and Qing Zhu immediately grasped the implication in his words. "Enough. Stop speculating." Yi Qingqing cut them off. "This matter ends here. I believe in Grandpa." But the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Yun, seeing her daughter's distress, refrained from further confrontation with Su Chen. Internally, Su Chen thought to himself, "If it's just about disliking my gift, so be it. But if this is a case of repaying kindness with betrayal, I won't let it slide." As the banquet was about to begin, a loud and excited announcement suddenly came from outside. "City Lord Lu has arrived to offer his birthday wishes." The announcement stunned everyone, and the sound of chopsticks and cups clattering to the ground filled the air. Lu Qing, a peak true martial realm expert and the city lord appointed by the Great Chu Kingdom, wielded both military and political power, a veritable ruler of the region. Such a figure was known for his aloofness, and it was unheard of for him to personally attend anyone's celebration. Is it true? Did City Lord Lu really come in person? Impossible. Someone of his stature would never do that. The crowd craned their necks in disbelief. Although the City Lord's office maintained some contact with the major families of Beihuang City, a simple token gift delivered by a subordinate on festive occasions was already enough to make these families feel honored. No one in Beihuang City had ever warranted a personal visit from City Lord Lu. Even when the patriarch of the once dominant Zhang family celebrated his birthday, Lu Qing had not attended in person. Moments later, everyone saw a group of Yi family members escorting a robust, imposing middle-aged man into the venue. His strides were confident and powerful, and his presence commanded attention. It was none other than City Lord Lu Qing himself. The arrival of Governor Lu Qing indeed brought a wave of shock to the birthday celebration. The imposing and authoritative Yi Zhenxiao immediately strode out of the main hall to greet him, followed by Yi Deyuan, Yi Xinglong, and others, all wearing ingratiating smiles. Governor Lu, your esteemed presence truly graces the Yi family with honor. Yi Zhenxiao greeted him warmly. As a peak-level expert of the true martial realm, just a step away from the profound martial realm, Lu Qing represented the authority of the Great Chu Kingdom. His personal attendance far exceeded Yi Zhenxiao's expectations. It really is Governor Lu himself? Yi Deyuan and others whispered among themselves. Could it be that news of Xinglong joining the martial arts academy has reached the capital? They couldn't help but show a hint of pride on their faces. Lu Qing maintained his usual dignified demeanor but spoke in a gentle tone. I heard that Brother Yi has made breakthroughs in his cultivation while in seclusion, and that today marks your centennial birthday. Moreover, the Yi family has gained a young prodigy. Truly a triple blessing. As the local governor, I must personally come to offer my congratulations. These words only deepened the envy of the guests present. A governor personally visiting to extend his congratulations was unprecedented in the history of Beihuang City. Yi Gaoyang, Yi Ling, and others looked at Yi Xinglong with excitement, as Lu Qing himself was also a graduate of the Martial Arts Academy, making him a senior mentor figure to Yi Xinglong. Xinglong, hurry and greet the governor. Yi Zhenxiao quickly prompted. Yi Xinglong's eyes lit up with joy as he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yi Xinglong greets Governor Lu. However, Lu Qing merely nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping through the crowd, as if searching for someone, leaving Yi Xinglong awkwardly standing in place. Brother Yi, I don't see Su Chen. Where is he? Lu Qing suddenly asked, leaving Yi Zhenxiao and his group momentarily stunned. Yi Xinglong hastily interjected. Su Chen is merely a son-in-law of the Yi family, with a lowly status unworthy of welcoming guests. Governor Lu, please come inside. I have long admired your reputation during my time at the Martial Arts Academy and would love to seek your guidance. I asked the patriarch, who gave you permission to speak. Lu Qing's stern reprimand froze Yi Xinglong's smile instantly. Oh, there he is. Lu Qing finally spotted Su Chen in the corner of the courtyard. Observing the expressions of Yi Zhenxiao and the others, he seemed to grasp the situation. Patriarch Yi, you should discipline your juniors better. Otherwise, they might face serious trouble in the capital. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Qing walked straight towards Su Chen. Master Su, so here you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. He then greeted Yi Qingcheng and Lin Wan courteously. Madam Su, Madam Yi, you are truly blessed. Though bewildered, Yi Zhenxiao still enthusiastically invited Lu Qing to the banquet inside. To his surprise, Lu Qing declined directly, saying, I feel a particular connection with Master Su. They'll just sit here if the two ladies don't mind. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The governor had actually come for Su Chen? What could this good-for-nothing son-in-law possibly have to deserve such attention? Just as Yi Deyuan was about to speak, Yi Zhenxiao stopped him. Enough. Su Chen, after all, comes from a noble family of the Deluo dynasty. It's not unusual for him to have some connections. He then whispered a warning. Let this matter end here. Governor Lu is not someone we can afford to offend. As the crowd prepared to return to the main hall, a trembling voice called out from outside the gates, Grandmaster Xian. Xianyang has arrived to offer his birthday wishes. Master Xianyang? This name caused an uproar in the banquet hall of Beihuang City. Master Xianyang was not only an elder of the Royal Capital's Alchemy Guild, but also a key figure in the Deluo Merchant Alliance, enjoying great renown throughout the entire Great Chu Kingdom. His arrival sent waves of excitement through everyone present. Yi Zhenxiao and Yi Deyuan stood frozen in disbelief. Even the guests accustomed to grand occasions held their breath at this moment. Grandfather, father, quickly go and greet him, Yi Xinglong said excitedly. The Martial Academy elder who intends to take me as a disciple is on very good terms with Master Xianyang. Yi Deyuan's eyes sparkled with joy. So it's because of Xinglong. No wonder big brother Xinglong is so remarkable, to be favored by such an important figure. Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling chimed in with flattery. Yi Zhenxiao snapped out of his daze and immediately led the Yi family elders forward to welcome the guest. Along the way, the other attendees offered their congratulations, and even the distinguished guests in the main hall came rushing out to catch a glimpse of this legendary master. Yi Xinglong walked with his head held high, casting a smug glance at Su Chen. He thought to himself, what's so great about knowing a mere city lord? Master Xianyang is the real deal. Indeed, in terms of status, influence, cultivation, and wealth, Master Xinyang far surpassed any local city lord. Even the martial experts and noble ministers of the royal capital held him in high regard. Soon, Master Xinyang appeared before the crowd, dressed in a luxurious alchemist's robe. His presence was profound, his gaze sharp like lightning, and every movement exuded the demeanor of a true master. We were not prepared for your arrival, Master Xinyang. Please forgive us for the lack of proper reception. Yi Xiao greeted him, his face beaming with delight. No need for formalities, clan leader Yi. Master Xinyang replied with a gentle smile. I heard that the Yi family has produced a remarkable young talent, so I came to see for myself. Yi Xiao expressed his gratitude repeatedly and proudly pushed Yi Xinglong forward. This is my son, Xinglong. His talent has indeed been recognized by the Martial Academy. Yi Xinglong bowed respectfully. Junior Yi Xinglong greets Master Xinyang. My teacher, Huang Chenggu, often speaks highly of you. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Oh, you are Huang Chenggu's disciple? Master Xinyang nodded approvingly. He then took out a pill and handed it to Yi Xiao. This essence-refining pill is my gift for the occasion. The crowd collectively gasped. This was a third-grade pill that could help martial artists in the true martial realm strengthen their foundation. Its value was tens of thousands of spirit stones. Yi Xiao's eyes reddened with emotion. Although he made polite refusals, he accepted the pill without hesitation. Yi Xinglong was about to invite Master Xinyang to take a seat when the master glanced around the room and asked curiously, "Why don't I see young Master Su Chen?" At these words, the smiles on Yi Xiao and Yi Xinglong's faces froze. Why was Master Xinyang asking about Su Chen? Inside the Yi family estate, Master Xinyang ignored Yi Xiao, Yi Xinglong, and the others, heading directly towards Su Chen's seat. With a warm smile on his face, he said in a clear voice, I hadn't expected Lord Lu to arrive ahead of me. Since that's the case, I shall take the liberty of joining you for a drink. I hope young Master Su and Lady Su won't mind. Yi Qingcheng was momentarily surprised but quickly composed herself. Not at all, Master. Please, have a seat. I haven't yet had the chance to thank you for your assistance. Master Xinyang responded with a genial smile. Lady Su, you're too kind. It was simply my duty. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Su Chen with a hint of deference in his eyes. Only after seeing Su Chen give a slight nod did he take his seat. The surrounding guests began whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with envy. Not long ago, Master Xinyang had helped Yi Qingqing refine pills to resolve a crisis in the Yi family estate. Now, he was showing such respect towards Su Chen, leaving everyone puzzled. I can't believe both Master Xinyang and Lord Lu are here for the young lady and her husband. This is an incredible honor, Lan Xiang and the others murmured quietly in the background. And that Yi Xinglong still thinks this has something to do with him. How delusional. Lin Yun, observing the scene, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yi Qingcheng, though finding it strange, keenly noticed that whenever Master Xinyang and Lu Qing spoke, they would unconsciously glance at Su Chen. Within the Yi family, only Qingzhu knew the true reason behind this. She silently observed Su Chen's composed demeanor, her cold gaze carrying a deep sense of reverence. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and the others, who had been left ignored, finally came to their senses. Hearing the murmurs around them, their expressions turned awkward. Yi Xinglong, in particular, felt his face burn as if he had been slapped. His gaze towards Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng was filled with resentment and malice. At that moment, Master Xinyang sent a discreet voice transmission to Su Chen. Master, the items you requested have all been gathered. Due to their immense value, I deemed it necessary to deliver them personally. I hadn't expected to encounter such an event. I hope you won't be displeased. No matter. Your timing is perfect, Su Chen replied, glancing at the dark expressions on Yi Xiao and the others' faces, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, Yi Xinglong stepped forward, deliberately boasting. It is a great honor for Master Xinyang to visit and present this essence condensation pill as a congratulatory gift. Master, please take the seat of honor in the hall. He cast a condescending glance at Su Chen before continuing. Earlier, my brother-in-law Su Chen also presented a pill as a birthday gift. But only a pill like this one, with its crystal-clear appearance and potent medicinal properties, can be called a true masterpiece. It is leagues above that low-grade, nameless so-called Qingming longevity pill you offered. Today, I wanted to show you what real quality looks like, so you won't embarrass yourself with such trash in the future. You mentioned the Qingming longevity pill? Master Xinyang suddenly stood up, his expression filled with shock. Where is it? Yi Xinglong's heart wavered. Could such a pill truly exist? Still, he refused to believe Su Chen could produce the real thing. Smirking, he challenged, brother-in-law Su. Why not bring out your so-called Qingming longevity pill and let Master Xinyang examine it? Su Chen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. If the master wishes to see it, then so be it. With that, he handed the gift box containing the Qingming longevity pill to Master Xinyang. Yi Qingsheng and Lin Wan looked visibly worried, while only Qingzhu remained calm. She cast a cold glance at Yi Xinglong, her eyes full of disdain. A rare and legendary pill like the Qingming longevity pill, long lost to history, would require even a master alchemist extensive time to study and understand its formula. Master Xianyang opened the gift box with excitement, and the sight before him took his breath away. Its color was like azure stone, its medicinal power restrained yet concentrated, exuding an aura of simplicity and purity. It matched the ancient texts perfectly. This is truly the Qingming longevity pill. Master Xianyang exclaimed in awe, his respect for Su Chen rising to unparalleled heights. Lu Qing suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the legendary Qingming longevity pill, capable of extending one's lifespan by 20 years? That's a top-tier 4th-grade pill, thought to have been lost for ages. You've heard of this pill, City Lord Lu? Master Xianyang turned to Lu Qing, visibly surprised. Years ago in the royal capital, I overheard a distinguished figure mention it. I never imagined I'd see it with my own eyes today. Lu Qing could barely contain his excitement. The room erupted into a flurry of reactions. Yi Zhenxiao, Yi Diyuan, and others stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. The smile on Yi Xinglong's face froze, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Impossible. How could a useless man with no talent or cultivation like him possess a genuine 4th-grade top-tier pill? Watch your tongue. Master Xuanyang's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon Yi Xinglong and the others. It felt as though a mountain was crushing them. Cold sweat poured down their faces, which had turned pale with fear. A Xuanwu realm expert? Yi Zhengxiao's body trembled, his eyes filled with reverence. Only now did he realize that this alchemist's cultivation was at a level unattainable for both him and Lu Qing. Master, please calm yourself. They are just ignorant youths. We beg for your forgiveness. Yi Zhenxiao and Yi Diyuan stepped forward hurriedly, their words tinged with pleading and a protective tone. Master Xianyang swept his gaze coldly over the crowd. Out of respect for young Master Su and his wife, he'll let this slide today. But if it happens again, there will be no mercy. The atmosphere grew heavy, and even City Lord Lu Qing stood by silently, observing with a stern expression. The guests exchanged uneasy glances, and it was only now that Yi Qingqing, Lin Wan, and the others realized the truth. Master Xuanyang's earlier calm demeanor had been entirely due to his respect for Su Chen and his wife. The rumors of his fiery temper and eccentric personality were indeed true. Young Master Su, since no one else recognizes the value of this Qingming longevity pill, why not sell it to me? Lu Qing broke the silence. I'm willing to offer 1,000,000 spirit stones. Master, if City Lord Lu desires it, let him have it, Su Chen said with a faint smile. Lu Qing eagerly accepted the pill, promising to deliver the 1,000,000 spirit stones within 3 days. Meanwhile, Yi Zhenxiao watched helplessly as the Qingming longevity pill, which should have been his, fell into someone else's hands. The realization hit him like a blow, and he nearly fainted. For someone already nearing the end of his life, an additional 20 years was akin to living another lifetime. Martial artists in the Jinwu realm have lifespans only slightly longer than ordinary people, usually just a few decades more, with a maximum of about 100 years. Only by condensing a martial Dao core and breaking through to the Xuanwu realm can one's lifespan double significantly. Yi Zhenxiao gazed at his empty palm, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. He knew all too well that his age, declining vitality, and mediocre talent made it nearly impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough to the Xuanwu realm in his remaining years. If only he could obtain the Qingming longevity pill to extend his life by 20 years, there might still be a sliver of hope. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Zhengxiao's anger intensified. Su Chen's actions were clearly a deliberate insult to him as an elder. In his deeply ingrained beliefs, juniors were meant to unconditionally respect and obey their elders, regardless of any faults on the elder's part. Master Xianyang cast a cold glance at the scene before him, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Since you all lack trust in this old man's alchemy, let this essence energy transformation pill return to its rightful owner. Such short-sighted individuals are unworthy of consuming a pill crafted by me. Without waiting for Yi Xinglong's response, he snatched the pill back with a swift motion. Yi Zhengxiao's heart twisted in agony as he watched, but he dared not utter a word. The consequences of offending Master Xianyang were far beyond what he could bear. Yi Diyuan, Yi Deming, and others wore dark expressions, their hearts filled with growing doubts. How could Su Chen, a so-called cripple with a shattered Dantian sea of energy, attract the attention of two such influential figures? Yi Ling gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. Yi Diyuan forced himself to remain composed, consoling Yi Xinglong. Pay it no mind. Even Master Xianyang cannot repair a broken Dantian sea of energy. That good-for-nothing won't cause any real trouble. Yi Zhenxiao took a deep breath and spoke earnestly to Yi Xinglong. In this world, Strength reigns supreme above all else. Connections, status, and reputation mean nothing in the face of true power. As long as you train diligently at the Martial Tao Academy, you will one day trample these people beneath your feet. Though his words carried encouragement, his gaze towards Su Chen still burned with cold fury and hostility. Don't worry, grandfather. Yi Xinglong reignited his determination, glaring fiercely at Su Chen and the others. I will not let you down. I'll rise to the pinnacle of the martial Tao and crush every last one of them beneath me. Good. That's the spirit of a true grandson of mine, Yi Zhenxiao said with satisfaction, patting his grandson on the shoulder. From this day forward, I'm entrusting the entire family's authority to you. All the family's resources are at your disposal. With that, he led Yi Xinglong to the high platform in the grand hall. Ladies and gentlemen, Yi Zhengxiao's powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. Today may be my birthday celebration, but our Yi family has an even greater announcement to make. At these words, the crowd's attention shifted from Su Chen's table to focus on him. Yi Zhengxiao's expression grew solemn, his tone impassioned. My eldest grandson, Yi Xinglong, has successfully passed the entrance examination for the Martial Tao Academy in the royal capital and has even been personally chosen as a disciple by one of the academy's elders. One day, he will surely rise as a formidable force, bringing glory and honor to Beihuang City on behalf of our Yi family. The announcement sparked a wave of murmurs and discussions among the guests. Everyone knew that those with Earth-grade bloodlines were nearly guaranteed to advance to the Xuanwu realm. Furthermore, with the personal guidance of a Martial Tao Academy elder, even reaching the Tianwu realm was not out of the question. Such a privilege was typically reserved for the most prodigious young talents. Guests quickly stepped forward to offer their congratulations, and even members of the Yi family looked at Yi Xinglong with newfound respect and admiration. As Yi Xinglong basked in their flattering smiles, the resentment in his heart dissipated, replaced by a renewed sense of confidence. He cast a cold, mocking glance at Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng, thinking to himself, just you wait. The real show is yet to come. Before long, Yi Zhenxiao delivered another shocking announcement. As we all know, in the world of martial arts, strength is paramount. For the sake of the family's future, I have decided to appoint Yi Xinglong as the new young patriarch of the Yi family, dedicating all our efforts to supporting his ascent to the peak of the martial Tao. The declaration caused an uproar. Everyone was well aware that Yi Qingqing had long held the position of young patriarch and was widely respected for her abilities and reputation, even gaining the submission of the Zhang family. For Yi Zhenxiao to make such a bold move as soon as he emerged from seclusion was nothing short of astonishing. Father is wise. Yi Diyuan's voice rang out first, his slightly obsequious face brimming with excitement. Xinglong possesses unparalleled talent. With the family's resources to support him, he will undoubtedly become a great power in the future, strengthening the Yi family. Yi Diyuan, Yi Deming, and the others had long awaited this moment. They immediately incited the clan members to show their support. With their deep roots in the family, they quickly swayed the majority to agree. In the corner, a few clan members with a sense of conscience looked at Yi Qingcheng with helpless gazes, which ultimately turned into resigned sighs. How could the patriarch do this? Lanxiang and Huge stood frozen, watching everything unfold before their eyes. They had witnessed firsthand all that Yi Qingcheng had sacrificed for the Yi family, only to be treated like this now. Is it because of what happened earlier? Is he upset with Miss? The naive Lanxiang still tried to find excuses for the patriarch. Upset? Lin Yun let out a cold laugh, her eyes burning with fury. That old man is cold-hearted by nature. Su Chen was right, this was all premeditated long ago. Yi Qingqing's face turned as pale as paper. The grandfather who had once shown her so much care and affection had made this decision without even consulting her, directly naming Yi Xinglong as the young patriarch. Reflecting on everything that had happened recently, especially Yi Zhenxiao's change in attitude, she finally understood Su Chen's words. She had been nothing more than a tool for the Yi family, paving the way for others. Once the crisis was over and the family grew stronger, this tool, having lost its value, was destined to be discarded without hesitation. For the first time, the ever-strong Yi Qingqing shed tears in front of everyone. Her face was lifeless, and her heart felt as though it had been torn apart. No matter how Lin Yun and the others tried to comfort her, she sat there motionless, as if she had turned to stone. In this moment, her faith crumbled entirely. Su Chen looked at Yi Qingqing, as if seeing his former self in the Su family. That feeling of being used and then mercilessly abandoned stirred both anger and unwillingness in his heart. Qingqing, don't be sad. I'm here for you. Su Chen gently patted her back, his eyes filled with boundless tenderness. Yi Qingqing stared blankly at Su Chen, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Yi Xinglong and the others sneering triumphantly. Inside, Yi Xinglong was laughing hysterically. Weren't you so proud just now? How dare you humiliate me? You two worthless fools, cry all you want. Tears are the hallmark of ants like you. As for me, a true strong man. I will rise to power by stepping on all your heads. Yi Zhenxiao cast a cold glance at Su Chen and the others, then turned to the enthusiastic clan members and announced, "Very well. Since everyone agrees with this decision, I hereby declare that from today onward, Yi Xinglong will be the young patriarch of the Yi family." Hold it right there. A sharp voice suddenly interrupted, cutting off Yi Zhenxiao's declaration. Everyone turned toward the source, only to see Su Chen slowly rise to his feet, an unprecedented sharpness in his expression. "Young Master Su, although this is an internal matter of the Yi family and I shouldn't interfere, if you need assistance, I will not hesitate to help." Lu Qing spoke solemnly. "Young Master Su, the same goes for me." Master Xianyang followed up with his own declaration. "Thank you both." Su Chen nodded slightly. "But this is about my Qingqing. She has been wronged, and as her husband, how could I just stand idly by?" With that, he strode toward Yi Zhenxiao and the others. "Su Chen, what do you think you're doing?" Yi Diyuan barked sharply. Standing before everyone, Su Chen swept his gaze across the crowd like a blade, his voice firm and resolute. "I do not agree." His words rang out like a clap of thunder, stunning everyone present. Gone was the usual carefree air about him. His eyes were steely, his demeanor icy, and his tone carried a youthful arrogance and an undeniable authority. "How dare you?" Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling immediately stepped forward. "You don't agree? Who do you think you are to make such a claim? You're nothing but a Livian son-in-law of the Yi family, a talentless good for nothing. What right do you have to question the patriarch's decision? Get out of here." The crowd fell into a deathly silence as the two hurled insults and threats, oblivious to the sharp, sword-like glint now emanating from Su Chen's deep eyes. Although everyone understood that the Yi family's actions were dishonorable, they couldn't fathom how Su Chen, a man widely regarded as a waste, dared to confront Yi Zhenxiao and the others heeding. "First, I am Yi Qingqing's husband. Her matters are my matters." Su Chen's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping across the faces of Yi Zhenxiao and his group, his eyes filled with a chilling coldness. Second, before he could finish, a surge of violent energy erupted from Su Chen's body. In a flash, he moved, striking out with both hands. Two crisp slaps echoed as Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling were sent flying by the force, crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance. The sudden attack left them completely unprepared. How is this possible? The crowd stared in shock at Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling, whose faces were swollen and bloodied. While Yi Ling's dantian was already crippled, Yi Gaoyang was a genuine Qi martial realm practitioner. Yet, he was knocked down with a single slap? This Su Chen, whose talent and cultivation were rumored to have been completely wasted, was. Second, who gave you two useless fools the audacity to point fingers at me? Su Chen coldly glared at the two men groaning in pain on the ground, his voice brimming with authority. Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling trembled uncontrollably, as if death itself had cast its shadow over them. "Su Chen, you've gone too far." Yi Deming roared furiously. "How dare you attack people? Do you have no respect for us, for the Yi family, or for our patriarch? You little brat, you're courting death." Yi Delin, unable to contain his rage, unleashed his true energy, preparing to charge forward. "If you're so eager to die, come at me." Su Chen's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. He had long wanted to eliminate Yi Delin, who had repeatedly bullied Yi Qingsheng and even tried to take her life. Has Su Chen lost his mind? The crowd watched in disbelief. Such arrogance, such dominance. Who could have predicted that Su Chen would act so brazenly, even threatening Yi Delin? It was as if he were declaring war on the entire Yi family. "Stop!" Yi Zhenxiao suddenly barked, halting the enraged Yi Delin. His gaze flickered to Master Xianyang and Lu Qing, a trace of apprehension in his eyes. If it weren't for his uncertainty about Su Chen's relationship with these two figures, he would have already struck down this insolent man. "Su Chen, are you questioning the decisions of this patriarch?" Yi Zhenxiao exuded the authority of a clan leader, releasing a powerful pressure. However, to Su Chen, whose spiritual strength had reached the peak of the third tier, this pressure was laughably insignificant. "No, I'm not just questioning your decisions, I'm questioning your character and the morals of the entire Yi family." Su Chen retorted sharply, his words precise and cutting. "Impudent!" Yi Diyuan and the others shouted angrily, while their supporters glared at Su Chen with hostility. "Am I wrong?" Su Chen sneered. "This family stands because of Qingqing. In times of crisis, she's the only one who steps forward. You parasites, who only care about your own gain, who scheme and backstab from the shadows, and who cower like turtles when trouble arises, how dare you have the audacity to shout?" His words were like swords, piercing straight into the hearts of Yi Diyuan and his allies. Turning to the opportunists who shifted their loyalties with the wind, Su Chen continued, "And you lot, always forming cliques, bullying the weak, and currying favor with the powerful. Don't forget who's out there working hard, so you can live comfortably while you fight over power here. Even dogs know loyalty to their master seer worse than dogs. Those who had just been fervently supporting Yi Xinglong now either hung their heads in shame or glared daggers at Su Chen. And you? Su Chen's gaze shifted to Yi Xinglong. You're nothing but a spoiled brat whose strength comes from the family's resources. What are you so proud of? Without Yi Qingsheng, you wouldn't even be able to set foot in the martial academy. You wouldn't even have a place to beg for scraps. Su Chen, how dare you insult me? They'll tear you to pieces. Yi Xinglong roared, his face twisted with rage. Su Chen, don't go too far, Yi Zhenxiao began, only to be cut off by Su Chen. The worst of them all is you, hiding behind your seniority, putting on airs, using and discarding people as you please. You, who can't distinguish right from wrong, who are heartless, selfish, and greedy, eyes your body filled with nothing but the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog? Yi Zhenxiao was so furious he couldn't speak. He never imagined that Su Chen would dare to be so disrespectful, painting him as a despicable villain without a shred of decency. Yi Zhenxiao's eyes radiated a piercing chill, the murderous intent in his gaze unmistakable. Just as the tension reached its peak, Master Xianyang suddenly rose to his feet, his resonant voice echoing through the hall. Well said, young Master Su. Not only are your talents extraordinary, but your words are as sharp as a blade, logical and convincing. You remind this old monk of the great Zhuge sage from years past. These words, both a compliment to Su Chen and a subtle warning to Yi Zhenxiao, managed to diffuse the killing intent in the air. Lu Qing also stood up, clapping in agreement, and the atmosphere in the hall shifted in an unexpected direction. Lin Yun, Lan Xiang, and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them. In their minds, Su Chen had always been nothing more than a frivolous troublemaker, an idle young master causing mischief. Yet here he was, exuding a commanding presence they had never imagined. Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration, as if she was seeing her brother-in-law in an entirely new light. But the most surprising reaction came from Yi Qingsheng. She trembled slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at Su Chen's back. The man she once deemed unrestrained and reckless was now standing up for her, unafraid to confront the entire Yi family. Watching his slender yet upright figure, her chaotic emotions suddenly stilled. His fiery words melted the icy walls she had built around her heart. His broad shoulders seemed to promise shelter from all sorrow and suffering. In that moment, Yi Qingsheng made a decision. She walked resolutely to Su Chen's side and gently took his hand. Thank you, she murmured, feeling the warmth of his palm spread through her heart, filling her with an indescribable sense of gratitude. Su Chen tenderly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said solemnly, since you've chosen me as your man, it's my duty to shield you from the storms, even if it means standing against the world. This heartfelt exchange moved even the hardened martial artists present, who were accustomed to scheming and betrayal. However, Yi Zhenxiao coldly interrupted, Su Chen, I warn you to know your limits. Don't forget, this is the Yi family. Though Xianyang and Lu Qing's presence restrained him from taking action, the threat in his tone was unmistakable. Yi Qingqing tightened her grip on Su Chen's hand. Enough. This is enough. I don't need the position of young clan leader. As long as you're by my side, that's all I need. She knew all too well that the Yi family wanted nothing more than to tear Su Chen apart, and while Su Chen could handle Qi martial realm opponents, he would ultimately be outmatched by true martial realm masters like Yi Zhenxiao. But Su Chen merely patted her hand reassuringly and gave her a calming smile. Then, he turned to face Yi Zhenxiao directly. Don't play these petty games with me. Let me make this clear. We may choose to give up what's ours, but if anyone dares to take it from us, it'll destroy them. Yi Diyuan and the others, realizing intimidation was futile, tried a different approach, appealing to emotion. Su Chen, you're being far too arrogant. The position of young clan leader determines the survival of the entire Yi family. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. Yi Qingsheng is just an ordinary person. How could she possibly bear such responsibility? Yi Xinglong, on the other hand, is extraordinarily gifted and favored by the elders of the martial academy. He's the only one who can lead the Yi family to greatness. Talent? Strength? Su Chen sneered. Qingqing may not be able to cultivate now, but that doesn't mean she never will. Besides, someone like Yi Xinglong, who you call a so-called genius, is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. These words thoroughly enraged Yi Xinglong. His expression darkened as he glared at Su Chen. You worthless fool. Do you dare face me in a duel? Or can you only run your mouth? Su Chen smirked disdainfully. Sure. I just hope your frail little body can handle it when I cripple you. Seeing Su Chen agree so arrogantly, Yi Xinglong immediately turned to Yi Zhenxiao, his eyes burning with anger. Grandfather, Su Chen is so disrespectful. If we don't teach him a lesson, people will think the Yi family is easy to bully. Yi Zhenxiao nodded without hesitation. Although he feared Master Xianyang and Lu Qing, which prevented him from using his seniority to bully the young, a duel between peers was a different matter. Xinglong, This boy is so brazen. He must have something to rely on. You should still be cautious. Yi Diyuan, though confident in his son's strength, felt a vague unease as he recalled the overwhelming aura Su Chen had displayed earlier. You're overthinking this, big brother. Yi Deming interjected. Su Chen might come from a prestigious family and was once a prodigious talent, nearly reaching the Xuanwu realm. It's natural for his body to be stronger, having been tempered with countless treasures since childhood. But a damaged bloodline and a shattered dantian are irreversible. Yi Xinglong smirked confidently. Father, don't worry. Whatever he's relying on is meaningless. They'll soon show him that martial arts aren't just about brute strength. He dismissed Su Chen entirely, planning to use this fight to prove himself and crush Su Chen once and for all. In the grand courtyard of the Yi family, the guests quickly stepped back, clearing a large space. Anticipation flickered in their eyes. Yi Xinglong, who had awakened an Earth-grade bloodline and possessed exceptional talent, was not only admitted to the Royal Martial Academy but also taken as a disciple by one of its elders. Su Chen, on the other hand, was once a prodigy with a heaven-grade bloodline, his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the true martial realm's 9th layer. Though his talent and cultivation had been destroyed, his commanding presence hinted at hidden cards. These two figures were both legends in the northern wasteland city. With a flash, Yi Xinglong appeared at the center of the battlefield. Su Chen, you dared to slander my grandfather and the Yi family. Today, they'll teach you a lesson and show you that trash like you should live meekly. Arrogance will only lead to death. Your skills may be lacking, but you sure talk a lot, Su Chen sneered. You're courting death. Yi Xinglong was instantly enraged, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Boom. His aura exploded, and violent true energy swept through the area like a storm. At the peak of the Qi martial realm's 9th layer, Yi Xinglong's power caused fierce winds to howl through the Yi family courtyard. Unbelievable, the 9th layer of the Qi martial realm? Isn't Yi Xinglong only in his early 20s? To be precise, he's only 21. Reaching the 9th layer of the Qi martial realm at 21? That's astonishingly fast cultivation. Su Chen is doomed. The crowd gasped in amazement. In the northern wasteland city, even older martial artists often remain stuck in the Qi martial realm. Yi Xinglong's father, Yi Diyuan, had only recently broken through to the true martial realm. Clearly, Yi Xinglong's talent was exceptional even among the geniuses of the royal capital. To them, Su Chen's strength, no matter how great, could at most contend with a martial artist at the 4th or 5th layer of the Qi martial realm. How could he possibly stand against Yi Xinglong at the 9th layer? Only the 9th layer at 21? My Qingzhu is far better than that. What's there to be proud of? Su Chen remarked coldly, his gaze sweeping over Yi Xinglong with disdain. Arrogant. Go to hell. Yi Xinglong's eyes widened as he erupted with killing intent. Boom. True energy surged in his palm as he unleashed a violent whirlwind, forming a tornado several feet high that roared towards Su Chen. Earth-grade martial skill Wind Dragon Palm. Yi Xinglong channeled his true energy to its peak, activating his martial skill to crush Su Chen. After being humiliated by Su Chen earlier, he was determined to pummel him into submission and restore his pride. Such theatrics, Su Chen said indifferently, raising his palm lazily. Black streams of energy swirled around his hand. The moment they met the raging tornado, it disintegrated instantly, the wild true energy dissipating entirely. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as Su Chen's palm struck Yi Xinglong's face, sending him flying. Yi Xinglong let out a pained cry, his face swelling on one side as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror. Your Dantian and Qi have recovered? Yi Xinglong stammered in disbelief. What? Gasps erupted from the crowd. They hadn't even seen what had happened before Su Chen had shattered the tornado and slapped Yi Xinglong. No amount of brute strength could overcome true energy, let alone martial skills. And the black energy emanating from Su Chen's palm, clearly true energy, was undeniable proof. The true martial realm martial artists present, with their keen eyes, quickly grasped the implications. This could only mean one thing: Su Chen's Dantian and Qi had been restored. How is this possible? The courtyard buzzed with shock and disbelief. The fact that Su Chen's Dantian and Qi had been shattered, rendering him a cripple, was well known throughout Beihuang City. Yet, what was unfolding before everyone's eyes was shaking their very understanding of reality. Lan Xiang and the others cheered in excitement. The young master has truly recovered. This is incredible. Yi Diyuan stared at Su Chen in disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. Impossible. Even if your Dantian has recovered, you're only at the 4th level of the Qi martial realm. How could you possess such overwhelming strength? He could clearly sense the astonishing surge of true Qi that Su Chen had just displayed, a power far beyond his supposed level. It's because your son is a failure. Su Chen cast a cold glance at Yi Diyuan, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Exactly. Our young master was once a peerless genius who shook the entire De Luo dynasty. Lan Xiang and the others chimed in fervently. Yi Xinglong fixed his gaze on Su Chen, his voice quivering with fear. Su Chen, I don't know what method you use to restore your Dantian and Qi Si, but if you think that alone is enough to challenge me, you're gravely mistaken. I'll cripple you again today. Clang. A gleaming silver longsword was unsheathed, its blade radiating a chilling light and an intimidating edge. A spirit weapon? City Lord Lu's expression shifted. This is bad. Young Master Su might be in serious trouble. Spirit weapons were not only immensely powerful but could also channel true qi to unleash strength beyond a martial artist's natural limits. Even a low-grade spirit weapon was a rarity in a small place like Beihuang City, and paired with Yi Xinglong's 9th-level qi martial realm cultivation, it was a force that could rival true martial practitioners. Die! Yi Xinglong roared, unleashing the flowing light whirlwind sword. A low-tier earth-grade martial technique from the Royal Martial Academy. Blinding waves of light, accompanied by a raging storm, slashed down towards Su Chen. Master Xian Yang let out a cold snort. It seems Huang Chenggu passed that technique down to him. Qing Zhu's hand rested on her sword hilt, ready to intervene at any moment. A spirit weapon? Swordsmanship? In the hands of trash, it's still trash. Despite Yi Xinglong's full-force attack, Su Chen remained calm, his aura turning icy and piercing. Buzz. With 2 fingers forming a sword, Su Chen summoned a dark, chilling blade of light. In an instant, it sliced through the void, meeting Yi Xinglong's attack hidden. That's forming a weapon from qi. Does he plan to counter a spirit weapon and earth-grade martial arts with just this? Someone exclaimed in shock. Boom. The dark blade of light tore through the air, as if ripping the heavens apart. It swept away Yi Xinglong's whirlwind sword qi in an instant, appearing before him like a rift in space. What? Block it! Yi Xinglong roared, raising his sword to defend. Clang! The low-grade spirit sword trembled violently before being flung from his grasp. Yi Xinglong's chest caved in, several ribs snapping as he spat blood and was sent flying. The entire Yi family courtyard fell into a dead silence. Everyone was struck dumb. Yi Xinglong, wielding a spirit weapon and executing an earth-grade martial art with power comparable to a true martial practitioner, had been utterly defeated with a single strike of Su Chen's most basic condensed qi weapon. Look, there's a crack on the spirit sword. The blade is splitting apart. Lu Qing's eyes gleamed. It seems young Master Su's true qi is exceptionally domineering, possessing a corrosive power that can break down even the strongest defenses. That's how he dispersed the whirlwind earlier. Master Xianyang smirked with pride. Brother Lu Qing, I told you before, young Master Su's techniques are extraordinary, far beyond what we mere mortals can comprehend. Could an ordinary person master the art of fire control? Could an ordinary person effortlessly refine a lost 4th-grade pill? Compared to Su Chen, they are indeed insignificant. It happened in the blink of an eye, though it felt slow in words. This highly anticipated battle was over in an instant. In the arena, Su Chen stood tall and proud, the lingering aura of his sword energy yet to dissipate. Meanwhile, Yi Xinglong, the martial arts prodigy of the academy, lay crumpled on the ground like a broken rag doll, covered in blood, his ribs shattered and barely clinging to life. The scene left everyone present utterly shaken. Master Su, you're incredible. Lan Xiang and the others clung to each other, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Even Lin Yun, who was always critical of Su Chen, now had a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Yi Qingsheng gazed at Su Chen's back, feeling a surge of unprecedented security. This sense of reliance was a happiness she had never known. Xinglong! Xinglong! Yi Diyuan and his group surrounded Yi Xinglong, their faces etched with both anger and worry. Yi Delin seethed with rage, exclaiming, this boy struck so mercilessly, clearly intended to end Xinglong's life. Su Chen, however, remained calm and composed. While he regretted not finishing Yi Xinglong in one blow, the fact that he could severely injure an opponent armed with a spiritual weapon, despite being 5 minor realms apart, was proof of the immense power of the heaven-burying divine technique. He now saw a bright path ahead on his martial journey. You little scoundrel! Yi Diyuan could no longer contain himself. His Zenwa level energy erupted as he led over 10 martial artists, both Qi Wu and Zenwa level, charging towards Su Chen with murderous intent. In this critical moment, Yi Qingqing disregarded the oppressive aura of the attackers and rushed to Su Chen's side. Su Chen gently held her hand and smiled calmly. Don't worry, they can't harm me. Master Xianyang let out an angry snort, his Zuanwa level aura silencing the entire scene. Ganging up on someone and bullying the young with numbers, this is the conduct of the Yi family? Yi Diyuan refused to back down. Master Xianyang, this is a family matter of the Yi clan, and you. Before he could finish, Lu Qing stepped forward. The overwhelming pressure of his peak Zenwa level aura made it hard for anyone to breathe. Killing someone in North Desolate City in front of its city lord, is this your way of disregarding me? Finally, Yi Zhenxiao regained his composure and intervened to put an end to the confrontation. Enough. This matter ends here. He cast a cold glance at Su Chen and issued orders. Take Xinglong to the medics immediately. Mobilize all family resources to ensure his foundation is preserved. Although Yi Diyuan and his group were reluctant, they had no choice but to yield in the face of both Master Xuanyang's and Lord Lu's imposing presence. Even Yi Zhenxiao knew that offending either of them could lead to the Yi family's complete annihilation. Chief Yi, how wise of you. Lu Qing retracted his aura of oppressive energy, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Since that's the case, according to our earlier agreement, shouldn't Madame Su continue to hold the position of young clan leader? Yi Zhenxiao's expression changed instantly. He had not anticipated that Lu Qing would so assertively support Su Chen and Yi Qingsheng, even to the point of interfering in the Yi family's internal affairs. But it was not entirely surprising after witnessing Su Chen's astonishing strength firsthand. Lu Qing had already decided to align himself with this prodigious talent who had risen from adversity. Enough. At this moment, Yi Qingsheng spoke coldly and resolutely. I will no longer be the Yi family's young clan leader. But let me make it clear, this is not because you forced me out, but because I choose to relinquish it myself. Qingsheng, I know I was wrong about what happened before, but Yi Zhenxiao tried to salvage the situation, his heart filled with regret. He finally realized how foolish he had been to push such an extraordinary talent to the opposing side. Yi Qingsheng cut him off sharply, her tone icy. Grandfather, this will be the last time I call you that. Yes, I am a useless person who cannot cultivate, but I am still a human being, not a tool for you to deceive and exploit. Since you have chosen to discard me, I will grant your wish. From now on, I sever all ties with the Yi family. She turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, this is my decision. No matter what, I will support you. Su Chen firmly held Yi Qingsheng's hand and, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, left decisively. Yi Zhenxiao reached out as if to stop them, but blood spurted from his mouth as he staggered backward. Grandmaster Xianyang and Lu Qing, observing this, let out cold snorts before departing. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Wow, that was intense. Just moments ago, the Yi family seemed untouchable, and now it looks like they're falling apart. Serves Yi Zhenxiao right for being selfish, deceitful, and heartless. Looks like the Yi family is doomed. After leaving the Yi family estate, Yi Qingsheng quickly began packing up her belongings. Other than Su Chen, Lin Wan, and her 4 loyal maids Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Jush brought no one else from the Yi family. Outside, Grandmaster Xianyang and Lu Qing were already waiting. Haha, the Yi family has shown their true colors. Madame Su, your decision was undoubtedly the right one, Grandmaster Xianyang said with a laugh. He then turned to Su Chen and proposed, Young Master Su, our Deluo Business Alliance has plenty of space and excellent facilities. Why not stay there for the time being? Hold on. If we're talking about space, my city lord's mansion is much larger, Lu Qing interrupted. But I understand you might not want to impose. Coincidentally, I have a villa in the luxurious East District. It's not too big, but it's peaceful and elegant, perfect for your family to live in. Please don't hesitate to accept it. Thank you, City Lord Lu. Rest assured, I have some savings and won't let you suffer any losses. Yi Qingsheng responded gratefully. Lu Qing waved his hand repeatedly. Madame Su, there's no need to be so polite. Receiving the Qingming longevity pill was already a tremendous fortune for me. A mere villa is nothing in comparison. Ha Lu, you do have some sense after all, Grandmaster Xianyang teased with a laugh. In the end, upon Su Chen's decision, they accepted Lu Qing's kind offer. Lan Xiang and the others were overjoyed. Thanks to our young master, we won't be left homeless. From now on, we finally have a place to call our own. The eastern city, nestled between mountains and rivers, stands in stark contrast to the bustling western city. Here, individual estates are scattered harmoniously amidst the lush greenery and serene waters. Among them, the villa gifted by Lu Qing occupies the most advantageous position, perched halfway up the mountain, offering an unobstructed view of the landscape below. This villa, spanning approximately 1 hectare, is a remarkable blend of human craftsmanship and natural beauty. A mountain stream flows naturally through the grounds, while the pavilions are arranged with an elegant sense of order. Though Lu Qing rarely resides there, he has always had it meticulously maintained. After Lan Xiang and the others conducted some light tidying, the place was quickly ready for occupancy. Not long after, Lu Qing sent over a large number of household items and even replaced the plaque at the entrance with gilded characters reading, Su Residence, making his intentions of fostering goodwill unmistakable. Su Chen accepted the gesture without hesitation. The master bedroom on the upper floor of the pavilion is exceptionally spacious, complete with a private living area. Lan Xiang and the others had already decorated it with a homely warmth. However, Yi Qingsheng didn't concern herself with these external details. Instead, she quietly invited Su Chen to sit down. Since becoming husband and wife, The two had yet to have a proper conversation. Now, away from the clamor of the world, they finally had the chance to open up to each other. Back when Master Xinyang came to the Yi family hall to offer his help, it was because of you, wasn't it? And City Lord Lu. Yi Qingqing finally voiced the question that had been on her mind for a long time. The extraordinary courtesy and even flattery shown by these two prominent figures towards Su Chen had left her puzzled. It's nothing too significant. Master Xinyang sought me out because I helped him refine a pill, and as for Lu Qing, I cured his young son of a chronic illness. Su Chen, well prepared, answered truthfully, though he made no mention of the burial heaven ring. Over the days spent together, he had come to understand and appreciate Yi Qingqing's outwardly cold but inwardly warm nature. However, the matter of the burial heaven ring was far too serious. Revealing it to her would only bring danger. The lesson that a man is innocent, but harboring a treasure invites calamity, was one he would never forget. Regardless, I'm just happy that your cultivation has been restored. But the Su family will likely be furious when they find out, Yi Qingqing said, her tone tinged with concern. Those venomous snakes will pay the price soon enough. At the mention of the Su family, Su Chen's face instantly darkened with murderous intent. Yi Qingqing understood all too well that this was an irreconcilable grudge. If news of Su Chen's restored cultivation reached the Su family, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate any threats. It's all because of me that your abilities were exposed, she said, feeling both guilty and proud. After all, who wouldn't want their husband to rise above others? This has nothing to do with you. I never intended to hide it anyway. It was just that Yi Xinglong happened to witness it. As for the Su family, whatever schemes they have, they'll face them heeding. Still, the fact that they sent you here in the first place is something I'm grateful for, Yi Qingqing said with a comforting smile. If you must thank someone, thank yourself for offering up the Yi family's treasured medicine. Otherwise, they would have simply silenced me forever. Su Chen's tone remained icy. Faced with this unrelenting hatred, Yi Qingqing chose not to argue further. Instead, she silently made a decision. I will help you, no matter what. Her gaze drifted toward the distant martial arts academy of the capital. By the way, let me take a look at why your body can't cultivate, Su Chen said, taking her hand to feel her pulse. The sudden touch of skin left the usually composed and decisive clan leader blushing furiously. Although she had taken his hand during the banquet in a moment of urgency, this was different. Now, alone together on a quiet night, the intimacy of the gesture made her heart race. Strange. Su Chen muttered as he sensed her chaotic pulse and blocked meridians, which didn't even connect to her dantian or qi si. Even more perplexing, her physical condition was as frail as that of an ordinary person, which was inconsistent with someone at the 9th level of the strength martial realm. Without prior tempering, how weak must her body have been? Moreover, her condition was entirely different from the illness that afflicted Lu Qing's son, showing no signs of foreign energy. There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm well aware of my own body, and I've never had any lofty expectations, Yi Qingqing said, her voice calm and resolute. 100 years of life is already long enough. As long as it's meaningful, there will be no regrets. Yi Qingqing gently withdrew her delicate hand, her voice soft yet firm. She had long grown accustomed to this outcome. Many experts invited by the Yi family had been helpless regarding her condition. Yet Su Chen still caught a fleeting trace of unwillingness in her otherwise calm gaze. Your body is very weak. Rest well for now, and we'll talk about other matters later, Su Chen said softly before quietly leaving the room. Standing in the corridor, gazing into the night, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. As a young man full of vigor, he had naturally looked forward to spending his wedding night with his new bride. But Yi Qingqing's frail health made it impossible. Fortunately, Lan Xiang and the others had already prepared a separate room for him, with Qingzhu stationed outside as usual. After returning to his room, Su Chen immediately entered the burial heaven realm. Her condition is truly troubling. Senior, do you think you can discern anything from it? Su Chen described Yi Qingqing's situation in detail to the woman in white, his eyes filled with hope. From what you've said, it resembles the legendary heavenly Tao Tin absolute body. The usually expressionless woman in white furrowed her brows, causing an ominous feeling to rise in Su Chen's heart. What is the heavenly Tao Tin absolute body? He asked. It is a mysterious constitution that completely rejects qi, techniques, and any connection to the Tao. It is a restriction imposed by the heavenly Tao, absolutely forbidding any form of cultivation. Typically, this only manifests in the reincarnations of those who were great and sinful demonic overlords. The woman in white said meaningfully, fixing her gaze on Su Chen. Your wife is no ordinary person. The heavenly Tao Ten absolute body is exceptionally rare across the vast heavens and universe. How could it be? Is reincarnation truly possible in this world? But Qingcheng. Su Chen found it hard to believe. In his eyes, Yi Qingcheng, despite her cold exterior, had a warm and kind heart. She bore no grudges even against someone like Yi Diyuan, who had wronged her, and often helped the poor. How could someone like her be the reincarnation of a demonic overlord? It's just one possibility. The heavenly Tao-10 absolute body itself is an anomaly, the woman in white said calmly. Senior, with your vast knowledge, surely you must have a solution? Su Chen asked eagerly. The woman in white shook her head. The universe is boundless, with countless cultivation systems, but the heavenly Tao-10 absolute body rejects all of them. This is the heavenly Tao. It cannot be defied. As she spoke the last sentence, her eyes flashed with a sharp, chilling light. The heavenly Tao cannot be defied? Su Chen's eyes lit up with a thought. Then could the burial heaven divine art possibly? No. The woman in white interrupted sharply. And if you dare reveal this, I will kill you right now. Her tone turned icy cold, and a deadly aura radiated from her, making Su Chen feel as if death itself had descended, freezing his very soul. Is there truly no hope at all? Su Chen asked, unwilling to give up. Yi Qingcheng was his wife, and he couldn't stand by and watch her be unable to cultivate, with her life expectancy limited. Perhaps you don't need to despair entirely. The heavens are vast, and anything is possible. There is a legend of a technique that may allow someone with the heavenly Tao-10 absolute body to cultivate. However, I cannot guarantee its success. The Heaven-Severing Creation Sutra? Su Chen asked. I've never seen it myself. Whether it truly exists is uncertain. It all depends on your fate. Oh, and remember this: before cultivating the Heaven-Severing Creation Sutra, her primordial yin must remain intact. Otherwise, the technique will be utterly useless. With that, the woman in white vanished. Su Chen let out a bitter laugh. This meant that he and Qingcheng could not consummate their marriage, for now a true test for a young man full of energy. Emerging from the burial heaven realm, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. As long as there's even a sliver of hope, I will find it, he vowed. He decided to quickly refine the 3-unity pill and, after mastering the green lotus earthly flame, take Yi Qingcheng away from northern wilderness city. Such a mysterious technique could never be found in a small place like this. Only by venturing further could he have any chance of encountering the Heaven-Severing Creation Sutra. That night, Su Chen didn't rest. He began using the alchemy furnace gifted by Master Xianyang to refine pills. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng was also busy, rummaging through her belongings to gather anything of value. Miss, all your treasure jewelry and valuables, along with the 1 million spirit stones gifted by City Lord Liu, are here. The total value is over 3 million. What are you planning to do with all this? Lanxiang, who was helping count the items, couldn't help but ask. It's not enough. Still not enough? Yi Qingcheng frowned. A single heavenly martial token costs at least 5 million spirit stones. The heavenly martial token? Isn't that the admission token for the Royal Capital's Martial Academy? Hugevik exclaimed. Are you planning to send the young master to the Martial Academy to cultivate? The Royal Martial Academy, established at the founding of the Great Chu Kingdom, stands as the highest institution of martial arts in the land, with a legacy spanning hundreds of years. It not only houses an extensive collection of martial arts manuals, but also benefits from continuous royal patronage, having cultivated countless extraordinary martial arts masters and alchemy experts. Miss, with the young master's exceptional talent, even Yi Xinglong is no match for him. Why spend a fortune on purchasing the Tianwu token? Wouldn't it be better to just take the entrance examination directly? Lan Xiang asked, puzzled. Yi Qingcheng sighed softly. You don't understand. The Great Chu royal family has long since fallen into decay. On the surface, the Martial Academy is a place where the greatest talents gather, but in truth, it became a playground for the privileged many years ago. Ordinary people without connections have no chance of setting foot inside. The Yi family spent over 10 million spirit stones to pull strings for Yi Xinglong to enter the academy, and on top of that, they had to pay an additional 5 million to purchase a Tianwu token, Yi Qingcheng said with a trace of helplessness in her voice. This academy is outrageous. We should just forget about it, Qiu Ju said indignantly. But Yi Qingcheng shook her head resolutely. In Great Chu, almost all high-ranking officials, from the imperial court to local governments, come from the Martial Academy. Now that Su Chen has regained his cultivation, it would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Besides, with the Academy's protection, we'll be better equipped to deal with the Su family's retaliation. As everyone was worrying about gathering enough spirit stones, Lin Yun entered with Chun Mei. When Chun Mei opened the bundle she carried, a brilliant light filled the room. The package contained not only spirit stones and jewels, but also a spiritual battle blade of great significance. It was the relic left behind by Yi Qingcheng's father. Your father died on the battlefield, leaving behind only this relic. Along with the imperial compensation and my savings, it should be worth over 2 million spirit stones, Lin Yun said, her voice tinged with reluctance as she looked at the blade. Yi Qingcheng's eyes reddened as she tried to refuse, but Lin Yun had already made up her mind. Su Chen is our son-in-law, and this is our contribution as his in-laws. The departed are gone. We must plan for the living. Meanwhile, Su Chen had successfully refined the Sanyuan Gi pill. As expected of an ancient legendary pill, even I failed on my first attempt, he said, a delighted smile spreading across his face as he held the pill in his hand. After a quick wash, he eagerly set off with Qing Zhu. Young master, the great wilderness mountains are teeming with dangerous beasts, and even demon kings lurk there. Isn't it unwise to go without telling the young mistress? Qing Zhu asked nervously. Telling them would only make them worry. Don't worry, we're just going for a quick trip and won't venture too far, Su Chen replied confidently with a smile. Before them stretched the great wilderness mountains, a vast range spanning hundreds of thousands of miles across the north and south of Great Chu. From afar, the grand wilderness mountain range stretches across the world like a colossal barrier between heaven and earth, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. This ancient mountain range, existing since time immemorial, is rich with rare treasures and natural resources, drawing countless warriors each year who risk their lives to train here. However, it is also a haven for ferocious beasts. Powerful monsters inhabit and thrive in these lands, and it is said that even beast kings surpassing the heavenly martial realm have been sighted, making it one of the most perilous forbidden zones in the Chu kingdom. As they stepped into the mountain range, the overwhelming aura of wilderness and savagery instantly engulfed them, as though they had entered a primeval world. A sense of dread crept into their hearts. They had barely ventured far when a massive tiger, several meters tall and covered in fiery red scales, leapt out from the depths of the forest. This crimson flame tiger, over 10 meters long, moved with astonishing speed, resembling a blazing inferno charging forward. The scorching heat it emitted made the air feel like a furnace. A second-tier peak-level beast, the crimson flame tiger. Qingzhu's phoenix eyes sharpened as she swiftly drew her sword. Such a beast possessed strength comparable to a 9th-level Qi martial realm warrior. Its defense was extraordinary, its strength unmatched, and its bloodline abilities far exceeded those of others at the same level. As the crimson flame tiger lunged forward like a shooting star, Qingzhu prepared to engage it with all her might. However, before she could act, the sound of something tearing through the air cut ahead of her. Su Chen struck with a powerful punch, his black true energy surging wildly as it collided with the tiger's roaring flames. A sharp hissing sound accompanied the clash, white smoke rising as Su Chen's burial heaven true energy dissipated the fire entirely. His fist landed heavily on the crimson flame tiger's head. Boom! The tiger let out a pained howl as it was sent flying backward, shaking the forest with the impact. Yet, as expected of a second-tier peak-level beast, its tough hide and immense resilience left it largely unharmed, save for a slight disorientation. Enraged, the crimson flame tiger roared toward the sky, its eyes glowing blood-red, and charged again, brimming with even greater demonic energy. You vile beast! How dare you act so insolently? A cold gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes as his burial heaven true energy surged forth, forming a dark sword light that pierced through the air. The blade cut through the flames like a hot knife through butter, striking the leaping crimson flame tiger midair and killing it instantly. Qingzhu stepped forward to inspect the beast and found that the sword light had pierced through its skull. Master Su's ability to condense energy into a weapon is truly remarkable, she praised, her eyes filled with admiration. Facing such a beast herself, she would struggle to breach its defenses without a spiritual weapon and would need to expend significant effort to secure victory. Yet, Su Chen had dispatched it effortlessly with just one punch and one strike, his speed and grace leaving Qingzhu deeply moved. Hurry up and gather the materials. We need to keep moving. Su Chen's voice broke her reverie. Qingzhu quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks tinged with redness. To hide her embarrassment, she swiftly collected the valuable beast core, fur, and claws, storing them in her pack. Now that she and Yi Qingsheng were establishing their own faction under Su Chen's leadership, these materials were essential resources. As they continued their journey, Su Chen refrained from intervening unless they encountered multiple beasts attacking at once, leaving Qingzhu to handle the creatures they encountered. By the end of the day, they had amassed a significant haul. As night fell, the sky darkened ominously. The grand wilderness mountain range was fraught with not only beasts, but also countless unknown death traps, making it unsuitable for travel after dark. By a stream, Su Chen lit a campfire to roast meat, while Qingzhu laid out freshly cleaned beast hides as bedding. Master Su, where exactly are we headed? Qingzhu finally couldn't help but ask as they ate. At this pace, we should reach our destination in 2 more days. No need to worry, Su Chen replied, taking a swig of wine and reclining comfortably on the warm hides. 2 more days. Qingzhu's expression shifted slightly. The grand wilderness mountain range, renowned as a forbidden zone, grew increasingly perilous the deeper one ventured. The beasts became not only more numerous, but also stronger. While martial artists could travel thousands of miles a day under normal circumstances, the treacherous terrain and frequent beast attacks slowed their progress significantly. Even so, 3 days of travel would take them hundreds of miles into the mountains, where they would likely encounter third-tier beasts comparable to true martial realm warriors. On the third day in the Great Wilderness Mountain Range, as expected by Qingzhu, a third-tier low-grade demonic beast blocked their path. Although the beast was only third-tier low-grade, it possessed power comparable to a true martial realm cultivator. Even with Su Chen and Qingzhu combining their full strength, they barely managed to drive it away. Third-tier beast, just you wait. Once I refine the green lotus earthfire, I'll reduce you to ashes in no time. Su Chen growled through gritted teeth, his clothes tattered and his hair in disarray. Fortunately, they were already nearing the location pointed out by Lu Qing. The two cautiously traversed the mountain range and soon arrived at a stone forest surrounded by dense woods. The stone forest was nestled within a misty valley, exuding an air of mystery. In the center of the stone forest, faint azure divine light erupted from the ground, causing the mist to churn endlessly. My lord, what kind of place is this? Qingzhu exclaimed in awe. I never imagined such a serene, otherworldly sanctuary could exist in this eerie great wilderness mountain range. Su Chen didn't respond and quickened his pace. Before long, they came upon an ancient spring pool. The pool was irregular in shape, spanning several meters, and was perpetually shrouded in mist. At its center, clusters of azure flames rose like overlapping lotus leaves, surrounding a single azure flame blossom. My lord, is this the legendary green lotus earthfire? Qingzhu asked in disbelief. The mystical flames of heaven and earth were a novel concept to her, and she hadn't expected to witness one so soon. Su Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on the bubbling white liquid in the pool. It's said that the green lotus earthfire is nurtured by subterranean dragon veins and is always accompanied by earth essence spirit liquid. Looks like the legends are true. Earth essence spirit liquid is the essence of the earth itself, only appearing where dragon veins converge. It contains the purest energy. Ordinary grass watered by it can transform into spiritual herbs. For cultivators, refining and absorbing it can cleanse impurities, enhance potential, strengthen meridians, temper true energy, and help break through bottlenecks. If we could bring such a treasure back for the young lady, it would be immensely beneficial, Qingzhu said excitedly, taking out a jade bottle in an attempt to collect the liquid. However, the jade bottle dissolved the moment it touched the spirit liquid. To collect earth essence spirit liquid, you need a spiritual artifact that transcends the 5 elements. It's not something ordinary containers can hold. Let it go, Su Chen said calmly. Isn't there any other way? Qingzhu asked with regret. Su Chen chuckled and pointed at her, then at himself. Our bodies contain the 5 elements, yet we are not bound by them. With that, he removed his outer garment and leaped into the pool. Ah, refreshing, Su Chen exclaimed as white steam rose around him, his entire body enveloped in the soothing warmth of the flames. He couldn't help but shout in delight. Qingzhu stood rooted to the spot, her cheeks flushing red. What are you waiting for? This is your chance to break through to the true martial realm, Su Chen urged her. Though Qingzhu's face was burning with embarrassment, she stepped into the pool for the sake of advancing her cultivation. However, the high temperature of the pool, impervious to the 5 elements, instantly dissolved her clothing. My lord, don't look, Qingzhu cried out, quickly submerging herself in the water. Her heart raced at the thought of sharing the pool with Su Chen in such a vulnerable state. All right, focus on your breakthrough, Su Chen replied awkwardly, turning away and swimming deeper into the pool to avoid further discomfort. Qingzhu nodded, her gaze lingering on Su Chen for a moment before a glimmer of admiration flashed in her eyes. She then closed her eyes to concentrate on cultivating. I need to make the most of this opportunity too, Su Chen thought to himself. The earth essence spirit liquid in the pool contained transformative energy capable of purifying the body and accelerating breakthroughs. He planned to push his cultivation to its peak before refining the green lotus earthfire. Deeper within the pool, the azure divine light intertwined, and the energy grew even more intense. Simply circulating his cultivation technique allowed him to convert the energy into power, a truly miraculous phenomenon. This was the perfect moment for a breakthrough. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Su Chen's body, black divine light swirling around him as mysterious runes glimmered. With the burial heaven divine art in motion, he seemed to transform into a black hole, drawing vast amounts of earth essence spirit liquid toward him. Within Su Chen's dantian, a vast black ocean of energy surged violently. As the overwhelming force continuously poured in, his cultivation level skyrocketed from the peak of Qi martial stage level 4. He broke through to level 5 in an instant. At that moment, it was as if a dormant power within him had awakened. Radiant beams of light burst forth from his body, surrounded by auspicious energy. His immense life force surged like a mighty dragon, and the energy of the earth essence spirit liquid coursed through his veins, refining his physique and enriching the very origin of his life. Sitting cross-legged in the spring pool, Su Chen was enveloped in golden energy, his blood essence radiating like a coiled dragon. He exuded an ethereal aura, as though transcending the mortal realm and transforming into a young sovereign, majestic and dignified. Meanwhile, Qingzhu, after a day of cultivation, suddenly felt the breakthrough within her body. She effortlessly stepped into the true martial stage. Additionally, the earth essence spirit liquid continued to cleanse her bones and enhance her potential. A cold aura enveloped her, and a mysterious mark faintly appeared on her forehead, hinting at the awakening of her bloodline talent. However, as she waited, her body reached its limit, unable to absorb any more energy, and the mark on her forehead gradually dimmed. Sigh. It seems it won't work after all. Qingzhu shook her head in disappointment and had no choice but to leave the spring pool. Just as she changed into a fresh set of clothes, a deafening thunderclap resounded. The entire spring pool began to boil, and the earth essence spirit liquid formed a massive vortex, voraciously devouring the energy within the pool. Young master? What's happening? Qingzhu asked anxiously, her face filled with worry. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the sky. The true dragon bloodline within Su Chen erupted, unleashing an ancient and primal dragon-like pressure that swept through the area. Qingzhu trembled uncontrollably at this moment. Su Chen resembled a resurrected true dragon. I didn't expect that refining the earth essence spirit liquid this time would allow me to condense the Jiao dragon physique. Su Chen opened his eyes, sensing the surging power within him. Though the Jiao dragon physique was not yet complete, his physical strength alone was now comparable to that of a true martial stage cultivator. The spring pool had run dry, leaving only the azure fire lotus atop the stalagmite, still emanating its fierce fire attribute energy. However, this force could no longer pose a threat to Su Chen. He took out a 3-origin unity pill and consumed it, instantly revitalizing his energy, spirit, and vitality. All of this heralded the beginning of an even greater transformation. In the vast and desolate wilderness, several figures dashed forward like a gust of wind. Leading the group was a young man dressed in a purple martial arts robe, adorned with jade ornaments and surrounded by gold and silver accessories, clearly marking him as a personal disciple of the royal capital's martial arts academy. Behind him followed a few men and women clad in blue martial arts robes, all moving at breakneck speed. The beasts along the way were no match for them. Even third-tier beasts were effortlessly slain. The sheer strength displayed by this group was truly intimidating. Young Master Wang, we've been deep in the wilderness for 4 or 5 days now. How much farther do we have to go? A seductive woman leaned against the fierce-looking man, her voice sweet and coquettish. Before young Master Wang could respond, a man with narrow, triangular eyes eagerly chimed in, fawning, "No need to worry, young Master Wang. Once we cross those 2 mountains ahead, we'll be there. Are you sure the Azure Lotus Heart Flame hasn't been discovered by someone else?" Another disciple from the Martial Arts Academy asked nervously. The man with triangular eyes replied with absolute confidence, "That location is extremely remote. It was accidentally discovered by a wandering cultivator fleeing for his life. After I bought the information, I silenced him and immediately reported it to you, young Master Wang. There's no way anyone could beat us to it. Even if someone did, it wouldn't matter," young Master Wang said arrogantly, his hand brazenly caressing the seductive woman. "With my supreme Earth-grade Li Fire bloodline, one of the finest in the entire Great Chu Kingdom, the Azure Lotus Heart Flame is destined to be mine." Meanwhile, deep within a stone forest, Su Chen's energy and spirit had surged to their peak, his presence so overwhelming that Qingzhu, standing guard behind him, felt as though she were facing a martial arts grandmaster. Though she worried about the violent and domineering nature of the heavenly flame, she could only silently pray, trusting in her master's judgment. Su Chen remained calm and composed, his hands swiftly forming seals as he executed the Samadhi True Flame Seal. In an instant, crimson radiance burst forth from his body, creating a blazing vortex that emitted an ancient and commanding aura. Samadhi True Flame Seal Refine. With a powerful shout, the fiery vortex enveloped the Azure Lotus Heart Flame. The raging flames surged from the ground like streams of light, coalescing in midair into a blue-gold lotus flower, which gradually merged with the Samadhi True Flame Seal. At that moment, an explosive shout thundered like a clap of lightning. "Who dares to steal young Master Wang's treasure?" Young Master Wang and his group arrived, cutting through the air. Seeing them, Qingzhu immediately drew her sword and stepped in front of Su Chen. "My master is cultivating here. No one is allowed to approach." Several disciples from the Martial Arts Academy unleashed their powerful true martial realm auras, glaring at Qingzhu with murderous intent. But young Master Wang, captivated by her cold and striking beauty, grinned lecherously. "Don't harm her. Capture her alive." "Umph. Even a rustic bumpkin like her catches your eye, young Master Wang," the seductive woman scoffed jealously. Young Master Wang continued to caress her without restraint. It's good to try something different. Tonight, we'll have a threesome. I guarantee I'll be unforgettable. Rest assured, young Master Wang. I'll take her down right away. The man with triangular eyes leaped forward eagerly, his gaze brimming with obsequiousness. Though both he and Qingzhu were at the early stage of the true martial realm, he relied on the profound resources of the martial academy, which often allowed him to surpass his opponents. Naturally, he dismissed a rogue cultivator like Qingzhu as beneath him. Launching himself into the air, his palm strike surged forth like a collapsing mountain or a raging tsunami, its momentum overwhelming and unstoppable, akin to a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. The ancient trees and stone formations in the vicinity were pulverized in an instant under the violent gust of his energy, leaving barren devastation in his wake. This strike embodied the essence of an earth-tier martial technique, intended to utterly crush Qingzhu. Qingzhu's eyes glinted with cold determination as her sword left its scabbard. Facing such a formidable opponent, she focused all her energy, her blade gleaming like a streak of silver lightning cutting through the heavens, or a cascading galaxy illuminating the void. The unparalleled sharpness of her sword aura rippled through the air, sending chills down one's spine. Boom! The sword light flashed, and innate chi surged wildly, causing the void to tremble. The triangular-eyed man's palm imprint disintegrated instantly, and he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. How is this possible? He gasped, staring at Qingzhu in horror. He could not believe that an ordinary rogue cultivator could unleash such a terrifying sword force. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a master of the sword path had descended upon the battlefield. A flicker of surprise crossed Qingzhu's eyes. Though her swordsmanship remained unchanged, the power behind her strikes had surged dramatically after breaking into the true martial realm, allowing her to easily incapacitate an opponent of the same level. Could this be the result of the earth essence elixir that had tempered her body? However, she had no time to dwell on the thought, as the other martial academy disciples erupted in fury and launched their attacks simultaneously. You wretch! How dare you harm a disciple of the martial academy? Do you have a death wish? Enough talk. Subdue her immediately and hand her over to young Master Wang. The four martial academy disciples unleashed their full strength, employing powerful martial techniques to encircle and attack Qingzhu. Among them, the highest-ranked disciple had already reached the 4th level of the true martial realm, his techniques especially fierce. Qingzhu found herself in a perilous situation, forced to retreat repeatedly as her pale face grew even more bloodless. Yet, instead of yielding, she gripped her sword tightly, her cold and resolute expression revealing her unwavering determination as she launched a counterattack. Courting death, the four men, enraged by her defiance, unleashed even more devastating techniques. At that moment, a terrifying wave of heat swept through the battlefield, roaring like a fire dragon and instantly evaporating the surrounding air. Sensing the impending threat, the martial academy disciples hastily retreated, their gazes fixed warily on the source of the heat wave. Boom! The azure lotus earth flame, refined by the Samadhi true fire seal, surged into Su Chen's body. Azure gold radiance erupted from him, enveloping his figure in a blazing aura that distorted the void itself. The azure lotus earth flame churned above his dantian's qi, unleashing immense energy waves that coursed through his entire being. Within his body, it felt as though thunderclaps were reverberating. Crimson gold radiance burst forth as his aura soared, effortlessly breaking through the bottleneck of the 6th level of the qi martial realm. The heavenly flame not only enhanced alchemical and forging capabilities, but also provided incredible benefits in tempering one's true qi, physical body, and spirit. Legends spoke of those who, by chance, refined a complete heavenly flame, achieving sacred physiques or even transcending mortality to create legends. Though this nascent azure lotus earth flame could not propel Su Chen to instant greatness, it significantly refined his true qi and physique, paving the way for him to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. It was no exaggeration to say that the emergence of a future martial arts grandmaster had just graced the world, a miracle rarely seen in the great Chu kingdom's centuries-long history. As the azure gold radiance gradually faded and his surging aura stabilized, the immense power flowing through Su Chen's body caused the surrounding void to disintegrate. Amid the sea of flames, only the azure lotus blooming above Su Chen's head remained, casting a divine and regal glow over him, as though he were a king born from fire. A lotus blooming in a sea of flames. This is the mysterious phenomenon that occurs when refining a heavenly flame. What? That guy actually refined the azure lotus earth flame? Impossible. The crowd erupted in disbelief. This scene was entirely beyond their expectations, and the most shocking part was that the person responsible was merely a low-level martial artist who had just broken through to the 7th level of the qi martial realm. Those who dare to harm my people, are you prepared to face death? A chilling voice echoed abruptly, carrying boundless killing intent that seemed to freeze the heavens and earth. Su Chen turned to face the crowd, his blazing eyes radiating dominance, as though he commanded the very world itself, engulfing everyone in the furnace of his presence. The air was thick with scorching heat and a murderous aura. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on Su Chen, filled with shock and greed. The heart flame of the azure lotus. This legendary heavenly fire was a coveted treasure that could drive the strongest of warriors to madness whenever it appeared. Kid, hand over the heart flame of the azure lotus, and I might just spare your life. Wang Xiao sneered from above, jealousy and killing intent flickering in his eyes. So, you're just a mere ant at the Qi martial realm. I don't know what kind of underhanded trick you used to refine the heart flame of the azure lotus, but if you don't hand it over, you're dead. A few disciples from the martial academy, after assessing Su Chen's cultivation level, quickly replaced their initial shock with disdain. The heart flame of the azure lotus was discovered and refined by my husband first. Why should we give it to you? Qing Zhu stood firmly by Su Chen's side, her voice trembling with anger. She had never expected the outside world to be so treacherous, where people would resort to robbery and murder at the slightest disagreement. Why? Wang Xiao let out a sinister laugh. Because he's just an ant who doesn't deserve such a treasure. Because we are stronger, and we control your life and death. A terrifying pressure of the true martial realm's fifth layer erupted from Wang Xiao, crashing down on Su Chen and Qing Zhu like a mountain. Strength defines respect? Deciding life and death? Where does your confidence come from? Su Chen retorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with sharp defiance. How dare you? Insolent fool. A lowly ant from the countryside dares to disrespect our Wang Xiao. The martial academy disciples erupted in fury. Sometimes, killing an ant is worth it. Wang Xiao's killing intent surged. With his permission, the disciples' gazes turned ruthless, their eyes glinting with malice. You've misunderstood one thing. Su Chen scanned the crowd coldly. It's not you killing Mites Me who's going to kill you. Before the words fully left his mouth, a ferocious aura surged from Su Chen, like a raging dragon, as he launched an attack. One of the martial academy disciples at the true martial realm's third layer charged forward with a loud roar. He had not only mastered earth-grade martial techniques, but also awakened a bronze battle physique. With a punch, his true energy surged, and his fist emitted a menacing aura. Boom! Su Chen met the punch heat, his black burial heaven true energy erupting like a tidal wave, instantly dispersing the opponent's fist energy. Their fists collided with a thunderous explosion, and the terrifying force tore up layers of the ground. Crack! The disciple's arm shattered into a mist of blood, his body flung backward as he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. The onlookers were horrified. A cultivator at the Qi martial realm had destroyed a true martial realm warrior with a bronze battle physique in a single punch. This kid could refine the heart flame of the azure lotus. There must be something strange about him. I'll kill him myself. Another disciple at the true martial realm's fourth layer roared, his black gold spear vibrating with power as dark light intertwined, aiming straight for the back of Su Chen's head. Meanwhile, the other two disciples moved like phantoms, waiting for the right moment to strike. Be careful, my lord. Qing Zhu cried out in alarm. Without even turning his head, Su Chen swung a blade-like strike with his hand, imbued with destructive energy. With a resounding crack, the black gold spear, a spiritual weapon, broke in half, the immense force rupturing the disciple's arm vessels. Impossible! The disciple's face was frozen in shock, but before he could react further, an overwhelming killing intent engulfed him like a tidal wave. Su Chen moved like lightning. In a single swift step, he appeared before his enemy, and with one decisive swing of his blade, severed the opponent's gun-wielding arm. Before the scream of pain could escape, his iron-like grip clamped down on the man's head like a vice. So, it was you who injured my people earlier? Su Chen asked coldly. Even before his words fully landed, a surge of energy erupted from within him, like the roar of an ancient dragon. A pressure as overwhelming as primordial might swept through the air, and faint echoes of a dragon's cry seemed to pierce the heavens. With a deafening crack, blood and gore splattered. The disciple of the martial academy, who was at the fourth level of the true martial realm, had his head crushed into pulp in Su Chen's grasp. The sheer brutality of the scene left everyone frozen in terror, unable to utter a single word. Young master. Even Qing Zhu, who had been with him day and night, turned pale. The carefree and easygoing young master she knew had transformed into a ruthless god of death. Yet, as she looked at his domineering figure, a warm feeling stirred in her heart, and her cheeks flushed slightly. For the first time, she felt the safety of being protected by a man. At that moment, the sound of weapons cutting through the air suddenly rang out. Two martial academy disciples seized the opportunity to launch a coordinated attack on Su Chen, their blades gleaming with cold light. But Su Chen, already at the peak of the third realm, had senses sharper than anyone could imagine. He spun around, both hands extending to meet the incoming weapons, shrouded in a dark, ominous energy. With a sharp crack, the blade's low-grade spiritual weapon shattered into pieces under the force of his palms. Before the attackers could react, Su Chen moved like a flash of lightning, grabbing both of them by the throat. The dragon-tempered body he had gained from the spiritual essence of the earth had not only increased his strength exponentially, but also made his physical form as resilient as a true dragon. How could mere low-grade spiritual weapons compare to the power of a sacred bloodline? Stop this at once. At last, Wang Xiao could no longer sit idly by, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. And who do you think you are to tell me to stop? Su Chen responded with a cold, disdainful glare. The flamboyant woman beside Wang Xiao sneered arrogantly. Boy, do you know who you're dealing with? Wang Xiao is the personal disciple of the Martial Academy's vice dean and the heir of the Wang family, one of the four great families of the royal capital. If you dare oppose him, do you have any idea what consequences await you? Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. Qing Zhu, standing nearby, was equally stunned. She hadn't expected their opponent to have such a powerful background. Both the Martial Academy of the royal capital and the Wang family were colossal entities in the Great Chu Kingdom, far beyond the reach of smaller families like the Yi clan. The man with triangular eyes seized the moment to shout, "You just killed a disciple of the Martial Academy. Release them now, kneel, and take your own life if you want even a sliver of forgiveness from Wang Xiao. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your entire family and all your relatives will be buried with you." Su Chen let out a cold chuckle. "Oh, I wouldn't mind dealing with those so-called relatives myself, but the likes of you? You're not even worth the effort. I thought about merely crippling your cultivation, but now I've changed my mind. I'll just kill you all." Before the words finished leaving his lips, he had already snapped the necks of the two disciples. What? The crowd gasped in unison, their faces pale with shock. None of them had expected Su Chen to act so decisively, showing no regard for his own kin, let alone his enemies. What they didn't know was that the Su family, in the mighty Deluo dynasty, was a powerhouse far beyond anything the Great Chu Kingdom could imagine. He's insane. This guy's completely insane. The man with triangular eyes shrieked in panic. You've got guts, boy. But no one can save you now, not even the gods themselves. Wang Xiao roared, his fury erupting. A surge of blood energy exploded from his body, and a searing light enveloped him. Behind him, a blazing sun seemed to rise, shaking the very fabric of the air. Die! Wang Xiao's thunderous shout reverberated like a storm. The radiant light erupted, merging him with the heavens and earth. As he struck with his palm, a fiery divine bird materialized in the void, its crimson flames surging like an inferno, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. You're done for. Wang Xiao's awakened bloodline, the Earth-grade Supreme Flame bloodline, is unmatched in the Great Chu Kingdom. No matter how strong your body is, you'll be reduced to ashes. The man with triangular eyes cackled maliciously. Flames roared across the heavens and earth, waves of intense heat rolling forth. Faced with this deadly crisis, Qingzhu's expression grew solemn. The Earth-grade Supremely Fire bloodline was indeed formidable. When cultivated to its peak, it could evolve into the namelessly fire, one of the mystical flames of heaven and earth, with the power to scorch the skies and boil the seas, unmatched in its might. Playing with fire in front of me? Su Chen sneered coldly, his blood seeming to ignite within him. A dazzling golden light coalesced at his fingertips, forming a profound and mysterious seal. Disperse. The Samadhi True Fire Seal shot forth, its runes exploding like molten divine gold. The seal descended midair, and in an instant, its enigmatic power scattered the surging flames. What? Young Master Wang's face twisted in horror as he felt all the strength in his body vanish mid-charge. The mysterious seal seemed to have sealed off his Li Fire bloodline, a phenomenon he had never even heard of before. Die! Without giving him time to react, Su Chen formed a sword with his fingers. The overwhelming burial heaven true qi transformed into a dark sword light, imbued with an unstoppable aura of slaughter, striking straight at young Master Wang. Clang! The sword energy tore through Wang's robes, revealing a golden battle armor beneath. Covered in intricate runes, the armor managed to block the sharp blade, but the sheer force of the strike sent him flying dozens of feet, blood spurting from his mouth. A defensive artifact. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected his opponent to possess such a rare treasure. It was this priceless defensive artifact that had spared Wang from being annihilated by the sword light forged from burial heaven true qi. The young master-in-law is so powerful. Qingzhu gazed at Su Chen's figure with admiration in her eyes. Without that defensive artifact, young Master Wang, despite being at the true martial realm, would likely have been slain with a single strike. You brat, just you wait. I won't let you off. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wang's face twisted in terror. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. The fear of death in that fleeting moment left him unwilling to linger even a second longer. Think you can escape? Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he swiftly gave chase. From a young age, he had understood one principle. If you're going to act, act decisively. The moment their eyes met, Qingzhu hurriedly lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing red. Her voice trembled slightly. This isn't flattery. I truly believe that you and Miss are the kindest people in the world. That Wang Xiao would abandon his companions to save himself. But you were willing to help someone like me, just a maid. As her emotions swelled, she quickly turned away to tidy things up, trying to conceal her inner turmoil. Su Chen, watching this usually composed girl showing a rare, delicate side, was momentarily stunned before a gentle smile appeared on his face. At the Su residence in Beihuang City, Lan Xiang brought over some dishes, saying, "Miss, don't worry too much. The young master has always liked wandering around, and with Qingzhu accompanying him, nothing will happen." The past few days of Su Chen's disappearance had left Yi Qingqing restless and sleepless. Now, both the Zhang and Yi families bore a deep hatred for Su Chen. While they might not dare act openly, there was no telling what they might do in secret. Su Chen felt helpless, as informing them about his plan to refine the rare heavenly fire in the great wilderness would only cause them greater anxiety. "Miss, something terrible has happened." Suddenly, Huge burst in, flustered. "The Zhang family claims they have the Tianwu token belonging to the young master. They demand that you both retrieve it in person, and they've given only a 3-day deadline." Zhang Kuan's older brother, Zhang Kuang, has returned from the martial arts academy in the royal capital. "This must be his doing," Huge said anxiously. That Tianwu token had cost them nearly everything they owned. Yi Qingqing let out a slight sigh of relief. At least Su Chen was safe for now. She quickly deduced that the Zhang family's short deadline was due to their fear of Grandmaster Xianyang, who had recently returned to the royal capital, and City Lord Liu, who was currently in seclusion. "I'll go myself," Yi Qingqing said through gritted teeth. "Su Chen must not find out. Zhang Kuang is doing this to seek revenge. If Su Chen shows up, he'll be walking straight into a trap." On the afternoon of the third day, Yi Qingqing set out for the Zhang residence with Chunmei and Qurj. Before leaving, she handed something to Lan Xiang, who was staying behind. "If something happens to me, give this to Su Chen and tell him to take you all far away from Beihuang City." In the grand hall of the Zhang residence, the Zhang family head, along with Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuan, were already waiting. Zhang Kuang, dressed in a purple martial arts uniform, wore a disdainful expression. Zhang Kuan, having partially recovered from his injuries, had eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Big brother, just kill Su Chen. Leave Yi Qingqing and those maids to me for revenge." The Zhang family head, though harboring deep resentment towards Su Chen, still had his reservations. But Zhang Kuang exuded confidence. "Grandfather, don't worry. My time at the martial arts academy in the royal capital was not wasted." Before long, a servant came to report, "They've arrived." Zhang Kun's expression immediately twisted into a sinister grin. Inside the grand hall of the Zhang family, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. The head of the Zhang family sat sternly in the main seat, while Zhang Kuang, Zhang Kuan, and several other senior members were seated on either side, their cold gazes fixed on Yi Qingqing and her group as they stepped in. Chunmei and Qiuju followed closely behind, their swords damp with sweat in their hands. Although tense, they stood resolutely by Yi Qingqing's side, ready to defend her. Zhang Kuan's eyes roamed over Yi Qingqing's figure with unrestrained malice, his hostility threatening to explode at any moment. "I am here now. As agreed, please return the Tianwu token," Yi Qingqing said calmly, as if she'd already anticipated the worst outcome. "Return it?" The Zhang family head sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. "Yi Qingqing, you are far too naive. Back then, you used your influence to suppress my Zhang family, causing us significant losses. And now you think you can simply take back the Tianwu token so easily?" Yi Qingqing's expression remained composed. "The conflict between the Yi and Zhang families was initiated by you. Though I had the assistance of Master Xianyang, I only reclaimed what originally belonged to the Yi family and didn't ask for additional compensation. Now that I have severed ties with the Yi family, we live in the same city. Is there really a need to push things this far?" "Humph." The members of the Zhang family scoffed coldly. "Back then, you wanted to push things to the limit. Too bad Master Xianyang could only protect you for a time, not forever. The Zhang family has deep roots. If it came to a real fight, do you think we'd fear you?" Yi Qingqing sighed inwardly, realizing that reasoning with them was futile. She decided to get straight to the point. "Fine. Name your terms. What will it take for you to return the Tianwu token?" Upon hearing this, the Zhang family members exchanged smug looks and turned their eyes toward Zhang Kuang. He sat leisurely, sipping tea, not even sparing Yi Qingqing a glance. "Where is Su Chen?" he asked indifferently. Yi Qingqing's heart tightened. The name of Su Chen, a prodigy from the Royal Martial Academy and a true martial realm expert, was well known to her. Compared to his reckless younger brother Zhang Kuan, Zhang Kuang was a far more formidable opponent. Su Chen has other matters to attend to, and the negotiation for the Tianwu token was solely my decision. He knows nothing about this, Yi Qingqing replied. What a pity. Zhang Kuang's eyes gleamed with mockery. I already stated my conditions, but since you came alone, there's no way you're getting the Tianwu token. At that moment, Zhang Kuan abruptly stood up, glaring at Yi Qingqing as he shouted, how could this have nothing to do with him? Wasn't he acting all high and mighty when he injured me last time? He didn't even put my brother in his eyes. And now, he's hiding behind a woman like a coward. Yi Qingqing clenched her fists inside her sleeves, suppressing her anger. Everyone knows the truth about what happened back then. I already compensated you for it. Otherwise, if this were reported to City Lord Liu, you know what the consequences would be. Don't try to scare me. That so-called compensation means nothing. Zhang Kuan sneered viciously. Tell him to come here. I'll cripple him too and then give him compensation. If he can't be a man anymore, you don't need to worry, I can take his place once I'm done. As he spoke, he reached out toward Yi Qingqing's face, but she swiftly slapped his hand away. Even so, she maintained her composure. If you feel the compensation wasn't enough, I can apologize again and offer more. Just return the Tianwu token. Apologies and compensation are worthless. Zhang Kuan laughed coldly. Let me be clear, if that bastard Su Chen doesn't show up, you can forget about getting the Tianwu token. Only then did Yi Qingqing realize that they had no intention of returning the token. This was just an excuse to seek revenge on Su Chen. Su Chen won't come. If that's the case, the Tianwu token is no longer important. Yi Qingqing turned to leave. Wait. Zhang Kuang's voice suddenly rang out. What do you mean by that? Yi Qingqing asked coldly, her tone laced with icy resolve. My brother's injury hasn't fully healed yet. You must stay and take care of him as interest, Zhang Kuang demanded, his tone arrogant and domineering. The atmosphere in the grand hall froze instantly. Chunmei and Kyuji's expressions changed drastically as they instinctively stepped forward to shield Yi Qingqing, their eyes flashing with vigilance. You're going too far. Silence! Zhang Kuang shouted angrily, his powerful energy sweeping through the hall like a storm. Chunmei and Kyuji gritted their teeth, drawing their swords in unison. Miss Run? Their voices carried a resolute determination. Zhang Kuang sneered coldly. You two think you can stop me? Before his words had faded, he struck out with a palm. Innate energy exploded, and sword lights flashed across the hall. In an instant, the two treasured swords were shattered into fragments. The two maidservants were no match for the peak-level energy attack and were sent flying to the ground, coughing up blood. Imph! You come to the Zhang family and still think you can leave? Zhang Kuan sneered, his energy forming a massive hand that captured Yi Qingqing. His twisted expression was filled with vengeful delight. Didn't expect this, did you, Yi Qingqing? In the end, you're still in my hands. From now on, you'll obediently serve meppering tea, bathing, dressing, making my bed, applying medicine. Once I'm healed, I'll make sure every night is unforgettable for you. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingqing's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with despair. Take them away, Zhang Kuang said, glancing at Zhang Kuan. Big brother, give Yi Qingqing to me. Zhang Kuan's eyes burned with desire. Keep her for now, Zhang Kuang replied with a cold smile. She's a perfect bait. When Su Chen comes, I'll kill him, and then you can do whatever you want with her. Understood, big brother. Take them all away and make sure they don't harm themselves. Zhang Kuan immediately ordered the servants. At this moment, the Zhang family patriarch stepped forward and said, Kuanger, Yi Qingqing is just a mortal and not important. That Su Chen is the greatest threat to our Zhang family. Don't worry, Grandpa. With Yi Qingqing in our hands, how could he not come to die? Zhang Kuang responded calmly. The news soon reached the Yi family. Yi Diyuan and others mocked the situation gleefully, cursing that it served her right. Yi Xinglong eagerly anticipated news of Su Chen's demise. Yi Zhenxiao even issued an order forbidding any member of the Yi family from aiding her, threatening to expel anyone who disobeyed. At Su's residence, Lan Xiang received the Zhang family's ultimatum and turned pale. Lin Yun, upon hearing that her daughter had been taken, trembled with rage. The Zhang family are all beasts. Madam, before Miss left, she said that if anything happened to her, you and the young master must leave Beihuang City immediately and go as far away as possible, Lan Xiang cried. I'm not leaving, Lin Yun declared, grabbing a treasured sword. Without Qingqing, what meaning is there in living? Even if it costs me my life, I will save her. Madam, please don't act rashly. Perhaps we should go to the Yi family and ask the patriarch to help Miss for old time's sake, Lan Xiang suggested. Those cold-hearted people? They had a falling out with Qingqing last time. They'll only gloat over this and wouldn't lift a finger to help, Lin Yun scoffed. Begging them is pointless. Then what about the young master? He doesn't even know what's happened, Lan Xiang asked, snatching the sword. That good-for-nothing Su Chen, wandering around aimlessly all day, nowhere to be found when something this serious happens. What use is waiting for him? We'll go ourselves. At that moment, a calm voice sounded from outside. Mother-in-law. The intricate patterns on the ring caught Su Chen's eye, and in that instant, memories surged like a tidal wave. It was unmistakably the burial heaven ring, adorned with the design his mother had lovingly embroidered. It was something he had worn since childhood, could never mistake it. Young master, the girl you saved is the young lady herself. Lan Xiang sobbed uncontrollably. All these years, the young lady has been silently watching over everything about you. Su Chen stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The fog of past events suddenly lifted, and all of Yi Qingqing's unusual behavior began to make sense. Why she spared no effort to rescue him from the Su family, why she appeared cold on the surface but secretly protected him, and why she ultimately chose to sever ties with the Yi family. Everything, all of it, stemmed from that very first encounter. Back then, the young lady was in a difficult position within the Yi family. She deliberately kept her distance from you to avoid dragging you into their retaliation, Lan Xiang tearfully explained. I'm such a fool. I should have recognized her long ago. Su Chen sighed in self-reproach. Lin Yun, her eyes red with emotion, grabbed Su Chen's arm. Qingcheng has sacrificed so much for you. Now she's in trouble. If you have any conscience left, you'll come with us to the Zhang family and save her. The Zhang family? What's happened to Qingcheng? Su Chen's heart clenched with dread. Lan Xiang, choking back sobs, revealed the truth. Yi Qingqing had sold all her possessions to buy the heavenly martial token for Su Chen but was detained by Zhang Kuang. When she went to retrieve it, the Zhang family threatened her if Su Chen didn't arrive by today, Yi Qingqing would be enslaved for life. Courting death. Su Chen's eyes turned blood red, a murderous aura erupting from him like a storm, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The sheer intensity of his killing intent made Lan Xiang, Lin Yun, and even Qing Zhu, who stood outside the door, shudder uncontrollably. The thought of Yi Qingqing's frail figure possibly enduring torment ignited an even fiercer rage within Su Chen. His teeth clenched tightly, his resolve unwavering. Young master, you have connections with Master Xian Yang and City Lord Liu. Surely, they can help save the young lady, right? Lan Xiang asked in a trembling voice. I don't need them, Su Chen said coldly. I'll handle this myself. Stay here and wait. I swear. I'll bring Qingqing back unharmed. With that, he mounted his horse and rode straight toward the Zhang family estate. Qing Zhu calmed the distraught Lin Yun and Lan Xiang, then quietly followed after him. Outside the Zhang family mansion, two guards at the Qi martial realm were discussing Yi Qingqing's imprisonment when they suddenly felt the ground tremble. A figure, cloaked in fury, approached at lightning speed. It was Su Chen, ablaze with anger. Weren't you waiting for me? Su Chen said icily, his horse charging forward without slowing. The guards barely had time to react before Su Chen stormed in like a whirlwind. With one hand, he seized both their throats and slammed open the Zhang family gates. The deafening crash alarmed everyone inside. Dozens of Zhang family members, armed with blades and swords, swarmed toward him. Without a word, Su Chen snapped the necks of the two guards and hurled their bodies like meteors. The immense power of his dragon-like physique created a vacuum in the crowd, scattering severed limbs and collapsed walls in all directions. More Zhang family members surged forward, including the family head, Zhang Kuan, and Zhang Kuang, who arrived upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the carnage and blood-soaked scene, Zhang Kuan roared in fury, Su Chen, it's you. This was the person he hated to the core, someone he could never forget, even if they turned to ashes. In front of the Zhang family estate, the atmosphere was tense, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. The head of the Zhang family, seething with rage, roared, Su Chen, how dare you barge in here and kill? Even if Lu Qing himself came, he wouldn't be able to save you this time. Su Chen stood before the estate, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He swept his eyes over the Zhang family members gathered before him, his aura emanating pure killing intent. Today, I, Su Chen, have come to kill, to annihilate your entire clan. The moment these words left his lips, silence fell over the scene like a suffocating blanket. Even Qing Zhu, standing behind him, froze in disbelief. She had thought Su Chen's goal was merely to rescue Yi Qingqing. Never had she imagined that he intended to eradicate the entire Zhang family. The Zhang family, with centuries of history in Beihuang City, far surpassed the Yi family in power and influence. With thousands of members and countless masters, even the city's ruling household would struggle to destroy them. Ha ha ha. The Zhang family members, recovering from their initial shock, erupted into mocking laughter. Su Chen paid them no mind. Turning to Qing Zhu, he gave a curt command. Go find Qingqing and protect her. Leave the rest to me. Qing Zhu nodded and hurried off, but before she could get far, an elder of the Zhang family, unleashed a powerful true martial realm pressure, his palm descending on her like a mountain. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen moved like a dragon, appearing before the elder and seizing his head. With a forceful slam, he drove it into the ground. Boom! The stone pavement shattered alongside the elder's skull, and a violent shockwave rippled outward, forcing everyone back. A true martial realm first-level Mastura Senior no less had been killed instantly. Anyone who dares move will die first. Su Chen's icy gaze swept over the Zhang family members, his chilling words making them instinctively retreat. The Zhang family head, consumed by fury, unleashed a pressure equal to that of Yi Zhenxiao's level. Yet Su Chen remained fearless. Enough talk. Are you coming at me all at once? Or am I killing you one by one? From the crowd, Zhang Kuang strode forward arrogantly, his aura surging to the 5th or 6th level of the true martial realm. What an insolent fool. I'll deal with you myself. Looks like you're in a hurry to die. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, his killing intent palpable. Zhang Kuan quickly interjected. Don't get too cocky, Su Chen. My elder brother, Zhang Kuang, is a personal disciple of the martial academy. His talent and strength are leagues beyond that trashy Xinglong. What makes you think you stand a chance? A personal disciple of the martial academy? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Before Zhang Kuren could finish, Su Chen had already launched himself forward like an arrow. Zhang Kuan froze in shock, while Zhang Kuang's face twisted in rage. You're courting death. Boom. Zhang Kuang brandished a black battle blade, unleashing a blade energy over 10 feet long, its power overwhelming. Yet Su Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he met the attack heat with a single punch. His immense vitality condensed into the image of a golden dragon, and the force of his strike shook the very air. Zhang Kuang's expression shifted drastically as he sensed a mortal threat. But it was too late. The sun-like brilliance of Su Chen's punch shattered the blade energy and obliterated the lower-grade spiritual weapon in Zhang Kuang's hands. The unstoppable force surged into Zhang Kuang's body, sending him flying dozens of feet, blood spraying from his mouth. Die! With a cold, piercing gaze, Su Chen delivered another devastating punch, like a black meteor crashing down. Today, no one would stand in his way, no one would stop him from slaughtering and destroying the Zhang family. If demons blocked his path, he would slay demons. If gods stood in his way, he would kill gods. Su Chen's punch carried such overwhelming force that everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. His figure moved like a streak of lightning, cutting through the void and appearing before Zhang Kuang in an instant. His fierce aura was like that of Ashura descending from the depths of hell, striking fear into all who witnessed it. Block it for me. Zhang Kuang roared, his blood surging wildly. Behind him, the shadow of a domineering demon appeared, wielding a massive blade that slashed down with apocalyptic might. At this life-and-death moment, he disregarded everything else and burned his blood essence to unleash the full power of his bloodline. Boom! Su Chen's fist radiance resembled a black hole devouring the heavens, releasing a terrifying, twisting force. The countless blade lights in the air were obliterated under this power, and his fist struck the demon shadow with crushing force. Crack! The runes shattered into fragments, and the bloodline demon shadow that Zhang Kuang prided himself on was obliterated in a single blow. The residual force of Su Chen's punch did not wane as it struck Zhang Kuang, sending him flying like he had been struck by lightning. Blood spewed from his mouth as he fell. Su Chen moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Zhang Kuang. He grabbed Zhang Kuang by the throat with one hand and lifted him off the ground. Su Chen, stop! The Zhang family patriarch roared furiously, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The surrounding Zhang family members were both shocked and enraged. Who could have imagined that the prodigiously talented Zhang Kuang would be defeated so decisively in a single exchange? By the time they reacted and attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Ugh, ugh. Zhang Kuang's face turned red as fear of death surged through him like a tidal wave. At this moment, he deeply regretted provoking this lethal adversary. Su Chen, if you dare harm a hair on Kuanger's head, I will annihilate your entire family and grind your bones to dust. The Zhang family patriarch bellowed as he charged forward, exuding a terrifyingly powerful aura. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Kuang, a prodigy and direct disciple of the martial academy, had been so thoroughly defeated by a mere Qi martial realm cultivator? Old man, you've got it wrong. It's your Zhang family that's going to be wiped out. Su Chen's gaze was icy, and with a surge of divine power, he crushed Zhang Kuang's throat in an instant. Even in death, Zhang Kuang couldn't believe what had happened. He was a martial academy genius, a direct disciple of a profound martial realm elder. Did Su Chen not fear the martial academy's retaliation? Unfortunately, Zhang Kuang would never know the terrifying power of the entity he had provoked. With a hiss, under the furious glares of the Zhang family members, Su Chen summoned blazing flames in his hand and reduced Zhang Kuang to ashes. Su Chen, you dare kill my brother? The Martial Academy won't let you get away with this. Zhang Kuan shouted venomously, his face twisted with hate. This outcome was completely beyond his expectations. Then you can die too. Su Chen's fury burned even brighter, his killing intent surging like a demonic god emerging from hell. He charged at Zhang Kuan with unstoppable momentum. This was the man who had colluded with Yi Ling to try to defile Yi Qingqing, who had schemed in the shadows to imprison her and lure Su Chen to his death. As the mastermind behind it all, Zhang Kuan had long since become Su Chen's target for elimination. Zhang Kuan was instantly paralyzed with fear. The killing intent emanating from Su Chen was so terrifying that it made his soul tremble. "Grandfather, save me!" Zhang Kuan cried out in terror, retreating frantically as he begged for help. The Zhang family patriarch's eyes turned blood-red. "Su Chen, I'll see you dead." His furious roar cracked like thunder as he unleashed the power of his true martial realm's 6th stage, charging towards Su Chen. Sizzle! A silver ancient sword appeared in the patriarch's hand, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Its aura was so sharp that it caused the very void to tremble. A mid-grade spiritual weapon? Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He had to admit that the Zhang family had some true heritage. This kind of mid-grade spiritual weapon was a rarity in the entire northern wasteland city. And what if it's a mid-grade spiritual weapon? You'll still die. Su Chen leapt forward, throwing a punch. Divine light radiated from his body as golden qi and blood surged, transforming into a coiling golden dragon. The dragon's head wrapped around his arm, exuding an earth-shaking aura. The true dragon bloodline fully unleashed. Die! The Zhang family patriarch's eyes flashed coldly as he thrust the silver ancient sword forward. It streaked through the air like a silver lightning bolt, its speed astonishing. Get lost! A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he threw a punch, and in that instant, it felt as if the entire world froze. His punch carried the force of a mountain crashing down, slamming heavily onto the silver ancient sword. Amidst a deafening roar, the sword quivered violently, and countless sword beams shattered in an instant. The runes on the sword's surface exploded, and the terrifying backlash traveled through the blade into the Zhang family patriarch's arm, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. The silver sword was knocked out of his grasp and sent flying. Even though the mid-grade spiritual weapon absorbed most of the impact, the Zhang family patriarch was still blasted dozens of feet away by the punch. His eyes were filled with terror. This was no ordinary human youth standing before him. It was more like an ancient ferocious beast. The overwhelming blood energy emanating from Su Chen was enough to make his soul shudder. The true dragon bloodline truly lived up to its legendary reputation. After refining an entire pool of earth essence spirit liquid, Su Chen's dragon-like strength had surged dramatically. His sheer physical power alone could crush most true martial realm experts. How could an aging, talentless patriarch like Zhang Kuan possibly withstand it? Zhang Kuan, prepare to die. After forcing back the Zhang family patriarch, Su Chen's gaze shifted, locking onto Zhang Kuan. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, streaking across the sky. No. No, please save me. Zhang Kuan was already paralyzed with fear, lacking even the courage to fight back. He could only flee in panic. But after just a few steps, he felt an icy chill at his back as an overwhelming murderous aura surged toward him. Su Chen appeared behind him like a soaring dragon, grabbing him by the collar. Die! With a sickening crack, Su Chen's punch shattered Zhang Kuan's skull with the force of an ancient beast cub. Blood mist filled the air. Drenched in blood, Su Chen radiated an even more terrifying aura of violence, making everyone feel as though they were standing in the depths of hell. At this moment, Qingzhu had already rescued Yi Qingqing and the others. Just as they escaped, they witnessed the gruesome scene, covering their mouths in shock. Was this still the carefree, playful son-in-law they remembered? Don't worry. The young master isn't possessed by some evil spirit. He's doing this to protect the people he holds most dear, Qingzhu reassured Yi Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. Just like over a decade ago, Su Chen had saved her once again. The Zhang family patriarch staggered to his feet, madness in his expression. What are you all standing around for? Kill that brat and those women immediately. The surrounding Zhang family members finally snapped out of their stupor, charging forward alongside the heavily armored guards. Touch my women, and you all die. Su Chen's roar echoed like thunder as his burial heaven true qi surged forth like a tidal wave, condensing into countless dark sword beams. These beams, radiating cold murderous intent, blanketed the heavens and earth. The sound of piercing flesh rang out repeatedly, accompanied by agonized screams. Whether they were Qi martial realm or true martial realm warriors, none could withstand the lethal sword beams, and bodies fell one after another into pools of blood. Hundreds of warriors failed to even graze Su Chen's clothing before more than half were slaughtered. The survivors, overwhelmed by terror, felt as though they had fallen into an icy abyss and turned to flee. If I say I'll annihilate a clan, no one escapes. Leaping high into the air, Su Chen landed atop the gate tower. He immediately unleashed the three flames true fire seal, and layers of azure gold flames spread out like lotus petals, engulfing the entire Zhang family estate in an instant. From the outside, it looked like a massive azure lotus of fire blooming across the sky, its searing heat capable of melting stone and earth. No! Help! Screams echoed from every corner of the Zhang family estate, shaking the entire city. In mere moments, the vast Zhang family compound was consumed by flames. The setting sun hung in the sky like blood, while rivers of blood flowed on the ground. The raging inferno devoured everything in its path, a hellish scene intent on burying all in its wake. The ferocity and dominance of the heavenly fire were terrifying. As the azure fire lotus bloomed in the night sky, the entire city trembled in its wake. City Lord Lu Qing was startled out of his secluded cultivation. When he arrived at the Zhang family estate, the scene before him made him gasp in shock. Charred corpses and bloodstains littered the courtyard. City Lord, the head of the Zhang family, seeing Lu Qing as his last hope, clutched at straws. Su Chen has defied the law, stormed into my family estate, and slaughtered us without mercy. He has become a demonic fiend. I beg you to destroy him. City Lord, he even killed a direct disciple of the martial academy. His crimes are unforgivable. The remaining Zhang family members knelt one after another, pleading desperately. Fear was etched across their faces as the approaching flames loomed closer. Su Chen slowly turned around, his gaze filled with a menacing aura as it locked onto Lu Qing. His eyes were fierce like a demon god's, his killing intent as cold as the underworld, shaking Lu Qing to his core. Lu Qing had never encountered such a terrifying presence before, as if the slightest misstep would cost him his soul. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing spoke solemnly. Young Master Su, I was in seclusion and failed to intervene in time to save Madame Su. Please forgive me. Since this is a personal matter between you and the Zhang family, I shall act as though I never left seclusion and know nothing of this incident. Seeing Su Chen nod slightly, Lu Qing turned and left. This scene left the Zhang family members utterly dumbfounded, and even the onlookers found it hard to believe how could the city lord ignore such a heinous crime of mass murder. Lu Qing smiled bitterly to himself. This matter was instigated by the Zhang family. Su Chen's revenge was justified. Moreover, the azure lotus heavenly flame alone posed a grave threat to him. To have refined such a fearsome fire at such a young age was a testament to Su Chen's unparalleled talent. It would be folly to offend such a peerless genius for the Zhang family. In despair, the Zhang family head let out a furious roar, igniting his entire life force as he charged towards Su Chen, intent on perishing together. Be careful, my lord, Qingzhu cried out in alarm. A self-detonation by a true martial realm 6th-layer cultivator could level the entire Zhang estate. In my presence, you don't even have the right to self-detonate, Su Chen said coldly, his voice like thunder. He raised his hand, forming the three-flame seal. A fiery golden-blue dragon roared to life, engulfing the Zhang family head and sweeping through the crowd. With a deafening explosion, the flames consumed everything. Over 1,000 members of the Zhang family perished, and the inferno raged throughout the night, reducing the grand estate to ashes. You fool! Why didn't you tell me about all this before? Why bear it all alone? Su Chen took out a handkerchief, the symbol of their bond, and approached Yi Qingqing. Clutching the handkerchief to her chest, Yi Qingqing could no longer hold back her emotions. She threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Thank you, thank you. Gently wiping away her tears, Su Chen spoke tenderly. Silly girl, there's no need for thanks between us. From now on, as long as I'm here, no one will ever hurt you again. Amid the ruins of the Zhang family estate, the two embraced for a long time. Qingzhu and the others watched, moved to tears. At this moment, Su Chen was no longer a terrifying demon god but a guardian, a protector who could shield them from all storms and suffering. Upon seeing this perfect couple, the streets of Beihuang City were filled with gasps of amazement. Those who had once scoffed at Yi Qingqing's decision to take a husband into her family now looked on with eyes full of envy. Su Chen's strength had shaken the entire Beihuang City. The Zhang family, a powerful household with a legacy spanning centuries, had been obliterated overnight. The sole reason? They had offended a young man who descended upon them like a god of destruction. This news spread like wildfire through the city, leaving everyone in turmoil. Families large and small within the city shut their doors tightly, terrified of inviting disaster upon themselves. The Yi family, in particular, was filled with both regret and dread upon hearing the news. They lamented losing a peerless genius who could have elevated their family to new heights, while also fearing that Su Chen might return to settle old scores. Yi Xinglong, lying on his sickbed, ground his teeth in bitterness and cursed, Su Chen, How could he be so powerful? Why hasn't the Martial Academy sent someone to tear him to pieces yet? Meanwhile, Yi Diyuan and the others remained silent, their hearts a mixture of emotions. Yi Zhenxiao let out a sigh and immediately ordered the ban on interactions with Su Chen's family to be lifted. He even encouraged the clan members to make amends and build good relations with Su Chen. However, for Su Chen and his wife, the Yi Familia clan so cold and unfeeling was already dead to them. The following morning, Su Chen gathered everyone to prepare for their journey to the capital. Yi Qingsheng, slightly worried, said, while Zhang Kuang deserved what he got, he was still a direct disciple of the Martial Academy. Heading to the capital now might. Miss, isn't the Martial Academy all about nurturing geniuses? Why would they turn away someone who is 10 or even 100 times stronger than Zhang Kuang? Lan Xiang reassured her with a smile. Yi Qingqing thought about it and agreed. They already possessed the heavenly martial token, and with Master Xuanyang's influence in the capital, there shouldn't be any issues. In truth, entering the Martial Academy wasn't of great importance to Su Chen. What he sought was a broader horizon, where he could uncover the remaining heaven-burying rings and the secrets of the heaven-severing creation scripture. By afternoon, the group set off from Beihuang City in 2 carriages, heading toward the Great Chu Kingdom's capital. The journey from this remote city to the capital spanned 30,000 miles, taking over a month even at a pace of 1,000 miles a day. To accommodate Yi Qingqing's health, Su Chen stayed by her side, traveling at a leisurely pace. Half a month later, the group arrived in Yunzhou City. This bustling hub was a critical waypoint for all northern provinces en route to the capital, teeming with merchants and warriors alike. Using the VIP token gifted by Master Xinyang, Su Chen led the group directly to the Deluo Merchant Alliance's guild hall. As Yi Qingsheng and the others alighted from their carriage at the entrance, a group of arrogant young men pushed through the crowd toward them. The leader, dressed in a luxurious robe, had his eyes light up the moment he saw Yi Qingsheng. "Oh, what a stunning beauty! Delicate and ethereal, exactly my type," he exclaimed. His sycophantic followers immediately chimed in. "Young Master Lin, you have excellent taste. Such a rare beauty is like someone straight out of a painting, far superior to the washed-up women at the Wanhua Pavilion. These ladies are all quite fine, one for each of us. Tonight, we'll have a grand time together." With that, they began closing in on Yi Qingsheng and her companions. In the tea room of the Deluo Trading Alliance, the air was filled with the rich aroma of tea. The dignified lord of Yunjiang City sat across from an elderly man in coarse linen robes, whose gaunt appearance and lifeless demeanor contrasted sharply with the respect shown to him by the city lord, a martial expert of the Xuanwu stage. "Teacher, how has the progress been these past few days?" the city lord asked, pouring tea for the elderly man. The old man slowly opened his cloudy eyes, a faint trace of vitality returning to his frail body. He let out a heavy sigh. "Alas, there are a few with decent talent, but their willpower and character are far too weak to inherit my teachings. Teacher, your selfless dedication to the nation, even going so far as to split the Martial Academy in 2 to accommodate students from humble backgrounds, is truly admirable," the city lord said, pouring more tea for him. "The powerful hoard resources and divide the world among themselves. If we do not provide opportunities for the underprivileged, how can the Great Chu Kingdom have any hope for the future?" The old man's eyes were filled with worry. He knew his days were numbered, and without a suitable successor, the last sanctuary for those from modest origins would inevitably vanish. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs. "Get lost? Or don't blame me for being ruthless." Qing Zhu, holding a treasured sword, stood protectively in front of Yi Qingsheng and her group, glaring coldly at the young ruffians before her. Well, this little lady has quite the temper," the leader of the group sneered lecherously. "I enjoy taming wild mares. You should feel honored that we've taken an interest in you. Don't be ungrateful. This here is young Master Lin from the most prestigious family in Yunzhou City. Be smart and accompany us tonight, or you won't leave Yunjiang City alive." The gang of ruffians threatened arrogantly, unleashing a surge of intimidating energy. In the tea room, the elderly man furrowed his brows slightly. "That's the youngest son of the Lin family," the city lord quickly explained. "He's been spoiled since childhood. Though he has some talent, the elders of the western branch of the Martial Academy have already taken an interest in him, so I've had to turn a blind eye." Just like the rest of the trash from the western branch, the old man snorted coldly. As the city lord prepared to intervene, the elderly man's eyes lit up. "Let's wait and see." At that moment, a young man with a fierce aura strode forward. "Who let these stray dogs in here? Get lost." It was Su Chen, who had just finished checking in. Seeing the scene before him, his anger flared. "Who's this brat, daring to meddle in young Master Lin's affairs? Are you looking to die?" The ruffians immediately exuded murderous intent. "Young master, they..." Lianxiang stepped forward under Yi Qingsheng's signal, attempting to de-escalate the situation. Yi Qingsheng didn't want Su Chen to be dragged into trouble because of her. "You all go inside," Su Chen said, handing over a key. While he didn't go looking for trouble, he certainly wouldn't back down from it. And now, someone dared to covet Yi Qingchen if he didn't teach them a lesson, he would be failing as a man. Young master? So, you're just a Livian son-in-law, Lin sneered. Let me give you some advice. Have your wife serve me tonight, and he'll let this slide. Otherwise, he waved his hand, and his men immediately blocked Yi Qingchen and her companions from leaving. You're courting death. Su Chen's eyes turned icy, and a murderous aura, honed through countless life-and-death battles, radiated from him, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. You dare, boy? Lin shouted furiously. Break his limbs. Don't kill him. I want him to watch as I play with his woman. The gang of ruffians grinned wickedly, cracking their knuckles as they advanced on Su Chen. You're courting death. Su Chen's eyes flared with murderous intent, his rage surging like a tidal wave. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball. The energy of his burial heaven technique and the power of his dragon physique erupted simultaneously, his entire being radiating an overwhelming dragon's aura. He charged forward like a ferocious beast in human form. With a single strike, the group of arrogant young men were sent flying, landing in a heap on the ground, groaning in pain. Die! Su Chen's voice was icy and chilling. He advanced swiftly, his fists carrying the force of a vengeful demon, aiming directly for young Master Lin's vital points. You dare lay a hand on me? Young Master Lin roared in terror, unleashing all his strength under the threat of death. A crimson radiance surged from his body, dazzling like a blazing sun. Boom! Their fists collided, and the crimson light exploded across the sky. Under the overwhelming force, young Master Lin's arm was obliterated into a mist of blood. Before he could even rise, Su Chen, filled with fury, stepped forward and mercilessly crushed his lower body with a single stomp. You've ruined me? Young Master Lin screamed hysterically, his hair disheveled, his face pale as paper as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He'll have your life for this. The lackeys, who had just scrambled to their feet, froze in horror at the sight. You're finished, kid. The Lin family has powerful connections, and young Master Lin was set to join the martial arts academy under an elder's mentorship. Now that you've crippled him, they'll annihilate your entire clan. Is that so? Too bad you won't live to see it. Su Chen replied coldly, his aura dominating the scene. As the lackeys tried to help young Master Lin escape, Su Chen raised his hand, summoning a dark sword light that locked onto them. From the upper floor, the governor of Yunzhou City noticed the escalating situation and leapt down, dispersing the sword light just in time. Meanwhile, an old man in plain robes watched the scene through the window with a curious smile, seemingly amused. In Yunzhou City, anyone who dares commit violence will face severe punishment, the governor declared sternly. Recognizing the governor, young Master Lin and his followers immediately found hope. Governor, this man is wreaking havoc and has grievously injured young Master Lin. Please, deliver justice. And yet, you ignored their crimes of abducting innocent women, only to protect them now? Su Chen challenged, meeting the governor's gaze without a trace of fear. The governor unleashed the oppressive aura of a Xuanwu realm expert, towering over Su Chen. I said, anyone who dares act recklessly will be punished. Under the weight of this immense pressure, the gathered crowd fell silent, too intimidated to utter a word. The crowd in the marketplace grew larger, their astonishment evident as they watched the scene unfold. A mere teenager with only Qi martial realm cultivation standing boldly in confrontation with the city lord. When the crowd learned that this youth had taken down the arrogant and tyrannical young Master Lin, they erupted into cheers and applause. The city lord of Yunzhou wore a dark expression. Young Master Lin and his followers were notorious for their misdeeds. Defending them would undoubtedly provoke public outrage, potentially leading to further chaos. He had intended to de-escalate the situation, but he hadn't anticipated the boy's unyielding stance. From an upstairs balcony, an elderly man in plain robes suddenly became intrigued, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Chen. Impressive talent and methods. To withstand the pressure of a profound martial realm expert, his spiritual strength must be at the peak of the third tier. But what about his temperament and willpower? Under the oppressive aura of the profound martial realm expert, Su Chen stood firm and unflinching. His voice was cold as he declared, a profound martial realm? That's not enough to scare me. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers erupted into murmurs. Someone whispered, to threaten young Master Lin so brazenly in front of the city lord, does this boy have some kind of powerful backing? The elderly man in plain robes grew increasingly excited, his face flushed, measured in action, confident without fear, and a remarkably strong will. Excellent. This trip was worth it after all. This boy, our Eastern Academy must have him. The city lord of Yunzhou's expression turned icy. Young Master Lin, filled with venomous rage, shouted, City lord, this brat is so arrogant, even daring to threaten me. You must suppress him immediately. The city lord ignored him and instead fixed a cold glare on Su Chen, attempting to subdue him through sheer force of authority. Yet Su Chen remained defiant. If we were in some remote wilderness, I'd turn and leave upon encountering you, city lord. But here, in broad daylight, if you so much as lay a finger on me, the royal capital will see to it that your head rolls. Just as the city lord's fury was about to erupt, a steward from the Deluo Merchant Alliance rushed over and whispered something in his ear. The honorary token of Master Xinyang? The city lord's expression shifted dramatically. Master Xinyang, a renowned alchemist, held an esteemed position backed by both the Alchemy Alliance and the Deluo Merchant Alliance. While the city lord hesitated, the elderly man in plain robes sent him a telepathic message. This boy has caught my eye. You are not to harm him. But teacher, the Lin family. The Lin family is nothing. If they dare to anger me, they'll crush them with ease. The elderly man interrupted brusquely. The city lord dared not argue further and sighed inwardly. It seems teacher is truly intent on taking this boy under his wing. He then announced decisively, this matter is settled. No one is to bring it up again. Although young Master Lin and his companions were unwilling, they dared not defy the city lord's command. They could only glare at Su Chen with hatred in their eyes. As Su Chen led Yi Qingqing and the others into the Deluo Merchant Alliance, he suddenly felt someone watching him. He looked up, his sharp gaze searching. The elderly man in plain robes secretly nodded in admiration. Well now, this boy's spiritual strength must have reached the 4th tier. To detect even me impressive, very impressive. Indeed, after being tempered by the Earth Essence spiritual liquid and the Green Lotus earthly flame, Su Chen's spiritual strength had broken through to the 4th tier. However, when faced with the overwhelming presence of the elderly man, whose strength far surpassed that of the Yunzhou city lord, Su Chen could only faintly sense something unusual. Back in the tea house, the city lord of Yunzhou returned. The elderly man immediately issued an order. Investigate that boy's background thoroughly for me. Too rigid, too fragile. The governor of Yunzhou spoke with a hint of concern as he looked at the elderly man in coarse robes before him. That young man acts too forcefully. It's inevitable he'll offend more powerful figures in the future. Are you sure you want to? The elderly man cut him off with a wave of his hand before he could finish. If that boy were the type to rely on the powerful and bully the weak, why would I even bother with him? I'm just worried he might drag you down with him, the governor said anxiously. Huh, how many years do I have left anyway? Do you think I'm afraid of being implicated? The old man let out a bitter chuckle, but his eyes were resolute. Meanwhile, in the Lin family residence within Yunzhou City, Su Chen? So that's his name. Young Master Lin raged, smashing objects around him as his face twisted with fury. That wretched lowlife. I swear I'll make you pay for this in blood. Gather my men immediately kill him as soon as he leaves Yunzhou City. Absolutely not. The Lin family patriarch strode in, his voice stern. The governor just warned us that the boy has a significant backing. We cannot kill him outright, at least not by our own hands. Father, are we just going to let this go? Young Master Lin growled through gritted teeth. Report to the Martial Academy first. They have treasures there that can heal your injuries, the patriarch said meaningfully. Besides, only the Martial Academy has the means to deal with that boy. Though the governor's words had been vague, he was certain Su Chen must have powerful figures behind him. A glint of malice flashed in young Master Lin's eyes. Fine, Su Chen, just you wait. It won't be long before you pay me back 100-fold. Over a month later, outside the gates of the royal capital. Master, Su Gongzi, Madam Su, you've finally arrived. Grandmaster Xinyang welcomed them warmly. I've been waiting for ages. Was the journey troublesome? Not really. Just encountered some bandits along the way, but they were easy to deal with, Su Chen replied calmly. Though they had faced various challenges during the journey, with his cultivation now at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm and nearing the true martial realm, handling such matters had been no trouble at all. That's good to hear, the Grandmaster said with a smile. It's already late today, and the Martial Academy is closed. Why not stay at the Pill Alliance for the night and visit tomorrow? That works. This ancient capital, with its million-strong population, was bustling and vibrant in every corner. A long line of carriages and people stretched at the city gates, with those entering all appearing wealthy or influential. Martial artists at the Qi martial realm were a common sight, and even true martial realm cultivators were not rare. Occasionally, a grandmaster at the profound martial realm would pass by on a majestic steed or exotic beast, exuding an overwhelming aura. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Grandmaster Xianyang released a faint trace of his profound martial realm energy, leading Su Chen and his companions smoothly into the city. Even in this metropolis, Yi Qingcheng's unparalleled beauty drew many admiring gazes. The Pill Alliance, located in the eastern outskirts of the capital, was built atop a hollowed-out volcano, transformed into an enormous natural furnace. The sheer scale of this endeavor left Yi Qingqing and the others in awe. Such extravagance. Even the Deluo Merchant Alliance couldn't compare, could they? Lan Xiang exclaimed in amazement. The Pill Alliance is the global union of alchemists. This is merely one of its smaller branches. The Deluo Merchant Alliance is just one of their trading partners, Su Chen explained. The Pill Alliance is on par with the most revered martial sanctuaries. Indeed, Grandmaster Xianyang said with pride. The Pill Alliance gathers the greatest alchemists from across the world. No one dares to provoke us. You can rest assured during your stay here. After everyone had settled in, Master Xianyang invited Su Chen to a secluded courtyard. The evening breeze gently swept through, making the bells on the eaves chime softly. Master, you've come here to join the Martial Academy, haven't you? A glint flashed in Master Xuanyang's eyes. However, our Dan Alliance is deeply rooted and all-embracing. Would you perhaps be interested in joining us instead? Su Chen lightly caressed the teacup in his hand. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, I have no interest in the Martial Academy, but the Dan Alliance might be worth considering. His gaze turned slightly cold as he continued, the Martial Academy, though once a sanctuary for nurturing countless heroic figures and a holy ground for young martial artists in the Chu Kingdom, has now degenerated into a playground for the privileged. Factional strife runs rampant, and those so-called geniuses are nothing but worthless frauds. Master Xianyang detected the disdain in Su Chen's tone and quickly shifted to highlight the advantages of the Dan Alliance. The Dan Alliance has long been the gold standard in the world of alchemy. Our certification system is widely respected, and our organizational structure is relatively loose. Aside from a few elders with real authority, most members enjoy freedom as guest contributors while receiving equal benefits. Su Chen nodded subtly. The Dan Alliance's influence spanned across the world, which would undoubtedly aid him in his search for the Burial Heaven Ring and the Heaven-Severing Creation Sutra. That sounds promising. Master Xianyang exclaimed with delight. With your mastery of alchemy, you are destined to become a grandmaster of the Dan Dao. However, after a brief pause, Master Xianyang lowered his voice and added, but I still think you should consider joining the Martial Academy. There's no conflict in holding both identities. Oh, and why is that? Su Chen inquired. Please forgive me, Master Xianyang said mysteriously. I recently received word that the Great Wilderness Secret Realm is about to open, and only disciples of the Martial Academy are permitted to enter. The Great Wilderness Secret Realm? Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Though he hadn't been in the Chu Kingdom for long, he had heard of this legendary training ground for martial arts grandmasters. It was said to be rich in spiritual energy, filled with rare treasures, and home to ancient martial legacies. Seeing Su Chen's interest piqued, Master Xianyang quickly added, the last time the secret realm opened, someone inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient battlefield. It was littered with corpses and brimming with malevolent energy. Among the dozen disciples who ventured in, they turned on each other in a frenzy, and only one emerged alive carrying a broken blade. That person went on to conquer the world. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This ancient battlefield bears some resemblance to the Burial Heaven Realm. Next year marks the Great Yin Year. That's when the secret realm will open again. It seems I have no choice but to join the Martial Academy, Su Chen thought to himself. The Great Wilderness Secret Realm was something he couldn't afford to miss. The first day of every month was the designated reporting day for the Martial Academy. After packing lightly, Su Chen prepared to set off. Yi Qingqing embraced him reluctantly, her voice tinged with concern. When you get there, please be careful and try to keep a low profile. She knew Su Chen's proud nature and feared he might clash with the other disciples of the Martial Academy. Don't worry, your man isn't someone to be trifled with. Su Chen gently tapped Yi Qingqing's nose, his eyes brimming with affection. Yi Qingqing smiled sweetly. I've already taken up a position as a manager at the Deluo Trading Alliance, personally recommended by Master Xianyang. Although I'm still new, I've got things pretty much under control. You don't need to worry about anything at home. Indeed, under Yi Qingqing's management, everything at home was running smoothly. Chunmei stayed home to take care of Lin Yun and manage household chores. The talented Qujv had joined the Dan Alliance to further her studies in alchemy. The meticulous Lan Xiang was responsible for attending to Yi Qingqing's daily needs, while Qingzhu handled security. Everyone performed their duties diligently, allowing Su Chen to focus without any concerns. Master Xianyang patted his chest and assured, Young Master Su, rest assured, I won't let them suffer any grievances. If anything happens, make sure to let me know, Su Chen instructed before mounting his horse and heading alone to the Martial Academy. The Martial Academy was nestled in a majestic mountain range on the outskirts of the capital. Its grand halls and pavilions stood in orderly splendor, exuding an imposing aura. Since admissions were open only once a month, a large crowd of talented individuals holding Tianwu tokens had already gathered early in the morning. Dear heavens, please let me get into the West Academy. Prayers could be heard sporadically from the crowd. Wait, The martial academy is divided into East and West, someone asked in surprise. Of course. The West Academy is mostly for the offspring of nobles and royalty, with abundant resources and extensive connections. If you get in, securing a position in the court later on will be a breeze. On the other hand, the East Academy is resource-starved, with barely any Xuanwu realm elders, and is filled with students from humble backgrounds. Making a name for yourself there is next to impossible. These words caused many aspiring youths to pale. Despite their talents, they had already spent everything to acquire a Tianwu token. If they were placed in the East Academy, they might as well return home. At that moment, a young man in luxurious robes stood arrogantly. "Umph. Do you think the Martial Academy is a place for country bumpkins like you? If you lack ability, just go back home and stop wasting resources and embarrassing yourselves. Who is he to be so arrogant?" Someone muttered indignantly. "Sure. That's Lin Tianji, the young master of the Lin family from Yunzhou City. He has connections in the court and is guaranteed a spot in the West Academy. You can't afford to offend him." While Lin Tianji basked in his arrogance, his gaze suddenly fell on a young man in blue clothing walking toward him. His expression instantly turned venomous. "You. It's you. Judging by your expression, you'd like to eat me alive? But you're just a eunuch, no teeth, good enough for the job." Su Chen sneered. "Eunuch?" The crowd buzzed with whispers. "I heard that young Master Lin tried to abduct a woman on the street recently and got his manhood crushed. Could it have been this Su Chen who did it?" Lin Tianji suppressed his fury. "You brat. You didn't expect this young master to recover, did you? Just wait, I'll make sure to claim your wife sooner or later." A glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, but just then, the mountain gate creaked open. Silence! A black-clad elder strode out, his Xuanwu realm aura silencing the crowd instantly. Behind him, a group of disciples in blue martial robes worked to maintain order. "Su Chen? You dare show your face here?" Among the disciples, Yi Xinglong glared at Su Chen with the same venomous look as Lin Tianji. "Oh, quite a few familiar faces today. Didn't you boast about being personally accepted as a disciple by an elder? Why do you still look like this?" Su Chen mocked. Yi Xinglong's face flushed with anger. He had indeed been close to becoming a personal disciple, but due to Master Xin Yang's interference, the elder had suddenly refused to take him in, relegating him to an ordinary disciple tasked with menial chores. In Yi Xinglong's eyes, this was all Su Chen's fault. Wow, who exactly is this Su Chen? Why does he have so many enemies? And he's even crossed paths with a West Academy disciple? The crowd murmured amongst themselves, casting curious glances at Su Chen. In the eastern courtyard, a black-robed elder hurried into the courtyard master's dojo and respectfully reported, "Master, the person you predicted has arrived." Haha. An elderly man dressed in gray hemp robes laughed upon hearing this. I had already sensed the aura of the Tianwu token on him. This man was none other than the master of the eastern courtyard and mentor to the lord of Yunzhou City. He quickly stood up, eager. "Come, let's go and see him immediately. We can't let the western courtyard seize the opportunity." At the mountain gate, the crowd was abuzz with chatter, causing even the steward elder to frown. "Silence!" Elder Hatai barked coldly. "The sorting into courtyards is about to begin. Anyone who dares to cause a disturbance will be expelled from the mountain gate immediately." The crowd instantly fell silent, lining up obediently. Lin Tianji was the first to step forward. He presented his Tianwu token with a sycophantic smile. "Greetings, Elder Hatai. I am from the Lin family of Yunzhou City. My uncle has already spoken with you." Elder Hatai's expression softened instantly. "Ah, so you're his nephew. You truly possess the same remarkable demeanor as General YY exceptionally gifted. You are indeed a fine talent for our western courtyard." With that, he assigned Lin Tianji to the western courtyard. "Thank you, Elder, for your guidance." Lin Tianji accepted the western courtyard token with a smug look, casting a disdainful glance at Su Chen and the others. "Fool!" Su Chen cursed inwardly. The next few individuals all presented storage pouches, along with their Tianwu tokens. Elder Hatai's smile grew wider as he inspected the spirit stones within, readily admitting them to the western courtyard. Su Chen watched coldly, shaking his head. Such blatant displays of corruption and greed, no wonder the martial academy was in decline. When it was the turn of a plainly dressed young man, he barely began to announce, "I am from Huicheng," before being interrupted. "Your talent is insufficient. Go to the eastern courtyard. Please, Elder, have mercy. I possess a low-grade earth-level bloodline, and have reached the 8th level of the Qi martial realm." The young man knelt, pleading. Though his strength was not inferior to that of Lin Tianji, his humble origins and lack of funds destined him for rejection. "Outrageous! How dare you dream beyond your station with such qualifications? Say another word, and I'll have you expelled from the mountain gate." Elder Hatai waved dismissively, annoyed. Several more students from humble backgrounds, despite their impressive talents, were similarly assigned to the eastern courtyard due to their lack of wealth or influence. One of them protested, "Elder, even with an upper-grade Earth-level bloodline, I'm not qualified? What kind of talent is required then?" "Oomph. Our western courtyard is directly affiliated with the royal family. At the very least, a heavenly-level bloodline is required," Elder Hatai declared arrogantly. The crowd was stunned. After all, even among the 6 great dynasties of the Huanglong region, heavenly-level bloodlines were extraordinarily rare. In the weaker Great Chu Kingdom, not a single one had appeared in the past century. Finally, it was Su Chen's turn. Under the contemptuous gazes of Lin Tianji and the others, he said nothing and directly unleashed his bloodline aura. A massive dragon's phantom coiled in the sky, its overwhelming pressure spreading in all directions. Even Elder Hatai, a Xuanwu realm expert, felt an uncontrollable urge to kneel. Bloodline phenomenon. The moment the massive dragon of vital energy soared into the sky, the entire square fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt moments later with waves of exclamations. A heaven-grade bloodline. The first in 100 years. Gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. Everyone understood the significance of a heaven-grade bloodline knight meant a guaranteed breakthrough into the Sky Martial realm, becoming one of the nation's strongest, and even a chance to ascend to the legendary Martial Grandmaster realm. Su Chen stood calmly in the center, his expression unchanging. In truth, this was only a restrained display of his power. If he were to unleash the full might of his saint-grade true dragon bloodline, these people would likely be scared out of their wits on the spot. Lin Tianji and a few other wealthy disciples from the West Academy stood with darkened expressions, their eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Especially Yi Xinglong, who first burned with rage before his gaze flickered with a plan. He quickly strode over to Elder Hatai, whispered a few words, and then hurried off toward the West Academy. So that's why. No wonder he dared to cripple Lin Tianji and offend the West Academy disciples. The crowd murmured in realization. However, to everyone's astonishment, instead of enthusiastically inviting Su Chen to join the West Academy, Elder Hatai let out a cold snort and decisively declared, "Rejected." This single word, "rejected," echoed like a thunderclap. Not only did Elder Hatai refuse to admit Su Chen into the West Academy, but he also barred him from the East Academy, intending to confiscate his heavenly martial token and expel him altogether. This is outrageous. The crowd was dumbfounded. In the shadows, the East Academy's headmaster and elders frowned at the scene. Although one elder suggested intervening, the headmaster smiled with interest and said, "No rush. That boy isn't the type to take a loss lying down." "What do you mean?" Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared directly at Elder Hatai. Around him, the less privileged disciples began voicing their dissatisfaction, and even those with top-grade Earth bloodlines who had been rejected earlier couldn't help but step forward, condemning such a capricious decision. "Silence!" Elder Hatai roared, his aura oppressive. "Anyone who dares to question my decision will have their identity tokens confiscated and be expelled from the sect immediately." Just as the tension reached its peak, Yi Xinglong returned, accompanied by several personal disciples clad in purple martial robes. Leading them was Wang Lin, the son of the Imperial Chancellor, the West Academy's vice headmaster's personal disciple, and an old adversary of Su Chen's from the Great Wilderness Mountains. Elder Hatai's attitude shifted dramatically as he stood to greet Wang Lin with reverence. It became clear that this was all premeditated. They not only wanted to reject Su Chen but also sought to take his life. Su Chen observed everything coldly, his thoughts calm yet sharp. How convenient. These defeated foes keep showing up one after another. It seems a tough battle is unavoidable today. Wang Lin strode forward, his presence exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Each step he took seemed to weigh heavily on the hearts of those around him, his gaze filled with unbridled arrogance. "Boy, do you still remember me?" His thunderous voice echoed, shaking the surroundings. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Just a defeated opponent, nothing more. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into murmurs of disbelief. People exchanged glances, astonished. After all, Wang Lin was a renowned figure in the martial academy, celebrated not only for his extraordinary talent but also for his powerful background. Compared to him, Lin Tianji and Yi Xinglong were as insignificant as fireflies before the brilliance of the moon. "Impressive. I admire your courage." Wang Lin sneered coldly. "I'll give you a chance now. Kneel before me, pledge your loyalty, and hand over that item. Not only will I spare your life, but I'll even allow you to join the Western Academy." Sensing the opportunity, Yi Xinglong immediately chimed in. "Su Chen, young Master Wang is giving you a way out. Hurry up and kneel to beg for forgiveness." Wang Lin cast a glance at Yi Xinglong. Not bad. Your initiative will be rewarded. Follow me from now on, and I'll ensure you become a personal disciple." "Thank you, young Master Wang, for your generosity." Yi Xinglong bowed repeatedly, his face brimming with fawning eagerness. Turning to Su Chen, he smirked triumphantly, relishing the thought of finally settling old scores. Su Chen watched the spectacle unfold with a cold gaze. Are you all still dreaming? He said calmly. This remark instantly enraged Wang Lin's inner circle. Yi Xinglong seized the moment to further inflame the situation. Young Master Wang, senior brothers, this guy has been riding on the coattails of Master Xianyang. He even dared to kill senior brother Zhang Kuang and annihilated the entire Zhang family. A mere freeloader living off his wife. Wang Lin's lackeys burst into mocking laughter, their words dripping with contempt and filth. In an instant, an immense aura erupted from Su Chen, radiating a terrifying intensity. Golden blood energy intertwined with black burial qi, roaring like a furious dragon. The air grew heavy, the temperature plummeted, and the crowd instinctively stepped back in fear. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Elder Hitai suddenly appeared, releasing the overwhelming power of the Xuanwu realm. Yet, before the tension could dissipate, an even more formidable aura descended upon the scene. Two figures emerged: a senior elder of the Eastern Academy and an unassuming old man in plain robes. The robed elder cast a mere glance at Wang Lin and spoke in a calm yet commanding tone. Wang Lin, since when has the Martial Academy become your territory? As long as this old man is alive, even your master wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. That single glance sent cold sweat streaming down Wang Lin's back. Though he could act with impunity in the Chu kingdom, he felt genuine fear before this elder. Su Chen, on the other hand, scrutinized the robed elder with caution. Even after consuming the Sanyuan Gi pill, he sensed that he was no match for this man. What puzzled him even more was the inexplicable familiarity of the elder's aura. The elderly man in a coarse robe wore a gentle smile as his gaze settled on Su Chen. Your name is Su Chen, isn't it? Would you like to join the Eastern Academy? This sudden invitation took everyone by surprise, especially the disciples of the Martial Academy who were familiar with the elder's identity. They were left utterly speechless. However, Su Chen furrowed his brows, his wariness deepening. The sharp glint in the old man's eyes resembled a predator eyeing its prey, triggering an instinctive unease within him. You've offended the Western Academy. If you don't join the Eastern Academy, I doubt you'll make it out of here today, the elderly man remarked with the same amiable expression. Joining the Eastern Academy will allow me to stand against the Western Academy? Su Chen asked skeptically. Though he was new here, he had already heard plenty of rumors about the Eastern Academy, none of them good. It was a place people seemed to avoid at all costs. If you join the Eastern Academy, I can take you as my disciple. With me backing you, no one will dare meddle with you, the old man said persuasively. At this, Wang Lin's expression darkened, and he quickly glanced at Elder Hitai. Gritting his teeth, Elder Hitai stepped forward. Masterly, this boy has killed several Western Academy disciples. His crimes are unforgivable. Even as the head of the Eastern Academy, you can't. Before he could finish, the elderly man sharply turned his gaze toward him, his eyes flashing like lightning. Insolence. I am speaking with Su Chen. Who gave you permission to interrupt? Leave. Elder Hitai trembled all over, and Wang Lin stood frozen in fear. Around them, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. He's the head of the Eastern Academy, Li Chunfeng? Such overwhelming presence. Even an elder at the Xuanwu level is no more than a child before him. Li Chunfeng turned back to Su Chen, his smile returning. Well, have you made up your mind? Su Chen's cold eyes swept over Wang Lin and Yi Xinglong. If I join the Eastern Academy, I can do whatever I want. As long as you don't take lives, you're free to act as you please, Li Chunfeng replied with a chuckle, stroking his beard. Fine. I'll join the Eastern Academy, but there's no need for me to become your disciple, Su Chen replied firmly. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Li Chunfeng, the head of the Eastern Academy and a master of the Tianwu realm, one of the most powerful figures in the Great Chu Kingdom, had just had his offer of discipleship rejected. Unexpectedly, Li Chunfeng showed no anger. Instead, he casually tossed an identity token to Su Chen. From this moment on, you are a disciple of the Eastern Academy. Su Chen caught the token, noticing that it already contained his personal information. This heightened his vigilance, but since Li Chunfeng seemed to harbor no ill intentions for the time being, Su Chen decided to accept it. Suddenly, a fierce killing intent erupted from Su Chen. His eyes, sharp as blades, locked onto Yi Xinglong and Wang Lin. Are you two ready? What are you planning, Su Chen? The two men were trembling, as if they were prey cornered by a predator. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of my way, Su Chen roared. In an instant, he charged forward like a raging dragon, the sheer force of his movement sending two Western Academy disciples flying. His target, Wang Lin and Yi Xinglong. Su Chen, how dare you? Elder Hitai shouted furiously, preparing to intervene. Insolence. Li Chuanfeng's icy gaze swept over him, and the overwhelming pressure of a Tianwu realm master engulfed the entire area. Su Chen is now a disciple of the Eastern Academy. If disciples of the two academies wish to spar privately, and you dare to interfere, I'll destroy you first. Under the crushing weight of this pressure, Elder Hitai was paralyzed. The crowd felt as if they were leaves tossed about in a storm, their hearts pounding with fear. The mere release of his aura was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. If he were to unleash his full power, the martial academy itself might be reduced to rubble. Wang Lin, gritting his teeth in anger, barked, "Fine. Since this is a duel between disciples of the two academies, all of you, attack him. Whoever cripples Su Chen will be rewarded with 1,000,000 spiritual stones. With such a mere Qi martial realm cultivation, you dare to act so arrogantly." A core disciple of the Western Academy shouted harshly, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Su Chen cast a cold glance at him, refusing to respond. In the next instant, his fist roared forward like a dragon, the overwhelming force of his punch exploding in the air, emanating a chilling destructive power. The core disciple's expression changed drastically, his scalp tingling with fear. Hastily, he channeled all his cultivation, forming a shield of robust energy. Yet, under Su Chen's unstoppable strike, the defense crumbled instantly. With a resounding crack like thunder, the disciple screamed as he was sent flying. 2,000,000 spirit stones. Cripple him for me. Wang Lin roared furiously, doubling the bounty on the spot. Hearing this, two more core disciples from the Western Academy stepped forward eagerly. Both were experts at the 6th level of the true martial realm. One unleashed the blood demon hand, a massive crimson palm emerging from the nether abyss. The other displayed the small yin-yang palm, manifesting a grinding force of yin and yang in the void. Pathetic tricks. Su Chen snorted coldly, as his buried heaven true chi surged onto his fists. Two dark golden fist imprints tore through the air like demonic dragons, instantly obliterating the opponent's techniques. The two core disciples were no match and were sent flying, spitting blood. 3,000,000. Everyone, attack together and kill him. Wang Lin shouted again, raising the bounty once more. More and more disciples from the Western Academy swarmed in, and in moments, dozens had gathered. Yet Su Chen only grew more imposing, standing tall like a demonic god. He leapt into the air, his aura surging like a thunderous sea, unleashing terrifying waves of energy downward. His punches blazed brilliantly, akin to auroras. Disciples in the Qi martial realm fell apart upon contact, their arms or legs broken. Even true martial realm experts could barely withstand his assault. Su Chen tore through them like a rampaging dragon among sheep, leaving a trail of blood, severed limbs, and endless screams in his wake. Is this even human? The crowd stared at the hellish scene before them, trembling in fear. A mere Qi martial realm cultivator is actually overpowering the entire Western Academy. The devastation among the disciples of the Western Academy was shocking. Those once considered prodigies with extraordinary talent and abundant resources crumbled like fragile paper before Su Chen, scattering and fleeing in mere moments. Stop him. Someone stop him now. Wang Lin, witnessing Su Chen advancing toward him like a demon god, was utterly terrified. Memories of their previous encounter, where he had barely escaped with his life, surged through his mind, leaving him devoid of even the slightest courage to resist. He retreated frantically, raising the bounty again and again, until it reached an astronomical 5,000,000 spirit stones. However, none of the Western Academy disciples, horrified by the carnage around them, dared to step forward. Even Elder Hitai, a powerful cultivator of the Xuanwu realm, stood dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "No wonder the dean values him so highly and even considers taking him as a disciple. This boy is truly against the heavens." Meanwhile, Elder Li Chunfeng of the Eastern Academy watched with astonishment flashing in his eyes. He let out a hearty laugh and exclaimed, "What a remarkable young man! If you can sweep through all opponents below the Xuanwu realm in the Western Academy today, I shall personally appoint you as the chief personal disciple of the Eastern Academy and cultivate you with all my resources. Whatever you need, it's yours." Any lingering displeasure in his heart from earlier had long vanished, replaced by sheer delight in his seasoned gaze. "Arrogant fool! How dare you look down on the Western Academy?" A group of veteran disciples from the Western Academy arrived in fury. One female cultivator, at the 8th level of the Jinwu realm, charged forward like a blue comet, her aura overwhelming. Yet, after exchanging a single punch with Su Chen, her body trembled violently, and she staggered back over 10 steps before barely stabilizing herself, her face pale as a sheet. "This boy is too dangerous. Attack together." A veteran disciple of the 9th level of the Jinwu realm leapt into the air, unleashing the 7-star lunar sword technique. 7 streaks of chilling light shot towards Su Chen. Following him, more powerful auras erupted, surging like an unstoppable tide. 5 veteran disciples of the Western Academy, all personal disciples of elders, had cultivated for over a decade. The weakest among them was at the 7th level of the Zhenwu realm, their combat power formidable. And what if you attack together? In my eyes, you're all nothing but feeble chickens and dogs. Su Chen let out a long roar, his aura growing even more ferocious. His perfect chi boiled, his dragon-like physique erupted with power, and his mid-grade spiritual sword radiated dazzling light. Today, no one can stop me. Within him, it was as if an ancient true dragon surged through his black chi. Two forces merged seamlessly as Su Chen unleashed his full strength, slashing forth a brilliant sword light. It descended like the Milky Way from the heavens, a terrifying sword aura that shook the earth and sky alike. How is this possible? He still has strength to spare? Is this his true power? Everyone's expressions changed, terror and disbelief filling their eyes. At this moment, Su Chen, bathed in the black chi, seemed to transform into an ancient true dragon. His dragon-like majesty permeated the air, sword energy surging like a tidal wave. He appeared as a god of death, wielding the power of life and death. The disciples of the Eastern Academy gazed at him with fervent admiration, his unparalleled brilliance forever etched into their hearts. The 5 veteran disciples of the Western Academy, feeling immense pressure, unleashed every ounce of their strength in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, as the radiant sword light descended, imbued with 2 supreme forces, it instantly engulfed them. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be swept away, leaving only that unyielding sword light dividing the heavens and earth, carrying an apocalyptic force that struck fear into all who witnessed it. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Blood sprayed as the 5 veteran disciples' attacks were utterly obliterated. They themselves suffered grievous injuries, their supposedly robust protective chi unable to withstand the devastating sword light. Deep, gruesome wounds marred their bodies. Defeated in a single strike. Even a 9th level Zhenwu realm cultivator couldn't withstand it. Is this the power of a heaven-grade bloodline? No. Even a heaven-grade bloodline couldn't possibly allow such a leap in combat ability. His black true chi is equally unparalleled. It must be from a heaven-grade cultivation technique. More and more people were drawn to the commotion, including veteran disciples and elders of the Xuanwu realm. Yet, under the commanding presence of Li Chunfeng, none dared intervene. They could only watch as Su Chen single-handedly swept through all disciples of the Western Academy below the Xuanwu realm. Such defiant strength was nothing short of earth-shattering. In the sky, a majestic dragon spiraled, its imposing presence awe-inspiring. Its shimmering scales glinted under the sunlight, casting a radiant glow that painted the entire scene with a sense of desolation and grandeur. Inside and outside the west courtyard gates, countless disciples lay sprawled in disarray, their groans and cries echoing incessantly. Amid the chaos, a figure bathed in a sea of black divine energy stood out starkly. It was Su Chen. Wherever he passed, a suffocating killing intent followed. The so-called geniuses of the west courtyard and the once proud noble scions now scattered like panicked sheep, fleeing in all directions. Now it's your turn. A cold, merciless voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Wang Lin and Yi Xinglong were already paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably as if awakening from a nightmare. They frantically glanced around, their pale faces etched with terror, only to realize that no one was coming to their rescue. Su Chen, you better not get too arrogant. If you make an enemy of the west courtyard, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yi Xinglong shouted, his voice trembling despite his attempt to sound defiant, as Su Chen approached. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He reached out and grabbed Yi Xinglong, lifting him effortlessly. No matter how much he struggled, he was like a helpless chick in Su Chen's grasp. That mouth of yours deserves 1,000 cuts. Slap. The first resounding slap landed, sending blood and teeth flying. Before Yi Xinglong could even cry out, the second slap followed immediately. Slap, slap, slap. The scene fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the continuous sound of slaps echoing through the air. Everyone stood frozen, watching in stunned disbelief. Su Chen, expressionless, held Yi Xinglong and delivered slap after slap with precision. His control over his strength was almost artistic. Each blow left Yi bleeding and screaming in agony, yet he carefully ensured that Yi remained conscious to endure the torment. After a long while, Yi Xinglong's face was swollen beyond recognition, resembling a pig's head. He had no strength left even to cry out. Only then did Su Chen toss him aside with disdain. Now, only Wang Lin remained. He was trembling uncontrollably, consumed by sheer terror. As Li Chunfeng had once predicted, Su Chen did not take lives, but his methods were far more terrifying than death itself. The thought of enduring the same fate as Yi Xinglong receiving dozens, or even hundreds of slaps made Wang Lin, the son of a high-ranking official, feel as though his dignity would be utterly annihilated. Stop! Suddenly, A cold voice accompanied by the overwhelming pressure of a Xuanwu realm expert resounded. A young man clad in a black python robe strode forward with an air of authority. His presence was fierce, exuding the majesty of someone accustomed to power. Behind him followed a large group of West Courtyard disciples, their faces filled with fanatical admiration. Even the elders of the Martial Arts Academy showed a hint of reverence in their eyes upon seeing him. Well, the main event has finally arrived, Li Chunfeng remarked with a sly grin, glancing expectantly at Su Chen. Brother, save me. Kill this little beast for me. Wang Lin cried out, his eyes lighting up with hope as he saw the black-robed man. The crowd erupted in hushed discussions. Brother? I heard Wang Lin's cousin is the top disciple of the West Courtyard, awakened with a supreme-grade earth bloodline from a young age, and a peak true martial realm expert. He certainly looks extraordinary. Of course, that python robe is reserved for royalty and nobility. Lin Jianqing is not only the most talented and powerful genius of the Martial Arts Academy, but he's also royalty. His sister, Lin Miaoyi, is a favored concubine of the current king, making him the king's brother-in-law. At the mention of Lin Jianqing's name, everyone present regarded him with awe. In the Great Chu Kingdom, he was an idol to countless young men and women, the most gifted martial prodigy of his generation. Yet now, someone with even greater talent had emerged. Su Chen cast a glance at the proud and imposing Lin Jianqing, his expression indifferent, as if the man were beneath his notice. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed Wang Lin. The crowd gasped in shock, stunned by Su Chen's audacity. So, you're Su Chen? Lin Jianqing said coldly, looking down at him. Think carefully. No matter what, Wang Lin is the son of a high-ranking official. If you strike him, you're not just humiliating him, you'll be slapping the face of the court and the Great Chu royal family. The consequences are beyond what you can bear. Are you threatening me? Su Chen asked, his voice icy as he shot Lin Jianqing a sharp glare. I'm merely stating the facts, Lin Jianqing replied calmly. If you strike him, there will be no turning back. Not just you, but your family and friends will suffer the consequences of your actions. Your talent is impressive, but until you've fully matured, it amounts to nothing. Let him go now, and I'll let this matter slide. Moreover, I'll allow you to follow me. In the future, you could leave Chu and dominate the world, becoming a ruler in the Huanglong domain. That is not beyond reach. The crowd collectively drew a sharp breath, moved by Lin Jianqing's bold declaration. His vision had already extended beyond the borders of the kingdom, encompassing the entire Huanglong domain. What a grand ambition. The elders of the East Courtyard anxiously turned their gazes toward Li Chunfeng. The situation had reached its breaking point. It had been no small feat for them to recruit a super genius with a heaven-grade bloodline. If the West Academy managed to poach him, it would be a tremendous loss. Li Chunfeng maintained a calm demeanor, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Chen. Even Lin Jianqing, despite his status as a master, couldn't hide his unease. Su Chen, don't be ungrateful. You should follow my cousin. Wang Lin's face lit up with a smug smile, but before he could finish, a crisp smack rang out. Without a word, Su Chen slapped him hard across the face. The sudden blow left Wang Lin completely stunned. Su Chen, are you sure you want to make me your enemy? Lin Jianqing was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered, glaring menacingly as his tone turned threatening. You? Worthy of my attention? Su Chen sneered. Follow Lin Jianqing? What a joke. Even if Lin Jianqing had the talent to dominate the Huanglong region, it was insignificant to Su Chen, who possessed the heaven-burying ring. The Huanglong region was merely a stepping stone. His sights were set on the vast expanse of the multiverse. You're courting death. Lin Jianqing's face twisted in fury. Someone of his stature considered it a great honor for others to follow him. No one had ever dared to show such disrespect. If you've got nothing else to say, get lost. Don't waste my time, I have someone to deal with. Su Chen dismissed Lin Jianqing without so much as a glance, then turned back to the dumbfounded Wang Lin and began beating him mercilessly. Help me, cousin. Save me. Wang Lin's agonized screams echoed as he begged for help. Lin Jianqing's face darkened with rage, his killing intent palpable. I knew I didn't misjudge him. Li Chunfeng chuckled lightly, his eyes locking onto Lin Jianqing, effectively preventing him from acting rashly. Fine. Su Chen, I'll remember this. Lin Jianqing huffed coldly, flicking his sleeves as he stormed off. If not for Li Chunfeng's presence, he would have torn Su Chen to pieces on the spot. The sound of slaps continued to ring out as Su Chen ignored everything around him, relentlessly striking Wang Lin until his face was unrecognizable and he collapsed like a lifeless pig. Everyone was stunned. Su Chen's audacity left Lin Tianji trembling, and each slap seemed to land directly on his soul. He deeply regretted provoking this fearless menace. When Wang Lin finally passed out and was discarded to the side, the commotion subsided. The entire martial academy was shaken to its core. Su Chen successfully joined the martial academy, and Li Chunfeng kept his promise by immediately appointing him as the chief personal disciple of the East Academy, pledging full support for his growth. However, when Su Chen arrived at the East Academy, the sight before him left him speechless. Compared to the bustling and grand West Academy, the East Academy was sparsely populated and in a state of disrepair, its dilapidated appearance a stark contrast. The West Academy is filled with the children of nobility and has abundant resources. Meanwhile, the East Academy receives little support from the court and is left with limited resources. It's an unfortunate reality, an elder of the East Academy sighed. If not for Headmaster Li's strong leadership, the East Academy might have disbanded long ago. But don't worry, the headmaster has instructed me to accommodate any of your needs. I'll do my best to assist you. My name is Su Chen. Elder Su Chen clearly regarded Su Chen as the East Academy's savior, treating him with utmost respect. After all, while Li Chunfeng was formidable, his remaining lifespan was limited. Su Chen's immediate priority was to break through to the true martial realm. However, his chi was vast, and relying solely on pills would not fill it quickly enough to overcome the bottleneck. Haha. Our martial academy is built atop the dragon veins of the Great Chu. By passing through the underground palace, you can refine the energy of the dragon veins to rapidly temper your chi and enhance your cultivation, Elder Su Chen explained. The Dragon Veins Underground Palace was a sacred training ground built at great expense, enabling the Academy's disciples to advance quickly. It was the Academy's most treasured asset. Thank you, Elder. In addition, I wish to learn a martial art, Su Chen said. Though he had the heaven-bearing true chi and the Jiao Dragon physique, his techniques were still too limited. He needed martial arts to unleash greater power, and ordinary human-grade or earth-grade techniques offered little improvement. Only heaven-grade martial arts were truly valuable. Our academy does possess heaven-grade martial arts, but they are exceedingly profound and difficult to master. Only those who have cleared the 20th level of the Underground Palace are eligible to learn them. Even the headmaster cannot make exceptions to this rule, Elder Su Chen said with a frown. The 20th level corresponded to the Xuanwu realm, and even for Su Chen, it would be an immense challenge to reach it. No matter. Martial arts can wait, Su Chen replied. After expressing his gratitude, he headed to his residence. Unlike ordinary disciples who shared double dormitories, as the chief personal disciple, he was given the best standalone pavilion, complete with all amenities. However, it had been neglected for some time and was somewhat messy. Senior brother Su Chen, let us handle this for you. A group of East Academy disciples enthusiastically offered to clean the place. Leading them was Wu Song, a genius with a top-grade Earth bloodline who had been rejected by the West Academy for lacking bribes. Though he had since been taken in as Elder Su Chen's personal disciple, he still held deep admiration and respect for Su Chen. Wu Song and the others moved swiftly, quickly cleaning the entire pavilion and courtyard until not a speck of dust remained. Watching their busy figures, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Children from poor families indeed learn to take responsibility early. He recalled how, back in the Su family, he never needed to lift a finger, and even in the Yi family, he had Qingzhu and Lanxiang to attend to him. These chores were truly unfamiliar to him. Here are some pills. Share them among yourselves, Su Chen said casually as he handed out a few chi refinement pills he had previously refined. Since he was about to break through to the true martial realm, these pills were of little use to him. Senior brother Su Chen, we're not doing this for money or rewards. We genuinely admire and respect you from the bottom of our hearts. Wu Song clasped his hands together and declined earnestly. Straightforward by nature, he and the others had indeed been frustrated when the Western court rejected them. But after witnessing Su Chen's overwhelming triumph over the Western court's prodigies, not only did they feel vindicated, but they also regarded it as an honor to follow such an extraordinary talent and join the Eastern court. If you respect your senior brother, then naturally I can't let you come away empty-handed. Take them, Su Chen replied with a faint smile. He understood that these people were here to pledge their allegiance. Since they could help with daily chores, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Then well accept with gratitude. If senior brother Su Chen ever needs anything, I, Wu Song, will not hesitate to oblige. Wu Song declared, his voice filled with determination. We, too, are willing to follow senior brother Su Chen and serve you with all our might. The others chimed in joyfully, their voices in unison. By the way, senior brother Su Chen, Wu Song said solemnly after accepting the pills, many of the veteran disciples are unhappy with you becoming the chief disciple of the Eastern Court, especially Hong Tiandu, who is at the Xuanwu realm. He's openly declared his intention to defeat you. Pay them no mind. Your talents are no less than theirs. Focus on your cultivation, and strive to surpass them one day, Su Chen said with a carefree smile. His calm confidence gave Wu Song and the others a strong sense of security and set a benchmark for their aspirations. The next morning, Su Chen prepared to challenge the Dragon Vein Underground Palace. This palace could only be entered once a month, and the pure and potent Dragon Vein energy within was notoriously difficult to refine. Fellow disciples from his cohort, along with many veteran disciples, had already gathered, curiously observing Su Chen. Senior brother Su Chen. They greeted him respectfully. Have you already gone through it? Su Chen asked. Yes. The dragon vein energy is truly remarkable and has benefited us greatly. Senior brother Wu Song has already reached the 10th level this time and is certain to break through to the true martial realm, one of them replied excitedly. Before long, Wu Song emerged from the underground palace, his body surrounded by a dense aura of dragon vein energy, his expression radiant. Senior brother Su Chen, you're here? I only made it to the 14th level, but refining the remaining dragon vein energy will be enough for me to break through to the true martial realm. As everyone eagerly anticipated whether Su Chen could work a miracle, a group of veteran disciples clad in purple martial robes rudely pushed through the crowd. Leading them was none other than Hong Tiandu, whose Xuanwu realm aura exuded arrogance. The 20th level? Are you dreaming? Hong Tiandu sneered, fixing his gaze on Wu Song. No one in the martial arts academy has ever broken past the 10th level. Even Lin Jianqing from the Western Court only managed to surpass his limit by 7 levels at most. A few senior disciples of the East Court stood off to the side, their eyes filled with disdain. Our master is a heaven-grade bloodline warrior. Surpassing 8 levels is already the limit. If this kid manages to break through 10 levels, we might as well eat dirt. One of the disciples scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. Though they had heard rumors of Su Chen's heaven-grade bloodline, they believed that being on par with Li Chunfeng was already the best he could achieve. Then let's wait and see, Wu Song said in a low, steady voice. Hong Tiandu snorted coldly, his gaze shifting toward the Dragon Vein Palace. Let's hope this kid doesn't disappoint me. Otherwise, people might think our East Court is completely out of talent to have chosen someone like him as our chief disciple. The interior of the Dragon Vein Palace was vast and shadowy, with only a single elevator marked with level numbers for selection. The thick, diamond-carved walls were capable of withstanding the attacks of a heavenly martial realm warrior, allowing for unrestricted battles within. Let's start from the 14th floor, Su Chen murmured, pressing a button. The elevator descended slowly, carrying him deeper below. With a thunderous rumble, the stone gate opened. Out stepped a towering armored warrior, nearly 10 feet tall, wielding a massive broadsword with an imposing aura. It was a dragon vein battle spirit, formed by an array. Though not human, its combat power surpassed that of many real warriors. The 14th floor corresponded to the strength of a 4th-level true martial realm warrior with a top-tier human-grade bloodline. Even Wu Song, who possessed a high-tier earth-grade bloodline, had been unable to surpass this level. Bang! As the dragon vein battle spirit awakened, its immense energy caused the air to tremble and crackle. Without any hesitation or words, it leapt forward, swinging its broadsword straight at Su Chen. Good! Su Chen's eyes gleamed like lightning as he charged forward like a dragon on the hunt. A blazing fist imprint burst forth, carrying an unstoppable force. With a resounding crack, the dragon vein battle spirit shattered into a dense mist, scattering in all directions. Unlike his previous battles with the West Court, Su Chen could now unleash his full power without reservation. A typical 4th-level true martial realm warrior wouldn't stand a chance against his strength. Not much of a challenge, Su Chen muttered, shaking his head as he proceeded directly to the 15th floor. Having adjusted to the power of the dragon vein battle spirits, he began a relentless assault. On the 15th and 16th floors, the dragon vein battle spirits were obliterated with a single punch each. When the 17th floor's indicator light turned on, those outside couldn't hide their astonishment. Lin Jianqing himself had stopped here when he was at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm. If Su Chen could surpass this, it would signify that his talent and combat power had already exceeded Lin Jianqing's. Inside the 17th floor, Su Chen's fists roared like dragons, slamming the dragon vein battle spirit heavily into the wall. This time, the spirit didn't immediately disintegrate but held on for a moment before cracking apart. It seems that with my current physical strength, this is the limit, Su Chen murmured to himself. Even so, it was an extraordinary feat, considering that his flood dragon body had only recently formed and was far from its peak. When Su Chen stepped onto the 18th floor, the outside world erupted in an uproar. This was the level of the East Court Master's record. All eyes were fixed on the indicator light, with a mix of anticipation, disdain, envy, and jealousy. The dragon vein battle spirit on the 18th floor was colossal, like a mountain, and its punches made the very air tremble. When Su Chen clashed head-on with it, he was forced back several steps. Good. Now this is getting interesting, Su Chen said, his eyes lighting up. In an instant, his burial heaven true Qi erupted, forming hundreds of massive dark sword lights that wove together into a web, engulfing the battle spirit. Moments later, the spirit was shredded into countless fragments by the overwhelming sword energy. He passed. He actually broke the court master's record, and so quickly. Could his bloodline talent surpass even the court master's? As the 19th floor's indicator light turned on, Everyone's attention converged once more. The Dragon Vein battle spirit on this level was equivalent to a 9th level true martial realm warrior, with no weaknesses in strength, speed, or defense. It was far more challenging than any opponent of the same level. Boom! Su Chen unleashed the full power of his perfect Chi Si and Flood Dragon body, radiating a blazing divine light. His battle intent surged as he charged forward, his sharp gaze locked onto his powerful foe. The news of Su Chen, a Chi martial realm practitioner, breaking through to the 19th level of the Dragon Vein Underground Palace, spread like wildfire across the entire Eastern Academy. Elders gathered in astonishment, their eyes filled with anticipation. Would the long-standing record of Dean Li Chunfeng finally be shattered today? Within the dimly lit underground palace, two overwhelming forces clashed violently. The air exploded in an instant, and the destructive storm that followed caused the entire palace to tremble. Bring it on! Su Chen roared, launching a powerful punch midair. The force of his strike was immense, as if a towering mountain was crashing down. The Dragon Vein battle spirit, enraged, retaliated with even greater ferocity. In this underground palace, the battle spirit seemed to possess boundless strength, each attack pushing the limits of power. Yet Su Chen's perfect Chi Si continuously supplied him with unrelenting energy. The deafening sound of their battle echoed endlessly, the two opponents locked in a relentless struggle like two mighty dragons entwined in combat. Finally, cracks began to spread across the battle spirit's form, and its power rapidly waned. Seizing the moment, Su Chen charged forward like a ferocious tiger unleashed, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the battle spirit entirely. It dissolved into a mist of light, while Su Chen stood composed, his martial attire spotless and unscathed. A battle spirit is, after all, just a battle spirit. It attacks mechanically, lacking the versatility of a living being, Su Chen remarked with a faint smile. When the indicator for the 20th level lit up, the outside world erupted in shock. Figures like Hong Tiandu wore dark expressions. That arrogant fool is courting death. 9 is the ultimate number, the law of the heavens. To defy it is to tread a path of destruction. But they did not understand Su Chen. Since the day he forged his Hunderjiang perfect Chi Si, he had been defying conventions. In his world, the word limit did not exist. In the 20th level, a massive earth-colored dragon, over 10 zhang long, emerged with a deafening roar. The entirety of the Dragon Vein's power seemed to coalesce within its form. The oppressive might of the dragon swept across the palace, forcing Su Chen back several steps, his face momentarily pale. Within the 20th level lies the manifested power of the Dragon Vein spirit. Su Chen's overconfidence will be his undoing. Hong Tiandu sneered coldly, yet Su Chen's gaze remained resolute. In this critical moment, he was ready to prove once again that what others deemed impossible would always be within his reach. The resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens and earth, shaking the very souls of all who heard it. Deep within the underground palace, a surge of immense chi burst forth, faintly transforming into the form of a colossal dragon that stretched across the skies, its aura climbing higher and higher, seemingly without end. Wu Tsang and the others wore grave expressions, their eyes filled with worry. They were well aware that the Dragon Vein of the Great Chu Kingdom was of a celestial level. Even the spirit of the Dragon Vein at the 20th layer was comparable to an expert of the Xuanwu realm with celestial-level bloodline. Faced with such a massive gap of 10 realms, how could senior brother Su Chen possibly hold his own? Master, should we deactivate the formation? Elder Xiaoqing asked anxiously as he approached Li Chunfeng. A prodigy with a celestial bloodline pained him to think such a talent might fall here. Li Chunfeng, however, remained unusually calm. No need to rush. That boy doesn't strike me as reckless. Let's wait and see. Inside the underground palace, Su Chen stood before the overwhelming might of the Dragon Vein spirit. Yet, instead of fear, his fighting spirit burned brighter. He leapt into the air and unleashed 9 fist seals in an instant, each like a falling star crashing down. The Dragon Vein spirit roared, sweeping its massive tail across the space like a heavenly river cascading down. In an instant, the 9 fist seals were obliterated. Su Chen hastily defended himself, but was still sent flying by the terrifying force, coughing up a mouthful of blood. So powerful! Su Chen exclaimed as he rose to his feet. Though his face was pale, the fire in his eyes burned even fiercer. Good. Now this feels like a real opponent. The Dragon Vein spirit opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of blazing dragon flames, igniting the entire underground palace. Standing amidst the sea of fire, Su Chen's blood surged as if set aflame. Golden light erupted from his body, and the sealed power within his eyes shattered through its restraints and awakened with a thunderous force. In the void, the apparition of a primordial true dragon emerged, radiating an unparalleled sense of dominance. Su Chen's eyes glowed with a cold, regal brilliance as he struck out with a palm, instantly extinguishing the raging dragon flames. The dragon vein spirit let out a series of low growls, its massive body trembling as though suppressed by some unfathomable force. At last, I can fight without holding back. Su Chen fully unleashed his true dragon bloodline, surrounded by countless golden dragon shadows. The power of his saint-level bloodline surged through every fiber of his being. Perish! With a palm strike resembling the claw of a true dragon, he encompassed the entire underground palace. Under this crushing pressure, the dragon vein spirit quivered and was instantly shattered. The resulting shockwaves reverberated through the wilderness mountains outside the martial academy, as if threatening to tear the world apart. A disturbance in the dragon vein? How is this possible? Elder Xiaoqing exclaimed in shock. Li Chunfeng immediately sensed that the source of the disturbance was the underground palace, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, the dragon vein soon calmed, leaving him unable to investigate further. He did it. Su Chen made it through the 20th layer. A voice of astonishment erupted, triggering an uproar. The 20th level of the Dragon Vein Underground Palace. This name was like an insurmountable chasm within the martial academy. Over the years, even the most talented disciples who had ascended to the Xuanwu realm struggled to conquer this trial. Deep within the underground palace, the terrifying power of the Dragon Vein spirit had long left an indelible mark on the souls of countless disciples. Yet today, everyone witnessed the birth of a miracle. Senior brother Su Chen truly lives up to the title of a peerless prodigy. Wu Tsong and the others were trembling with excitement. A new disciple, with only 9th level Qi martial realm cultivation, had managed to overcome 10 levels above his rank and successfully pass the trial of the 20th level. Impossible! This must be an illusion. The veteran disciples who had been mocking him moments ago stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Some even pinched their faces hard, trying to confirm if this was real. Even the usually composed Hong Tian was utterly dumbfounded. A true monster, an absolute genius. At last, the Eastern Academy has produced a young prodigy. Elder Xiaoqing exclaimed, waving his arms in enthusiasm. Beside him, Li Chunfeng remained silent, yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Inside the underground palace, as the dragon vein spirit was vanquished, streams of earth-yellow divine light swirled through the void like soaring dragons. These beams of energy, radiating divine brilliance, were the legendary dragon vein Kitwani in total, corresponding to the 20 levels Su Chen had conquered. The most striking was the 20th stream of dragon vein Qi. It transformed into a form about a meter long, resembling a miniature version of the dragon vein spirit. In its mouth, it held a radiant orb that shimmered with unparalleled purity, emitting an energy wave even more potent than that of true dragon blood. Headmaster, that dragon vein Qi essence, accumulated over many years, was intended to aid you in breaking through to martial grandmaster. Elder Xiaoqing looked at Li Chunfeng in astonishment. Li Chunfeng, however, shook his head and smiled. Breaking through to martial grandmaster is no easy feat. I know my physical condition well. Even with another decade of accumulation, the chances are slim. It's better to lend Su Chen a helping hand and secure a brighter future for the Eastern Academy. Su Chen did not refuse this extraordinary gift. He opened his mouth and absorbed all the dragon vein Qi, immediately activating the buried heaven divine art to refine it. The immense energy surged through him like a blazing inferno, causing his skin to crack. The energy within the dragon orb, in particular, erupted with volcanic intensity. Golden radiance began to shimmer across his body, releasing an ancient and mysterious bloodline power that voraciously absorbed the energy. Every part of him, his meridians, organs, and even his bones underwent a complete transformation. As Su Chen's aura skyrocketed, his vigorous lifeblood manifested as a golden dragon coiling around him. His body became translucent, as if forged from divine gold, radiating an awe-inspiring divine brilliance. Outside, the sky suddenly darkened, and a dazzling divine beam pierced through the heavens. A terrifying wave of energy spread out, as if a true dragon had descended upon the world. The sheer intensity of this phenomenon made everyone present tremble uncontrollably, some even feeling an urge to kneel in reverence. Can Su Chen really only possess a heaven-grade bloodline? Elder Xiaoqing murmured in shock. Even when Li Chunfeng broke through to the Tianwu realm back in the day, he had not caused such an earth-shattering phenomenon. A merely of low-tier heaven-grade bloodline, Li Chunfeng's gaze lingered on Su Chen for a moment, his eyes suddenly shifting. He had discerned that Su Chen's bloodline talent far surpassed the heaven grade, yet he dared not reveal it. In this martial world, it was not uncommon for individuals to covet others' bloodlines and forcibly seize them. When faced with immense benefits, human nature is most easily distorted. Boom! Within his dantian, it was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart, with endless chaotic mist surging. The true martial realm had finally broken through. A torrent of dragon vein energy shattered the bottleneck, causing his chi to expand crazily to 10 times its original size. Invisible true energy condensed into a liquid state, pouring into the chi and stirring up towering waves. This was the profound transformation of the true martial realm where chi solidified, and quantitative change led to qualitative change, akin to countless streams converging into a hurricane capable of leveling mountains and seas. Even more astonishing was the awakening of his bloodline. At the moment when the dragon vein energy was fully refined, golden radiance enveloped Su Chen, and thunderous brilliance burst forth. An ancient and mysterious aura swept across the surroundings. The flood dragon physique had finally reached perfection. Bang, bang, bang. His heartbeat pounded like war drums, and his chi and blood transformed into golden dragon scales that covered his entire body. At this moment, Su Chen resembled a true dragon descending upon the world. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the surging power within him, as turbulent as a mighty river. If he were to face the dragon vein spirit again, he could crush it with his physical strength alone. However, after examining himself internally, Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Despite absorbing such an immense amount of dragon vein energy, his vast chi was only a tenth full. The perfect chi had exponentially expanded after his breakthrough, far exceeding that of ordinary people. This was both an opportunity and a challenge. Filling such an immense chi would require resources and time dozens of times greater than normal. This burial heaven divine technique is indeed powerful, but it's truly a money pit, Su Chen thought to himself. Even with Li Chuanfeng's full support, the Eastern Academy's limited resources were unlikely to sustain such a bottomless cultivation method. It seemed he would have to frequently return to the Alchemy Alliance to refine pills and earn spirit stones. As he stepped out of the underground palace, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze carried a refreshing coolness. Su Chen felt elated. This round of cultivation had yielded significant results. He had broken through to the true martial realm, perfected his flood dragon physique, and increased his combat strength more than tenfold. He's out. It's senior brother Su Chen. The waiting disciples had not left, especially the senior ones who were eager to catch a glimpse of the person who had triggered such divine phenomena. Su Chen's aura was now restrained, his expression calm, and his demeanor reminiscent of a noble young master. A faint, mischievous smile played on his lips. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. Except for one Hong Tiandu. The Academy Master gave you the dragon vein essence he had accumulated over the years, and you only managed to reach the first level of the true martial realm? What a waste of resources. Heaven-grade bloodline? More like trash bloodline. His eyes were filled with resentment and anger. In his view, the position of Eastern Academy's top disciple, the Academy's full support, and the dragon vein energy, all of it should have been his. He was convinced he could have achieved far more and accomplished greater things. This sense of having everything taken from him was unbearable. Trash bloodline? Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he chuckled coldly. A frog at the bottom of a well. How could you comprehend the aspirations of a Kuanping? Su Chen had long heard that Hong Tiandu was no easy opponent, so he naturally didn't bother to show him a friendly face. The atmosphere in the arena immediately grew tense, like a drawn sword ready to strike. I'm a frog in a well, and you're a soaring rock? Hong Tiandu glared at Su Chen, pointing angrily as he shouted. You've only been in the martial academy for a few days, and yet you dare act so arrogant? Yesterday was my first day, and I crushed the disciples of the Western Courtyard, Su Chen replied coolly, his gaze sweeping over Hong Tiandu and the others who looked indignant. A faint, enigmatic smile tugged at his lips. Today is the second day. Before he could finish, an older disciple reacted furiously, pointing at Su Chen. What do you mean by that? Are you planning to crush us of the Eastern Courtyard today? Under the furious glares of the crowd, Su Chen clasped his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. If you're into that sort of thing, I wouldn't mind obliging. The entire scene fell into a stunned silence. Who would possibly enjoy being crushed? And now, a new disciple, fresh to the academy, dared to claim he could dominate them? Even if the Eastern Courtyard was weaker, it still had plenty of Xuanwu realm disciples. How could they allow such arrogance? Su Chen maintained his calm smile, as if silently declaring, I've been bold for a while now. What can you do about it? This blatant arrogance completely enraged the veteran disciples of the Eastern Courtyard. Their faces turned livid with anger. Enough talk. Hong Tiandu could no longer hold back. A powerful aura erupted from him as he strode forward, glaring at Su Chen. I'm here today to teach you a lesson and show you how to properly respect your senior brothers. If you don't have the guts to fight, then step down from your position as chief disciple and spare yourself the humiliation. So, Su Chen, do you dare to fight? Other veteran disciples chimed in. This is the Martial Academy. The chief disciple should earn respect through strength. If you don't even have the courage to face us, then admit defeat now. I just think it's too much trouble to fight one by one. Why don't you all come at me together? I've got other things to do, Su Chen replied with the same calm tone. These words further infuriated the veteran disciples. This arrogant newcomer truly intended to take them all down in one go. On the sidelines, Wu Tsang and the others watched in awe. They had always admired Su Chen's talent and strength, but they hadn't expected his words to be just as sharp and unyielding. Don't get too full of yourself, Su Chen. Senior brother Hong has always been the strongest among us. He alone is more than enough to deal with you. That's right. If you can beat senior brother Hong, well, admit you're worthy. As the tension escalated, Elder Xiaoqing couldn't remain seated and stepped forward to intervene, but he was stopped by Li Chunfeng. Why are you stopping me, Academy Master? Didn't you always teach us that the Eastern Courtyard must unite as one to face external threats? Xiaoqing asked in confusion. This is exactly for the sake of unity, Li Chunfeng said, standing with his hands behind his back. Seeing Xiaoqing's puzzled expression, he added, don't worry. I've already communicated with both of them to keep it controlled. No lives will be at risk. In front of the Dragon Vein Palace, the new and veteran disciples stood on either side, their eyes fixed on the two opponents in the center of the field. A true martial first realm disciple facing a Xuanwu third realm disciple. Such a wide gap in cultivation levels, coupled with Hong Tianda's exceptional talent, made the outcome uncertain. Wu Tsang and the others couldn't understand why Su Chen, despite refining so much Dragon Vein energy, had only broken through to the first realm. After all, he possessed a heavenly grade bloodline. Talent alone has never been the deciding factor for a warrior's strength or future. After today, you'll all understand that. Hong Tiandu sneered arrogantly. And you think you're the one to teach me this lesson? Su Chen countered, his gaze icy. As a senior, there's much I can teach you. Now, prepare to face me. With a loud shout, Hong Tiandu began forming seals, his body radiating a blazing light. A violent aura surged like an ancient volcano awakening. With a flick of his finger, a dazzling beam of light shot through the void, the scorching young energy resembling sunfire, burning holes into the air itself. It's here. Senior brother Hong's ultimate move, a heaven-tier martial technique, the innate Six Sun's finger, the veteran disciples of the Eastern Courtyard exclaimed. Determined to end the fight swiftly, Hong Tiandu gave Su Chen no breathing room. His seal-covered hands moved rapidly, unleashing 6 terrifying streams of finger energy in one breath, like 6 blazing suns tearing through the sky. Incredible. Is this the power of a heaven-tier martial technique? The 6 streams of finger energy crisscrossed, distorting the void. Even the heavens and earth seemed fragile, on the verge of collapse. Such overwhelming power would obliterate most Xuanwu realm warriors in an instant. Su Chen faced the oncoming 6 powerful finger strikes with a calm demeanor. His 4th-tier spiritual force spread out like a tide, instantly locking onto the trajectory of each strike. With a slight lift of his arm, the boundless burial heaven true qi surged like rivers converging into the sea, condensing in the void into a colossal dark divine sword over 10 zhang long. This divine sword was shrouded in mysterious runes, its blade emanating an aura of decay and darkness that made it impossible to look at directly. With a low shout of destroy from Su Chen, the sword swept across. The void was instantly torn apart, revealing a massive black fissure stretching for hundreds of miles, like a gaping maw. The 6 radiant finger strikes, as dazzling as the sun, collided with it and vanished into nothingness in an instant. What? Hong Tiandu exclaimed in shock. As a third-layer powerhouse of the Xuanwu realm, his strike, infused with heavenly-level martial arts, was effortlessly neutralized by the opponent's seemingly simple technique of condensing energy into a weapon. Wherever the dark divine sword passed, sword energy raged, enveloping everyone below. Strangely, under the influence of this power, everyone felt their true qi and spiritual force sealed, unable to move, as if they had turned into lifeless wood. What domineering true qi! Elder Xiaoqing and the others marveled. Such an immense true qi weapon would likely exhaust the entire true qi reserves of a 9th-layer true martial realm expert to form. A faint smile played on Su Chen's lips. Not bad. The bottomless pit that devoured so much dragon vein energy didn't disappoint me after all. After breaking through to the true martial realm, the power of burial heaven true qi rivals that of a high-grade spiritual weapon. Before his words faded, Su Chen retracted his true qi and activated his bloodline power instead. In an instant, an infinite surge of golden vital energy soared into the sky, accompanied by the rumble of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. A colossal golden dragon's phantom appeared, its overwhelming dragon might striking fear into the very souls of those present. Hong Tiandu's face turned pale as he felt an oppressive force from the bloodline suppression. His entire body's vital energy nearly froze, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Even when facing Lin Jianqing, he had never experienced such a terrifying pressure. Kill! Like a raging dragon unleashed, Su Chen struck with a single palm, and a golden dragon claw tore through the air. The claw, seemingly forged from divine gold, carried a destructive power capable of annihilating everything. In that critical moment, Hong Tiandu bit his tongue and swiftly formed a seal. Scarlet light enveloped him, inscribed with dense runes, and transformed into a crimson furnace suspended in midair. That's senior brother Hong's scarlet flame furnace bloodline, Elder Xiaoqing explained. Although it's only an upper-grade earthly bloodline, if awakened, it might one day evolve into the solar divine furnace bloodline. With a deafening explosion, the dragon claw collided with the scarlet flame furnace. The reverberations of the impact shook everyone's eardrums as if struck by a massive bell. In the blink of an eye, the furnace shattered, exploding like a miniature sun in the sky. The golden dragon claw, relentless, smashed into Hong Tiandu with unstoppable force. Ugh! Hong Tiandu spewed blood as his body was sent flying, his aura utterly depleted, leaving him completely incapacitated. This astounding scene left everyone dumbfounded. The ferocious and overwhelming aura emanating from Su Chen felt like the reawakening of an ancient primordial beast, extinguishing any thought of resistance in their hearts. The square in front of the Dragon Vein underground palace was utterly silent. The powerful, dragon-like aura emanating from Su Chen's body intimidated everyone present, leaving them too cautious even to breathe loudly. Slowly clenching his fist, he allowed a faint, satisfied smile to curve his lips. A few senior disciples snapped back to their senses and hurried to help the blood-spitting Hong Tiandu to his feet. Just as they were about to leave, Su Chen's icy voice echoed. "Hold on. Who was it just now that wanted to teach me a lesson?" Hong Tiandu's gaze was complicated as he looked at Su Chen. The power behind that single strike, if not for Su Chen holding back, would have surely killed him. The stark gap in strength left Hong Tiandu with a mix of emotions. Hong Tiandu greets senior brother. At last, this genius who had reigned supreme in the Eastern Court for over a decade trembled as he bowed deeply before Su Chen. The scene stunned everyone. The once proud leader of the Eastern Court now bowed in submission to a true martial realm youth who had only joined the academy 2 days ago. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His indifferent eyes carried an imposing dominance that brooked no defiance. Everyone understood clearly any sign of resistance would lead to the same fate. "We greet senior brother." The crowd exchanged glances before collectively bowing and saluting Su Chen. In this martial world, where strength was paramount, submitting to the strong was no disgrace. "Since you acknowledge me as your senior brother, rest assured if you are ever bullied by the Western Court disciples, I will stand up for you." Su Chen spoke with a faint smile before turning to leave. It was no empty promise. His deep grudge against the Western Court made him eager for any chance to deal with them. The crowd stood frozen for a moment, then watched Su Chen's departing figure with even greater reverence, bowing once more, this time with genuine submission. "See? Aren't they united now?" Li Chunfeng chuckled as he stroked his beard, watching Su Chen walk away. Elder Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. Li Chunfeng continued, "If someone refuses to submit, beat them until they do. If they dare to resist, crush them. Once everyone acknowledges you as their leader, unity naturally follows. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures." This time, Elder Xiaoqing nodded in agreement, inwardly impressed by Su Chen's methods. To command both fear and respect at such a young age, uniting the disciples so decisively truly had the makings of a future academy leader. The Martial Academy's library was a treasure trove of knowledge, second only to the royal collection of the Great Chu Kingdom. New disciples were allowed to choose one cultivation technique and one martial skill based on their level of mastery, this being their sole free privilege. To access higher-level techniques, one had to prove themselves by completing dangerous missions, capturing notorious bandits, or venturing into the Dragon Vein underground palace. The Western Court steward in charge of the records glared at Su Chen with hostility as he arrived. "You may select a lower-tier Earth-grade technique from the second level, but if you dare to covet techniques beyond your rank, you'll pay with your life." "I want a heaven-grade martial skill," Su Chen stated flatly. The steward froze for a moment before sneering, "Kid, with your level of cultivation, you're only allowed to choose a lower-tier Earth-grade technique. Don't you know the rules? If not, get lost." The Qi martial realm disciple who clears 20 levels of the Dragon Vein underground palace is eligible to select a heaven-grade technique. "Do you know that rule?" Su Chen retorted coldly. "Of course, I know the rule. But you?" "Ha ha ha." The steward burst into unrestrained laughter. Su Chen said no more. Instead, he produced his disciple token. Though the morning's events had yet to spread, the token already recorded his achievements. However, the steward didn't even glance at it, tossing it aside in disdain. "Stop pretending. Heaven-grade martial skills? You? Do you have any idea how precious they are?" In the Martial Academy, the art of the Dragon Veins had always been the foundation of power for the major clans, renowned for its extraordinary difficulty to master. Even prodigies like Lin Jianqing, with the backing of a powerful family, or talents like Hong Tiandu, blessed with rare opportunities, struggled to grasp its secrets. Huh. A Qi martial realm cultivator trying to clear the 20th level of the Dragon Vein Palace? How utterly ridiculous. A few passing disciples from the Western court sneered disdainfully upon recognizing Su Chen. Everyone knew the 20th level of the Dragon Vein Palace was guarded by the spirit of the Dragon Vein. For someone at the Qi martial realm to attempt it was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Instant annihilation was certain. While the Academy's rules technically allowed such an attempt, no one in history had ever succeeded. Even Lin Jianqing, the senior brother of the Western court, and Li Chunfeng, who possessed a heavenly grade bloodline, had failed. Naturally, these disciples didn't believe Su Chen could achieve the impossible. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression calm as he retrieved his disciple token. Oh, and how exactly should I prove myself? Those who knew Su Chen would recognize this as a warning sign of his impending fury. However, these clueless Western court disciples seemed oblivious. Here's an idea. If you can withstand 2 moves from me, I'll let you proceed. How about that? The supervising disciple smirked mockingly. He had long wanted to teach Su Chen a lesson, both to vent the Western court's frustrations and to curry favor with Wang Lin and Lin Jianqing, though Li Chuanfeng's presence had held him back until now. Kid, if you're too scared, just scram already. The other Western court disciples jeered. He's just a coward who preys on the weak. Oh, if you're so eager to get beaten up, I'd be happy to oblige. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his aura surging dramatically. The supervising disciple froze, clearly not expecting someone in the Qi martial realm to accept the challenge. But before he could react, Su Chen stepped forward, his entire body radiating golden light, a mysterious energy enveloping the space around him. His fist, gleaming like divine metal, carried an overwhelming force that seemed capable of shattering all before it. Not good. The supervising disciple's pupils shrank in terror. In his eyes, Su Chen's incoming fist was no longer a simple strike, it was a colossal dragon spanning the heavens. Panicked, he hastily unleashed his true energy and executed a martial technique in desperation. Boom. A devastating force erupted instantly. The supervising disciple was sent flying with a scream. His protective aura shattered, his chest caved in, and blood spewing from his mouth. The surrounding Western court disciples were dumbfounded. They had witnessed the entire scene. Su Chen's movements weren't particularly fast, giving the supervising disciple ample time to react and even use a martial technique. Yet, he was still subdued with a single punch. This could only mean Su Chen's strength had reached an inconceivable level. As the onlookers remained stunned, Su Chen extended a hand wreathed in true energy, grabbing the supervising disciple. Without hesitation, he began slapping him mercilessly across the face, the sound of each strike echoing loudly as the disciple cried out in agony. Su Chen, stop. This is too much. The other Western court disciples finally intervened, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. This wasn't just a blow to the supervising disciple, it was an insult to the entire Western court. He asked for it himself. How could I refuse? Who knew the Western court had such peculiar preferences? Su Chen replied with feigned innocence. Nobody has such preferences. And why do you keep aiming for the face? The relentless sound of slaps continued, each one like a blow to the hearts of the Western court disciples. I've had enough. This guy's strength is bizarre. Everyone, attacked together. Enraged, the Western court disciples erupted with energy, unleashing their martial techniques as they charged at Su Chen. Boom, 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 boom. For powerful auras of the Xuanwu realm surged forth like crashing waves. For disciples from the Western court unleashed their techniques, surrounding Su Chen with murderous intent. One wielded a long sword that tore through the air, its sword energy slicing the void like a silver serpent. Another's fists radiated blazing energy, leaving searing trails with every strike. Meanwhile, a male and female disciple worked in perfect harmony, their small yin-yang palm technique distorting the surrounding space as the intertwining forces of yin and yang formed a deadly net. Though the 4 disciples were only at the first or second level of the Xuanwu realm, their combined assault was no weaker than Hong Tiandu's might. Yet, facing such a fierce offensive, Su Chen merely let out a cold chuckle. Child's play. With a casual motion, he tossed aside the steward disciple he had been holding and turned, delivering a sweeping whip kick. His leg, as fierce as a dragon's tail, shattered the combined energy stream of the 4 attackers. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's form moved like lightning. With bold and fluid movements, his dragon-like feet crushed the protective energy barriers of all 4 disciples in succession. How is this possible? The 4 Western court disciples were sent flying, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. What shocked them the most was that Su Chen had overwhelmed them purely with his physical strength, without even using his true energy. It seems the Western court really shares a common interest. Su Chen strode forward with the grace of a tiger and dragon. Before his words fully landed, the 4 disciples spat out another mouthful of blood. The thought of facing the same fate as the steward disciple filled them with dread, leaving them trembling. The female disciple's face turned pale as she cried out, "Su Chen, no, please." Su Chen stroked his chin with a devilish smirk. "Someone once told me that when a woman says no, she actually means yes. Well then, let's start with you." Ugh. The female disciple coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Just then, a thunderous voice roared through the air, shaking the heavens. "Enough!" A flash of light heralded the arrival of a stern, gray-robed elder. His oppressive aura filled the space as his cold gaze locked onto Su Chen. "How dare you cause trouble in the scripture pavilion? Do you have a death wish?" The elder, a Western court elder at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, radiated an aura as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Su Chen. But Su Chen remained unfazed, sneering coldly. "Elder, don't falsely accuse me. They were the ones who begged me to act. I'm simply someone who enjoys helping others." The Western court disciples cursed inwardly. "Who the hell begged you? You pretended to be weak, tricked us, and even added your own drama. Yet none dared to speak up." "Enough nonsense," the elder barked in fury. However, recalling the fearsome reputation of Li Chunfeng, the Eastern Court's headmaster, he restrained himself from taking action. Years ago, a Western court elder had abused his power, only to be crippled by Li Chunfeng, who chased him all the way to the royal palace. The scripture pavilion is a sacred place. No one is allowed to cause trouble here. If you wish to choose a martial art technique, do so. Otherwise, leave. Su Chen casually tossed his disciple token to the elder. After inspecting it, the elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Su Chen, with merely Qi martial realm cultivation, had cleared the 20th level of the Dragon Vein Palace. This was unprecedented in the history of the Martial Academy. "Now, do I qualify?" Su Chen asked indifferently. The elder snorted, returned the token to Su Chen, and left with a wave of his sleeve. Once Su Chen disappeared into the scripture pavilion, the Western court disciples, as if pardoned from death, hurriedly carried their unconscious companion and fled in panic. On the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion, hundreds of radiant orbs floated like stars, each one encapsulating a heavenly-grade cultivation technique or martial arts secret. Su Chen's lips curved into a faint smile as he silently marveled at the profound heritage of the Martial Academy. He casually beckoned an orb, and words surfaced on it. "Burning Heaven Inferno Technique. Mid-tier heavenly grade, suitable for those with fire attribute talents and bloodlines." Su Chen shook his head and set it aside. Another orb drifted toward him. 100-step Divine Fist. Low-tier heavenly grade martial art. Used in conjunction with footwork, each step amplifies the punch's force. After 100 steps, the punch can shatter the heavens. Too flashy, not to his liking. Chasing Soul Spear Technique. Requires exceptionally high spiritual power to cultivate. Once mastered, it can chase its target over 1,000 miles and strike with a single, fatal blow. Although his 4th-tier spiritual power was sufficient, he sought the technique most aligned with his path, given the opportunity. Burning Dragon Skyforging Fist, Heavenly Star Finger, Whirling Wind Sword. The variety of martial arts was endless, yet none of them truly captivated Su Chen. Having been exposed to top-tier techniques like the Funeral Sky Divine Art and the Samadhi True Fire Seal, his standards were naturally higher. As he frowned in contemplation, a sudden voice transmitted directly into his mind. "First floor of the Scripture Pavilion, 5th row, 6th compartment. Ancient Secret Technique Desolate Sword Dao." This voice didn't belong to the white-clad woman of the Funeral Sky Realm. Su Chen extended his spiritual power to search, but found nothing. For someone to act so stealthily under the noses of the Western Academy elders, their spiritual power must have reached the peak of the 4th tier, or perhaps even higher. Carrying his doubts, Su Chen descended to the 1st floor, where shelves of books and bamboo scrolls were stacked. This level housed human-grade techniques and miscellaneous knowledge, rarely sought after. He searched the 5th row, 6th compartment for a long while before uncovering a leather scroll hidden within a book's lining. The scroll, grayish-brown and extremely thin yet incredibly durable, resisted even Su Chen's full strength despite his perfected flood dragon physique. Its jagged edges suggested it had been forcibly torn. Unrolling it, he found obscure text inscribed on its surface. "When gods and demons perish, martial arts rise. The desolate era emerges. With the sword, prove the Tao and recreate heaven and earth." The entire text read more like an ancient historical record than a sword technique. Just as Su Chen felt he'd been tricked, the mysterious voice resounded again. "In the ancient era, spiritual energy flourished. Refining essence into qi, qi into spirit, and spirit back to the void. Only then could one become the strongest in martial arts." Refining essence, qi, and spirit together? In the current age, achieving mastery in even one path through qi, body refinement, or spiritual power was already rare. Not even the Chu kingdom had produced a master surpassing the heavenly martial realm. Without the opportunities granted by the funeral sky realm, Su Chen himself would have struggled to progress in all three paths simultaneously. As he attempted to merge his true qi, spiritual power, and physical blood energy into his eyes, the ancient characters on the scroll suddenly radiated divine light. The symbols intertwined and danced, transforming into the shadow of a figure practicing swordsmanship. Within the sword's radiance lay the profound intent of splitting heaven and earth. Su Chen's spirit was drawn into the dazzling sword light, as if traversing time and space to the ancient, desolate era. There, he witnessed the birth and extinction of all things, experiencing the ebb and flow of the heavens and earth firsthand. The vast wilderness stretched endlessly, with boundless skies and expansive lands, where mountains and seas intertwined. A streak of sword light pierced through the heavens, like a cataclysmic ray descending from the divine realms, shattering countless miles of the void in an instant. The power of that single sword stroke was enough to vanquish monstrous beasts and annihilate gods and demons, leaving the 8 desolate regions in utter silence. The scene abruptly froze. Su Chen rubbed his faintly aching forehead, slowly regaining his senses. Even with his formidable fourth-tier spiritual power, just a brief moment of observation left him feeling mentally drained, as if his head might explode. The sword's momentum, which tore through the heavens and the underworld and disrupted the chaos of the cosmos, was simply too terrifying. This surpasses even heaven-grade martial techniques. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, his heartbeat quickening. Although the parchment's record of the Great Wilderness Sword Tao was incomplete, lacking specific sword moves, and only containing the momentum of the sword, it was already enough to astonish him. It was far more powerful than any martial art he had ever encountered. If even a fragmented scroll could be so extraordinary, what kind of mastery would the complete Great Wilderness Sword Tao represent? Fortunately, this sword path required the cultivation of mind, spirit, and energy to comprehend, making it indecipherable to ordinary martial artists. Otherwise, such an opportunity would never have fallen into his hands. Su Chen made up his mind on the spot this was the one. He also silently thanked the mysterious person who had guided him to this discovery. Unfortunately, the individual seemed unwilling to reveal their identity and disappeared after offering their assistance. However, Su Chen was not in a hurry. He believed that such aid was not without reason and that the person would eventually reveal themselves. Afterward, he quickly ascended to the 3rd floor and selected a heaven-grade secret, Technique 9, Palace's Dragon Movement. This was a movement technique that utilized spiritual power to construct the 9 palaces of heaven and earth, allowing the user to move freely like a swimming dragon, almost as if teleporting. The stronger the spiritual power, the larger the constructed 9 palaces, and the faster the movement speed, enabling the user to catch opponents off guard in combat. Satisfied with his selections, Su Chen left the library with the 2 martial techniques in hand. If he could master these techniques, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Upon returning to his residence in the eastern courtyard, Su Chen was surprised to find a woman cleaning the yard. "Greetings, young Master Su. My name is Lin Yuer, and I was sent by Master Li to assist you," the woman said respectfully, bowing. Su Chen frowned slightly. Although the chief disciple of the martial academy did have the privilege of employing attendants, it was unusual for the headmaster to personally involve himself in such trivial matters. Just as he was about to politely decline, Lin Yuer suddenly knelt down. "To speak frankly, young master, my cultivation has been crippled and my face disfigured. I have nowhere else to go. If you do not take me in, I will be cast out and left with no means to survive." Su Chen observed her closely. Indeed, there was no trace of true energy within her. Her bone age was close to 50, and beneath the scars on her face, he could vaguely discern the features of a once beautiful visage. Her meridians were all severed, clearly the result of someone forcibly stripping away her bloodline power. Such ruthless methods, her enemy was truly merciless. Perhaps it was a sense of empathy for her plight, coupled with the likelihood that she had been carefully chosen by Li Chunfeng, that led Su Chen to nod in agreement. "You may stay, but you must not disturb, eavesdrop, or spy on me while I am cultivating. Do you understand?" "Thank you, young master, for your great kindness." Yuer only wishes to live out the rest of her days peacefully and harbors no ulterior motives. Lin Yuer expressed her gratitude sincerely. Entering the house, Su Chen found that the interior had been meticulously cleaned and arranged in a warm and inviting manner. He left behind a pill to replenish blood and energy before heading straight to the underground training room. As the chief disciple's designated cultivation space, it was exceptionally spacious and equipped with isolation barriers, making it the perfect place to practice the Great Wilderness Sword Tao and 9 Palaces Dragon Movement. Meanwhile, news of his daring venture into the Dragon Vein underground palace and his breaking of the 10-layer limit had already spread throughout the martial academy. The prestige of the Eastern Court was at its peak, so much so that even the usually arrogant nobles of the Western Court couldn't help but take notice. News of Su Chen's battle in the scripture pavilion had spread far and wide, shocking everyone with the fact that he had injured several Xuanwu stage senior disciples. Even more astonishing was that the renowned Hong Tiandu of the Eastern Court had also fallen to his hands. Heaven-grade bloodlines are recorded in the history of our great Chu kingdom, but even Dean Li Chunfeng has never displayed such defiance of the natural order. Su Chen must be hiding some unimaginable secret. Many disciples of the Western Court, both enraged and envious, voiced their speculations. Numerous Xuanwu stage experts were eager to challenge Su Chen and restore the Western Court's honor. They waited outside the gates of the Eastern Court for a long time, but Su Chen never appeared. Time flew by, and a month quietly passed. As soon as Wang Lin recovered from his injuries, he rushed to the residence of Lin Jianqing, the top disciple of the Western Court. "Cousin, you must help me this time," he exclaimed excitedly. "If you can obtain the azure lotus core flame from that boy, you'll surely surpass all predecessors, ascend to the realm of martial grandmaster, and perhaps even beyond." This secret, which Wang Lin had originally intended to keep to himself, was now revealed as Su Chen's rapid rise in strength left him no choice but to seek help. Azure lotus core flame? Lin Jianqing's eyes lit up. No wonder that boy is so arrogant. To possess such a treasure. Refining a miraculous fire of heaven and earth at the Qi martial stage, this boy's fortune is remarkable. Once he's eliminated, all those treasures and opportunities will be yours, cousin, Wang Lin said with a sinister tone. Though Lin Jianqing was arrogant, he had to admit, with that old man Li Chunfeng around, I can't make a move within the martial academy. Moreover, the Western Court's dean was absent, and even the deputy dean wasn't a match for Li Chunfeng. After monitoring Su Chen for a month, they found that he hadn't stepped outside the gates of the Eastern Court. Cousin, I've already looked into that boy's background, Wang Lin suggested cunningly. He has a wife named Yi Qingqing, who is as beautiful as a goddess. Even Yi Xinglong and Lin Tianji know her. I want to see her myself. She works as a manager at the Deluo Merchant Alliance. Even her maids are stunning, and she herself exudes an unmatched elegance and allure. Wang Lin spoke with parched lips, lowering his voice at the end. And she's a married woman, exactly the type he prefers. Lin Jianqing's eyes brightened. If she's caught his eye, not even Li Chunfeng can protect Su Chen. A malicious grin spread across his face as he hurriedly left the martial academy, first heading to the Deluo Merchant Alliance, and then straight to the royal palace. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Court, Su Chen had been in seclusion for over a month. Inside the spacious training room, runes flickered, and black energy currents surged. Amidst it all, a golden figure darted like a swimming dragon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The golden figure flashed around the training room, circling a massive black boulder and leaving behind countless afterimages. In an instant, it seemed as though there were over a dozen golden figures moving in a mysterious pattern, like a dragon emerging from the sea, growing in momentum and accelerating rapidly. Clang! A sword's cry echoed, and an overwhelming sword force erupted. The leading golden figure, like a dragon spitting a pearl, unleashed an unparalleled, radiant strike that resembled the light of heavenly tribulation, piercing through the air. Countless sword auras swirled around the radiant strike, bombarding the boulder in an instant. Bang! 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 Boom! The dense sword auras pierced through the sturdy black boulder, which was as hard as a high-grade defensive spiritual artifact. Under the final devastating strike, the boulder shattered into fine powder. After a long while, the afterimages converged into Su Chen's figure. What incredible power! Su Chen's eyes gleamed as he looked at the pulverized boulder. Despite its exceptional hardness, the black boulder couldn't withstand the razor-sharp sword light, not even the accompanying sword auras. A sword force that moves forward relentlessly, unstoppable, like the light of heavenly tribulation, piercing through the void. Su Chen murmured, deep in thought. The first sword technique I've comprehended from the Great Wilderness Sword Dao, I'll call it void-piercing tribulation light. The Great Wilderness Sword Dao was less of a sword technique and more of a sword scripture, a comprehensive guide to swordsmanship. It had no fixed moves, only an unparalleled sword force and intent, requiring a practitioner to comprehend it themselves. The sword techniques derived might differ from person to person, but the essence of the sword force remained the same. Void-piercing tribulation light was the first sword technique Su Chen had painstakingly honed over the past month. After exiting the secluded retreat, the attic remained spotless and orderly. Lin Yuer had already prepared a sumptuous feast, the aroma filling the air. Each dish was exquisitely arranged, but the most eye-catching was a royal tribute dish, dragon beard fish. The golden fish meat glistened temptingly under the sunlight. Did you make all of this? Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Though he hailed from a noble family of the Deluo dynasty, after taking a bite, he couldn't stop praising the food. The ingredients, cooking techniques, and flavors far surpassed any delicacy he had ever tasted, even in the Chu kingdom. Yuer has no other talents, only this humble way to express my gratitude to you, young master, Lin Yuer said with a bow. I prepared all the ingredients myself. I hope they suit your taste. Thank you for your effort, Su Chen replied with a smile and immediately began to devour the meal. Having gone a month without food, he was too hungry to care about anything else, focusing entirely on enjoying the feast. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Su Chen leaned back in his chair and let out a satisfied sigh. I never thought keeping Lin Yuer around would be such a good decision. Her cooking skills are unmatched. You couldn't find another like her in the entire northern wasteland city. Lin Yuer tidied up the dishes and brewed a cup of tea for Su Chen. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Young master, there is one matter I'm uncertain if I should bring up. What is it? Speak freely, Su Chen said, his spirits high. The Western court seems to be plotting against you, but they haven't had the opportunity yet. It looks like they're planning to target your wife, Lin Yuer said softly, lowering her gaze and observing Su Chen's reaction from the corner of her eye. What did you say? Su Chen shot to his feet, his entire demeanor shifting to one of icy rage. His presence became as fierce and terrifying as an enraged beast, causing Lin Yuer to instinctively step back in fear. After a moment, Su Chen narrowed his eyes at her suspiciously. How do you know this? It was Master Li who asked me to warn you, Lin Yuer replied cautiously after a brief pause, her eyes darting slightly. Although Su Chen found it strange after all, why would the esteemed head of the Martial Arts Academy, one of the strongest warriors in the Chu kingdom, concern himself with a disciple's personal matters? There was no time to dwell on it. Without hesitation, he rushed out the door, mounted a fast horse, and galloped toward the Deluo Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuer watched Su Chen ride off, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her delicate eyes. Meanwhile, at Lin Jianqing's residence in the Western Court, brother, Su Chen just left the Martial Arts Academy in a hurry. Could someone have tipped him off? Wang Lin, who had been keeping tabs on Su Chen, immediately reported to Lin Jianqing. Impossible. I was very discreet when I took that person to the Deluo Chamber of Commerce yesterday. No one should know, Lin Jianqing said, frowning in thought. Besides, Li Chunfeng has long lost his influence after repeatedly defying authority. The court no longer trusts him. Brother, since Su Chen has left the academy, should we? Wang Lin made a throat-slitting gesture. But Lin Jianqing merely smirked confidently. It doesn't matter whether he's aware or not. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Brilliant, brother, Wang Lin exclaimed, grinning maliciously. Let him watch helplessly as his wife is taken and humiliated, and then finish him off. Come, let's go see for ourselves, Lin Jianqing said, leading Wang Lin as they boarded a carriage to follow. The Deluo Chamber of Commerce, located in the capital city, was the most luxurious entertainment venue in the kingdom. It offered everything from dining to leisure activities, including extravagant services that only the elite could afford, making it a favorite among the nobility. At this moment, a lavish carriage adorned with a crimson gold dragon emblem had stopped at the main entrance. Though it blocked the path for passers-by, no one dared to complain. Such a symbol was reserved exclusively for the royal family, signifying the highest level of prestige. Get your manager out here, a man dressed in a robe embroidered with a python design demanded arrogantly as he addressed the approaching steward. His face was pale and clean-shaven, and he was accompanied by 4 burly men clad in golden armor, each a powerful warrior at the Xuanwu realm, their origins clearly extraordinary. The steward, suspecting their identity, dared not delay and quickly summoned the manager. Before long, a stunning woman in a green dress appeared. Her demeanor was elegant and aloof, exuding an irresistible charm despite her cold expression, making it impossible for anyone to look away. The entrance of the Deluo Commerce Alliance was bustling with noise and excitement when a graceful figure slowly approached, instantly captivating everyone present. Is that Yi Qingqing, the newly appointed steward of the Deluo Commerce Alliance? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. She was dressed in a light blue gown, exuding elegance with every move she made. Her stunningly beautiful face, untouched by makeup, seemed as though it had been crafted by nature itself. There was a cold charm about her, tinged with an innate allure, making her beauty rival that of Lin Marin, the emperor's favored consort. Ever since she arrived, the alliance's traffic has increased more than tenfold. If I'd known there was such a beauty here, I would have come no matter the cost. Inside the hall, noble young masters and aristocrats abandoned the beautiful attendants by their sides, all vying to get closer to Yi Qingqing. I am the heir of the Marquis of Wooding. May I invite you to a private tea room, Miss Yi? Miss Yi, the heir of the Duke of Zhenghua, extends an invitation to dine with you this evening. Before Yi Qingqing could politely decline, a man in a python robe, pale-faced and clean-shaven, suddenly barged in, his sharp voice cutting through the crowd. Out of my way! Are you courting death? The young nobles, upon seeing the python robe, instantly wilted like frost-stricken eggplants, retreating in fear. With a subtle reminder from her attendant, Yi Qingqing quickly recognized the man's identity. An esteemed guest has arrived. Please, come inside. She maintained her graceful composure. Miss Yi, there's no need for formalities. I am here on behalf of my master to invite you to admire the moon at Daming Lake, the man in the python robe said with a grating laugh. Daming Lake? The royal garden? Someone murmured. Hasn't he already gathered all the beauties under heaven? Will he never stop? Shu, have you forgotten what happened to Princess Tianyu? Yi Qingqing's eyes grew cold, and she firmly refused. Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to. I cannot accompany you. Your trivial matters can't possibly compare to the honor of admiring the moon with my master. The man sneered, his tone sinister as he deliberately revealed a golden token at his waist. You'd better not refuse this gracious offer. I said, I will not accompany you. Yi Qingqing's voice turned icy as she turned to leave. How dare you? The man in the python robe erupted in fury, signaling his guards to seize her by force. Qingzhu and Lanxiang immediately drew their swords to protect her. Stand back. Our lady is a friend of Master Xianyang from the Dan Alliance. In an instant, 2 Xuanwu realm guards struck, sending Qingzhu and Lanxiang flying. Another 2 guards advanced directly toward Yi Qingqing. The crowd sighed in regret, but dared not intervene. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the entrance. Let her go. A young man in martial attire strode in with the confidence of a dragon and tiger, his piercing eyes radiating murderous intent as he glared at the man in the python robe and his guards. The air in the hall seemed to freeze instantly. Finally caught up, cousin. The show is about to begin. A carriage quietly stopped on the street outside the Deluo Commerce Alliance. Inside the carriage, Wang Lin and Lin Jianqing sat, observing the situation within the alliance through the window with cold, sinister smiles on their faces. At that moment, the temperature in the alliance's main hall suddenly dropped, sending a strange chill through everyone present. A young man, no older than 20, stood in the center of the hall, his entire being exuding a suffocating aura of killing intent. He was dressed in martial arts attire, clearly a direct disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, yet his aura was more akin to that of a seasoned warrior who had walked out of a battlefield littered with corpses. Who are you to shout and make a scene here? The leader, a man in a python-patterned robe, glanced at Su Chen with a cold, threatening gleam in his eyes. I'm her man. Who are you? Su Chen retorted sharply, his voice as icy as frost. The moment Yi Qingqing saw Su Chen, her eyes lit up with a spark of hope, and her heart instantly calmed. She knew that with Su Chen there, no one could bully her. Oh, so you're the infamous Su Chen. The man in the python robe raised his chin arrogantly, pulling out a golden token from his waist that symbolized royal authority. As a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, you are obligated to serve the royal family unconditionally and obey their orders. Understand? Now, my master has invited her to enjoy the moonlight at Daming Lake. This is an honor for you. What kind of nonsense rule is that? I don't understand it, and I don't care to. If you don't want to die, get lost immediately. Su Chen barked coldly. The atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone stared at Su Chen in astonishment, as if looking at a reckless fool who had no idea how high the heavens were. How dare you? The man in the python robe screeched angrily, defying a royal decree? Are you trying to rebel? If you're smart, let your wife come with me now, and I might spare your life. Hearing this, Su Chen's fury erupted. Let his wife accompany another man to admire the moon? What kind of ridiculous royal decree was this? Su Chen, you must understand the royal family founded the great Chu kingdom. In this land, the royal family's orders are the laws of heaven. Anyone who dares to defy them will be crushed to dust. The man in the python robe pressed on aggressively. Save your breath. Anyone who dares touch my woman will be reduced to ashes. Su Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, and his killing intent surged. Rebellion. This is rebellion. The man in the python robe trembled with rage. What are you all standing around for? Arrest him immediately. If he resists, execute him on the spot. For guards at the 3rd level of the Xuanwu realm instantly drew their blades and stepped forward. They were clad in heavy armor and wielded spiritual battle sabers, exuding an imposing aura. In contrast, Su Chen was only at the 3rd level of the Zhenwu Realma level. He had barely reached after exhausting all his resources and training relentlessly for a month without rest. Buzz. Suddenly, Su Chen unleashed a surge of powerful spiritual energy, locking down the surrounding space as if creating an invisible barrier in the air. In the next moment, his figure flickered like a ghost, crossing a distance of over 10 yards in the blink of an eye and appearing before the first guard. Boom! With a single punch, the heavy armor shattered, the spiritual weapon flew from the guard's hand, and he was sent tumbling like a cannonball. In rapid succession, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th guards fell one after another, collapsing to the ground like lifeless sacks of meat, their fates uncertain. The onlookers were dumbfounded. This was no ordinary martial arts academy disciple, this was a bona fide killing god. All that remained before everyone's eyes was a dazzling golden blur, like a dragon soaring through the sky. By the time they snapped back to their senses, Su Chen had already appeared before the man in the python-patterned robe like a ghost. The disdainful smirk on the man's face had yet to fade when a powerful hand, as fierce as a dragon's claw, clamped onto his head and slammed it violently into the ground. Boom! The entire hall trembled violently, and the floor shattered instantly. The man in the python robe let out a blood-curdling scream as his face was smashed into a bloody mess. Isn't he in the true martial realm? How could he be this strong? In the blink of an eye, he took down 4 Xuanwu realm guards. Could he be capable of instant teleportation? Everyone's hearts pounded in their chests, nearly suffocating them. They were not only stunned by Su Chen's overwhelming power, but also by his audacity. Challenging the authority of the royal family, such an act was punishable by death. Who sent you? Speak if you value your life, Su Chen demanded, lifting the bloodied head of the man in the python robe with one hand. Though he recognized the man as a eunuch and saw the golden token symbolizing royal authority, the royal family was vast. Who was the mastermind behind this? From a carriage on the street, Wang Lin stared in shock. Cao's cousin. Has Su Chen lost his mind? Only now did he realize how brazen and untamed Su Chen truly was. Lin Jianqing frowned as he observed the scene, but his gaze suddenly shifted. He noticed a strikingly valiant woman walking out from the Deluo Merchant Alliance. His expression changed instantly. She's here too? This is no place to linger. Let's leave at once. You lowly commoner. How dare you defy royal authority? You'll soon be executed by 1,000 cuts, and your entire family will be eradicated. The man in the python robe spat blood as he hissed venomously. He would rather die than betray his master, for the consequences of such betrayal would be far worse than death. Courting death. Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he prepared to strike again. Whoosh! A tall figure appeared silently beside Su Chen, slender fingers firmly gripping his wrist. The person's speed was so astonishing that even Su Chen failed to react in time. Lord Wuan, my god, the killing general is here too. Wasn't it said that she doesn't get along with that person? Why is she aiding his subordinate? The gathered nobles and heirs instantly recognized the newcomer, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Lord Wuan, Mu Jingchen, was the descendant of one of Great Chu's founding heroes. Gifted with extraordinary talent and an aloof temperament, she had joined the military after graduating from the Martial Academy, earning unparalleled accolades and striking terror into the hearts of enemy nations. Even the court held her in high regard. Her strength rivaled that of Li Chunfeng, making her a pillar of the kingdom. Su Chen instantly felt the immense aura of a heavenly martial realm expert emanating from her. Following the hand that restrained him, his gaze landed on a face as sharp as a blade, cold and unyielding. She was clad in a crimson robe and soft armor, her long hair tied high, exuding an aura of unmatched valor. Stand down. Spare his life for your own good, Mu Jingchen said expressionlessly. Su Chen released his grip, his gaze as sharp as a blade, locked onto Mu Jingchen. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, and the temperature around them plummeted to an icy chill. Let him go? Are you also of royal blood? Su Chen's voice was cold as frost. A mere Tianwu realm cultivation was far from enough to intimidate him. Mu Jingchen's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, staring intently at Su Chen. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the scene, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily, not daring to take a deep breath. This bone-deep fear stemmed from Mu Jingchen's suffocating aura. For old Li's sake, I won't hold this against you. After a long pause, Mu Jingchen withdrew her gaze, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Her ability to alter the course of events with just a thought was truly terrifying. Leave now. Go back and tell your master to know his limits. Mu Jingchen's cold eyes swept over the man in the python robe. Thank you, Lord Wuan. The man in the python robe, as if granted amnesty, staggered away with the support of his guards. The noble scions present were utterly shocked. They all knew who the master behind the man in the python robe was, yet Mu Jingchen dared to act so dominantly. She truly lived up to her reputation as the pillar of the kingdom. It was only now that they realized Mu Jingchen had been secretly aiding Su Chen. It must have been due to her connection to the Eastern Academy, where she had studied under Li Chunfeng. Su Chen was no stranger to the name Lord Wuan, Mu Jingchen. Master Xianyang had specifically introduced her. She was the Wuan Lord of the Great Chu Kingdom, commanding an army of 1,000,000 and known as the God of War. She had once single-handedly broken through 18 enemy cities and slaughtered tens of thousands of powerful warriors, leaving the world in awe. The broken blade at her waist was said to be a treasure brought back from the Great Wilderness secret realm by the head of the Eastern Academy 50 years ago. Su Chen's gaze fell on the blade at Mu Jingchen's waist. Unfortunately, the scabbard was also a meticulously crafted spiritual artifact, completely sealing the blade's aura. However, the ancient hilt was riddled with marks left by the passage of time. Miss, look at how the young master is staring at her. Lan Xiang, noticing Su Chen's unwavering gaze on Mu Jingchen's waist, was somewhat indignant. Although Mu Jingchen always wore a cold expression, her stunning beauty, flawless figure, and unique heroic demeanor were undeniably captivating to men. Feeling the gazes of Yi Qingcheng and the others, Su Chen suddenly realized his lapse and couldn't help but blush. Master! Su Gongzi, are you all right? Master Xinyang hurried over, his expression anxious. He had rushed over as soon as he received the news, though there was some distance between the Dan Alliance and the Deluo Merchant Alliance. Thank you for coming to our aid, Master. We are unharmed, Yi Qingcheng said politely, stepping forward to greet him. Not at all, not at all. I'm just glad you're all safe. Master Xinyang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Along the way, he had been most worried that Su Chen might lose his temper and kill someone from the royal palace. Xinyang, has your grand elder returned yet? Mu Jingchen suddenly asked, a trace of urgency flashing in her cold eyes. So, Lord Wuan is here as well. Master Xinyang bowed and shook his head. The grand elder was invited to another branch to refine pills and has not returned yet. The medicinal ingredient I've painstakingly obtained won't last long. Can you inform the grand elder to return as soon as possible? Mu Jingchen asked solemnly. Well, the Grand Elder is currently in a foreign land. Even if he sets off immediately, it will take over a month to return, Master Xinyang said with difficulty. Mu Jingchen furrowed her brows, her face full of disappointment. At this moment, Master Xinyang noticed Su Chen chatting and laughing with Yi Qingcheng. His eyes lit up, and he leaned in to whisper something to Mu Jingchen. Him? I need a 5th grade advanced pill. Are you joking with me by suggesting he can refine it? Mu Jingchen turned her gaze towards Su Chen, her eyes filled with skepticism. The difficulty of refining a 5th grade pill was extremely high, and she had only managed to secure one rare medicinal ingredient. There was no room for error. Even a master alchemist couldn't guarantee success, let alone a young man with cultivation barely at the true martial realm. Sensing Mu Jingchen's displeasure, Master Xinyang quickly explained, Lord Wuan, do not underestimate Su Chen. He is registered as a top-tier alchemist in our Dan Alliance. Master Xinyang deliberately raised his voice, his expression serious. Master Xuanyang's high-profile announcement was not without careful consideration. Declaring Su Chen as a top-tier alchemist was a strategic move, designed to deter those with ill intentions and provide an additional layer of protection for him. What? Su Chen is a top-tier alchemist? The news struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone present utterly stunned and speechless. Even those close to Su Chen, like Yi Qingcheng, were left wide-eyed and dumbfounded. After all, ordinary alchemists could only refine 1st or 2nd grade pills, while those capable of refining 3rd grade or higher were considered alchemy masters. A top-tier alchemist, however, had to be able to create 5th grade pills. Beyond that, there were the Grand Masters of Alchemy, like the esteemed Elder of the Dan Alliance, who were renowned across the nation. The path of alchemy was vast and intricate, far more time-consuming than martial cultivation, making it nearly impossible to master quickly. Yet, since the words came from Master Xinyang himself, no one dared to dismiss them lightly. After all, every alchemist registered with the Dan Alliance had a verifiable record. Master Su, are you really? Lan Xiang gaped in astonishment, her face full of disbelief. Yi Qingqing, too, stared at Su Chen, her expression incredulous. There's no need to be so excited. I prefer to keep a low profile, Su Chen said with a smile, as though he had anticipated this reaction. Low profile? You didn't seem so low-key when you were ready to kill someone earlier, the crowd thought to themselves. Mu Jingchen fixed her gaze on Master Xinyang. Are you certain? Let me put it this way, Master Xinyang replied solemnly. As of now, within the Dan Alliance, there is no one other than young Master Su who can refine the pill needed for General Wuan. Mu Jingchen fell silent, her eyes lingering on Su Chen for a long moment. With only one set of ingredients in her possession, she had no choice but to tread carefully. Fine. I'll trust him this once, she finally said with a slow nod. In the entire kingdom of Great Chu, there was only one alchemy grandmaster, the Elder of the Dan Alliance, and the medicinal ingredients she had gathered could not be preserved for more than a month. At this point, she had no other option. Trust me? Did I agree to help? Su Chen sneered, turning to look at Mu Jingchen. Her eyes narrowed, and she seemed ready to explode. Master Xinyang quickly intervened to diffuse the tension. Haha, it's a bit too noisy here. Why don't we all head back to the Dan Alliance first? With that, he ushered Su Chen, Yi Qingqing, and the others onto the carriage. Mu Jingchen let out a dissatisfied huff before mounting her crimson-scaled dragon horse and heading towards the Dan Alliance as well. In the distance, the murmurs of the crowd grew louder. My goodness, Su Chen is actually a registered alchemist with the Dan Alliance. No wonder he dares to stand up to the royal family. And he's also a martial arts prodigy. His future achievements might even rival those of General Wuan. Still, we all know how vengeful that one can be. I doubt they'll let this slide so easily. The onlookers sighed and speculated, certain that the seemingly calm waters of the royal capital were about to churn with hidden undercurrents once more. Inside the Dan Alliance, Mu Jingchen stormed into the room, her fiery temper flaring as she glared at Su Chen. Are you going to refine the pill or not? And if I say no, what gives you the right to demand it? Su Chen replied, unfazed, with a cold smirk. If you refuse, don't even think about stepping outside ever again. I was planning to spend some time here with my wife anyway. If you don't refine it, I'll beat you up. I admit I can't beat you right now, but if you lay a hand on me, you'll never get that pill in your lifetime. Mu Jingchen trembled with rage, while Su Chen sat there calmly, exuding an air of nonchalance that only infuriated her further. Outside the door, Lan Xiang and Qiu Ju were eavesdropping, barely stifling their laughter. Master Su handled that perfectly. That'll teach her to strut around and bark orders all the time. Just don't refine the pill, let her stew in her anger. Lan Xiang whispered. Isn't it strange? Qiu Ju mused, her face full of curiosity. Master Su's young and impulsive, sure, but Mu Jingchen is over 30. How is she still acting like a child, bickering with him? Childish, Qing Zhu muttered coolly, standing guard with her sword. Master Xinyang quickly stepped in, offering tea to calm the situation. Now, let's not get so worked up. Why don't we all sit down and talk this through? Mu Jingchen downed the scalding tea in one gulp, her cold expression unchanged. Yi Qingqing finally spoke up, unable to hold back. Let it go already. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? He just helped us earlier, didn't he? Look at her, does she seem like someone asking for a favor? Su Chen remarked casually, sipping his tea. Mu Jingchen's sharp eyes flashed with anger, but this time, she managed to restrain herself. Taking a deep breath, she asked through gritted teeth, Master Su, what will it take for you to refine the pill for me? All right, fine. For my wife's sake, I'll help you this once, Su Chen finally said, setting down his teacup with a faint smile. If you can successfully refine the pill for me, name your price, anything you want. Mu Jingchen's eyes lit up as she stood up eagerly. Mu Jingchen was eagerly waiting for Su Chen to state his terms, but she noticed his gaze lingering on her waist. A surge of embarrassment and anger immediately rose in her chest. Have you stared enough? Your wife is still right here, she snapped with a mix of shyness and indignation. Yi Qingqing instinctively glanced at Su Chen, while Master Xinyang quickly tried to smooth things over. Perhaps young Master Su is more interested in that blade? Su Chen nodded approvingly. To be honest, Yi Qingqing's piercing gaze earlier had indeed made him a little uncomfortable. Anything you want, but not this blade. Mu Jingchen gripped the hilt tightly, her tone wary. For a warrior, their weapon was as vital as a limb. Even as precious as life itself, it was not something to be given up lightly. Anything else is negotiable? Su Chen gave her a meaningful look. Mu Jingchen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had encountered a rogue? 3 conditions, Su Chen said directly. First, let me examine that blade. Second, tell me who is behind that dead eunuch. Third, I need spirit stones, a lot of them. Mu Jingchen was taken aback. That's it. She felt relieved, but at the same time looked at him with suspicion. What? Did you think I was interested in you, or something? Su Chen chuckled, shaking his head. What? Are you saying I'm not attractive? Mu Jingchen flared up immediately. As the goddess in the hearts of many young talents in the Great Chu Kingdom, she had always been confident in her appearance and figure. Not exactly, but compared to my Qingqing, there's still quite a gap. This remark made Yi Qingqing blush deeply, though her heart was filled with sweetness. Humph. Mu Jingchen huffed and stopped arguing. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Su Chen and said, you can look at the blade, but are you sure you want to know who's behind that eunuch? Master Xinyang also voiced his concern. Sometimes, knowing too much can be dangerous, but Su Chen's resolve was firm. Whoever dared to target his woman would pay the price, no matter who they were. You're braver than I thought, Mu Jingchen said, looking at him with a hint of admiration before unfastening the long blade and handing it to him. After learning the identity of the person behind the eunuch, Su Chen's expression turned cold, a chilling aura emanating from him. Yi Qingqing quickly covered his hand, clearly shaken by the revelation as well. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I'm not reckless, Su Chen reassured her, patting her hand gently. He drew the blade, and an icy, domineering aura instantly filled the space, as if freezing the very air around them. Despite the blade being reduced to only 2 feet, it exuded an ancient, mysterious, and overwhelming presence, its aura reminiscent of, yet even older than, the grand swordsmanship Su Chen had once comprehended. When he inquired about the blade's origins, Master Xinyang could only provide vague information, but Mu Jingchen clearly knew more. Oldly always said that place is nothing but terror, horrors beyond comprehension. she said gravely. This old Li Chunfeng, was a legendary figure known for his extraordinary talent, yet he had exhausted his lifespan by the age of 100, whereas most strong warriors at the Sky Martial Realm could easily live over 3 centuries. The weapon's aura of malevolence is incredibly terrifying. There's only a faint trace of it left on this blade. Yet even old Li couldn't suppress it, so he entrusted it to me. Mu Jingchen spoke with a hint of pride. Indeed, if not for her exceptional talent, she wouldn't have been able to wield such a blade. Chances are, this blade came from another burial heaven realm. Su Chen muttered, his heart unsettled as he sheathed the blade. At last, he had a lead on the second burial heaven ring. This is a matter of life and death. I know what you're thinking, but let me warn you that place is a death trap, not somewhere just anyone can venture into. Mu Jingchen cautioned him. That's none of your concern. Let's start refining the pills, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, handing the blade back to her. Kindness treated as ingratitude, Mu Jingchen huffed, carefully retrieving a jade bottle from her storage pouch. A wave of intense cold emanated from it, making even Su Chen, with his perfected flood dragon physique, shiver. Is this the legendary Bai Luo heavenly water essence? Master Xuanyang's eyes widened as he stared at the translucent, pale blue liquid inside the bottle. This rare treasure of heaven and earth was born only in the most sacred and spiritual places, where spiritual energy condensed into rain. It contained incredibly dense and pure energy, capable of reconstructing the body, breaking through limits, and cleansing the spirit. Bai Luo heavenly water, the water of the heavens and heavenly essence, the essence nurtured by nature itself. This was a gift of the laws of the universe, impossible to mass-produce artificially. Such treasures, being the essence of heaven and earth, are inherently volatile, and even the finest spiritual artifacts struggle to preserve their essence for long. When Su Chen heard that Mu Jingchen intended to refine the Yuanjing Shushan pill, he couldn't help but frown slightly. While this pill does have some effects on strengthening the body and mental power, its primary purpose is for healing, Su Chen remarked, studying Mu Jingchen's energetic appearance. You don't seem to be injured. That's none of your business. Mu Jingchen seized the chance to retort sharply. Just make sure the 10 million spirit stones are ready. Su Chen said no more, picking up the jade bottle and auxiliary materials from his storage pouch before following Master Xianyang towards the alchemy chamber. Greedy miser. Mu Jingchen glared at Su Chen's back, shaking her fist in frustration. You'd better succeed. Even for someone as wealthy and accomplished as her, 10 million spirit stones were no small sum, yet Su Chen left her no room to negotiate. The news quickly spread, causing a stir among countless alchemists in the Alchemy Alliance. Many voiced their doubts about Master Xuanyang's decision to designate Su Chen as a top-tier alchemist. Not even 20 years old, and his cultivation is only at the true martial realm. He's fit to be called a master alchemist? I'd like to see what skills he has. Xianyang, that old fool, must have been deceived by this kid. Several elders of the Alchemy Alliance, who had long-standing grudges with Master Xianyang, sneered openly, clearly waiting for a spectacle. Our young master-in-law is an alchemy prodigy. You can't judge him by age or cultivation. Qiu angrily defended. Junior sister Qiu, don't speak too soon, or it'll be embarrassing later, someone said coldly. How long has he even been in the Alchemy Alliance? What does he know about alchemy talent? I've studied alchemy for 30 years to become a master alchemist, and am considered a top-tier genius. What does he count for? Though alchemists held a revered status, the fierce competition within the field often bred jealousy and rivalry. Qiu, there's no need to bother with these frogs in the well, Su Chen said, pulling her behind him. Stay with me later, watch closely and learn well. Yes, young master-in-law. Qiu responded excitedly. Master Xianyang chuckled to himself, thinking, a bunch of fools. Today, they'll let you all witness something extraordinary. The Alchemy Alliance's chambers were luxurious and spacious, and Master Xuanyang's chamber was particularly so. The high-grade spiritual artifact-level alchemy furnace stood before them, with ground fire summoned by an array blazing fiercely, providing immense benefit for alchemy. Young Master Su, may I? Master Xianyang hesitated, rubbing his hands together. Just watch, Su Chen nodded, then sat calmly by the furnace. Master Xianyang pulled Qiu to a seat farther away, his eyes filled with anticipation. Little Qiu, watch carefully. This will benefit you for a lifetime. Ever since receiving Su Chen's guidance and practicing diligently, he had mastered the refinement of 4th-grade top-tier pills. If he could learn a few more techniques this time, he might attempt 5th-grade pills and take another step toward becoming an alchemy grandmaster. Qiu nodded solemnly, her eyes wide open, not daring to blink as she watched her young master-in-law refine pills for the first time. Boom! The furnace ignited, and waves of heat surged through the chamber. Su Chen, unfazed, simply combined the auxiliary materials and threw them all into the furnace. Qiu was dumbfounded, but soon, under Su Chen's precise control, Flames roared to life, refining each material and blending their medicinal properties. Such technique, it's practically divine. Master Xinyang exclaimed, quickly advising Qiu, don't try to imitate this. We still need to follow the rules step by step. What they needed to learn were Su Chen's fire control and pill fusion techniques, a glimpse of which would benefit them endlessly. Once all the auxiliary materials were refined, it was time for the centerpiece Blue Ocean water essence. In an instant, a chilling cold dispersed the heat in the chamber, plunging it into a wintry freeze. Even the ground fire turned into blue flames, losing its usual ferocity and threatening to extinguish at any moment. Pay attention. This is the critical moment. Master Xinyang and Qiu held their breath. Su Chen formed a hand seal, summoning the ground fire. A surge of azure flames erupted, forming a fiery dragon that coiled into the furnace, relentlessly refining the Blue Ocean water essence. Su Chen's technique was fluid and precise, perfectly balancing the fire's intensity to preserve the essence while merging it with the medicinal properties. Within the furnace, a hazy green lotus bloomed, and a pill as blue as the clear sky, radiant like a star, slowly took shape, resembling a lotus seed. The rich fragrance of medicine filled the entire chamber in an instant. The pill is complete. Perfect. The quality is flawless. Master Xinyang exclaimed in excitement. Within the grand palace, clusters of majestic halls stood in grandeur. The resplendent golden palace complex shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an aura of solemn authority. On the dragon throne lounged a young man in disheveled robes, reclining lazily. His complexion was pale, tinged with an unhealthy flush, yet his eyes gleamed with a chilling, piercing light. He was none other than the supreme ruler of the great Chu kingdom, the king of Chu. A bunch of useless fools. Can't even handle such a trivial matter? His voice was soft, yet it carried the biting chill of icy steel. A man in a python-embroidered robe trembled as he knelt on the floor. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. That Su Chen is far too arrogant. Not only did he openly defy royal orders, but he nearly beat this servant to death. Su Chen? The king of Chu narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with disdain. A mere disciple of the martial academy who gave him such audacity? He slowly straightened his posture. Take soldiers immediately, eradicate his family, and bring Yi Qingsheng to me. The man in the python robe pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice trembling. Why, your Majesty? Su Chen himself is insignificant, but General Wuan was also present. She not only shielded Su Chen, but also spoke out insolently. The king of Chu abruptly sat upright, his blood-red eyes glinting with a predatory fury. What did she say? She said your Majesty should know when to stop. Outrageous. The king roared in fury, slamming his palm onto the golden desk, shattering it into pieces. Does she no longer respect the hierarchy of ruler and subject? How dare she lecture me? Who does she think she is? If not for the Mu family's generations of loyalty, I wouldn't have granted her the title of General Wuan. Ungrateful wretch, I can crush her underfoot all the same. An elderly eunuch with white hair quickly stepped forward to advise, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. General Wuan is, after all, a descendant of the founding heroes. Over the years, she has led the army to suppress uprisings and eliminate rebels, earning great merit. Acting recklessly would be most unwise. Mu Jingchun, Li Chunfeng? The king of Chu gritted his teeth. This kingdom belongs to me. How dare they act so insolently? The eunuch's eyes flickered slyly as he smirked. Your Majesty, your mastery of the harmonious death technique is already unparalleled. Why not summon General Wuan to the palace? With your skills, conquering a woman should be effortless. A trace of venom flashed in the king's eyes. That wretched woman, if not for her unique bloodline, would I have tolerated her arrogance until now? This might require some patience, the eunuch sighed. At least wait until Li Chuanfeng's lifespan nears its end. Without her support, General Wuan will lose her backing. It would be safer to act then. Impossible. The king's voice turned icy, his killing intent palpable. What I desire must be mine. Besides, the power within Yi Qingqing's body is the key to my breakthrough to martial grandmaster. With that, he abruptly turned to the kneeling man in the python robe, his gaze dark and menacing. Go, summon the shadow guards. Order them to eliminate Su Chen as quickly as possible, or bring me their heads. The king of Chu roared in fury, his voice echoing through the hall, before storming off with a sweep of his sleeve. The man in the python-patterned robe, kneeling on the ground, allowed a sinister glint to flash in his eyes as he slowly rose to his feet. A dark satisfaction brewed within him. If Su Chen couldn't be dealt with openly, then it would be done covertly. The shadow guards, the king's secret force of assassins, were trained to handle unspeakable tasks and had never failed a mission. This time, that brat would surely meet his end. Meanwhile, something extraordinary was unfolding within the Dan Alliance. Bow. A dazzling azure glow suddenly pierced through the barriers and walls, carrying with it a rich medicinal fragrance that swiftly enveloped the entire alliance. The phenomenon left everyone present in utter shock. This, this is the sign of a top-tier grade 5 pill. Impossible. Wasn't General Wu asking for a high-grade grade 5 pill? That kid must spend a fortune to buy a top-tier pill to pass it off as his own. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but none could resist being captivated by the ocean-like water attribute energy radiating from the glow. It was as soothing as a gentle spring rain, rejuvenating their spirits. Mu Jingchen, who had been gripping her blade in anticipation, also showed a rare look of astonishment. Although she knew little about alchemy, she could sense the similarity between this azure glow and the essence of the Bailuo heavenly water. After a long while, the doors to the alchemy chamber finally opened. Master Xianyang was the first to step out, holding an exquisitely translucent azure pill in both hands. His excitement was evident as he trembled with joy. Ha ha, perfect. The quality of this pill could rival that of a grandmaster's work. Xianyang, was this truly refined by Su Chen? The crowd surged forward in disbelief. Heh, I'd love to fool you all, but alas, with a pill this perfect, there's no one else in the entire kingdom of Chu capable of producing it. Master Xianyang proudly displayed the pill for all to see. My heavens, such a pure pill, could even a grandmaster achieve this? Not a single impurity. If this isn't perfection, what is? Mu Jingchen couldn't wait any longer and snatched the pill for closer inspection. The color, the aroma, the shape, it's identical to the Yuanjing Shinsu pill described in ancient texts, and it's of perfect quality, meaning its efficacy is at least several times greater. When Su Chen finally stepped out of the alchemy chamber, a swarm of alchemists rushed forward. Master Su, please teach us. Fellow alchemist, we humbly seek your guidance. But Su Chen showed no interest in their pleas. To him, alchemy was simply a way to make money. It couldn't compare to the thrill of martial arts. Opportunities like this major deal were rare. If it were an ordinary grade 3 or grade 4 pill, he might have needed months to earn this many spirit stones. At Master Xianyang's signal, Mu Jingchen stepped in to intimidate the crowd, allowing Su Chen to slip away. The alchemists then turned their attention to Qiu Ju, trying to curry favor and probe for alchemy techniques. However, Qiu Ju was still lost in awe, staring blankly at Su Chen's departing figure. Only one thought echoed in her mind. Our young master-in-law is incredible. In the quiet room, Mu Jingchen carefully stored the pill. She discreetly observed Su Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. The Bailuo heavenly water essence, an exceptionally unstable and rare material, was notoriously difficult to refine into a grade 5 high-level pill, even for a master alchemist. Yet in Su Chen's hands, it had miraculously become a grade 5 top-tier pill. If not for the limitation of his spiritual power, wouldn't this young man surpass even master alchemists? Mu Jingchen pondered silently. The thought was not without merit. If not constrained by his current spiritual power, Su Chen could theoretically refine any pill in existence. Although his spiritual power was presently at the 4th level, still below that of a master alchemist, his mastery of the Samadhi True Fire Seal and the power of heavenly flames allowed him to far exceed ordinary masters in refining pills below grade 5. Xianyang, do you know Su Chen's background? Mu Jingchen asked privately. His background is well documented. He's a living tale of perseverance and triumph. Master Xianyang replied with admiration. His bloodline was seized, his dantian crippled, and he was reduced to being a Livian son-in-law of a minor family, falling only to rise again, overcoming all odds. Even with Xuanyang's brief summary, Mu Jingchen could sense the hardships and incredible story behind it. It reminded her of her own past and made her re-evaluate Su Chen, who was currently counting the spirit stones in his storage bag. In her eyes, this young man no longer seemed like just a money grubber. Kid, since you've refined such a pill for me, from now on, I'll have your back in the royal capital. If you encounter trouble, just mention my name. Mu Jingchen declared boldly. You? Have my back? Su Chen glanced at her in surprise and chuckled. This kid, what's that expression supposed to mean? Mu Jingchen glared at him coldly. Do you even know who I am? I am the Wuan Jun of the Great Chu. Even the king shows me respect. Who would dare defy me? While your talent is extraordinary, your cultivation is still weak, and the royal capital is a treacherous place beyond your control. Su Chen said nothing and turned to leave. However, as he passed by Mu Jingchen, he spoke in a low voice. I won't trouble you, Lord Wuan Jun, but if you could look after Qingcheng and the others for me, Su Chen would be eternally grateful. Humph, now that's more like it. Mu Jingchen smirked as she watched his departing figure. With no pressing matters at the Martial Institute, Su Chen decided to seclude himself at the Alchemy Alliance while spending time with Yi Qingqing. After effortlessly refining a batch of grade 3 top-tier barrier-breaking pills, he focused entirely on improving his cultivation. Over 12 million low-grade spirit stones. This should be enough. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the mountain of spirit stones before him. These included 10 million given by Mu Jingchen and Yi Qingcheng's accumulated savings. Although Yi Qingcheng could not cultivate, she had never given up. Using her business acumen, she had fought her way through the Deluo Merchant Alliance, supporting their household and aiding Su Chen with everything she had. Your man will not let you down. As countless spirit stones were refined, their surging energy was transformed into pure burial heaven true qi, flowing like streams into an ocean and steadily growing stronger. Within his vast Dantian sea of qi, waves surged violently as Su Chen's cultivation advanced rapidly from the peak of true martial realm level 3 all the way to true martial realm level 8. Time flew by. The new year had passed, and spring was in the air. The royal capital seemed to have settled into a tranquil rhythm with the changing seasons. Over the past 3 months, Su Chen had devoted himself entirely to cultivation and spending time with Yi Qingcheng and the others. With the help of top-tier barrier-breaking pills and an abundance of spirit stones, his cultivation finally reached true martial realm level 9. Within the thousand-zang-wide sea of qi in his Dantian, the dense burial heaven true qi had almost solidified into a black lake. Amidst the chaotic, misty Dantian, it resembled a primordial black hole, constantly devouring and expanding, radiating overwhelming power. This burial heaven divine art is truly a bottomless pit. It consumed over 15 million spirit stones. During his seclusion, Su Chen had to repeatedly refine pills to earn an additional 3 million spirit stones to finally fill his sea of qi. To put it into perspective, just 10,000 low-grade spirit stones could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. 15 million spirit stones, an astronomical amount capable of nurturing over a dozen true martial ninth realm experts, had only allowed Su Chen to advance a few minor levels. Yet, as he felt the boundless, seemingly endless power coursing through his body, Su Chen was more than satisfied. In the courtyard, Yi Qingcheng poured a cup of tea for Su Chen. Although her expression remained calm, her eyes betrayed a trace of reluctance. You're leaving? Yes, the great wilderness secret realm is about to open. I need to return to the martial academy to prepare, Su Chen replied, taking a small sip of tea and smiling. Go on then. A man's ambitions lie beyond the horizon, Yi Qingcheng said softly. Don't worry about us. They'll take care of everything at home. When I return from the great wilderness secret realm, they'll finally have time to stay by your side, Su Chen vowed silently. Until the hidden threat within the burial heaven realm was eradicated, he knew he could never truly rest easy. Take care of yourself. We'll be waiting for you at home, Yi Qingcheng said with a gentle smile. Su Chen smiled back. The feeling of having a home to return to was incomparable. No matter how many wounds the outside world inflicted, this place could heal them. No matter how scarred his heart became, this place could soothe him. He made a silent promise to himself. He would protect it all at any cost. The two embraced in farewell, their unspoken emotions conveyed without words. However, hidden in the shadows, cold, watchful eyes had long been fixed on the direction of the Pill Alliance. Reporting to the commander, the target has emerged. Finally, we've waited over 3 months for this. His Majesty has inquired about our progress multiple times. This time, we cannot let him escape. Patience. This area is too close to the Pill Alliance. Well, strike once he reaches the outskirts near the Martial Academy. Ensure a single, fatal blow. Wise decision, Commander. That will be when his guard is at its lowest. Do you think a true martial realm opponent warrants such an elaborate setup? The reason His Majesty places such trust in the Shadow Guards is because we treat every opponent with the utmost seriousness. That's why we never fail. Understood? After their hushed exchange, several shadowy figures melted into the darkness, trailing Su Chen like phantoms. They moved seamlessly through bustling crowds and dense buildings, their presence undetected. The Martial Academy was situated on a branch of the Great Wilderness Mountain Range, surrounded by picturesque landscapes of rolling hills and flowing rivers. However, aside from the Academy's disciples, few people ventured into the area. As Su Chen reached the outskirts, an ambush was already in motion. Without warning, thousands of slender, 3-inch black needles sliced through the air toward him. These needles were so fine and swift that they barely caused a ripple in the void, making them nearly invisible to the naked eye. By the time Su Chen sensed the attack, the needles were upon him, descending like a torrential rainstorm, inescapable and deadly. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, both Su Chen and his steed were riddled with needles, their bodies seemingly reduced to lifeless husks. Success. Several black-cloaked figures emerged from the forest, their eyes gleaming coldly. They were confident that no one could survive such a concentrated and lethal assault. Even a single needle would have been fatal. Sizzle. As black smoke rose into the air, the steed comparable in strength to a third-tier demonic beast melted into a pool of blackened blood without even uttering a cry. Su Chen's figure, too, disintegrated into fragments. What? It was just an afterimage. One of the black-clad assassins exclaimed in shock as they prepared to clean up the scene. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous dragon's roar shook the heavens, casting the world into shadow. A colossal dragon claw, enveloped in a tempest of blood energy, materialized out of thin air, as if tearing the sky apart. It descended upon them with overwhelming force. Behind the claw stood Su Chen, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. Impossible! The black-clad figures were struck with terror. If not for Su Chen's extraordinary spiritual perception and his ability to extend his senses and execute the Nine Palaces dragon step in an instant, he would indeed have fallen into their deadly trap. Boom! The dragon claw shattered the air, compressing the void and rendering the assassins immobile. No! The black-clad figures stood no chance against such terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to blood mist. Su Chen never showed mercy to his enemies. Whoosh! Before Su Chen could let his guard down, a faint sword light emerged from the blood mist, concealed and deadly, aiming directly for his vital point. Who's there? The strike came with deadly precision, aimed at Su Chen in the fleeting moment when his guard was down after landing. The blade's gleam was sharp and lethal, undoubtedly the work of a seasoned assassin. Even the Jiugong dragon steps were too late to execute. In the nick of time, a surge of blood and energy erupted from Su Chen like a tidal wave, as if a slumbering dragon had suddenly awakened. With a thunderous punch, he met the sinister blade hidden in midair. In a deafening explosion, the sword's glow and the force of the punch collided, shattering into a chaotic storm of energy that tore through the void. The impact forced Su Chen to retreat, but the golden aura surrounding his body flawlessly shielded him from the blade's destructive energy. In the darkness, a figure observing the scene furrowed their brow. Even with a surprise attack launched personally, which would have been nearly impossible for even a Zuanwa-level martial artist to respond to, Su Chen not only reacted swiftly but unleashed a powerful counterstrike, emerging unscathed. Show yourself! Su Chen roared, his eyes radiating a brilliance as intense as the sun and moon, illuminating the dense forest ahead. Slowly, an elder cloaked in black emerged, a dark sword in hand, exuding a chilling aura of death. Such formidable physical strength and mental power, your talent is remarkable, the elder said coldly, his gaze piercing. Who are you? State your name. Su Chen demanded with unwavering resolve. The elder's stealth techniques were so advanced that even Su Chen's fourth-tier mental power had struggled to detect him. If not for the earlier strike, he might have remained unaware of the assassin's presentia, dangerous adversary indeed. A dying man doesn't need to know so much, the elder retorted with a sneer, raising his hand. In an instant, 6 icy auras surged into the air as 6 black-clad figures appeared, encircling Su Chen alongside the elder. Each of these assassins was a Zuanwa-level expert, with the elder himself at the 7th tiara level, comparable to the elders of the martial academy. They were not only masters of lethal assassination techniques, but also proficient in coordinated battle formations. Together, they could even take down a 9th-tier Zuanwa-level martial artist. This was no random ambush. It was a meticulously planned strike, with Su Chen's death as the sole objective. Attack! At the elder's command, blades gleamed from all directions. The 6 assassins moved as one, their movements ghostly as they wielded poisoned swords. Their sword light formed a deadly web, covering every inch of space around Su Chen. Their precision and experience left no room for escape, with the formation spanning 100 meters in every direction. The elder remained on the periphery, watching closely to prevent any attempts by Su Chen to break through, while waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. The Lyoha sword formation? Su Chen's eyes narrowed with a glint of frost as he summoned his spirit sword. Then let's see whose sword is stronger. The Lyoha sword formation, a famed coordinated battle technique of the Great Chu Kingdom's military, was both offensive and defensive, renowned for its devastating power. Many enemy generals had fallen to its might, with few surviving once trapped within its confines. But now, Su Chen's sword aura surged like a tempest, sweeping across the heavens. Raising his hand, he gathered an overwhelming sharpness into his blade, its dazzling brilliance eclipsing the sky. In that moment, the winds howled, the clouds darkened, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Whoosh! Su Chen leaped into the air, unleashing an unstoppable sword force. In an instant, the world seemed to dissolve into chaos, with all creation fading into a single radiant sword light. It was as if the first divine ray that split the heavens and earth had descended, imbued with the power to annihilate everything. What kind of sword technique is this? The black-clad assassins' faces turned pale with shock and horror. Their vision was overwhelmed by boundless light and swirling runes. The sword's brilliance burned like the sun, carrying an aura of divine judgment, as if it heralded the end of days. Boom! Though the sword light from the Lyoha formation surged like a raging sea, It crumbled like paper under the onslaught of Su Chen's ultimate strike. The sword's force tore through the formation without resistance. Desolate Sword Dao, first form. Void-shattering radiance. This ancient sword technique, drawn from a legendary manual, revealed its unparalleled might for the first time, shaking the heavens and the earth. Su Chen's heart surged with exhilaration, as if he held the stars in his grasp, capable of eclipsing the sky with a single move. "Retreat now!" the elder shouted, his composure finally breaking. Even these seasoned assassins, trained to face death without fear, felt an uncontrollable dread under the sword's divine power. But it was too late. Splat! A beam of radiant light streaked across the sky, piercing straight through the chest of one of the black-clad figures. The man in black's chest burst open in an instant, a crimson flower of blood blooming from the gaping wound. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to even scream. His lifeless eyes stared blankly as his life was extinguished. The unmatched sword strike descended like divine retribution, leaving no room for resistance. The remaining men in black stared at their companion's corpse, a deep and boundless fear welling up within them. The young man before them seemed to have transformed into a god of death, ruling over life and death itself, radiating an oppressive and suffocating killing intent. Die! Su Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he lightly stepped forward, his movements swift and fluid. His figure darted like a dragon, leaving behind countless afterimages in the void. The gleam of his sword tore through the air like a heavenly calamity, shredding everything in its path. No defensive measures or spiritual artifacts could withstand the terrifying blade light. They crumbled like paper and vanished into nothingness. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5 men in black fell to the ground one after another, their futile defensive stances frozen in death. What? The black-robed elder at the rear was utterly stunned. He hadn't even found an opening for a fatal strike, and his subordinates were already annihilated. Such an astonishing level of swordsmanship was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Your turn. The icy voice sounded like it came from the depths of the underworld itself. In his shock, the black-robed elder hastily reached into his robes, pulling out a handful of black powder and scattering it into the air. In an instant, the poisonous powder enveloped everything around them. The toxic substance was so potent that it corroded the air itself, withering grass, dissolving rocks, and reducing the corpses of the fallen men in black to pools of blood at a visible rate. The atmosphere was thick with dark smoke, as though the entire area had descended into a realm of death. Corpse-dissolving powder? Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he recognized the deadly substance. This powder, derived from the fluids of thousand-year-old corpses and refined with hundreds of toxic ingredients, was a weapon of assassination and eradication. Even a single trace, whether touched or inhaled, would cause the body to rot and ultimately dissolve into blood. These assassins had spared no effort or expense in their attempt to kill him. Su Chen immediately halted his advance, his body emanating a cyan divine light. Even with his perfected dragon-like physique, he could not withstand the corrosive power of the corpse-dissolving powder. Die! The black-robed elder shouted from a distance, unleashing over a dozen sword strikes in rapid succession, determined to obliterate Su Chen completely. At that moment, an intense cyan divine light surged into the sky, layer upon layer, intertwined with blazing flames that bloomed like a massive lotus in the void. With crackling explosions, the rampant corpse-dissolving powder and the incoming sword strikes were incinerated in an instant. Heavenly fire? The black-robed elder was dumbfounded. A youth at the true martial realm not only possessed a powerful physique and unparalleled swordsmanship, but also controlled the terrifying heavenly fire. The corpse-dissolving powder was infamous for its extreme toxicity, impervious to ordinary flames. Only heavenly fire could counter it. Who are you? The elder's voice trembled with panic, his will to fight completely shattered. This opponent was monstrous, far beyond anything mortal. Swoosh! In the next moment, Su Chen appeared before the elder, engulfed in scorching heat. With a single strike, he severed the elder's sword-wielding arm and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Who sent you? Who are you working for? Su Chen's icy tone was devoid of emotion as he interrogated the elder. The black-robed elder let out a scream, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite being a master at the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm, he was powerless in the face of Su Chen. You'll never know, but if the King of Hell decrees your death, you won't live past the appointed hour. We'll meet again in the underworld. The elder's eyes turned wild with madness as his aura became violent, preparing to self-destruct his chi-si. Su Chen acted swiftly, crushing the elder's skull with a single squeeze of his hand. Although he had eliminated all the assassins, Su Chen found no clues about their identities. These killers were cunning, ruthless, and unafraid of death, clearly trained as expendable pawns. Their threat level was undeniable. In the Great Chu Kingdom, Only one entity had the power to command such forces and the motive to target him: the Shadow Guards. Operating in secrecy, even the renowned Master Xianyang knew little about them. If not for Mu Jingxin's warning, Su Chen might never have suspected that the king himself harbored such a sinister group of assassins. The attack, right after Su Chen's departure from the Pill Alliance, showed their utter disregard for the martial academy. "Come at me, all of you." Su Chen's gaze turned toward the royal palace, his killing intent surging. This battle had only just begun. In a way, this assassination attempt brought Su Chen a strange sense of relief. If the foolish king focused solely on him, it might spare Yi Qingcheng from harm. No matter how many traps or ambushes awaited, he would face them all. After incinerating the black-robed elder's corpse, Su Chen turned and headed back to the martial academy. Recently, the academy's disciples had been training with renewed intensity, clearly aware of the impending opening of the great wilderness secret realm. Everyone was striving to improve, hoping to seize the opportunities within the secret realm and achieve a meteoric rise. When news of Su Chen's survival reached him, Wang Lin's face turned pale instantly. He stumbled his way to Lin Jianqing, his voice trembling with barely concealed panic. "That kid has incredible luck." A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Jianqing's eyes as a faint sneer tugged at the corner of his lips. "No matter. Since that figure has taken an interest in Yi Qingcheng, his fate is already sealed. Even the best luck can only save him so many times. But with Li Chunfeng at the martial academy, it won't be easy for us to make a move," Wang Lin said nervously, rubbing his hands together. "Master will soon return, and he must have already taken that crucial step. A mere Su Chen, even within the great wilderness secret realm, killing him will be as simple as turning my hand," Lin Jianqing replied with unwavering confidence. Half a month later, the tranquility of the great wilderness was shattered by a deafening explosion. A thunderous rumble, like an enraged dragon awakening, sent tremors rippling through mountains and valleys, shaking the earth itself. Countless beasts fled in terror, scattering in all directions to hide. The seismic waves spread along the mountain ranges, reaching the martial academy tens of thousands of miles away. Everyone in the academy was alarmed, stepping outside to gaze toward the depths of the great wilderness. Some had eyes burning with determination, while others were filled with dread. "Headmaster, this disturbance is highly unusual," Elder Xiaoqing said, his brows furrowed as he looked to Li Chunfeng. Even Li Chunfeng wore an uncharacteristically grave expression, sensing the faint but ominous aura of lethal energy beginning to seep out. At the same time, the dragon veins of the northern Yin Kingdom, the southern Yu Kingdom, the eastern Li Kingdom, and the Daluo dynasty all experienced simultaneous upheavals. Each nation dispatched elite Zuanhua-level martial artists to investigate. In the Su family of the Daluo dynasty, the patriarch, Su Yud, summoned Su Ming, Su Can, and Su Yang to a secret chamber. His expression was solemn. "The Astronomical Bureau has identified the source of the disturbance. It originates from the great wilderness secret realm in the kingdom of Great Chu." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "That traitor exiled to Beihuang City. Somehow, he must have stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Now that he's in the martial academy, he will undoubtedly enter the great wilderness secret realm. The family head's intention is..." Su Ming's eyes turned icy cold as he made a gesture of slitting his throat. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his expression. "If such rebels are not eradicated, they will be nothing but a disaster." Su Yud nodded in satisfaction, lowering his voice. "However, this matter must be handled discreetly. We cannot let that branch of the family catch wind of it." "Understood? Rest assured, family head. On this trip, that useless fool will have no chance of survival." Su Ming's eyes burned with murderous intent. "Good. Once the deed is done, I will personally reward you handsomely. Go now." Su Yud's lips curved into a sinister smile. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Great Chu Martial Academy, hurrying toward the desolate secret realm, remained completely unaware of the undercurrents brewing among the various factions. Many of them were still immersed in dreams of extraordinary encounters and meteoric success, oblivious to the bloody conflict awaiting them. One day later, deep within the desolate mountain range. "Senior brother, it seems Lin Jianqing and his group are plotting something," Wu Tsang said, standing beside Su Chen. His gaze was wary as it swept toward the direction where the disciples of the Western Academy were gathering. Lin Jianqing stood at the center of the group, surrounded by his followers, occasionally casting murderous glances at Su Chen and the others. Wang Lin, in particular, brazenly mimicked a throat-slitting motion, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Junior brother Wu Tsang, we should focus on protecting ourselves first," one of the more seasoned disciples said gravely. "Judging by their demeanor, they're not just targeting senior brother, they intend to wipe out our entire Eastern Academy." The situation was indeed grim. The Western Academy had the advantage of numbers and resources, with hundreds of disciples in the true martial realm and even some in the profound Xuanwu realm, like Lin Jianqing. In contrast, the Eastern Academy, lacking resources, could barely support fewer than 100 disciples. Even with their entire strength mobilized, they were outmatched. The strongest among them, Hong Tiandu, had only reached the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm, far from being a match for Lin Jianqing and his group. Do they think wiping out the Eastern Academy will be that easy? If it comes down to a fight, even if the Western Academy is a tiger, they'll break a couple of its fangs. Hong Tiandu growled in anger. Su Chen swept his gaze over the group. This journey into the desolate secret realm will be anything but peaceful. Once inside, they'll head straight for the depths to draw Lin Jianqing and his group away. The rest of you should stay on the outskirts and follow the dean's instructions. You'll be safer there. Senior brother. Hong Tiandu and Wu Tsang stared at him in shock. While this plan would indeed reduce the danger for the Eastern Academy disciples, it meant Su Chen would face Lin Jianqing and the Western Academy elites alone, a highly perilous endeavor. Do you think your senior brother is an ordinary person? I regard the so-called elites of the Western Academy as nothing more than grass beneath my feet. No matter how many of them there are, I won't back down. Su Chen laughed confidently, his eyes gleaming with determination. Knowing they couldn't dissuade him, Hong Tiandu and the others could only bow deeply, moved by his resolve. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a colossal beast was about to emerge. Amid the deafening roar, starlight poured down, enveloping the valley ahead in a hazy glow. Crack, crack. The valley split open, revealing a massive, bottomless chasm. Torrents of spiritual energy surged forth, and countless rays of vibrant light shot into the sky. The desolate secret realm had opened. Everyone's attention was drawn to the breathtaking sight. The chasm transformed into a terrifying fissure, pulsating with mysterious forces, as though it led to an otherworldly paradise. Jianqing, whether or not you explore the land of fiendish energy is up to you, but the mission must be completed. Understood? The vice dean of the Western Academy fixed his gaze on Lin Jianqing. Don't worry. He won't escape alive, Lin Jianqing replied, glancing coldly at Su Chen before leading the Western Academy disciples into the chasm. On the Eastern Academy side, Li Chunfeng nodded at Su Chen and the others, who followed closely behind. Dean, do you think Su Chen? Elder Xiuqing, noticing the Western Academy's hostility, voiced his concern. That boy has hidden depths. The Western Academy won't have an easy time dealing with him, Li Chunfeng said with a wave of his hand. But he's ambitious, and I suspect he'll venture into the land of fiendish energy. Whether that's a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Before their departure, Su Chen had inquired in detail about the land of fiendish energy. Despite Li Chunfeng's stern warnings about its dangers, Su Chen's unwavering determination had been clear. He would not be easily deterred. This was what worried Li Chunfeng the most. Years ago, everyone who had entered that place, except for him, had perished. Even he had suffered grave injuries, leaving his martial foundation damaged. Not only had it halted his progress toward the martial Grandmaster realm, but it had also drastically shortened his lifespan. Man proposes, God disposes. It's up to him to shape his own destiny, Li Chunfeng sighed as he gazed skyward. In the palace of Great Chu, dusk had settled heavily. Your Majesty, all the disciples of the Martial Academy, including Su Chen, have entered the great wilderness secret realm, reported a man in a python robe, his tone laced with flattery. With Jianqing taking action, Su Chen is as good as dead. The king of Chu lazily played with a luminous cup in his hand, his cold gaze sweeping over the eunuch kneeling before him. What are you all waiting for? Bring Yi Qingcheng to me at once. We tried, Your Majesty, but before we even entered, Lord Wuwen chased us away. The man in the python robe trembled as he spoke. Useless. The king of Chu erupted in anger, hurling the luminous cup at the man's head. The sharp sound of shattering glass mingled with the man's muffled groan. We are incompetent and beg Your Majesty's forgiveness. The man in the python robe dared not wipe the blood seeping from his forehead. Perhaps we could send the shadow guards instead? The shadow guards who never fail? The king of Chu sneered. They couldn't even handle a mere Su Chen, let alone Mu Jingchen. In the oppressive atmosphere of the palace, the king's fury seemed to ignite the very air. A ruler of an entire kingdom, wielding authority over the land, yet unable to deal with a single Lord Wuwen? The elderly eunuch pondered for a moment. Your Majesty, Su Chen can refine pills for Lord Wuwen, which is why he values him. If Su Chen remains alive, Lord Wuwen will not back down. Do we really have to wait until the great wilderness secret realm closes? The king of Chu grew impatient, his frustration barely contained over the past few days. Your Majesty need not be too anxious, the elderly eunuch said with a sinister smile. The Grand Preceptor is returning soon. Upon his return, he is bound to take that crucial step. Only he can deal with Lord Wuwen. Once I obtain the cauldron and ascend to the Grandmaster realm, the first thing I'll do is destroy Mu Jingchen. The king of Chu snorted coldly and stormed off. Shortly after, the The rear palace echoed with the piercing screams of a woman. Meanwhile, in the great wilderness secret realm, as they passed through the canyon fissure, everyone felt a wave of dizziness, as though they had traversed time and space into another world. In the blazing light, a mysterious force enveloped them. When the light faded, a strange new land appeared before their eyes. Under a grayish sky stretched a vast, primitive terrain, dominated by towering, ancient mountain ranges. Ahead, the peaks were majestic and exuded an aura of spiritual energy. A 1,000-meter-long waterfall cascaded down from the high mountains, its silvery flow resembling a hanging galaxy, its thunderous roar shaking the heavens. This is like something out of Legenda Paradise. Hong Tiandu and the others exclaimed in awe. Wu Tsang took a deep breath, the dense spiritual energy flooding into his body like a spring, making his entire being radiate with light. The concentration of spiritual energy here is 100 times that of the outside world. The group quickly discovered a variety of natural treasures. Spiritual springs that flowed like living spirit stones, fruit trees bearing spirit fruits comparable to third-grade medicinal herbs, and translucent ores perfect for crafting superior spirit weapons. Though not peerless treasures, their sheer abundance was astonishing. Su Chen silently speculated that this blessed land must be influenced by something extraordinary likely connected to the burial heaven ring. He instructed the disciples of the Eastern Academy to train in the outer areas while he ventured deeper. Be careful, senior brother, the disciples called after him. Senior brother is drawing the Western Academy's attention away for us. Let's seize this opportunity to improve our cultivation. We might even be able to help him when the time comes. For Su Chen, the threat posed by the Western Academy was secondary. His immediate priority was finding the opportunity to break through to the Xuanwu realm. Even during his time as the top prodigy of the Deluo dynasty, he had never reached this realm. Breaking through would be no small feat. To step into the Xuanwu realm, one must achieve a state of mental clarity, harmonize with the heavens and earth, and condense the martial Tao profound core. This required not only highly refined true energy but also immense spiritual strength. Only by connecting the two could one breach the barrier between the sea of consciousness and the sea of energy, unlocking the full potential of a martial artist. Currently, Su Chen's true energy and fourth-level spiritual strength had reached their peaks, but there was still a significant gap in merging the two. The Academy Master once said that there is a treasure land in the Twin Boundary Mountains that could help me break through, Su Chen murmured, pulling out a simple map drawn by Li Chunfeng before dashing off. Though the great wilderness secret realm was not an independent world but existed within folded space, its vast expanse spanned hundreds of miles. It was a land of abundant natural treasures, perilous terrain, and roaming ancient beasts. As Su Chen raced through, he gathered natural treasures and clashed with powerful beasts along the way. The demon cores of these ancient creatures contain immense bloodline power, an invaluable opportunity for Su Chen, who possesses the bloodline of a true dragon. A journey of several hundred miles was but a fleeting moment for someone of his true martial realm. Along the way, he slew ancient beasts and collected various rare treasures. By the second day, he had arrived at the Twin Boundary Mountain. The Twin Boundary Mountain stood tall and majestic, with a steep, towering peak piercing the clouds. This was the endpoint of the great wilderness secret realm. Beyond it lay a dangerous folded spacino. One besides Li Chunfeng had ever emerged alive from that space, and even he had barely escaped with his life. The fabled land of armament fiends was said to be hidden within that mysterious space. A staircase of white jade twisted its way up the mountain, leading to an ancient stone hall at the summit. This was the sanctuary of a legendary martial arts master. Inside, it held invaluable cultivation insights and legacies, a place long coveted by the disciples of the Martial Academy. At this moment, over a dozen disciples from the Western Academy, all at the 9th level of the true martial realm, were climbing the stone steps. Clearly, they had come to seek a breakthrough to the profound martial realm. When they noticed Su Chen's arrival, shock flickered in their eyes. Su Chen? He actually dared to come here directly? Did he calculate that we'd all be busy looking for treasures, so he could boldly come here to seize the opportunity? Forget it, just keep climbing. Don't let him catch up. What are you afraid of? The stone steps suppress both true energy and mental strength. If he dares to come up, I'll make him pay for everyone. Among the crowd, Su Chen recognized a few Western Academy disciples he had injured before. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he began his ascent. This staircase was the true opportunity for a breakthrough. The moment Su Chen stepped onto the stairs, an invisible pressure began to bear down on him from all directions. His burial heaven true energy and grandmaster level mental strength far exceeded the norm, which meant the pressure he faced was even more intense. Interesting, Su Chen muttered, glancing ahead. He noticed that even the Western Academy disciples were struggling, their movements slow and labored. 2 of them had already misstepped, knocked off the staircase by the pressure, coughing up blood as they fell. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure became, as if resisting the very heavens. The ancient staircase, reaching straight into the sky, exuded a divine majesty that made one feel as insignificant as an ant. It was not only a tempering of true energy and mental strength, but also a test of one's willpower. Bring it on. Su Chen suddenly quickened his pace. Despite the mounting pressure, he could feel his true energy and mental strength converging and harmonizing at an accelerated rate. Every step he ascended was equivalent to a full day of cultivation in ordinary circumstances. Boom. The surrounding pressure surged, and Su Chen's vision narrowed to focus solely on the ancient staircase stretching into the heavens. He had a strong premonition if he could conquer this path, he would break through to the profound martial realm. The great wilderness, myriad sword cliff. A colossal mountain, sliced flat by a sword, formed an imposing cliff. Beneath it lay a single rusted iron sword, nearly petrified, yet surrounded by countless sword auras, endlessly emanating a terrifying killing force. Dozens of disciples from the Western Academy, wielding formation flags and discs, constructed a powerful array, finally breaking through the layers of sword auras to reach the base of the cliff. As they approached the iron sword, a terrifying aura of death suddenly swept over them, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. From the petrified iron sword erupted an overwhelming and eternal power that defied the limits of heaven and earth. A brilliant white sword light pierced through the void like a cascading galaxy, splitting into countless streams of sword energy that slashed toward the disciples. Wherever the sword energy passed, the heavens trembled, and the void shattered. At the critical moment, Lin Jianqing transformed into a streak of light, rushing to the petrified iron sword. Blood energy swirled around him, forming a massive crimson sword shadow. Endless streams of blood-colored sword energy erupted, enveloping the white sword light and frantically absorbing its mysterious power. Simultaneously, the ferocious sword energy struck the formation, unleashing dazzling light. The Western Academy disciples pushed the formation to its limits, barely holding on for a few moments. But as the white sword light struggled violently, unwilling to be subdued, its destructive power became even more terrifying. Crack! The formation shattered as if struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning. A torrent of sword energy surged in, instantly tearing apart several disciples who were caught off guard, leaving no trace of their remains. What terrifying power! Be careful. That iron sword originated from a place of malevolent weaponry. Even after countless years, its residual power is still unimaginably dreadful. Senior brother has already started absorbing the sword energy. We must hold on. Senior brother truly has unparalleled talent. Even such terrifying sword energy can be absorbed by him. The disciples were filled with both fear and excitement. Lin Jianqing unleashed the power of his bloodline, madly absorbing the sword energy, his eyes brimming with joy. The white sword light felt like a divine sword to him, as the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into interwoven sword energy, infinite and mysterious, containing the power to annihilate all. Excellent. If I refine this white sword light, I'll evolve into a heavenly grade bloodline. Lin Jianqing trembled with excitement, utterly indifferent to the junior brothers and sisters who were dying around him as the sword energy broke through their defenses. A day later, 2/3 of the Western Academy disciples who had been maintaining the formation were dead. However, the white sword light had grown extremely weak, incapable of causing significant harm. Senior cousin, I just received word that Su Chen has gone to the Twin Realms Mountain, Wang Lin reported cautiously as he leapt down after the sword energy had dissipated. That guy really knows how to take advantage of the situation, Lin Jianqing sneered. To most disciples of the Martial Academy, the Grandmaster level sites in the Great Wilderness were the most valuable treasures and the ultimate goal. Senior cousin, there are only about a dozen of us at the Twin Realms Mountain for now, and all are at the true martial realm. I doubt we can take him down. No matter. In half a day, he'll have fully refined this sword light. By then, killing him will be effortless. Lin Jianqing smirked confidently. The heavenly sword bloodline was no match for him. However, to prevent him from catching wind and escaping, gather the other profound martial realm disciples and intercept him at the Twin Realms Mountain. Understood. Wang Lin grinned coldly. The Great Wilderness, Twin Realms Mountain. Su Chen sat motionless all night on the 100th step of the stone staircase. The 100th step? Haha. Is that all Su Chen is capable of? Oomph. I knew it. That guy rushed ahead recklessly yesterday, and this was bound to happen. The pressure on the stone steps is everywhere, moving faster only increases the burden. Without conserving strength, making it to the 100th step is already his limit. The Western Academy disciples, seeing Su Chen lagging far behind, looked on with gloating expressions. Such a reckless fool. The disciples of the West Courtyard exchanged disdainful glances, their lips curling into mocking sneers. Aside from his slightly higher talent, he's got nothing. Don't bother with him, he'll collapse soon enough. Once we break through to the Xuanwu realm, we'll easily crush him beneath our feet. Yet Su Chen, seated cross-legged on the stone steps, paid no heed to their taunts. At that moment, a mysterious energy was surging through his pores, flowing into every fiber of his being. His muscles, bones, meridians, and even his spirit were undergoing an unprecedented refinement. So that's how it is. A spark of enlightenment flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The martial master crafted these steps not for convenience, but to push one beyond their limits, awaken hidden potential, and see their true self. Only then can the path to the sacred Tao be revealed. The entire night of still meditation hadn't been due to exhaustion, but rather his deep comprehension of the steps' profound mysteries. When Su Chen finally stood up again, his body was enveloped in an aura of ethereal brilliance, as though he had merged with the heavens and earth. The gains of a single night were equivalent to 3 months of arduous cultivation. How is this possible? The disciples above stared at Su Chen in stunned disbelief as he ascended the steps with effortless grace, almost as if walking on air. One disciple, unwilling to accept it, stepped forward defiantly but was immediately overwhelmed by an invisible pressure, tumbling down in defeat. 150 steps, 180, 260. Su Chen's movements grew increasingly fluid, and within mere moments, he reached the 300th step, leaving everyone dumbfounded. A few female disciples couldn't help but gaze at him in awe, captivated by the harmonious rhythm with which he seemed to move in tune with the universe. When Su Chen caught up with the first West Courtyard disciple, the latter suddenly lashed out with a full-force punch. Su Chen evaded it effortlessly, causing the attacker to lose balance and plummet down the steps, cursing as he fell, "You despicable wretch, you'll pay for this." The second disciple he encountered drew his sword, only for Su Chen to shatter the blade's energy with a single punch and toss him aside like discarded refuse. As for the third, a female disciple, she didn't even wait for Su Chen to approach before letting out a terrified scream and fleeing down the steps. This was merely the prelude to Su Chen's display of power, a harbinger of even greater surprises to come. The mountain wind howled like a blade, cutting through the air relentlessly. On the stone steps, an intense and breathtaking confrontation was unfolding. Su Chen stood firm on the steps, facing a group of enraged disciples from the Western Court. Their eyes burned with fury as their sharp accusations pierced the air like arrows. "Su Chen, these steps don't belong to you alone. What gives you the right to drive others away?" "Nothing in particular," Su Chen replied coldly, his gaze sweeping over them with disdain. A mocking smile played on his lips. "I just don't like your Western Court. Besides, weren't you the ones who started this?" His words struck like a hammer, leaving the Western Court disciples speechless. Their faces flushed red with anger, and their eyes glinted with a feral intensity. "He's too arrogant. Everyone, attack together and knock him off the mountain. In this cursed place, he can't unleash his full strength. Attack. Kill him." Over 10 Western Court disciples abandoned their ascent and charged down the steps with murderous intent. Blades and swords clashed, flames and gales swirled, merging into a devastating torrent aimed directly at Su Chen. "Fools!" Su Chen's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. He stepped forward, unleashing an aura as fierce as a rampaging dragon. His fists struck like thunder, instantly shattering the body of one disciple. At the same time, his movements became fluid and elusive, his steps weaving intricate patterns as if he were a dragon swimming through the clouds. His presence left behind fleeting afterimages on the stone steps. Each level of the staircase bore witness to his dominance. A strike like a dragon's roar, a sweeping attack clearing the way, or a sword hand slicing through the air. When the afterimages faded, his true form stood behind the last Western Court disciple. Over 10 lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, some with their chests caved in, others with shattered skulls or severed torsos. Blood soaked the steps, painting a gruesome scene. How is this possible? The remaining disciples at the foot of the mountain stared in disbelief. That's the 9 Palaces dragon movement. That heavenly grade techniques mastered it to perfection. Without a glance back, Su Chen resumed his climb. He passed the 600th step, the 700th, the 800th. It wasn't until he reached the 900th step that he felt true resistance for the first time. By the 950th step, his skin began to crack, and blood seeped through his clothes, staining them red. Each step he took left vivid, harrowing marks of blood. Yet his eyes remained sharp and unyielding, showing no hint of retreat. Having chosen the path of martial arts and gained the opportunity to master the heaven-burying divine technique, no obstacle would be left unbroken. At the 990th step, his bones began to crack audibly, and his entire body wavered, teetering on the edge of collapse. An overwhelming force, as heavy as a mountain crashing down, erupted with terrifying intensity, as if to crush all who dared to resist into dust. The disciples of the Western Court gathered at the foot of the mountain, watched Su Chen with a mix of tension and schadenfreude, their eyes fixed on his faltering figure. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the air from the mountain's peak. An immense surge of energy erupted as the burning blood within Su Chen transformed into golden flames, coalescing into a colossal divine dragon that soared skyward. This dragon defied the very laws of heaven and earth, its body shattering under the strain yet refusing to retreat even a step. It exuded an ancient and enigmatic dragon's majesty, suppressing all beneath the heavens. The blazing flames threatened to reduce Su Chen to ashes, yet he pressed forward without hesitation. Even those Western court disciples who had once harbored deep hatred for him now stared in wide-eyed disbelief, their pupils trembling with shock. To be ruthless to others is to bully the weak. To be ruthless to oneself is the mark of true strength. In their eyes, Su Chen had become an unparalleled force of recklessness and determination. When Su Chen finally ascended the last stone step, the oppressive force of heaven and earth dissipated with a thunderous crash. Those who had come to kill him unwittingly became witnesses to his breaking of limits and the creation of a legend. A man who could not be constrained even by the overwhelming force of a martial grandmaster was destined for a future of boundless achievements. Seated cross-legged at the mountaintop, Su Chen was shrouded in a mysterious and sacred radiance. An endless vitality emanated from him, resembling a great dragon on the verge of awakening. Now's the time to strike. A Western court disciple suddenly snapped out of his daze and shouted. Realizing the opportunity, the crowd sprang into action, their movements swift and powerful as they ascended the mountain like a storm. For martial artists in the Xuanwu realm, scaling mountains was a trivial task. Yet upon reaching the summit, they were met with an astonishing sight. Su Chen's body was surrounded by divine light, his heartbeat resonating like the roar of a mighty dragon, harmonizing with the rhythm of heaven and earth. His internal energy and spiritual power intertwined like yin and yang, while the surrounding spiritual energy and the essence of heavenly treasures formed a yin-yang diagram encircling him. A surge of immense vitality was rising from within him. He's breaking through. Stop him now, someone shouted in alarm. Suddenly, black flames erupted skyward from Su Chen's body, releasing an icy, deathly, and terrifying power that spread like a vast sea of black death. Over a dozen attacks came hurtling toward him from all directions, only to be devoured and dissolved by the erupting Black Sea. The Black Sea coalesced in the void, forming an enormous black sun. This extreme darkness obscured all things in the world, twisting and shattering the void itself. Even the heavens seemed to recoil in fear and awe. Su Chen slowly rose to his feet, standing amidst the Black Sea, the black sun above his head. He resembled a god of death emerging from the abyssal depths of the nine hells, exuding an aura of destruction that suffocated all who witnessed it. His martial Shendan was vast beyond comprehension, blazing like the sun yet as profound as a black hole, radiating a power capable of obliterating everything. Too late. You've missed your chance, Su Chen declared as his eyes snapped open. His piercing gaze, as radiant as the sun and moon, left everyone present feeling as if they were trapped between ice and fire, their hearts gripped by a chilling sense of despair. Boom. The earth trembled as a brilliant divine light erupted within Su Chen like a miniature sun. The moment the martial Tao profound core entered his body, his aura surged dramatically, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted like a tidal wave. Down the mountain, the disciples of the Western Academy gasped, their faces pale. Over 20 disciples at the Xuanwu realm encircled Su Chen, among them 3 experts who had reached the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm. Their eyes burned with icy killing intent, their courage pushed to its peak. A rabble like you dares to boast so shamelessly? Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. In the face of absolute strength, numbers were nothing but an illusion. His words infuriated everyone. But before they could form their formation, Su Chen had already charged forward like a rampaging dragon. The 3 senior Western Academy disciples at the forefront, all experts above the 4th level of the Xuanwu realm, were instantly reduced to a mist of blood with a single strike. What? The crowd's pupils constricted in shock. How could Su Chen, who had just broken through to the 1st level of the Xuanwu realm, unleash such terrifying power? Kill. 2 disciples attacked simultaneously. One executed the Earthgrade Supreme martial skill, the profound Sun Seal, with runes tracing through the air, forming a radiant seal of power. The other unleashed a sword technique so fierce that the massive sword energy tore through the void. Boom. Their combined attacks wove a destructive net of power. Yet, it struck nothing but an afterimage. The real Su Chen had already appeared behind them like a phantom. The profound agility of the 9 Palaces' dragon soaring step made him as swift as lightning. Die. As his icy voice rang out, the 2 disciples were instantly blasted into blood mist. This scene enraged the remaining attackers. The 3 7th-level Xuanwu realm experts led the charge, unleashing techniques like the minor yin-yang palm, the Vajra demon suppressing seal, and the eight-armed screeching palm, stirring celestial phenomena. The other disciples followed suit, their combined onslaught of over 20 devastating attacks seeming as if it would overturn the heavens and earth. Good. Bring it on. Su Chen's battle spirit burned even brighter in the face of such apocalyptic force. Clasping his hands together, he unleashed a flame seal that expanded with the wind, growing as massive as a mountain. This earth-shattering battle had only just begun. Blazing flames suddenly erupted, transforming into layers upon layers of azure fire lotuses that illuminated the heavens and earth. These were no ordinary flames, but the legendary celestial flame-green lotus core flame. The fire lotuses surged forward like a radiant azure sun, evaporating streams of chi in an instant and shattering spiritual weapons and battle gear as they passed. Though this destructive power was fleeting, it seemed to erase that portion of space from existence entirely. For the first time, everyone witnessed the terrifying might of the celestial flame. As the flames spread along the chi, panic-stricken cultivators hastily severed their chi flow and retreated frantically. Yet, a few were too slow. The flames engulfed them, reducing them to ashes in an instant. The azure fire lotuses bloomed in the sky, their size surpassing even the sun, unleashing a devastating force that struck fear into all who saw it. Everything touched by the flames was reduced to cinders. The three leading disciples of the Western Academy, alarmed by the sight, were forced to distance themselves from Su Chen, their eyes filled with dread. Form the array. In perfect coordination, the disciples retrieved array flags, spitting out essence blood and forming seals. In moments, a mysterious array diagram appeared in the void beneath Su Chen's feet, perfectly harmonizing with the laws of heaven and earth. The skies quaked, the ground trembled, and the surroundings took on an apocalyptic appearance. In the fractured void, 8 mysterious gates opened, linking heaven and earth while isolating the realm. 8 gates heaven-sealing array, exclaimed a Western Academy disciple from the foot of the mountain. I never imagined our senior brothers had prepared so thoroughly, even deploying such an ancient military array. This was a heaven-grade array specifically designed to counter experts of the heavenly martial realm. Each array flag was equivalent to a top-tier spiritual artifact. Using it against a Xuanwu realm cultivator would ordinarily be overkill, but against someone as extraordinary as Su Chen, no one felt it was excessive. In our Chu kingdom, having senior brother is enough. We won't allow someone as defiant as you to exist, the Western Academy disciples declared, their eyes fixed on Su Chen as they activated the grand array. The 8 gates unleashed countless chains of order, each as sharp as a celestial sword, sealing off the entire area. In that moment, all color drained from the world, sound ceased, and even time and space seemed to freeze. The Western Academy disciples wore sinister smiles, convinced of their imminent victory. However, Su Chen, who had stood motionless all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. An overwhelming sword intent erupted, awakening the primordial forces of antiquity. In that instant, the onlookers felt as though an invincible sword god had traversed time and space to arrive. The power of heaven and earth gathered in his hands, forming an earth-shattering divine sword. Grand Wilderness Sword, Void cleaving radiance. The sword god and Su Chen became one, and the divine sword in his hands slashed through the void. An unparalleled brilliance exploded forth, shattering the countless chains of order and piercing through the gates. The entire array collapsed with a deafening roar, and the 8 Western Academy disciples holding the array flags were obliterated along with them. The residual sword energy swept outward, blasting nearby disciples away and forcing them to the ground, coughing up blood. Too terrifying. It's like a god or demon has awakened, a trembling Western Academy disciple exclaimed from the mountain base. With a single strike, the array was destroyed. A shadow of death loomed over everyone present. The great wilderness, myriad sword cliff. Boom. A blazing radiance suddenly erupted, dazzling as if a sun from the heavens had descended, instantly illuminating the vast expanse of the world. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes as the overwhelming sword aura grew even fiercer, as though it was about to tear the heavens and earth apart. At this moment, Lin Jianqing's stance was nothing short of awe-inspiring. His body and spirit sharp as a blade, his aura swift and untouchable like a fleeting comet. Bathed in divine brilliance, his piercing gaze surveyed the land with dominance, as if an unparalleled sword king had descended upon the world. Every movement he made seemed capable of reshaping the very fabric of existence. The heavenly sword bloodline. Senior brother truly lives up to his name as the greatest prodigy of our Chu. Such defiance of the natural order is unheard of in all of history. The surrounding disciples of the Western Academy looked on with reverence and admiration. Suddenly, Lin Jianqing leapt into the air. Endless streams of energy surged into his treasured sword, as if he were wielding a blazing sun in his hand. Pointing it towards the void, golden sword light coalesced into a colossal blade stretching 1,000 feet, piercing straight through the firmament. Boom! Thunder roared across the heavens as sword energy surged wildly. In the distance, a towering mountain was cleaved in two by the radiant blade, sending countless fiery pillars shooting skyward like an erupting volcano. The entire massive peak crumbled into ruins in an instant. Hiss! Witnessing this earth-shattering scene, everyone gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Such power in a single strike. Senior brother is far too strong, might already rival the Tianwu realm. Su Chen, your time is up, Lin Jianqing roared, his voice carrying an unyielding dominance that seemed to encompass the world. Who in this world could possibly stand against me? You frogs in a well dare to spout such nonsense. Suddenly, a series of mocking, disdainful laughs echoed through the air. A flash of radiant light streaked across the horizon, and 10 young men and women dressed in luxurious attire appeared atop the cliff, looking down upon the crowd. Their auras were immensely powerful, akin to thunder, wildfires, rivers, and gales, causing the very space around them to tremble. Who are you people? How dare you trespass into the great wilderness secret realm? Do you have no regard for the Dechu Martial Academy? One of the Western Academy disciples demanded warily. Dechu? Ha ha ha. One of the newcomers laughed derisively, staring down with contempt. A mere little kingdom of Western Chu dares to claim the title of great? Utterly laughable. How dare you? A Western Academy disciple at the 8th tier of the Xuanwu realm erupted in anger. Leaping forward, he unleashed a blade energy spanning over 100 feet. An insect shaking a tree? The laughing figure sneered, raising a hand. Mysterious runes erupted, and his true energy transformed into 9 blazing suns that crushed down with devastating force. Boom! The blade energy shattered, and the Western Academy disciple was instantly reduced to ashes. The supreme heavenly martial art, 9 Suns Palm. Could it be you're from the Daluo dynasty? Lin Jianqing's gaze sharpened. At least you have some insight, the figure replied with a faint smile, his expression still filled with disdain. I don't care who you are. Kill someone in front of me, Lin Jianqing, and you'll pay with your life. Heh. Of all Western Chu, only Mu Jingchen is worth mentioning. Lin Jianqing? Never heard of you. But you sure talk big. Are you seeking death as well? The one seeking death is you. Lin Jianqing's fury erupted as his sword aura surged. Like a meteor, he shot toward the cliff. Having just awakened the heavenly sword bloodline, he was eager to test his blade. These people from the Daluo dynasty would serve as the perfect stepping stones for his rise to fame. Foolish. Boom. The 9 Suns Palm erupted once more, its power even greater than before. A force capable of suppressing the entire world descended with overwhelming momentum. Clang, clang, clang. The resonant sound of a sword reverberated through the air as Lin Jianqing finally made his move. With a single strike, it felt as though he had summoned the forces of heaven and earth. The sword's momentum was like a streaking phoenix crossing the sun, its blazing brilliance instantly engulfing the entire space. Those nearby were blinded by the sudden, intense light, unable to open their eyes, while the piercing sound of the sword cutting through the air roared past them. When everyone regained their vision, the scene before them was astonishing. The sun-like sword energy had already struck the man from the Daluo dynasty, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood, his face pale with a mixture of shock and fury. If not for the protective armor he wore, this strike would have left him gravely injured. Senior brother is unstoppable. The disciples of the Western court cheered excitedly. Even the genius of the Daluo dynasty couldn't withstand senior brother's power. He truly has unparalleled talent and is destined to dominate the region in the future. However, the people from the Daluo dynasty remained eerily calm. Oh, defeating Wang Ying? You do have some skill, one of them remarked coldly, their eyes sweeping over Lin Jianqing, who stood with an air of pride. A heavenly sword bloodline? Still just a low-grade talent. Nothing impressive. To underestimate the Daluo dynasty is to court death. A young man in a blue robe stepped forward confidently. It was Su Ming. With each step he took, the sky grew darker, and arcs of lightning erupted around him. He walked as if supported by thunderous dragons beneath his feet, exuding the majesty of a king descended from the realm of storms. So, you were the one talking about Su Chen earlier? Su Ming looked down at Lin Jianqing, his voice cold and commanding. Tell me where he is, and I might spare your life. Lin Jianqing's heart sank. Could it be that these people from the Daluo dynasty had come because of Su Chen? Recalling Su Chen's earlier smug demeanor, Lin Jianqing became even more convinced of this possibility. Enough talk, die. Lin Jianqing roared, launching an attack. His sword light blazed like a setting sun, descending with unstoppable force. If you're unconvinced, I'll beat you until you are. Su Ming sneered and threw a punch. Behind him, a sea of lightning surged, and his fist imprint transformed into a thunderous mountain, crashing down from above. The void trembled, runes shattered. Under the terrifying onslaught of lightning, Lin Jianqing's sword light disintegrated like a drop of water in a vast ocean. The violent lightning struck him, sending him hurtling backward and crashing heavily into the base of a cliff. What? The disciples of the Western court stared in disbelief. Su Ming hovered in the air, bathed in a sea of lightning, his power overwhelming. With a single attack, he had severely injured Lin Jianqing. Curse it! Lin Jianqing coughed up blood, roaring in anger. As the foremost genius of Dechu, being defeated in one move by someone of the same rank was something he could not accept. Speak or die. Su Ming's lightning had already locked onto Lin Jianqing. In terms of cultivation foundation, martial techniques, insight, and combat experience, Su Ming was far superior. To call Lin Jianqing a frog in a well was no exaggeration. Senior brother, run? We'll hold him off. The loyal disciples of the Western court rushed forward, forming a defensive formation to resist the lightning. Lin Jianqing shot Su Ming a resentful glare before fleeing in disgrace. Boom! The thunder in the sky roared like a giant dragon, shaking the earth beneath. Lin Jianqing stumbled far away before finally stopping. His pale face was etched with fear, and behind him, Wang Lin and a few other disciples from the Western Academy followed, all equally terrified. Brother, how did people from the Deluo dynasty manage to get in? One of the disciples asked in a trembling voice. The strength of those warriors from the Deluo dynasty was truly terrifying. Even the weakest among them, Wang Ying, though defeated by Lin Jianqing, walked away almost unscathed. As for Su Ming, he was even more formidable. One strike from him had severely injured Lin Jianqing, displaying power comparable to the heavenly martial realm. The other 8 warriors were just as unfathomable. Such exceptional talents were nearly impossible to find in the Great Chu Kingdom. Lin Jianqing was the only one who could rival them. Experiencing the overwhelming strength of the Deluo dynasty firsthand, the group realized how insignificant they truly were. Whatever the case, this has to be connected to Su Chen. That boy is still in the Two Realms Mountain. Let's kill him first. Lin Jianqing's face was deathly pale, yet his fury burned fiercely. After painstakingly refining the mystical sword aura and awakening his heavenly sword bloodline, he had expected to be invincible. Instead, he was brought to his knees by the prodigies of the Deluo dynasty, as fragile as an ant. This humiliation was unbearable. In his mind, Su Chen was to blame for everything, and he vowed to exact revenge 100-fold. Without hesitation, the group rushed toward the Two Realms Mountain. Meanwhile, across the great wilderness secret realm, warriors from other nations began to emerge. Upon discovering this mysterious treasure trove, their greed took over, sparking a frenzy of slaughter and plunder. Here, there were no rules, only the unbridled expansion of humanity's most primal desires. Amid the chaos and bloodshed, elite talents from various nations swept through everything in their path. The disciples of the Western Academy were gripped by fear, as the marauders showed no regard for the status or background of their victims, venting their long-suppressed desires. In the face of death, all were equal. By contrast, the disciples of the Eastern Academy, who remained on the outskirts, fared much better. At the summit of the Two Realms Mountain, the ground was littered with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed. The Western Academy's proud 8 gates heaven-locking formation had been shattered by Su Chen's mastery of the great wilderness sword Dao, leaving them defenseless. The massacre had long since concluded. Sitting cross-legged atop the mountain, Su Chen used the rare treasures he had seized from the Western Academy disciples to stabilize his cultivation. The great wilderness secret realm was indeed bountiful, and now all those riches had been absorbed by him. In just a single day, he had broken through to the 3rd layer of the Xuanwu realm, solidifying his realm completely. Within his body, his chi-si resembled a vast universe, brimming with profound energy. Divine light cascaded through his spiritual sea, surrounded by swirling chaos. It illuminated a massive black circular object, etched with runes and constantly absorbing and distorting energy, like a primordial black hole that could devour the heavens and earth. Such a phenomenon existed only in the imagination of ancient sages, yet it was now imprinted within Su Chen's being. The buried heaven divine art was truly extraordinary. The further he progressed, the more Su Chen realized its unfathomable depths. Though it consumed 100 times the resources of ordinary cultivation, the resulting power increase was proportional. After finishing his cultivation, Su Chen surveyed the Grandmaster's training ground at the mountain's peak. Apart from stone carvings imbued with martial intent and some insights from the Grandmaster's cultivation, there was nothing of particular interest. While these might serve as guiding lights for ordinary martial artists, they held little value for him. The buried heaven divine art required personal comprehension and innovation. External guidance, especially from mere martial grandmasters, was of little help. He ventured to the back of the mountain, facing a misty void of chaos. Dominant and mysterious spatial fluctuations raged, exposing terrifying spatial cracks that resembled the gaping maws of primordial beasts, ready to devour everything. This was a feared death zone. Even through layers of space, Su Chen could sense a faint aura of killing intent, sending shivers down his spine as though he stood before the shadow of death itself. Senior, the second buried heaven ring should be here. Su Chen communicated telepathically with the white-robed woman inside the buried heaven realm. Your luck isn't bad, the white-robed woman, who had been silent for some time, finally responded. How can it be collected? Su Chen frowned slightly as he gazed at the mysterious space before him, now transformed into a land of murderous energy. This was no ordinary ring. With his current abilities, it was impossible to take it, and entering recklessly could lead to utter ruin. When the time comes, they'll handle it, the woman in white replied calmly. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Suddenly, the sound of panicked footsteps approached rapidly. Help, senior brother. A group of disciples from the western courtyard stumbled toward them, disheveled and pale as if they had just witnessed something horrifying. The people from Nanyue have stormed in, killing indiscriminately. Baiyan's men have taken many of our senior sisters, and Dongli's people are these disciples, mostly in the true martial and chi martial stages, had come seeking refuge, only to find themselves standing amidst a sea of corpses and face-to-face with the last person they wanted to encounter, Su Chen. Could it be did he kill all the senior brothers on his own? They trembled in shock, their bodies rigid with fear. At that moment, a surge of oppressive killing intent swept over them. Su Chen leapt down from the mountain peak, landing directly in front of the group. They braced themselves for the slaughter they thought inevitable, only to find that it never came. You're saying that people from Nanyue, Baiyan, and Dongli have entered the great wilderness secret realm? Su Chen asked coldly. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. There are at least dozens of them, their cultivation levels unfathomable. Several of our senior brothers and sisters have already been killed, one disciple stammered under Su Chen's piercing gaze. They must have entered through spatial fractures, the woman in white explained. The burial heaven ring is constantly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. With the decline of the great wilderness dragon vein, it's now drawing power from the dragon veins of surrounding nations. Realization dawned on Su Chen, but his focus quickly returned to the disciples. Fixing them with a sharp glare, he demanded, Has anyone from the Daluo dynasty shown up? No, not that we've seen, one disciple stuttered. The eastern courtyard's people are still on the outskirts, but the warriors from the other nations have already divided the areas and are looting the secret realm. Before the words were fully spoken, Su Chen had already vanished, his figure dissolving into the air as he activated the Nine Palaces Dragon Step. The western courtyard disciples slumped to the ground, relieved to have escaped unscathed, though they couldn't help but marvel that Su Chen wasn't quite the ruthless figure the rumors had painted him to be. Su Chen sped through the air, his movements leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Since breaking through to the Xuanwu realm, his true energy and spiritual power had greatly increased, allowing him to traverse mountains and valleys with ease. His thoughts were preoccupied with the safety of the eastern courtyard disciples, who had always treated him sincerely and regarded him as their senior brother. If those three nations have come, the Daluo dynasty won't be an exception, Su Chen thought, his eyes narrowing with a sharp glint. If any Su family members are here, Humph? The capital of the Great Chu Kingdom, the Daluo Merchant Alliance. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window lattice, mingling with the delicate aroma of tea. A woman dressed in a simple white Taoist robe sat quietly at the tea table. Her features were delicate, her long white hair cascading like a waterfall, and she exuded an ethereal, otherworldly aura. For 3 consecutive days, she had visited the Merchant Alliance, spending each day from dawn till dusk silently drinking tea without uttering a word. Esteemed guest, may I ask what you're looking for? Our Daluo Merchant Alliance has everything you could possibly need. Lan Xiang finally broke the silence, stepping forward and asking softly. Since the last incident, no one in the capital dared to provoke Yi Qingqing. Even the nobles and royal officials went out of their way to curry favor with her. While much of this was due to Mu Jingchen's influence, it was primarily because of her husband, Su Chen, a top-tier alchemy master. I wish to discuss a significant business deal with your manager, the woman in the Taoist robe said as she set down her tea bowl, a serene and elegant smile gracing her lips. Her smile was neither coquettish nor ostentatious, yet it carried a mysterious charm that made one feel as though bathed in the warmth of spring. Yi Qingqing quickly arranged to meet the unusual visitor. May I ask what kind of significant business deal you wish to discuss? She asked cautiously. The selection of the sacred maiden of Yuewuld, you consider that a significant matter? The woman in the Taoist robe fixed her gaze on Yi Qingqing, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. The sacred lord has ascended, leaving the position of sacred maiden vacant. Would this interest you? Yi Qingqing was taken aback. The sacred land of Yuhua was one of the paramount martial sanctuaries, a legendary utopia above the myriad domains and kingdoms. It was home to countless powerful figures, transcendent sages, and unparalleled martial emperors. Senior, you must be joking. I am merely an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation, Yi Qingqing replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. From a conventional perspective, it may seem that you cannot cultivate. But in this world, nothing is absolute, the woman in the Taoist robe said as she set her tea bowl down. In the sacred land of Yuhua, there exists a unique method specially designed for those who are innately unable to cultivate. It is one of a kind in all of heaven and earth. Yi Qingqing's heart raced, a glimmer of longing flashing in her eyes. Could I truly cultivate? This method is exceedingly powerful, defying the natural order. The woman confirmed with a nod before adding, however, anyone who practices it must become a candidate for the position of sacred maiden in the sacred land of Yuhua. They must remain chaste and cannot marry. I am already married. Please seek someone else, senior. Yi Qingqing refused almost without hesitation. But you are still a maiden. As for the title of wife, it is merely a formality, the woman stated bluntly. There's no need to say more, senior. I will never betray my husband, Yi Qingqing declared resolutely. For the first time, the expression on the woman in the Taoist robe changed. The sacred land of Yuhua represented power, heritage, wealth, and longevity, things that countless talents across the world pursued fervently. Even becoming an ordinary disciple of the sacred land was enough to drive people to madness. Yet, this ordinary mortal before her had refused the position of sacred maiden. What Yi Qingsheng did not know, however, was that beneath this calm surface, countless eyes were watching her in secrecy. Some belonged to the spies of the Chu King, but many others were sources of unknown danger. The woman in the Taoist robe looked solemn, her gaze sharp as a blade. This is your one and only chance to change your destiny. Yi Qingqing's heart was as clear as a still lake. To her, no opportunity or fortune in the world could compare to the pure and sincere love she shared with Su Chen. To betray that love for selfish desires, how would that make her any different from a beast? The unwavering determination in the eyes of this mortal woman sent a tremor through the Taoist-robed woman's heart. Never had she imagined that a mere mortal could so profoundly shake the Taoist resolve of someone as elevated as herself. In half a month's time, I will pass through here again. I hope by then, you will have made the right choice, the Taoist woman said before leaving these parting words. I already said, Yi Qingqing began, but before she could finish, she turned around to find the woman had vanished without a trace, as though she had never been there. If it weren't for the jade slip left on the table, Yi Qingqing might have thought it was all just an illusion. Such extraordinary powers were proof enough that the woman was indeed a true master from a sacred land. As Yi Qingqing slowly opened the jade slip, her delicate features grew serious. It was a transcendent cultivation technique, and just one glance made her feel as though she were standing in a celestial realm. Her entire being became clear and radiant, as if she were on the verge of ascending. Without realizing it, she began to follow the flow of the technique, discovering that it fit her perfectly, as though it had been tailored specifically for her. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the great wilderness secret realm, boom, a fist as heavy as a mountain exploded, sending over a dozen disciples from the Eastern Academy flying. Too weak. A tall and commanding man clad in a black dragon robe strode forward, looking down with disdain at the Eastern Academy disciples coughing up blood on the ground. Isn't your martial academy supposed to produce elites? And yet, all I see are worthless trash. Western Chu's glory fades with each passing year. Besides Mu Jingxin, you're nothing but a swarm of ants. Years ago, our great Chu annihilated 100,000 of your northern Yin troops in a single battle. Have you already forgotten? Hong Tiandu struggled to stand, roaring in defiance. Boom. The man in the black dragon robe stomped on Hong Tiandu's head, sneering coldly. That was the work of Mu Jingxin alone. What does it have to do with you pathetic weaklings? Surrender and lead us to the land of martial spirits, or die where you stand. Another northern Yin warrior barked harshly. You want to use us as cannon fodder? Dream on. Hong Tiandu spat blood as he roared in fury. Useless scum like you are a waste of spiritual energy even while alive. Being cannon fodder is a blessing for you. Perhaps when your nation falls, we might spare your families. Without Mu Jingxin, no one can save you. Great Chu may be weak, but we still have our pride. We'll die before we surrender. Kill us if you must, but our senior brother will never let you go. The Eastern Academy disciples stood firm, their resolve unyielding. Senior brother? That's Su Chen? He's nothing. The Northern Yin prince's eyes turned icy as he sneered. Dare to oppose me, and I'll ensure he disappears without a trace. And who do you think you are? A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. Who's there? The Northern Yin warriors turned in alarm, only to see a streak of golden light charging toward them like a rampaging dragon, faster than lightning. Senior brother. Hong Tiandu looked up in surprise and delight. The figure appeared before them in an instant. His long hair billowed in the wind. His eyes shone like stars, and his entire being radiated an overwhelming aura of power, like a young grandmaster. So, you're Su Chen? The Northern Yin prince turned to appraise him, only to scoff when he realized Su Chen was merely at the third level of the Xuanwu realm, even weaker than Hong Tiandu. I'm your worst nightmare, Su Chen said coldly. How dare you? Insolent fool. To insult the third prince is to court death. The Northern Yin warriors erupted in fury, unleashing fierce energy as they charged towards Su Chen. Don't kill him outright, the Northern Yin prince said with a cruel smirk. I want to take my time breaking him. Rest assured, your highness. Crushing him is as simple as flipping a hand, said one of the Northern Yin warriors, an expert at the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm. He reached out with a massive hand, summoning waves of energy that twisted and fractured the very air around them. Get lost. Su Chen roared, and a black sun seemed to rise from within him, its power overwhelming. Ancient runes surged to life, unleashing a destructive force that instantly shattered the warrior's energy attack and continued to strike him heated. Boom! The Northern Yin warrior let out a blood-curdling scream as his body exploded, scattering limbs and debris in all directions. Between heaven and earth, the air was thick with blood and carnage, the stench of iron mingling with the storm of slaughter. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The North Yin warrior, who had reached the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm, now lay lifeless in a pool of blood. None of the onlookers had even managed to discern how Su Chen had struck. His lethal, decisive blow left everyone present in utter shock. How dare you kill a man of great yin? Su Chen, you must have a death wish. The other North Yin warriors snapped back to their senses and erupted in fury. No matter your background, opposing great yin only leads to one in death, and your entire family will share your fate. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful surge of energy erupted from their bodies as they glared at Su Chen like enraged beasts ready to pounce. Hold it! The North Yin prince strode forward, towering over Su Chen with a commanding presence, his gaze filled with disdain. For someone at the third level of the Xuanwu realm, your abilities are remarkable. Kneel and swear allegiance to me, and I may spare your life. Serve as my follower, and you might even rise to the rank of a lord in the future. From the rear, Hong Tiandu and the others watched with cold, mocking smiles. The North Yin prince, with his exceptional talent, cultivation, and noble status, was indeed an extraordinary figure, perhaps even surpassing Lin Jianqing. But to think he could subjugate Su Chen? Pure delusion. When Su Chen had first entered the martial academy, he had fearlessly crushed the Western Academy and stood against Lin Jianqing. For the sake of a woman, he had defied royal threats and dared to challenge the rulers of the land. A prodigy like him would never bow to anyone. A warrior's dignity cannot be tarnished. A North Yin warrior shouted sternly. Boy, for killing a man of great yin, you must pay with your life. Kneel and pledge loyalty to the prince. This is your only chance to live, and the greatest fortune you could hope for. Ha ha ha. Su Chen let out a scornful laugh. Haven't you woken up yet? From now on, it's you who will die. The North Yin warriors were momentarily stunned before their rage erupted. They were the finest martial talents cultivated by the great Yin kingdom, chosen through rigorous selection, possessing profound strength and solid foundations. Any one of them would be a standout figure in the declining Chu kingdom. Yet here was a mere boy at the third level of the Xuanwu realm, daring to speak so arrogantly. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. The North Yin prince's face turned cold, his eyes filled with malice. From the moment of his birth, he had been adorned with the status of a prince and the aura of a prodigy. Wherever he went, others bowed in reverence. No one had ever dared defy his will. Kill him. At the prince's command, the North Yin warriors unleashed a murderous aura and charged at Su Chen with devastating force. Their cultivation levels were at the 8th or 9th tier of the Xuanwu realm, each wielding powerful heaven-grade martial techniques. Their combined assault was as ferocious as a pack of wolves or tigers, their momentum overwhelming. Roar. Howl. In an instant, it was as if a tide of feral beasts had surged forward, endless and unstoppable, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Petty tricks. Su Chen exclaimed coldly. His blood surged, and mysterious runes shimmered like scales across his back, transforming into a colossal dragon that dominated the heavens and earth. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the skies, its might shaking the heavens and earth, rendering all creation pale in comparison. The wolves and tigers disintegrated instantly, as though they had encountered their natural predator. What? The North Yin warriors were horrified as they felt the innate suppression emanating from Su Chen's bloodline. Their own blood surged uncontrollably, as if boiling. His bloodline is too powerful. Is it the bloodline of a heavenly dragon? Ordinary attacks won't work on him. Deploy the Skynet and take him down. Exchanging glances, several North Yin warriors retreated a step and simultaneously hurled chains of dark gold. These finely crafted spiritual tools, adorned with barbs and etched with glowing runes, radiated sharp, cutting energy as they wove into a massive net aimed to entrap Su Chen from all directions. The North Yin Skynet was a formidable weapon for battle formations, its power immense. When wielded by the combined efforts of these North Yin prodigies, it could even slay a heaven martial realm expert. Clang, clang, clang. But as the chains coiled around Su Chen, they failed to entangle or crush him. Instead, they sparked violently, producing a cacophony of clashing metal. The golden dragon coiled protectively around Su Chen, forming what resembled an impenetrable suit of dragon-scale armor. It was indestructible. The Prince of Northern Yin witnessed the scene, his brows furrowed tightly. The sheer physical strength displayed by Su Chen far exceeded his expectations, igniting a surge of anger within him. In that case, I shall personally take your life. With a cold shout, he leaped into the air. In an instant, purple lightning danced wildly across the void. The aura of the Northern Yin Prince surged dramatically, and behind him appeared the phantom of a massive purple-gold serpent. The serpent opened its blood-red maw, spewing endless lightning that shattered the surrounding space. Amid the humming sounds, the purple-gold serpent transformed into a treasure bow that fell into his hands. He pulled the bowstring sharply, and countless bolts of purple lightning converged in a flash, forming a single purple-gold thunderbolt arrow. A supreme spiritual weapon? Hong Tiandu and the others were stunned, sensing the sudden surge of killing intent in the air as they stared at the Northern Yin Prince in disbelief. The power of a supreme spiritual weapon was extraordinary, typically wielded only by experts of the heavenly martial realm. Yet now, the purple-gold treasure bow seemed intrinsically connected to the prince's very bloodline, as if they were one and the same. The thunderbolt arrow radiated a terrifying aura capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. Perish! With a fierce cry, the prince released the thunderbolt arrow. It tore through the air with unstoppable force, appearing as though it would pierce a massive hole in the firmament itself. Oh! Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly as he swept his eyes over the scene. Casually extending his hand, an infinite surge of abyssal chi condensed into a massive, dragon-like dark arrow. The two arrows collided, unleashing a deafening explosion. The thunderbolt arrow's power was violent and overwhelming, but the dark arrow carried a force that seemed to erode and dismantle all it touched. Its boundless momentum relentlessly dispersed the thunderbolt's energy. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, creating a vast vacuum in the battlefield. The surrounding forests, mountains, and rocks were instantly reduced to dust. What? The Northern Yin Prince descended slowly, his blood churning. In stark contrast, Su Chen remained in his stance, unfazed, as if he were an unyielding guardian standing firm. Impossible. What kind of monster is this man? The prince's face twisted in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone could withstand the might of a supreme, spiritual weapon. An impressive treasure, but it's wasted in your hands. You should hand it over to me. With a cold shout, Su Chen unleashed a sharp, overwhelming sword aura. The endless abyssal chi transformed into tens of thousands of sword energies, forming a black storm of blades that instantly shattered the binding chains around him. Retreat. Quickly, the Northern Yin warriors cried out in terror. Only now did they realize that Su Chen had not been fighting at full strength earlier. Now, with his sword aura unleashed, he resembled a primordial beast, ripping everything apart. But it was too late. With a single stride, Su Chen entered a realm of draconic and tiger-like dominance. The storm of raging sword energy swept past the warriors. In mere moments, their bodies were torn to shreds, reduced to lifeless fragments before they could even scream. The once arrogant Northern Yin Prince was utterly stunned. To him, Su Chen no longer appeared human but a terrifying ancient beast from the wilderness, shrouded in boundless killing intent. Just as he prepared to draw his bow again, Su Chen moved like lightning, appearing right before him. With a crack, Su Chen snapped the prince's wrist with one hand and gripped his throat with the other, lifting him off the ground. "Guh, I am the Prince of Northern Yin. You cannot." The prince's face turned crimson, his eyes bulging as he struggled to threaten Su Chen under the looming shadow of death. "Oomph!" Su Chen let out a cold snort and crushed the prince's neck effortlessly. A green-gold flame rose in his palm, reducing the prince's body to ashes. Behind him, Hong Tiandu and the others stood frozen in shock. They had thought Su Chen might barely manage to hold his own against the prince and his warriors. Never had they imagined he possessed such overwhelming power, annihilating them all with a mere flip of his hand. Such dominance was something even Lin Jianqing, let alone others, might struggle to achieve. Senior brother is truly a divine being. This was the singular thought in the hearts of every Eastern Academy disciple at that moment. As the body of the Prince of Northern Yin turned to ashes and silence enveloped the scene, the abandoned purple-gold longbow suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning. A phantom-like purple-gold giant serpent emerged from the bow, attempting to escape into the distance. A weapon spirit has been born? A flicker of delight crossed Su Chen's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. You're not going anywhere. With a swift motion, his hand reached out into the air like a dragon's claw, instantly capturing the purple-gold serpent. Examining the treasured bow closely, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. It was crafted from the spine and sinews of a purple lightning, thunder-scaled python, with even its soul sealed within. The craftsmen of Northern Yen are truly skilled. As someone well-versed in alchemy and craftsmanship, Su Chen understood that ordinary spiritual weapons could not give birth to weapon spirits. Such phenomena were exclusive to the tools of grandmasters. A weapon with a spirit not only possessed enhanced power, but also held the potential for independent growth. The purple-gold serpent struggled fiercely, its forked tongue flicking and lightning crackling around its body, its eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Ha, in my hands, you'd best behave." Su Chen chuckled lightly, releasing an overwhelming dragon's aura. The soul of the purple lightning thunder-scaled python immediately coiled into a trembling mass, shivering in fear despite being an ancient exotic beast. It was as insignificant as a firefly before the bloodline of a true dragon. Without hesitation, Su Chen performed a blood recognition ritual, binding the bow to himself and refining it into his dantian. At that moment, Hong Tiandu and the others staggered over, their bodies battered and bruised. They bowed to him in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving our lives." Su Chen nodded faintly. After surveying the surroundings, he asked, "Where are the others?" Warriors from various nations suddenly appeared. "We were overwhelmed and had to scatter to escape. Wu Song and others have been captured, and the rest are likely in grave danger," Hong Tiandu said sorrowfully. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. Hong Tiandu added, "Senior brother, they're capturing people everywhere. It must be to force their way into the land of fiendish calamity, using us as cannon fodder to scout the path." "The land of fiendish calamity?" Su Chen sneered. "They're courting death." That place was not only a deadly peril, but also his domain. Anyone who dared to trespass would pay with their life. If they're heading to the land of fiendish calamity, the surrounding area should be relatively safe. "You all stay here," Su Chen instructed. By now, the time for the great wilderness secret realm to remain open was already more than halfway through, and warriors from all nations were undoubtedly converging on the land of fiendish calamity. "Senior brother, are you going there alone?" Hong Tiandu asked with concern. The number of warriors from various nations was vast, and their strength formidable. The Prince of Northern Yen was just one among them who knew how many even more powerful individuals were lurking. Since they've dared to come, they shouldn't expect to leave. No matter what, Su Chen was determined to go to the land of fiendish calamity. He had to rescue the disciples of the Eastern Academy, eliminate the people of Northern Yen, and confront those from the Deluo dynasty. As they watched Su Chen depart, the group couldn't help but sigh. Hong Tiandu looked around at the others and said firmly, "Don't lose heart. While they're all focused on the land of fiendish calamity, we must take this opportunity to gather treasures and improve our strength. Even if we can't help senior brother now, we must at least stop being a burden. And I believe that under senior brother's leadership, the Eastern Academy will undoubtedly rise to prominence." "That's right. With senior brother, the Eastern Academy is destined to rise." The group echoed, their spirits reignited. Just as Su Chen had anticipated, after extracting information about the great wilderness secret realm from the disciples of the Martial Academy, warriors from various nations forced them toward the land of fiendish calamity. By the time Lin Jianqing and the others arrived at the Two Realms Mountain, they were already too late. The battlefield reeked of blood, and the disciples of the Western Academy stood in a daze amidst the chaos. Su Chen's figure had long vanished, leaving behind only a few disciples who had barely escaped death to bring back even more despairing news. Martial artists from various nations were converging on this location. "Damn it! It's all because of that bastard Su Chen." Wang Lin pounded the ground furiously, his twisted face filled with venom and fear. He must have gotten wind of this and fled long ago. Lin Jianqing's vulture-like expression was etched with resentment. This expedition into the great wilderness secret realm was supposed to be his moment to rise to fame across the 8 wastelands, but instead, he had been defeated in a single strike, his dignity utterly shattered. And now, he couldn't even find a target to unleash his fury upon. "Senior brother, the people of the Deluo dynasty are almost at Two Realms Mountain," a trembling disciple reported. "Damn it, let's fight them to the death. Better to die standing than live kneeling." A few hot-blooded young men cupped their fists, requesting permission to battle from Lin Jianqing. But Lin Jianqing's face remained dark. "The martial artists from the various nations are too powerful. We can't fight them, heathen." His words sent a chill through the gathered disciples. Was this really the once proud and spirited senior brother they knew? As despair gripped the group, Wang Lin's gaze shifted to the misty void behind them. "Cousin, we have only one path left." The land of fiendish arms? The disciples' faces turned pale. That place was a horrifying death trap. Wang Lin quickly urged, if senior brother can obtain an ancient weapon from there, we can break through the encirclement. A glint appeared in Lin Jianqing's eyes. He had considered this idea before, but his earlier defeat had shaken his confidence. Now, with these disciples as cannon fodder, the disciples fell into silence. They understood they were nothing more than sacrificial pawns. I refuse to go. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and protested. How dare you? Wang Lin shouted angrily. Do you dare defy senior brother's orders? Senior brother doesn't even dare lead us in a breakout, yet he wants us to go die for him, a disciple retorted, glaring with defiance. Silence. Lin Jianqing suddenly erupted, his immense aura enveloping the crowd. He swept his cold gaze across them. This is our only chance. Anyone who disobeys is betraying the Western Academy, and I have the authority to execute traitors. The disciples trembled all over. They finally saw Lin Jianqing's true colors, a man who would sacrifice his comrades' lives to save his own. They couldn't help but think of the Eastern Academy's senior brother, who had risked his life alone to save his fellow disciples. Compared to him, the contrast was nothing short of ironic. A saint never dies. They only send others to their deaths. One disciple let out a bitter, mocking laugh. Lin Jianqing's eyes turned icy. His sword flashed, blood sprayed, and the head of the defiant disciple rolled to the ground. Warm blood splattered onto the faces of the others. Each of them felt as though they had fallen into an icy abyss, the cold terror spreading deep into their hearts. Before long, the area beneath the Two Worlds mountain was abuzz with activity. Warriors from various nations escorted a large number of captives from the martial academy, arriving one after another. Among them, the 10-member team from the Deluo dynasty drew the most attention. Although they had anticipated this, the sight of the Deluo dynasty's people still caused dozens of warriors from Nanyu, Dongli, and Beiyin to unconsciously gather together, their eyes filled with wariness and apprehension. Since everyone is here, let's head in together. Wang Ying from the Deluo dynasty said, scanning the crowd with a faint smile on his lips. Why should we go in together? Treasures and opportunities should be claimed by one's own skill. Exactly. You don't even have a single expendable scout to lead the way. Why should we travel with you? The warriors from the three nations spoke up one after another, their voices filled with defiance. Why? A warrior from the Deluo dynasty looked down coldly at the crowd. Because we are from the Deluo dynasty. Who dares to defy us? What arrogance! The Huanglong domain is not owned by your dynasty alone. What makes Deluo so domineering? The warriors from the other nations retorted angrily. As the chosen elites of their respective countries, each was proud and self-assured, unwilling to tolerate any belittlement. Silence. Ruancheng, the leader of the Nanyu group, suddenly called out in a low voice. That man is Su Chen, one of the top prodigies of the Deluo dynasty. He has slain a Tianwu realm warrior while still in the Xuanwu realm. Do not act recklessly. His eyes were filled with caution. What? A Xuanwu realm warrior killing someone in the Tianwu realm? The news was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. A Tianwu realm warrior, capable of merging with the heavens and soaring through the skies, was worlds apart from those in the Xuanwu realm. Such a feat was unheard of in the history of the three nations. Just as the crowd was reeling from shock, two more terrifying auras suddenly erupted. Su Ming stepped forward, his body surrounded by flickering runes that summoned raging lightning from the skies. Beside him, a cold and stunning woman holding a battle blade sweeping radiated a chilling, killing intent. Enough talk. Let's subdue them first and use them as cannon fodder to scout the way, Su Ming declared. The warriors from the other nations turned pale. Su Ming, Xuebing, and Luo Chun were known as the three strongest of the Deluo dynasty's current generation, each with records of slaying Tianwu realm warriors despite being at a lower realm. Although the most gifted Su Chen had joined the Shinin sect, the trio's reputation remained undiminished. The other 7 members of their team were also top-tier experts, capable of rivaling Tianwu realm warriors. After a brief discussion, the leaders of the three nations reluctantly chose to compromise. They understood that even if they joined forces, their chances of victory were slim at best. At least you know your place, Su Ming said, withdrawing his oppressive aura. Even the bloodthirsty Xuebing reluctantly reined in her killing intent. Keeping these people alive as scouts was more practical than an all-out fight at the moment. With varied thoughts, the group crossed the Two Worlds mountain and entered the hazy, folded space beyond. This realm, though seemingly not vast, resembled an enormous labyrinth. It was perilously easy to lose one's way, with spatial cracks frequently appearing, threatening to devour everything around them. You, go first, Song Yuan, the leader of Dongli, commanded, pointing at a disciple from the Western Academy. The disciple from the Western Academy stepped forward nervously, his entire body trembling. Behind him, a few hundred feet away, warriors from various nations were escorting a large group of captives, moving slowly. Suddenly, the void tore apart. A massive spatial rift opened like the gaping maw of an ancient beast, instantly devouring everything in its path. The Western Academy disciple, who was scouting ahead, didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to shattered bones and blood with a sickening splat. The horrifying scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. Even the martial prodigies from various nations turned pale, fear flashing in their eyes. As for the captives, they were trembling uncontrollably, many collapsing in terror, some losing control of their bodily functions on the spot. You next. Jiang Bin, the leader of the northern Yin kingdom, coldly pointed at a female disciple. Please, spare me. The female disciple from the Western Academy turned pale and begged desperately. But her pleas were met with merciless punches and kicks. Overwhelmed by pain, she fled in panic. Running? Courting death. Jiang Bin sneered coldly, summoning a golden chain. The chain extended hundreds of feet like a divine binding rope, capturing the fleeing disciple firmly. With a hand gesture from Jiang Bin, the chain began to tighten, its sharp spikes digging deeply into her flesh. Her piercing screams echoed as she was suspended in midair, her body contorting grotesquely under the pressure of the chain. Jiang Bin's eyes glimmered with cruelty as he continued to tighten the chain, slowly tearing her body and head apart. The gruesome scene filled the other captives with both anger and terror. Their faces turned ashen, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Keep running. I have plenty of ways to make your deaths even more agonizing. Jiang Bin retracted the blood-soaked chain, his vicious gaze sweeping over the crowd. Despair engulfed everyone. To stay put meant death, but to run invited a torturous demise. Compared to this, being instantly obliterated by the spatial rift almost seemed merciful. Under the brutal coercion of the warriors from various nations, the desperate disciples of the martial academy were forced to step forward one by one, marching to their deaths. Soon, a young girl from the Eastern Academy, barely 13 or 14 years old, was chosen. The innocent-looking girl stood frozen in terror. Little junior sister, I'll go first. Wu Tsong stepped forward, charging to the front before the warriors could react. Senior brother Wu Tsong. The disciples of the Eastern Academy burst into tears at this sight. Such touching camaraderie. Don't worry. You'll all reunite down there soon enough. Move. The heartless warriors lashed their whips, striking anyone who didn't move fast enough. Wu Tsong, honest and loyal, knew he was marching to his death, but still chose to buy a sliver of hope for his brothers and sisters behind him. When the spatial rift appeared again, he stopped, turning back to face his fellow disciples from the Eastern Academy. Hold on. There's still hope. Senior brother will come to save you. With one final roar, he was engulfed by the spatial rift, leaving behind only shattered remains and a pool of blood. Senior brother Wu Tsong. The disciples of the Eastern Academy cried uncontrollably, but Wu Tsong's words kindled a faint hope in their hearts. In contrast, the disciples of the Western Academy remained despondent. Where was their senior brother? The Eastern Academy's senior brother? You mean that Su Chen? Even Lin Jianxing couldn't last a single move against Su Ming. What could he possibly do? Wang Ying of the great Luo dynasty scoffed. Su Ming, they're talking about that Su Chen, your family's outcast, right? I heard he was exiled for trying to defile Su Qingxue. Has he really risen from the ashes? Luo Chen asked with a faint smile. Indeed. One of my tasks on this trip is to eliminate him, Su Ming replied with a nod. But opportunities take precedence. Killing him is as easy as snapping a leaf. Let him live a while longer. At the foot of the Two Realms mountain, Su Chen arrived in haste. Noticing the chaotic footprints on the ground, he didn't hesitate and rushed straight in. I hope I'm not too late. Within the folded space, desolation stretched endlessly. Su Chen moved cautiously through the chaos, surrounded by a misty, directionless sky. Even his once proud spiritual power was severely restricted here, unable to extend far. Suddenly, a deafening crack shattered the silence. Ahead, the void fractured, and a massive fissure rapidly expanded to over 100 feet wide. The destructive force emanating from it made Su Chen, despite his formidable dragon physique, feel a chill down his spine. In the nick of time, he willed himself into the burial heaven realm. Buzz. The ring that housed the burial heaven realm was instantly swallowed by the spatial rift, yet the ring, forged from mysterious divine metal, remained unscathed. Even the destructive force of the spatial rift left no mark on it. When the external destructive waves subsided, Su Chen reappeared, now standing in a completely different world. Thankfully, this folded space was compressed by the energy of the burial heaven realm, Su Chen thought with relief. If it had been the power of this great world, even the burial heaven ring's durability wouldn't have saved it from being dragged into the world fissure or a temporal storm. With this experience in mind, Su Chen quickened his pace, navigating through the layers of folded space. As he ventured deeper, the aura of murderous intent grew more intense. Suddenly, a horrifying scene of bloodstains came into view. Scattered all around were severed limbs, broken bones, and fragments of various objects. Using living people as cannon fodder to pave the way, Su Chen clenched his fists, anger surging within him. Though he didn't consider himself a righteous hero, he could never condone such wanton disregard for human life. Following the bloodstained trail, Su Chen pressed on. The path ahead was paved with blood and corpses, a chilling sight. Among the dead were disciples from both the Western and Eastern academies. It was then that a fragment of a token caught his attention. That familiar aura, it was the disciple token of Wu Tsong. Su Chen's heart tightened as the image of a loyal, honest-faced man, always respectful towards him, flashed through his mind. Now, all that remained was this broken token and a pool of blood. Wu Tsong, rest in peace. I will avenge you. Su Chen vowed, building a small grave with his own hands and burying the token fragment within. The usual warmth in his expression had frozen into a cold, unyielding resolve. Suddenly, a powerful spatial wave swept through, stripping everyone of control over their bodies. The world spun violently. After passing through countless corpses, the group finally arrived at the legendary land of murderous intent. This place resembled the edge of the world. Violent gales, infused with chaotic murderous energy, ravaged the land, plunging it into utter disarray. Towering mountains had long been reduced to sand, and ruins littered the area like remnants of an ancient, forgotten graveyard. The deeper they ventured, the more ferocious the gales and chaotic currents became, capable of easily shredding gold and stone. The terrifying murderous energy not only corroded the flesh but also eroded the soul. Before long, some individuals collapsed, their eyes bloodshot as they writhed on the ground in agony. Luo Chun and Su Ming exchanged grave looks. Look over there. What is that? At the edge of their vision, two colossal peaks pierced the clouds, exuding an ancient, primordial aura. As the chaotic mist cleared slightly, everyone realized those were no mountains. They were a massive, jet-black bone spear and a giant sword. These two immense weapons, glimmering like black divine jade, radiated an aura seemingly from the primordial era, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. Such enormous weapons. Could they be the battle relics of ancient gods and demons? Luo Chen stammered, his voice trembling with awe. The fact that even such powerful weapons were not spared from erosion and decay spoke volumes about the unstoppable might of time itself. Without a colossal divine body, it would be near impossible to control this battlefield. As everyone's thoughts churned, an overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth, suffocating and oppressive. In the valley beneath two massive ancient weapons, spears stood like a forest and swords amassed like a sea. Everywhere the eye could see was densely packed with weapons, some forged from stone and bone. Despite their age, mysterious runes still shimmered faintly on their surfaces, exuding an undying sharpness. This was no ordinary valley. It was clearly a burial ground for ancient weapons. Each weapon held power far surpassing the finest spiritual artifacts, and their sheer numbers were beyond comprehension. As the weapon energy swept across, one could almost glimpse a grand scene from the ancient era, where countless mighty warriors formed battle formations, as if celestial armies had descended upon the world. Could this be the legendary ancient battlefield? Someone murmured, their heart pounding wildly with excitement. Though they had mentally prepared themselves, witnessing it with their own eyes was still utterly overwhelming. Any one of these weapons could dominate a Tianwu realm expert, and some even retain traces of divine energy. If one could gain control of such a weapon, they could easily reign supreme over the world. What was even more enticing was the possibility that some of these weapons might contain the martial legacy of supreme experts. This land of weapon energy was undoubtedly a treasure trove that could drive the entire world mad. To think that such a priceless treasure is hidden in the small land of Western Chu. Pity the Chu people are too weak to claim it. Luo Chen thought to himself. If my Luo dynasty obtained this treasure, we could rise to unmatched heights and rival the sacred lands of martial arts. Greed ignited in everyone's eyes, like starving beasts spotting prey. Ruan Cheng, Song Yuan, and the other warriors from the three kingdoms immediately distanced themselves from the people of the Luo dynasty, warily saying, the treasure lies ahead. Let's rely on our own skills to claim it. Xue Bing's eyes gleamed with icy light, her killing intent surging. Luo Chen advised, the weapon energy here is intense. Just resisting it requires immense focus. If we fight now, the outcome is uncertain. Then these Chu ants are of no use, are they? Xue Bing's gaze shifted to the trembling disciples of the martial academy, her murderous intent nearly erupting. Do as you please, Luo Chen replied with a faint smile. Xue Bing immediately drew her blade, licking her crimson lips like a bloodthirsty beast. The Western Academy disciples, hiding on the outskirts of the weapon energy field, turned to Lin Jianqing. Senior brother, should we help them? Are you blind? Look how many of them there are. Going out would be suicide. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Wang Lin snapped angrily. Lin Jianqing's eyes were filled with resentment, but he held back. Though he had arrived here first, he had yet to gain control of any weapon. Over 100 Western Academy disciples had already perished in this twisted space. If you want to survive, help me claim a weapon. Only then can we fight our way out and avenge our junior brothers and sisters. Lin Jianqing's gaze was as venomous as a snake's. Ever since being gravely injured by Su Ming, he had become increasingly deranged, cruel, and selfish. The remaining Western Academy disciples dared not resist and could only watch helplessly as Shui Bing approached the unarmed Martial Academy disciples, her blade in hand and a twisted grin on her face. Let's start with you. Shui Bing grabbed the Eastern Academy girl whom Wu Song had saved earlier. She dragged the blade across the girl's face, the sharp edge grazing her skin. You witch! Senior brother will avenge us. The girl shouted in defiance, her voice trembling with both fear and anger. Heh. Shui Bing sneered disdainfully, her eyes turning icy. Even if he comes, they'll kill him just the same. With that, she raised her blade to strike. Boom. A golden figure shot forward like a dragon, skimming the ground. With a deafening clang, a golden fist, carrying the force of a raging storm, slammed into the blade, unleashing an immense wave of power. Huh. Caught off guard, Shui Bing was sent flying back with her blade, her face contorted in shock and fury. She looked up to see a young man striding forward, his killing intent even more intense than hers, his aura surging like a feral dragon. Senior brother, Su Chen. The disciples of both the Eastern and Western academies cried out in unison. Beyond the ominous land of war, fierce winds howled, faintly accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. This sudden and extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens and earth caused the geniuses of various nations to change their expressions, their gazes fixed intently on the center of the anomaly. A figure draped in purple stood proudly. Though young, the person exuded an extraordinary presence. The purple martial arts attire accentuated an innate air of nobility, while the sharpness in their eyes carried a hint of ethereal detachment. The faint, wicked smile at the corner of their lips added an air of unfathomable depth. Oh, isn't this my cousin Su Chen? It's been a while. I must say, your dear elder brother has truly missed you. Su Ming stepped forward leisurely, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. This scene left the geniuses from the other three nations secretly astonished. Could it be that the senior disciple of Shichu Martial Academy was actually a cousin of Su Ming from the Su family of the Daluo dynasty? Yet the tension between the two felt more like that of rivals meeting again. Su Chen, upon seeing your elder cousins, shouldn't you come forward and pay your respects? Su Can and Su Yang appeared soon after, looking down at Su Chen with contempt. Once, they had bowed and scraped before this young master of the Su family, but now they sought to humiliate him with the confidence of victors. So it's you three opportunists basking in borrowed glory. Some things never change, do they? Su Chen's voice was eerily calm. I'm here to kill. Each word dripped with icy killing intent and disdain. Even though Su Ming and the others were among the top talents of the Daluo dynasty, in Su Chen's prime, they had been nothing but defeated foes under his hand. How could I forget? Cousin Su Chen is now the top disciple of Shichu Martial Academy. Su Ming sneered mockingly. Discarded failure, stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the family, has somehow become Zika's prized student. It only proves that ants flock together, and trash seeks its own kind. Otherwise, how could they stoop to using you as cannon fodder? Outraged by the insult to their senior brother, the disciples of the Eastern Academy burst out in protest, only to be silenced by a sharp rebuke from Su Can. A bunch of cannon fodder. What right do you have to speak here? Let it go. Arguing with the likes of the doomed is meaningless, Su Chen calmly reassured his disciples. Yet everyone could see that as Su Chen's carefree demeanor faded and his gaze grew increasingly sharp, a storm was on the horizon. A stray dog dares to spout such arrogance. Su Ming and Su Yang shouted angrily. With your ignorance and stupidity, how dare you covet our cousin Su Qingxue? Do you even deserve her? Their words drew sneers from the other geniuses present. Someone remarked, Su Qingxue is a top disciple of the Xianyin sect, with peerless beauty and an ethereal grace. How could a toad dream of touching her? As Su Can's fury surged, flames erupting around him, a blade of piercing energy suddenly shot towards Su Chen. I've already made it clear the lives of these Shichu ants are mine, including Su Chen's. A cold and bloodthirsty voice rang out as Shui Bing charged forward with her blade. The humiliation of being struck down by Su Chen earlier was something she intended to wash away with blood. Ah, so the people of Daluo weren't invited by Su Chen. They're his enemies. This time, he's doomed for sure. Wang Lin, hiding on the outskirts of the battlefield filled with murderous energy, witnessed the scene with a flash of venomous hatred in his eyes, yet was overjoyed. Lin Jianqing also let out a cold snort, full of disdain. In their view, even if Xuebing and Su Ming were evenly matched in strength, since Xuebing had already been defeated by Su Ming, Su Chen was surely doomed. Xuebing's aura of blade intent surged dramatically, and countless blade energies swept through the air like a violent storm. Wherever the blade energy passed, the void trembled, and all was annihilated. The terrifying power of this heaven-tier martial skill forced the surrounding talents from various nations to retreat, fearing they might be dragged into the chaos. In the blink of an eye, the storm of blade energy expanded to over 100 feet, reaching from earth to sky. Xuebing's eyes glowed crimson with intense killing intent. You little brat, thinking you can play savior? Know your limits. Die. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Su Chen didn't even glance at her. With a thunderous shout, an overwhelming surge of blood energy shot into the heavens, forming a colossal golden dragon coiled in the sky. As his punch struck forward, the world ahead seemed to collapse in an instant. Boom. Thunder roared, and runes exploded. The violent winds dissipated in an instant, and a golden, radiant fist imprint, like a divine dragon's claw, tore through the void. What? Xuebing's mocking smile froze on her face. In a panic, she hastily raised her blade to block. Crack. It was as though divine lightning had struck. The blade light shattered, and Xuebing was sent flying as if struck by a thunderbolt. The sight left the talents of various nations utterly stunned. One of the esteemed 3 heroes of Deluo, Xuebing, was defeated with a single punch? A martial artist at the 3rd level of the Xuanwu realm had completely overpowered someone at the 9th level. Even more shocking, Xuebing had initiated the attack, utilizing a heaven-tier martial skill, yet she was still no match. This guy's physical strength, it's like that of a young dragon, murmured the onlookers in disbelief. Isn't he the so-called disgraced waste cast out by the Su family? How could he be stronger than Xuebing? At that moment, Su Chen stood surrounded by a golden radiance, a giant dragon hovering above his head. His entire being exuded a fearsome and dominating aura, as though a true dragon had descended upon the world. Whoosh! Suddenly, Su Chen moved, still as a mountain when motionless, but as swift as thunder when in action. With a single step, he left behind afterimages, charging towards Su Chen like an unstoppable force. What do you want? Su Chen, who had been brimming with confidence moments earlier, now stammered in fear, clearly shaken by Xuebing's crushing defeat. Weren't you going to suppress me? Well, here I am. Su Chen's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He struck with a palm, shattering the void ahead. Su Chen, don't get too full of yourself. At the critical moment, Su Ming surged forward, wrapped in crackling lightning, meeting Su Chen's strike hidden. Crack. Lightning exploded, waves of destruction swept across, and everything was engulfed in blinding radiance. The terrifying shockwave, laced with deathly energy, left even the retreating martial artists from various nations trembling with fear. This feels like a battle between heaven-tier warriors, someone exclaimed in shock. Su Ming's strength is indeed above Xuebing's, but Su Chen is simply too monstrous. Could a 3rd-level Xuanwu realm martial artist really rival one of the 3 heroes of Deluo? As the blinding light faded, Su Ming staggered back over 10 steps, only managing to steady himself with the help of Su Yang. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood tall and unmoving, like a coiled dragon dominating the battlefield. How is this guy so strong? Lin Jianqing was the first to react, his face twisted with disbelief and resentment. He had been severely injured by a single palm strike from Su Ming, yet Su Ming had been overpowered by Su Chen. Did this mean he was 2 levels beneath Su Chen? Lin Jianqing, who had always prided himself on being a peerless genius, even believing himself to be a chosen one destined to conquer the world, found his confidence shattered. Since entering the great wilderness secret realm, he had been humiliated repeatedly. Being bested by the prodigies of the Deluo dynasty was one thing, but being crushed by his own peers from the martial academy was something he could not accept. Let's go. We're taking the battle weapon now. Lin Jianqing gritted his teeth, his face contorted with ferocity as he ordered the disciples of the Western Academy to set up a formation, slowly advancing toward the heart of the battlefield. He had come prepared to claim the battle weapon, relying on a formation personally created by his master, the head of the Western Academy, which could resist the corrosive energy of the murderous battlefield. This formation was Lin Jianqing's greatest trump card. The air was filled with an ominous tension as the wind howled and lightning roared. Under the flashes of electric light, everyone's faces turned pale as paper, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Su Chen's strength left everyone stunned. Despite being at the 3rd level of the Xuanwu realm, he unleashed an aura that rivaled the terrifying power of the Tianwu realm. The fact that the 3 prodigies of the Deluo family, renowned as the most outstanding talents of their generation, were continuously suppressed by this previously unknown figure spoke volumes. What would he become if he grew to the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm? Su Chen's talent might not be inferior to Su Qingshue's, someone murmured in awe. The Deluo Su family has produced so many brilliant martial artists of the same generation, yet they stand against each other. Is this a blessing or a curse? The faces of Su Ming and his two companions were ashen, especially Su Can, whose expression was so dark it seemed as if water might drip from it. The moment he was overwhelmed by Su Chen's aura was a humiliation he could hardly bear. At that moment, Luo Chan stepped forward. Once a refined and graceful young master, he now exuded a sharp and battle-hardened aura. His eyes burned with determination as he declared, "Brother Su Ming, I had no intention of interfering in your family's affairs, but if you need my help, I am willing to lend a hand." Luo Chun, a member of the Deluo royal family branch and the foremost of the Deluo three prodigies, had once been invited to join the Xianyin sect but had declined. Outwardly free-spirited, he was inwardly proud and ambitious, striving for the legendary martial arts sanctuaries. His name had long echoed throughout the Huanglong domain, earning him the title of a ancien millennium unparalleled genius. Family traitors, how shameful, Su Ming said with a respectful bow, hesitating slightly before adding. But this man has committed unforgivable crimes. I ask only that Brother Luo spare his life, so I can bring him back to the family for judgment. Su Ming's heart was ablaze with excitement. From their earlier exchanges, he was certain Su Chen had stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune, perhaps even possessed a royal bloodline. If he could seize this bloodline as Su Qingxue had, he might gain the opportunity to join the great sects or even the legendary sanctuaries of the world. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Very well. Subduing him will take no more than a flick of the wrist. Brother Su Chen, Luo Chen suddenly shifted his tone. Do you remember the Deluo twin stars? Though we never met, I always considered you my rival. Unfortunately, you let yourself be held back by a woman. But now, you have broken free and risen again, catching up to me at last. This is my chance to resolve the regret I once felt. So, come at me with everything you've got. Boom. Luo Chun advanced step by step, his aura like a tidal wave, distorting the air around him. His gaze was domineering and sharp, exuding an unstoppable force of nature. If I decide to kill, not even heaven and earth can stop me, neither can you. Su Chen roared, his own overwhelming aura surging forth, his eyes blazing with a fierce killing intent. A fierce aura filled the air. Luo Chun let out a thunderous roar, his entire body radiating divine brilliance. With his hands forming intricate seals, his inner energy surged wildly, transforming into countless glowing runes that coalesced into a massive rune-formed divine mountain, crashing down towards Su Chen. Boom! The heavens seemed to split apart, and divine light poured forth. At that moment, Luo Chen appeared like a deity holding the universe in his grasp, his overwhelming presence shaking the earth and disrupting the balance of yin and yang. Everyone present felt as though the weight of the divine mountain was pressing down on them, suffocating their very breath. What kind of martial art is this? It's terrifying. Even with all my knowledge, I can't identify this technique. Luo Chen's power surpasses Su Ming and Xue Bing by several times. Truly a prodigy among men. The crowd quickly retreated. Yet the sheer force of the energy still left their internal organs churning. Even Su Ming's eyes flickered with jealousy. I had always known Luo Chen was formidable, but this was the first time he truly witnessed such overwhelming power. Roar! Suddenly, a resonant dragon's cry echoed across the sky. Su Chen rose abruptly, his inner energy erupting into a vast black ocean, within which a true dragon coiled and surged around a massive black sun that shot into the heavens. Anyone who stands in my way dies. With an earth-shaking shout, Su Chen threw a punch toward the heavens. In that instant, it felt as though the power of the entire world gathered at his fist, unleashing an unstoppable force of invincibility. Crack! The sky shattered as lightning tore through the heavens and storms raged. This single punch carried the power of a true dragon and the essence of decay, as if it intended to bury the very firmament. The fist collided with the rune-formed mountain, shattering the runes and dissipating the energy. With a resounding boom, Luo Chen's attack was completely dismantled, and the backlash forced him several steps back. Is that the black dragon of the Dead Seas? How could someone at the 3rd level of the Xuanwu realm summon the power of heaven and earth? Isn't this a feat reserved for martial grandmasters? The crowd was utterly stunned, unable to believe that Su Chen had reached such astonishing strength. This guy was still holding back. Su Can and Su Yang's faces turned pale, their eyes filled with both envy and fear. From defeating Xue Bing to overpowering Su Ming, and now standing toe-to-toe with Luo Chen, Su Chen's true strength remained a mystery. You actually broke my mountain seal. Luo Chen steadied himself, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Good. You did not disappoint me. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The fact that this punch failed to injure Luo Chen surprised him. Luo Chen's strength was indeed extraordinary, demanding his full attention. Whoosh! Luo Chen's energy flared again, rippling out like endless waves. His body emitted a radiant brilliance, as dazzling as the moonlight in the heavens. The moon rising over the sea. Truly worthy of being the strongest prodigy. So this is the power of the twin stars of Deluo. It's like witnessing the heroes of ancient times. Boom! Su Chen struck first, his momentum like a dragon surging out to sea, his fist cutting through the sky with unstoppable force. Good! Luo Chen roared, veins bulging across his body. With a massive seal in hand, he pushed forward, carrying the force of a boundless ocean. The ocean overturning seal. The moment Luo Chen unleashed this ancient technique, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. With a wave of his hand, he stirred the cosmos, summoning towering waves that clashed ferociously with Su Chen's fist imprint in midair. The collision of their powers was like rivers crashing together, generating thunderous roars as lightning split through the tsunami. Above the sky, a bright moon and a black sun collided violently, sending countless ripples through the void, which dissipated into nothingness. Amid this apocalyptic scene, a golden afterimage streaked across the heavens. Su Chen stepped forward with his profound footwork, his movements swift and fluid like a swimming dragon. He suddenly launched a ferocious sweeping kick, as fierce as a dragon's tail. Luo Chen's expression shifted, and he hastily changed his hand seals, countering with the mountain embrace seal. Boom! The void shattered once more, and the sheer force of Su Chen's kick sent Luo Chen flying. Yet Luo Chen's momentum remained undeterred. With a nimble flip in midair, he charged back into the fray, engaging Su Chen in an intense battle. The deafening sounds of their clashes echoed like thunder on a clear day, while a destructive storm raged across the battlefield. Luo Chen's movements were ethereal as he maneuvered through the air, while Su Chen fought like a ferocious tyrant, holding his ground in the void. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Not only was Su Chen able to match Luo Chen blow for blow, but his aura seemed to grow stronger with every exchange. Even the prodigies of the Deluo dynasty couldn't help but adopt a more humble demeanor, while Su Ming and his companions gritted their teeth in jealousy. After exchanging dozens of blows, the two combatants were forced apart, each retreating to opposite ends of the battlefield, their fighting spirit still burning fiercely. Luo Chen's gaze grew solemn. This was the first time he'd encountered such a formidable opponent. Yet his innate pride ignited a wild determination in his eyes. I have one final move. If you can withstand it, I will concede. Luo Chen clasped his hands into a seal, drawing a massive circular formation in the void. Boundless true energy erupted, distorting the fabric of reality. Even I cannot fully control this move. Life or death, it is up to fate. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the heaven-flipping seal. A mysterious force swept across the battlefield, causing everyone to feel disoriented as if the world itself were being turned upside down. Su Chen sensed the space around him being torn apart by an invisible power. Confronted with this deadly strike, his eyes gleamed brightly, and he unleashed a surge of burial sky true energy. Come, sword. Countless streams of true energy converged, forming a colossal dark divine sword before him. Desolate sword, Tao void cleaving tribulation light. The sword hummed with a sound that shook the heavens, its sharp radiance illuminating the cosmos. This strike carried an unparalleled might capable of shattering the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Both combatants roared simultaneously as the heaven-flipping seal clashed with the world-destroying sword light. Boom! The entire sky was torn apart, and terrifying beams of light pierced the earth, accompanied by raging thunder and unrelenting storms. As the blinding brilliance faded, Luo Chen was seen plummeting from the sky, his body drenched in blood, while Su Chen stood tall, surrounded by swirling sword energy. The outcome was clear. Victory belonged to Su Chen. Magnificent. Senior brother is invincible. The disciples of the Eastern Academy erupted in cheers, and even those from the Western Academy couldn't help but join in the applause. Su Chen's strength had surpassed everyone's expectations. He had defeated Xue Bing with a single punch, suppressed Su Ming with another, and now, even the peerless prodigy Luo Chen had fallen before him. At this moment, the prodigies from all nations, including those of the Deluo dynasty, gazed at Su Chen with awe and reverence. The arrogance and disdain in their eyes had vanished, for this man now stood at a height they could only look up to. Su Chen, who had once suffered the crippling loss of his cultivation and the stripping of his bloodline, now stood victorious over Luo Chen with overwhelming strength. This shocking scene left the gathered geniuses from various nations as if struck by lightning, their breathing growing labored. The legendary reputation of the Deluo twin stars was solidified through this battle. Either one of them could utterly crush these so-called geniuses, leaving them humiliated and defeated. The sheer disparity in power filled them with shame and despair. Su Ming and his companions fixed their eyes on Su Chen, their gazes brimming with jealousy and fear. They gritted their teeth in frustration, yet were utterly powerless. I lost. Luo Chen slowly got to his feet, lowering his head to glance at the vicious sword wound on his chest. As a prodigy of unparalleled talent, the bitterness of defeat was hard for him to swallow. Yet when he raised his eyes to look at Su Chen, the despair in his gaze gradually gave way to a glimmer of hope. Su Chen's past had been 100 times more miserable than his current plight, and yet Su Chen had still managed to rise against all odds. This realization reignited a fierce determination in Luo Chen's eyes. If he can emerge from the cocoon as a butterfly, why can't I? Luo Chen bowed deeply to Su Chen from afar before turning and walking away. Despite the desperate pleas of the Luo dynasty's people, who reminded him that treasures lay just ahead, he remained resolute. I've already lost. I have no face to stay here. Handle the rest yourselves. With that, he ascended into the sky and disappeared. Su Chen watched Luo Chen's retreating figure, silently admiring him. Among all the geniuses he had encountered, it was rare to see someone adjust their mindset so swiftly. Perhaps in the future, we will meet again in battle, Su Chen thought. In an instant, Su Chen's gaze shifted to Su Ming and his group, and a chilling killing intent filled the air once more. Under the cold, penetrating stare of his deep and icy eyes, Su Ming and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. In this critical moment, Su Ming hurriedly turned to Xuebing and the others for help. Everyone, lend me a hand to kill this man, and the Su family will reward you generously. Su Yang also hastily promised substantial rewards to the geniuses from the other three nations. Tempted by the allure of treasure, the geniuses from various nations quickly formed an alliance. Ruan Cheng, Song Yuan, and others tried to persuade Su Chen to back down. Even the disciples of the Eastern Academy anxiously urged their senior brother to retreat for the time being. You all leave first. The rest, I'll handle myself, Su Chen said coldly. I'll also give you all one chance hand over anyone who has spilled the blood of Eastern Academy disciples, and the rest of you can leave unharmed. Refuse and I won't spare you. These words plunged the scene into a deathly silence. Not only were the geniuses from the four nations stunned, but even the disciples of both the Eastern and Western academies were left speechless. For one man to challenge the geniuses of four nations, such audacity was truly astonishing. Luo Chen hovered effortlessly in midair, arriving at the Two Realms Mountain. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly despite the layers of spatial barriers. The sudden surge of immense energy was still unmistakably clear. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, he murmured, casting a cold smile toward the direction of the battlefield of bloodshed. The royal family would ultimately have to choose between Su Chen and Su Chen. The two had become mortal enemies, with no possibility of reconciliation. Though Su Chen was a renowned prodigy of her sect, celebrated far and wide, this encounter had unveiled to Luo Chen the terrifying power hidden within Su Chen. That aura, like an unfathomable black hole, would inevitably consume everything once unleashed. As for Su Ming and the others who overestimated their abilities, their fates seemed all but sealed. But none of this concerned him. His gaze remained fixed on the sacred land of martial arts. Shaking his head with a sigh, Luo Chen turned and drifted away like a wisp of wind. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield of bloodshed, a chilling atmosphere pervaded the air, thick enough to stifle one's breath. Over 100 geniuses from various nations stood ready, their eyes locked on Su Chen, who stood alone in defiance. Su Chen, don't get too arrogant, Ruan Cheng hissed, his eyes gleaming like those of a venomous snake. Young prodigies are as common as grains of sand, but only a few ever become true powerhouses. Most perish early, consumed by their hubris. Enough talk. If he wants to die, let's grant his wish. Song Yuan growled, his killing intent palpable, his eyes brimming with jealousy. Su Ming and his two allies observed silently, a flicker of satisfaction crossing their faces. They had initially worried that the geniuses from the other nations might remain bystanders. However, Su Chen's rampant disregard for them had unexpectedly united everyone against him. Oomph! You brought this on yourself, Su Chen sneered, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes. I hear the woman you married into the Yi family is quite the beauty. Don't worry, after you're dead, your dear cousin will make good use of her. Idiot! You talk too much. Su Chen, clearly fed up, shot him a cold glare. In an instant, an overwhelming dragon-like aura erupted from him. How dare you? Such audacity! The geniuses from various nations erupted in fury, unleashing their energy and showcasing their ultimate techniques. Even Su Ming and the other prodigies of the Luo dynasty refused to hold back, each eager to slay Su Chen and seize the treasures for themselves. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy surged skyward as dazzling divine light illuminated the void. Over a dozen attacks, as radiant as blazing suns. converged on Su Chen. Yet, amidst the relentless assault, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. With graceful steps, he transformed into a roaming dragon, effortlessly evading every strike. In the blink of an eye, he appeared among the crowd, his icy gaze locking onto Su Chen first. Su Chen, don't underestimate me, Su Chen roared, igniting his energy to unleash a fiery wave, setting the surroundings ablaze. Trash like you isn't even worth my notice, Su Chen replied coldly. The burial energy in his palm surged, forming a dark sword light that shattered Su Can's defenses with ease. In a flash, he closed the distance, gripping Su Can's head with one hand. A cyan lotus of flames blossomed in his palm, reducing Su Can to ashes in an instant. A prodigy of the Luo dynasty had been killed on the spot, leaving the geniuses from other nations deeply humiliated. This brat is far too arrogant, this is intolerable. Song Yuan and the others were seething with rage. Everyone, hold nothing back. If we don't kill him, none of us will survive. Su Ming shouted, his expression grim. The crowd was shaken, and they all unleashed their most powerful techniques. Su Chen, you beast. You killed my brother, I'll make you pay in blood. Su Yang, witnessing his brother's gruesome death, roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot with madness. You're nothing. You're next, Su Chen said coldly, his deathly gaze locking onto the pale-faced Su Yang. Die, Su Chen. Sensing danger, Su Ming hurriedly joined forces with Su Yang, unleashing a torrential burst of lightning that coalesced into a thunder spear aimed at Su Chen. This time, Su Chen, you won't get away with your tyranny. Ruan Cheng, Song Yuan, and the others charged in unison, unleashing a flurry of coordinated attacks that howled through the air toward him. The combined attacks of hundreds of people instantly wove into an impenetrable web of destruction, enveloping the space where Su Chen stood. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Su Chen stood firm, like an enraged dragon, showing not the slightest hint of retreat. Weaving through the onslaught with fluidity, Su Chen effortlessly dispersed the attacks with a mere flick of his hand. The strikes that managed to land on his dragon-like body seemed to have no effect whatsoever. He charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable, and with a single punch, sent Su Ming flying. Let me reunite you siblings. With a claw-like strike resembling a divine dragon's grasp, Su Chen tore through Su Yang's protective aura in an instant. The ferocity and terror on Su Yang's face, along with all her boundless resentment, vanished into nothingness under this powerful blow. As Su Chen claimed yet another life amidst the encirclement, the remaining prodigies from various nations were left utterly stunned. This opponent, as elusive as a phantom and as unyielding as an iron fortress, filled them with a profound sense of helplessness. Su Chen's unmatched agility, keen perception, and indestructible physical defense elevated him to a level they could only look up to in awe. Your turn. Su Chen's gaze locked onto Su Ming, who was still reeling from being knocked away. With a burst of energy like a thunderclap, he leapt forward, shattering the earth and sky in a devastating explosion that caused widespread destruction. At the critical moment, several Luo prodigies joined forces to barely withstand the fatal strike. Witnessing this, the other prodigies from various nations wore grim expressions. Ruan Cheng and Song Yuan exchanged glances, determination flashing in their eyes. We can't let him rampage any longer. We must kill him with a formation. The four symbols demon-slaying array is the most renowned. Let's use that. The prodigies quickly spread out, positioning themselves across the four cardinal directions, encircling Su Chen completely. Form the array in the East Azure Dragon rising from the sea. Su Ming and his group were the first to act, their combined energy forming a vast ocean. From within, a colossal azure dragon surged forth, coiled in the eastern sky, roaring toward the heavens. Form the array in the West White Tiger roaring to the skies. Form the array in the South Vermilion Bird blazing the heavens. Form the array in the North Black Tortoise stabilizing the void. The spectral forms of the four divine beasts took their places, radiating divine light and murderous intent. This was the legendary four symbols demon-slaying array, a formation known throughout the history of the Huanglong region for annihilating countless warlords and commanders over the centuries. Now, it was being wielded by the finest prodigies of various nations, each a prodigy of unparalleled talent and boundless resources. They had resolved to unleash the array's ultimate power, determined to destroy this young genius who stood so far above them. Boom! The spectral forms of the four divine beasts converged in the void, creating a formation that sealed off the heavens and earth. The skies darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared as the combined power of the four symbols erupted into a vortex of destruction, swirling violently around Su Chen. Crackle! Under this terrifying force, everything was obliterated, reduced to dust. The balance of yin and yang in the world was disrupted, and a murderous aura filled the air. The overwhelming power of the four symbols demon-suppressing formation loomed over the heavens, causing even the usually unshakable Su Chen to furrow his brows. This formation, renowned for hunting down enemy commanders, had never been breached. Su Chen's eyes sharpened as he surged into the sky, wielding an unstoppable sword force. A black sword light stretched across the heavens like a vast river, crashing into the barrier of the formation. Amid the deafening roar, runes shattered and cracks spread across the barrier, yet it remained unbroken. What's the use of being able to defeat us unknown? Against the four symbols demon-suppressing formation, trying to oppose the force of heaven and earth with mere human strength is like smashing an egg against a rock. The geniuses from various nations smirked in relief as they watched Su Chen trapped within. Fist strikes, sword lights, and palm imprints rained down on the barrier like a torrential storm. Though the cracks on the barrier widened, it still held firm. Amid the crackling sound of exploding runes, the entire formation barrier ignited and collapsed as if doused in boiling oil. Geniuses from various nations spat out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies flung through the air like broken kites. In that moment, it felt as though their very souls had been pierced by an invisible arrow, their internal power spiraling out of control, teetering on the brink of collapse. The invincible four symbols demon-suppressing array had been shattered by a single person. As shock rippled through the crowd, what was even harder to accept was the realization that they had become mere stepping stones for Su Chen's miraculous feat. Yet, at this moment, everyone's primary concern was, is Su Chen still alive? That devastating force was too terrifying. They had suffered severe injuries despite being outside the formation. Su Chen, trapped within its core, must have been obliterated, right? But as the storm of destruction gradually subsided, a blood-soaked figure stood tall like a guardian deity, radiating brilliance. He's alive. He's actually alive. Feeling Su Chen's life force, everyone was dumbfounded, overwhelmed with both shame and anger. The top talents of four nations had gathered, yet they couldn't even defeat one man. Su Chen, die. Song Yuan, consumed by jealousy and rage, roared as he swung his great sword with all his might, slashing towards Su Chen. A furious dragon's roar echoed across the sky, as a dazzling fist imprint bloomed into a mysterious fiery lotus in midair. Impossible, no. Song Yuan's scream was abruptly cut off as he disintegrated into dust. He had tried to exploit a vulnerable moment, but ended up courting death. Even with his cracked body and weakened aura, Su Chen remained as fearsome as the Grim Reaper. This guy, he's not human. He's a devil. Song Yuan's demise sent a chill through everyone present. Even Wang Lin and the others, deep within the land of fiendish energy, were trembling with dread. Meanwhile, inside the land of fiendish energy, Lin Jianqing observed the battle outside with cold detachment, his jealousy reaching its peak. Su Chen, stop watching and channel all your power into the formation. Just a little more, and it'll refine this sword, then they'll know who the true genius is. As the fiendish energy engulfed the area, disciples of the Western Academy collapsed one by one. Yet Lin Jianqing remained unmoved, his eyes filled only with hatred and ambition. Outside the battlefield, after a long moment of heavy breathing, the crowd noticed Su Chen standing motionless, faint glimmers of spiritual light emanating from him. He's healing. That means he's completely spent. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Everyone, attack together. We can kill him. Dozens of ranged attacks surged like a tidal wave. Despite being gravely injured and utterly exhausted, Su Chen's expression remained calm. With a leap, he retreated into the land of fiendish energy. The relentless winds and malevolent energy tore at his already battered body, causing his wounds to split open further. He fled into the land of fiendish energy? He must truly be out of strength. The geniuses from various nations were overjoyed. The fiendish energy inside is 1,000 times more terrifying than outside. He's as good as dead. At the same time, Lin Jianqing, ecstatic, reached out to grasp the bronze sword, ready to claim this ancient divine weapon. Senior, it's time to take this burial heaven realm, Su Chen said, gazing at Lin Jianqing, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. The fierce spiritual winds raged across the heavens and earth, carrying the aura of ancient weapons, like countless swords slicing through the void. In this moment, the entire scene was shrouded in a mysterious and vast power, dark and profound, as if it controlled the rules of worldly rise and fall, the creation and destruction of the universe. Lin Jianqing stood at the center of the weapon domain. After countless sacrifices from his fellow disciples, he had finally used his celestial sword bloodline to purify the killing intent from the bronze sword. Just as he was about to gain control of this ancient weapon, something unexpected occurred. Thousands of ancient weapons resonated in unison, brilliant divine light shot toward the sky, converging into an ancient rune above. Weapon. This rune transformed into a giant hand that seemed to carry the weight of the world. releasing incomparable divine power that instantly devoured the entire weapon domain. Time appeared to freeze in this moment. The winds ceased, the air stilled, and everyone turned to stone. Only Su Chen's body erupted with overwhelming weapon energy, as if millions of divine weapons had merged with his being. This power. Su Chen was shocked by the surging energy flowing through his body like a flood. His exhausted form instantly rejuvenated like parched earth receiving sweet rain. It turned out that the merger of the two burial realms had empowered their master. The burial realm within the ancient wilderness secret domain had accumulated years of power from the 8 desolate dragon veins. Even just a trace of energy released during the merger was enough to dramatically increase Su Chen's strength. Under this tremendous energy infusion, his wounds instantly healed, his tendons and bones reformed, and his power skyrocketed. What happened? What just occurred? Where's the weapon domain? The talented youth from various nations awoke as if from a dream, confused by the empty, desolate landscape before them. The folded space around them began to collapse and reconverge, instantly shrinking the vast realm into a 10-mile wasteland. No, my divine weapon! Lin Jianqing let out an anguished roar, frantically grasping at the air before him. After paying such a heavy price only to come up empty-handed, the shock nearly drove him mad. Your divine weapon? A cold voice sounded behind Lin Jianqing. Su Chen had appeared there without warning. Did you take my divine weapon? Give it back. Lin Jianqing lunged at Su Chen like a wild beast. Keep dreaming. I'll only help you rest eternally in the ground. Su Chen's cold shout was followed by an explosion of the restless power within him as he threw a punch. Boom! This punch blazed like the sun, instantly annihilating everything in its path. Lin Jianqing didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to ash. At the same time, Su Chen's power broke through to the 4th level of the Xuanwu realm. What? Not only did he survive, but his power is still increasing. The talented youth from various nations stood dumbfounded, as the day's strange events continued to challenge their understanding. As Su Chen's killing intent spread once again, someone began to beg, No, don't kill me. Su Chen, I'm your brother-in-law. Spare my life. I swear I'll never oppose you again. Spare me. Please spare me. Under the suffocating presence of deadly killing intent, Wang Lin, Yi Xinglong, and the others collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as if death itself had gripped their throats. Su Chen didn't even spare them a glance. With a casual lift of his hand, a colossal dragon claw materialized in the air, radiating an overwhelming, world-shattering power. With a deafening crash, it descended, obliterating Wang Lin and his companions into dust. The ground beneath them was left with a massive, bottomless crater. Buzz. As energy surged around him, Su Chen's cultivation soared to the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm, his aura growing increasingly fearsome. Combat truly accelerates the refining of internal energy. In that case, a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Let's have a real fight. Boom. Boundless energy lifted Su Chen into the air, allowing him to achieve flight for the first time. His gaze swept over the gathered geniuses from various nations like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, sending a bone-chilling fear through everyone present. Run! Someone shouted, and the once arrogant geniuses from different nations scattered like frightened animals. The disciples of the martial academy at the foot of the Two Realms mountain watched the scene unfold, their faces twisted in shock, unable to utter a word. How had their senior brother suddenly become so terrifying? But with killing intent surging through him, Su Chen had no intention of letting his prey escape. In a flash, he appeared before the fleeing crowd, his sweeping kick like a dragon's tail shattering the very air. No! Su Ming screamed in terror, raising his arms to block, but it was futile. His protective energy shattered instantly, and his body exploded into a mist of blood in midair. The others watched in horror as Su Chen's cultivation surged once more, reaching the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm. Panic consumed them, but the scythe of death had already begun its harvest. Song Yuan was obliterated with a single punch, and Ruan Cheng's head was crushed underfoot. Su Chen, we have no quarrel with you. Why must you wipe us out? The geniuses from the Daluo dynasty were panicking. You're from Daluo as well. You know the consequences? Threatening me with the Daluo dynasty? Su Chen's voice was ice cold. You think you're worthy? He had long severed all ties, unafraid of any retaliation from the dynasty. If someone dared to harm him, he would kill them. If a nation sought to destroy him, he would obliterate it. Bang, bang, bang. Amid curses and desperate cries, the geniuses of the Daluo dynasty fell one by one, their heads crushed underfoot. The remaining geniuses from other nations were utterly despairing. How could a man who feared not even the wrath of the Daluo dynasty care about the 3 smaller nations backing them? Buzz. The burial heaven True Qi transformed into countless blades of dark light, raining down like a storm. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Wherever the blades passed, all life withered and decayed. Blood rained down, and corpses littered the ground. In this hellish scene, only the grim reaper-like figure of Su Chen stood tall between heaven and earth. By the end, aside from Luo Chen, who had left early, all the geniuses from the four nations had perished. Suspended in the air, Su Chen stood silently, closing his eyes to feel the surge of power within him. His cultivation had finally stabilized at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. Deep within the dragon veins of the Nanyue kingdom, a massive spatial rift stretched open like the bloodthirsty maw of an ancient beast, greedily devouring the vast energy of the dragon veins around it. The rift had expanded to over 100 feet wide, capable of withstanding the power of a Tianwu realm cultivator. "I'll go first," declared a Nanyue martial artist of the first-level Tianwu realm, his eyes gleaming with greed as he flew toward the rift without hesitation. Feeling the overwhelming spatial energy surrounding him, his gaze grew brighter, filled with anticipation. The other Nanyue warriors, seeing this, followed closely behind. But suddenly, an unexpected change erupted. A piercing spatial disturbance burst forth, and mysterious runic symbols radiated dazzling light, spreading boundless divine power in all directions. The spatial rift began to shrink rapidly, visibly contracting. "No!" A blood-curdling scream tore through the sky. The Nanyue warrior who had entered the rift first was instantly crushed into dust by the terrifying spatial force. In the blink of an eye, the rift vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The remaining Nanyue warriors stood frozen, trembling. Even these Tianwu realm cultivators, in the face of such overwhelming and mysterious power, were nothing more than insignificant specks of dust. The same scene unfolded simultaneously in the Easternly, Northern Yin, and Daluo dynasties. "Something's wrong. Su Ming and the others are still inside." The Daluo dynasty's cultivators anxiously turned to Luo Chen, who had narrowly escaped, and demanded, "What happened in there?" Luo Chen furrowed his brows and, after a moment of silence, shook his head. "Consider them gone. Let this matter end here." With that, he flew straight toward the royal capital. Chaos erupted across the Easternly, Northern Yin, and Nanyue kingdoms. The young prodigies, sent with the full support of their nations, had vanished along with the spatial rift. Furious, the royal families of each nation immediately ordered thorough investigations into the incident. Meanwhile, at the base of the Two Realms Mountain, the disciples of the martial academy gazed up at Su Chen, who stood in the void, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. They had witnessed a bloody massacre, yet their hearts were overwhelmed with gratitude. "Senior brother Wu Tsong, senior brother avenged you. Brother Lu Yun, you can rest in peace now." The disciples of the martial academy knelt in unison, both to honor Su Chen and to pray for the fallen souls. Those who had narrowly escaped death were still shaken. They recalled the sudden invasion of prodigies from other nations, who had subdued them with overwhelming power, treating them as expendable pawns. If not for Su Chen's timely intervention, their fate would have been unimaginable. Senior brother is incredibly swept aside countless strong opponents. He's truly a peerless genius. The disciples' admiration for Su Chen reached its peak. Even the often opposing disciples of the Western Academy knelt and bowed in respect. Su Chen merely nodded slightly before flying to the summit of the Two Realms Mountain, entering the Grandmaster's arena for seclusion. Though his cultivation had stabilized, he could still sense an immense power within him that had yet to be fully refined. The onlookers dared not disturb him. They could only gaze at the devastated battlefield with sighs of awe. Amidst the blood and corpses, a seated skeleton stood tall and unyielding in the center. It was the remains of the arena's former master, who had perished here years ago while attempting to forcefully refine the burial heaven ring. Roar! Within the Grandmaster's arena, divine light swirled like a coiling dragon. Su Chen sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a crimson aura. The bloodline of a true dragon within him awakened, beginning to refine the immense power still lingering in his body. "This burial heaven realm has absorbed mostly dragon vein energy. It's perfect for helping my physical body break through." As Su Chen released his restraints, a massive shadow of a flood dragon emerged from within him, coiling above his head. Torrents of dragon vein energy surged like rivers, continuously tempering his body. Time passed, and a certain barrier was shattered. The flood dragon above his head began to transform, its body radiating golden light. Horns and wings sprouted, and its size expanded 100-fold, towering like a divine mountain. At that moment, the flood dragon evolved into a celestial dragon. Roar! The celestial dragon let out a deafening roar, like the simultaneous crash of countless thunderclaps. Its overwhelming dragon might swept across the heavens and earth, spreading in an all-encompassing wave. After a long moment, the celestial dragon finally plunged into Su Chen's body. In an instant, a series of deafening explosions erupted like thunder, and Su Chen's body trembled violently, his skin cracking inch by inch. From every fissure, mysterious runic lights burst forth, dazzling and radiant, covering his entire body like dragon scales. These runes gradually fused into his flesh, permeating his very bones, completely transforming his physique. When the runes finally dissipated, Su Chen opened his eyes. A surge of unmatched majesty and authority emanated from him. His gaze was calm and steady, yet it carried the commanding presence of a true dragon overlooking all beings, exuding an aura that compelled even the mightiest to bow before him, far surpassing the dominion of any mortal emperor. So this is the celestial dragon physique? Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling the immense power surging through his body. At this moment, he felt as though he could move mountains with one hand and shatter the heavens with a single punch. A serpent cultivates for 100 years to become a dragon soars for 1,000 years to become a true dragon, and a true dragon, after 10,000 years, ascends to divinity. The power of a peak celestial dragon far surpasses that of any martial arts grandmaster, rivaling the legendary Saint Dao masters. Although he had only just achieved the celestial dragon physique, his strength had already reached a level where he could destroy the four symbols demon-suppressing array with a single punch, and even ordinary experts at the heavenly martial realm would struggle to withstand him. Such a transformation made even rapid cultivation advancements seem trivial in comparison. The elder had once told him that when he reached the heavenly martial realm, he would be eligible to receive the 8 divine legacies once more. Last time, to save Yi Qingqing, he had chosen the legacy of the alchemy god of primal origin. While it rendered him unparalleled in alchemy, it offered limited assistance in martial arts. This time, he needed to choose the legacy of a martial arts powerhouse to seek vengeance against the Su family. However, when he tried to contact the woman in white, he discovered that their connection had been severed. The two burial heaven realms were in the process of merging, and it seemed he would need to wait some time. Sometimes, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder who the true master of the burial heaven realm really was. The woman in white was shrouded in mystery, and the realm itself was unfathomable. Despite being a burial ground for countless divine and demonic powerhouses, nothing beyond the 8 divine legacies could be accessed. Nevertheless, Su Chen felt content with his current achievements. It was time to leave seclusion. The great wilderness secret realm was about to close, and he had no intention of being trapped inside for 50 years. Meanwhile, in the capital of Great Chu, "Your Majesty, the Grand Tutor has returned," an elderly eunuch hurriedly reported. The Chu king's eyes, which had been simmering with suppressed desire for nearly half a month, suddenly lit up with a sharp gleam. He immediately ordered the Grand Tutor to be summoned. During this time, he had already taken the lives of dozens of extraordinarily gifted women, yet he couldn't quell his obsession with Yi Qingqing, especially as the mysterious power within her was on the verge of awakening. Not long after, a powerful aura descended abruptly over the Alchemy Alliance, enveloping the entire city in an instant. Duan Tiangang. Mu Jingchen rushed out, a trace of apprehension flashing in her beautiful eyes. She saw an elderly man in a black robe striding through the air, crossing thousands of feet with each step. His hair was white, his expression stern, and his entire being radiated an imposing authority that brooked no opposition. This was none other than Duan Tiangang, the head of the Western Academy and the current Grand Tutor of the court. Mu Jingchen, you have defied royal orders, disregarded the laws of the land, and insulted the king. Do you admit your guilt? Duan Tiangang's tone was indifferent, yet it carried an overwhelming force that was impossible to resist. Rubbish. Mu Jingchen retorted angrily. Duan Tiangang, don't think I don't know about the despicable deeds you've done to curry favor with the king. The monarch is the pillar of the nation, and the law is as unyielding as the heavens. Anyone who dares to defy it is committing treason. Duan Tiangang snorted coldly, his body erupting with an unparalleled aura of power. The skies darkened, and the winds howled as the sun and moon seemed to lose their light. Above the capital, 2 immense auras collided with a thunderous roar, as if the sun and moon converged. Master Xin Yang's expression turned grave. He swiftly raised the banner of the Dan Alliance and shouted sternly, Duan Tiangang, this is a sacred ground of the Dan Alliancino. One is allowed to act recklessly here. As a top-tier alchemist who had ascended to the 5th rank and broken through to the Tianwu realm, Xin Yang held significant influence within the Dan Alliance. However, Duan Tiangang had come prepared, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. At that moment, a sharp, piercing voice cut through the skies. An elderly eunuch appeared holding an imperial edict, his words booming like thunder. By the decree of His Majesty, Mu Jingchen has committed treason and is hereby stripped of his title. All accomplices are to be handed over to the authorities for punishment. Resistance will be met with death. The crowd paled at these words. The King of Chu's edict represented supreme authority. Life and death were decided by his command alone. Well, Mu Jingchen sneered, his eyes gleaming with icy defiance. How resourceful of you to justify your schemes. Accomplices? Let's not beat around the bush, this is all about Yi Qingsheng, isn't it? The old eunuch coldly interrupted, Master Xianyang, do not forget the agreement between the Dan Alliance and the Kingdom of Chu. The Dan Alliance is not to interfere in Chu's internal affairs. These words struck Xianyang like a heavy blow. Violating the agreement could lead to the Dan Alliance being shunned by nations across the world, a consequence too dire to bear. Lan Xiang and Qiu Ju, standing nearby, were outraged. Miss, these scoundrels are clearly targeting you and the young master. We've sensed someone spying on us these past days. They've been waiting for him to be away. Although Yi Qingsheng maintained a calm facade, her heart sank. She recalled what Su Chen had once said. Nothing in this world is more treacherous than the human heart. Mu Jingchen, the king's law is absolute. Will you continue to resist? The eunuch brandished the edict arrogantly, emboldened by borrowed authority. The king's law? What a joke. Mu Jingchen laughed coldly. You twist justice and frame the loyal. While the rightful master is away, you seize his wife. What kind of law is this? Forging imperial decrees, murdering the late king's legitimate daughter, indulging in debauchery, and throwing the court into chaos. What kind of king is he supposed to be? These words pierced through the tense air like a dagger. The eunuch's face twisted with fury as he screeched, Mu Jingchen, how dare you? The king's intentions are beyond mortal comprehension. The citizens of the capital, long aware of the king's depravity, were nonetheless shocked by the extent of his crimes. Even more astonishing was Mu Jingchen's revelation of the king's treacherous rise to power. If not for the tragic fate of Princess Tianyu years ago, the kingdom of Chu would not have fallen into such disarray. Mu Jingchen has insulted the king, an act of treason. Master Duan, I implore you to suppress him and bring him to justice. The eunuch bowed deeply to Duan Tiangang. Duan Tiangong's expression was one of disdain. Without a word, he struck out with a deafening palm. A colossal imprint, stretching hundreds of feet and radiating black and white energy, descended like the hand of a god, threatening to engulf the heavens and earth. Suppress me? Mu Jingchen roared furiously, drawing his blade and slashing upward. A dazzling arc of sword energy tore through the sky, colliding with the palm imprint in a cataclysmic explosion. The imprint and the blade energy disintegrated simultaneously, unleashing a wave of destructive force that rippled across the skies above the capital. The onlookers cried out in alarm and retreated as the Dan Alliance hastily activated its protective formation to shield against the shockwaves. Duan Tiangang narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, so that's the blade Li Chunfeng retrieved from the land of martial calamity? The blade is impressive, but it's wasted in your hands. Hand it over to me. Duan Tiangong's cold laughter carried an air of boundless arrogance. His figure leaped into the air like a falcon, and an astonishing energy erupted from his body. In that moment, the forces of heaven and earth swirled around him like a black and white vortex, as if the entire space was under his control. A martial arts grandmaster. This realization sent chills down the spines of everyone in the capital. Under such overwhelming power, all living beings trembled, as though facing an apocalyptic disaster. Meanwhile, deep within the great wilderness mountain range, a massive valley was slowly closing in, revealing the devastating losses of the western courtyard. Out of hundreds of disciples, barely over 100 survived, and even Lin Jianqing had perished. This outcome enraged the deputy headmaster and elders of the western courtyard to no end. Su Chen? What a ruthless and merciless brat. Li Chunfeng, this time you owe the western courtyard an explanation. The people of the western courtyard glared at Li Chunfeng with bloodshot eyes. In comparison, while the eastern courtyard had suffered significant losses, they were still within an acceptable range. When Li Chunfeng learned that Dongli, Beiyin, Nanyue, and even the great Luo dynasty had become involved, he was utterly shocked. This might be linked to the strange changes in the land of malevolent energy he had sensed earlier. What shocked him even more was that Su Chen had managed to sweep through the geniuses of all four nations, with even the talents of the great Luo dynasty unable to withstand his prowess. Haha, I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Li Chunfeng laughed heartily. Elder Xiuqing sighed. If it weren't for Su Chen, not only would many lives have been lost, but the reputation of Great Chu would have been utterly ruined. The ambitions of these nations combined would spell disaster for our country. Facing the furious accusations of the Western Courtyard's deputy headmaster and elders, Li Chunfeng sneered, "Don't expect an explanation from me. If you have the guts, go find the four nations of Great Luo to settle the score." When the Western Courtyard disciples revealed the truth, the higher-ups of the Western Courtyard were left speechless. Not only was it shocking that the four nations of Great Luo had entered the secret realm, but even more surprising was the shift in the surviving disciples' attitudes towards Su Chen from hatred to admiration. The truth was that the four nations of Great Luo were the real culprits behind the slaughter of the Western Courtyard disciples. In fact, Lin Jianqing had caused more harm to his fellow disciples for personal gain than Su Chen ever had. At that moment, An earth-shattering roar echoed from the direction of the capital. This energy, it's the power of heaven and earth. It must be a half-step grandmaster, it's him, Duan Tiangang. Though Li Chunfeng was thousands of miles away, he could clearly sense the familiar aura. Duan Tiangang had finally taken that next step, while Li Chunfeng himself would forever be halted due to the injuries sustained in the land of malevolent energy. The deputy headmaster and others of the western courtyard were ecstatic. The headmaster has returned. The headmaster has broken through. Excellent Li Chunfeng, Su Chen. In the eastern courtyard's good days are over. When Su Chen emerged from the great wilderness secret realm, a tremor from the direction of the capital sent a chill through his heart. The sharp blade aura unmistakably carried Mu Jingchen's presence, and judging by the violent fluctuations of the battle, the opponent's strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. Qingcheng. Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. Before his departure, he had entrusted Yi Qingcheng to Mu Jingchen's care. Now, with such upheaval in the capital, how could he remain calm? Su Chen, don't act recklessly. Li Chunfeng hurriedly stepped forward, his expression grave. The opponent is Duan Tiangang, the head of the Western Academy and the current Grand Preceptor. He has already broken through to the half-step Grandmaster realm, and even I am no match for him. The Grand Preceptor? Su Chen clenched his fists, cold light flickering in his eyes. Before Li Chunfeng could dissuade him further, Su Chen had already leaped into the air. Guided by his immense spiritual power, he streaked toward the capital at lightning speed, swift as a dragon in flight, leaving even Li Chunfeng in awe. This kid. Li Chunfeng watched Su Chen's receding figure. Though he understood Su Chen's feelings for Yi Qingcheng, he hadn't expected him to act so recklessly. It seems the plan can't keep up with the changes. The final battle has already begun. So be it. Without hesitation, Li Chunfeng ordered Elder Xiaoqing to lead the disciples back, while he followed Su Chen toward the capital. Humph! Rushing to their deaths one after another, how foolish. The deputy head of the Western Academy observed coldly before turning away with his disciples. In his eyes, stepping into the half-step Grandmaster realm created an insurmountable chasm between ordinary martial artists and himself. No matter how talented, a martial artist could hardly bridge this gap. The members of the two academies dispersed, and the great wilderness secret realm closed in their wake. Yet no one noticed the restless underground dragon vein, which continued to draw energy from all directions, growing increasingly powerful. Meanwhile, martial artists of the Deluo dynasty detected an anomaly. Although the spatial rift had vanished, the power of the Deluo dragon vein was steadily diminishing, as if being siphoned by a mysterious force. Even the terrain was undergoing subtle changes. Since the dragon vein was tied to the dynasty's fate, they could not stand idly by. As the overlord of the Huanglong region, the Deluo dynasty immediately dispatched large numbers of martial arts masters and formation experts to the dragon vein's location in an attempt to stem the loss of its power. High above the capital of the Chu dynasty, a cataclysmic battle was nearing its conclusion. The sky seemed to witness the clash of a blazing sun and a frigid moon, with infinite forces of heaven and earth surging under Duan Tiangong's control, threatening to overturn the entire capital. Crack! The blade light exploded, and destructive waves rippled through the void. A figure plummeted from the sky, leaving a trail of blood that stained the heavens. The martial lord had fallen. As they looked at the disheveled and gravely injured Mu Jingchen, everyone was stunned. Even more shocking was the speed of the battle. Light had ended in merely a quarter of an hour. Apart from the forests near the Alchemy Alliance being destroyed, the capital itself remained almost untouched. This was not due to restraint from either side, but rather the absolute dominance of strength. Duan Tiangang hovered in midair, looking down at Mu Jingchen below. Though his face was pale, he was virtually unscathed. His gaze carried a mix of admiration and an unmistakable tinge of jealousy. So young, and you've already grasped the will of the blade? If you were given a few more years, perhaps even I would fall to you, he remarked, his voice revealing the shock he felt deep inside. Duan Tiangang, over a century old, had reached his current level only after enduring countless trials. Yet Mu Jingchen, barely past 30, had already stepped into the 6th level of the Tianwu realm and comprehended the will of the blade. The will of the blade, a type of martial will, was a mysterious power gained through a martial artist's lifetime of learning and enlightenment. It was also a prerequisite for ascending to the rank of martial grandmaster. Only by understanding martial will could one truly harmonize with the heavens and earth, harness their power, and achieve the status of martial grandmaster. Duan Tiangang knew that if Mu Jingchen could cultivate peacefully for a few more years, he would undoubtedly break through to martial grandmaster. A martial grandmaster under 40 was unheard of in the history of the great Chu kingdom. How could one not envy such talent? It seems this blade played a significant role, Duan Tiangang muttered as he extended his hand. Instantly, the formidable forces of heaven and earth gathered, sealing and taking away the ominous, broken blade. The weapon's overwhelming aura of murderous intent was so fierce that even Duan Tiangang dared not underestimate it, intending to refine it slowly in the future. Duan Tiangang. Mu Jingqin's eyes burned with fury as her beloved blade was taken. Yet, having lost her strength to fight back, she could only seethe with helpless indignation. As Duan Tiangang had said, her defeat stemmed solely from their disparity in cultivation. At this moment, the elderly eunuch stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, a large contingent of imperial guards surged forward, subduing the gravely wounded Mu Jingqin. Take her away, and arrest her accomplices as well, he commanded, pointing at Yi Qingcheng and the others. Lan Xiang and the others resisted desperately, but were ultimately outnumbered. They were soon injured and captured. Even Master Xianyang, despite his Tian cultivation, was sent flying by a single flick of Duan Tiangong's finger, collapsing to the ground severely wounded. If not for his status as an elder of the Pill Alliance, he would likely have perished on the spot. After this display of power, the other members of the Pill Alliance dared not act rashly and could only watch as Mu Jingqin, Yi Qingqing, and the others were taken away. My young master-in-law won't let you get away with this. Lan Xiang shouted furiously at the eunuch, even as she was bound in chains. Su Chen? Heh, he's probably already perished in the desolate secret realm. With not even a grave to mark his death, the eunuch sneered, his voice sharp and mocking. Hearing this, Lan Xiang and the others froze in disbelief. Defying the king's orders leads only to destruction. I suggest you serve his majesty well, or your fate will be even worse. The eunuch fixed his gaze on Yi Qingcheng and the others, his tone low and threatening. Yi Qingcheng, maintaining a rare composure, looked toward the direction of the desolate secret realm one last time. I've brought this upon you, she murmured, her heart sinking into despair. But don't worry, this life and the next, it'll only ever belong to you. When she turned her gaze back, a resolute determination for death had already formed within her. Countless citizens of the royal capital watched this scene unfold, sighing in lament. A martial lord who had fought for the kingdom for 10 years, slain countless enemies, and safeguarded the great Chu's lands. A young prodigy's wife, as beautiful as a celestial maiden, both had ultimately fallen into the clutches of tyranny. By evening, two figures entered the royal capital almost simultaneously. One was a woman in Taoist robes, arriving as quietly as a breeze. The other streaked across the sky like a dragon, appearing above the Pill Alliance and immediately drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Su Chen? He's still alive? And even stronger now, can traverse the skies. Has he broken through to the Tianwu realm? A Tian cultivator at only 20 years old? Impossible. Shortly after, a furious roar echoed across the heavens, accompanied by a surge of boundless murderous intent that swept through the land like a raging torrent. A figure bathed in radiant golden light, shrouded in overwhelming killing intent, charged toward the royal palace like a divine dragon. Su Chen's return at this moment is bound to cause chaos. His woman has been captured, but does he really dare to defy the emperor and attack the palace? That would be suicide. Given Su Chen's past actions, such a possibility couldn't be ruled out. Faces across the city turned pale as countless people rushed toward the palace to witness what would unfold. The once thriving capital descended into unprecedented chaos on this day. Markets closed their doors, and residents stayed hidden inside their homes. The streets echoed with the cries of warhorses as waves of heavily armored imperial guards, wielding spears and swords, surged toward the residents of Wuanjuan. This once mighty military command, feared by neighboring nations, was swiftly raided and emptied. Everyone within, from the highest-ranking officials to the lowest servants, was arrested and thrown into prison. Even the decorated generals under Wu Anjin's command, renowned for their battlefield exploits, were stripped of their military authority and imprisoned. The capital was shrouded in an eerie silence, broken only by the undercurrents of tension surrounding the royal palace. Citizens cowered in the shadows, too frightened to openly observe. The oppressive clouds hung low in the sky, and the air was thick with a foreboding sense of doom, as if heralding an impending storm. Before the palace gates, a group of retired ministers, led by the venerable Grand Chancellor, had gathered. Among them were military officers and common citizens holding petitions written in blood, crying out for justice. Your Majesty, Wu Anjuan has dedicated his life to defending the realm and safeguarding the nation. He harbors no treasonous intent. Please reconsider. The elderly Grand Chancellor knelt trembling before the palace gates, tears streaming down his face. Show mercy, Your Majesty. Show mercy, he pleaded. Thousands followed his lead, kneeling with blood-stained petitions in hand, their anguished cries reverberating across the capital. Yet the imposing imperial guards stood ready in formation outside the palace gates, forming an impenetrable wall of steel and death. Soon, the Prime Minister, Wang Shun, arrived with the court officials in tow, his voice cold and commanding. Grand Chancellor, are you attempting rebellion? How dare I? The Grand Chancellor rose unsteadily, his voice shaking with emotion. But Wu Anjuan is the pillar of our nation, indispensable to the survival of Dechu. Humph. Wang Shen sneered. The only pillar of Dechu is His Majesty. Wu Anjuan has repeatedly defied the authority of the throne, an act of treason. If he is not punished severely, how can we maintain order across the land? The tension escalated instantly. The retired ministers erupted in outrage. Wang Shen, mind your words. Wu Anjuan has spent a decade on the battlefield, quelling internal rebellions and repelling foreign invaders. His loyalty and patriotism are beyond question. Without his efforts, would we even have the peace we enjoy today? You conspire against the righteous in secret, shame on you. In the midst of the heated argument, the palace gates suddenly creaked open. An elderly eunuch strode out arrogantly, holding a decree. He read aloud. Wu Anjuan has confessed to his crimes, which are unforgivable. Any further dissent will be punished as collusion. The decree struck like a bolt of lightning. The Grand Chancellor and the others were stunned, refusing to believe that Wu Anjuan would ever admit guilt. Huh, Wang Shen mocked. The throne is the true pillar of the nation. Loyalty to the ruler is the duty of all subjects. Now, step aside. The Grand Chancellor suddenly burst into laughter, though his laughter was filled with bitterness and despair. Loyalty to the ruler? The nation is on the brink of ruin, and you speak of loyalty? How dare you? The eunuch bellowed in fury. The Grand Chancellor's eyes burned red with rage as he lost all composure. You conspire against the virtuous, bring calamity upon the people. You've lost the hearts of the people, and the heavens will collapse. How is he fit to rule? You're courting death. Wang Shen exclaimed in disbelief. Death? The Grand Chancellor roared. I should have died 20 years ago. If I had known this day would come, I would have chosen to be buried alongside the late King and Princess Tianyu. It would have been far better than witnessing this tyrant bring ruin to our nation. This statement shattered the unspoken taboo. The palace coup from 20 years ago, a bloody event that had been buried under layers of secrecy, was now openly exposed. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted from deep within the palace, filled with overwhelming fury and killing intent. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. It was the voice of the King of Chu. A sinister smile spread across the eunuch's face. His Majesty has decreed, kill them all. Leave no one alive. The imperial guards exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. As soldiers, they held immense respect for Mu Jingqian's illustrious reputation. Witnessing the King of Chu attempting to kill this hero for selfish reasons stirred deep resentment in their hearts. Are you defying the royal decree? Do you wish to see your entire families executed? The shrill voice of the old eunuch cut through the air like a blade. The imperial guards dared not hesitate further. They unsheathed their swords and charged into the crowd ahead. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed relentlessly, mingling with screams and furious cries, creating a bloody symphony. The elderly retired officials and unarmed commoners stood no chance against the elite guards. Many fell before they could even comprehend what was happening, their heads severed in an instant. Blood soon stained the steps before the palace gates. The imperial guards surrounded the crowd, slaughtering mercilessly with their superior combat skills. Yet amidst the chaos, the old Grand Chancellor stood firm and unmoving. He fixed his gaze on the depths of the palace and cried out in anguish, "Tyrant! Tyrant!" Even the bloodthirsty guards hesitated to approach this revered elder statesman. Courting death, the old eunuch, enraged, struck the Grand Chancellor with a fatal blow, shattering his heart. The venerable official, who had served 3 reigns and devoted 2 centuries to his office, fell lifeless to the ground. Kill them all. Wipe out these traitors and their families, the eunuch roared, standing over the Grand Chancellor's corpse. From a distance, those observing the scene sighed deeply. The courageous souls of 20 years ago had long been eradicated, and now the remaining survivors faced the same brutal fate. Our kingdom of Chu is doomed, many lamented silently. Suddenly, an icy chill swept across the scene. Down the desolate street strode a disheveled young man, sword in hand. Each step he took left an afterimage, as if he were teleporting hundreds of feet at a time, his murderous aura growing stronger with every stride. His face was as cold as frost, his eyes like pools of blood. Who goes there? Leave at once, or face death, one of the guards barked. The young man said nothing and continued walking forward. Do you wish to die? Furious, the guards drew their blades and advanced. But before they could take another step, the youth was already upon them. A dark flash of his sword, and dozens of guards fell simultaneously, their bodies severed at the waist. Su Chen, someone gasped, recognizing him. Wasn't he in the great wilderness secret realm? How did he return so quickly? Su Chen remained silent, his blood-red eyes fixed on the palace gates as he moved forward, step by step. The suffocating aura of death he exuded paralyzed the guards, as if the grim Reaper himself had seized their throats. Su Chen? You? You dare slay the Emperor's imperial guards? Are you planning to rebel? The old eunuch stammered, his voice trembling despite his attempt at bravado. Rebel against you? You're not even worthy. Su Chen finally spoke, his voice seething with rage. Pointing his sword toward the palace, he declared, I've come to take the head of that swine of a tyrant. Anyone who stands in my way will die. His words sent shockwaves through all who heard them. Su Chen had a clear purpose for coming here to save the woman he loved and kill the king of Chu. To him, that exalted figure on the throne, revered by tens of thousands, was no better than a beast. This wasn't rebellion, for Su Chen had never pledged allegiance to the king of Chu. This was simply a slaughter, a hunt for swine and dogs. With his sword in hand, he strode toward the palace gates, each step firm and resolute. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing a dream. No one had ever dared to challenge royal authority so directly, no, to overthrow it entirely. This is madness, someone murmured in the crowd. With his talent, he could become a grandmaster in the future, yet he's throwing his life away for a woman? Geniuses are always arrogant. Perhaps this is their fate, another replied quietly. The air grew thicker with the scent of bloodlust. The imperial guards, who had been executing their slaughter, now turned their attention towards Su Chen, encircling him. An elderly eunuch, trembling with fury, glared at Su Chen's cold, disdainful face. You must have a death wish. Guards! Kill him! The eunuch bellowed hysterically. Over 1,000 imperial guards surged forward like an unstoppable tide of steel. These palace elites were all experts of the true martial realm, and their captains had even reached the profound martial realm. Armed with superior equipment and trained in rigorous battle formations, they were a flawless killing machine. Yet Su Chen's steps remained steady, though a violent energy began to stir within him. Roar! A deafening dragon's cry shattered the heavens as an overwhelming surge of bloodlust exploded from Su Chen's body. It was as if a true dragon had ascended, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that swept across the battlefield. Boom! The Imperial Guard's assault was instantly obliterated. Armor and weapons shattered into fragments, blood-soaked debris scattering in every direction. In mere moments, over half of the 1,000-strong force lay dead or wounded. How is this possible? Isn't he only at the profound martial realm? This aura surpasses even the heavenly martial realm. A true prodigy defies all comprehension. The remaining guards retreated to the palace gates, their eyes filled with fear. Even the commander of the heavenly martial realm felt an oppressive sense of danger. The elderly eunuch panicked, frantically issuing orders for reinforcements while shouting at Wang Kuan and the others, this traitor has committed the ultimate treason. His Majesty has decreed his death. Why are you still hesitating? Kill him at once. A group of heavenly martial realm experts emerged, and among them, the Minister of War was the first to act. He summoned a storm of blade energy, surrounding himself in a deadly whirlwind. A coward who betrayed his wife and offered even his mother to preserve his position. You're quite the loyal dog, Su Chen sneered. He had long heard of the minister's infamous reputation. You insolent wretch! I'll tear you to pieces, the minister roared in fury, his blade storm hurtling towards Su Chen. Su Chen didn't even glance his way. With a casual flick of his sword, a streak of dark energy shot forward like a meteor, piercing through the blade storm and heading straight for the minister's forehead. Splat! The sword light struck true, and the residual energy shredded the minister's body into pieces. In an instant, this heavenly martial realm powerhouse and high-ranking official was annihilated without mercy. The scene was utterly shocking to everyone present. Su Chen stood at the center of a blood mist, his entire being emanating a surging aura of blood and sword energy. His presence was like the awakening of a primordial dragon, towering and oppressive, leaving people breathless. The once arrogant Minister of War had been reduced to nothing but a fragile ant under Su Chen's hand, shattered in a single strike. Stepping over the shattered remains on the ground, Su Chen's cold gaze swept across the gathered officials. Insolent wretch! You dare to kill a court official? You and your entire clan will pay with your lives. The officials roared in fury, especially the ministers, their killing intent palpable. The 6 ministers who offered their daughters. You truly are birds of a feather, Su Chen said with disdain in his eyes. These 6 men were not only lackeys of the king of Chu, but had also sold out their own wives and daughters to curry favor and gain power. It was utterly revolting. Wasting no time, Su Chen surged forward. With a resounding boom, he moved like a dragon leaping out of the sea, breaking through the crowd's defenses in an instant. Sword light flashed, blood sprayed, and in the blink of an eye, the 6 ministers were all dead. These so-called powerful figures, pampered and sheltered, were not even on par with Lin Jianqing. How could they possibly stand against Su Chen? Su Chen is too arrogant. Kill him, attack, all of you. Wang Shen shouted in panic. But the officials and the imperial guards had already been paralyzed by fear, retreating step by step. Some even took the chaos as an opportunity to flee, their earlier displays of loyalty and patriotism now completely gone. No wonder neighboring nations hold us in such contemptuary nothing but a rabble. Su Chen sneered coldly. He recalled the battles in the great wilderness secret realm, where he had risked his life for the kingdom of Chu to preserve its dignity, only to be betrayed by this foolish king, who plotted against his woman. Anyone who stands in my way dies. With a thunderous roar, Su Chen merged with his sword, transforming into a dazzling, destructive light. Sword energy swept across the space like the arrival of death itself, shredding Wang Shen and others into fragments in an instant. Countless imperial guards and officials were reduced to blood mist under the onslaught of his sword. Run! The survivors screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. The once imposing palace gates were now desolate and empty. At that moment, an overwhelming tide of steel surged from all sides of the Capitolan army of 100,000 elite soldiers, forming an impenetrable formation, resembling a colossal, sky-piercing beast. On a high tower, Duan Tiangang sipped his tea leisurely, watching the unfolding chaos with keen interest. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a woman in a Taoist robe was observing everything from the shadows. Her penetrating gaze took in the entire spectacle, even the king of Chu, who was preparing for his sinister rituals, oblivious to the fact that he, too, was under her watchful eye. Duan Tiangong's gaze remained fixed on Su Chen, his eyes gleaming with a probing light. The dragon's might emanating from Su Chen, combined with his body that surpassed the limits of the heavenly martial realm, made Duan Tiangang ponder, was this an ordinary heavenly dragon bloodline, or something far more noble? As a master-level cultivator, Duan Tiangang was not easily moved by an ordinary heavenly dragon bloodline. However, if it proved to be of a higher lineage, it would certainly be worth his intervention. Let this old man see your true strength, Duan Tiangang thought to himself, and the 100,000 imperial guards would serve as the perfect test. The woman in the Taoist robe had initially intended to take Yi Qingqing away directly. However, after witnessing Su Chen's ruthless display, she changed her mind. With her abilities, she could easily and discreetly take Yi Qingqing without anyone in the Chu kingdom noticing. Yet now, she too was curious about Su Chen. What kind of man could make Yi Qingqing willingly abandon her position as the saintess of ascension and follow him so devotedly? If he dies here, it will sever Qingqing's attachment. But if he survives... A cold glint flashed in the Taoist-robed woman's eyes. Boom! The earth trembled, and the void roared. The 100,000 imperial guards, clad in heavy armor, moved in perfect unison to form a battle formation. Their chilling killing intent blanketed the surroundings. Such an imposing display would strike fear into the hearts of ordinary people, yet Su Chen, gripping his long sword, merely narrowed his eyes. By the emperor's decree, eliminate the traitor and show no mercy. The elderly eunuch, regaining his confidence, issued the kill order once more. Forward! The 100,000 imperial guards sprang into action, surging forward like a tide of steel. They surrounded Su Chen in a mysterious formation. From a bird's eye view, the formation resembled a massive steel dragon, a fierce tiger, a divine bird, and a black tortoise, sealing off the heavens and earth with overwhelming momentum. The four symbols demon-subduing formation? Gasped the spectators. Once this formation is complete, it's a death trap. No one has ever escaped alive. The elderly eunuch let out a sinister laugh. Su Chen, you dare to rebel? You're nothing more than an ant, ignorant of the heavens and earth. Soon, you'll be annihilated. The sky grew darker, but the cold gleam of the soldier's armor illuminated the square before the palace gates in a ghostly light. The four symbols demon-subduing formation? It's not like it hasn't been broken before. Su Chen sneered, driving his sword into the ground and pulling out a purple thunder bow. Although Lin Jianqing's sword was a top-tier spiritual weapon, its quality and ability to break formations paled in comparison to this bow. Crack! The bow slowly drew back, crackling with lightning that seemed to gather the power of 10,000 thunderbolts, exuding a terrifying aura. What? The elderly eunuch was momentarily stunned but quickly sneered. You think you can break this formation? Kill him! The 100,000 imperial guards activated the formation, their weapons converging into four rivers of power that gave rise to the spirits of the four symbols. The forces of earth, fire, water, and wind intertwined within the formation, creating a massive vortex of destruction that upended yin and yang and threw the heavens and earth into chaos. Hiss! The crowd drew sharp breaths. If this formation spreads, it could level the entire capital. Even Mu Jingxin might struggle to withstand it, and whether Duan Tiangang could hold it off is uncertain. Madness flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he pushed his power to the limit, ready to face the 100,000 imperial guards. Stop! Suddenly, A powerful shout echoed from afar, accompanied by the overwhelming aura of a heavenly martial realm expert. It was Li Chunfeng, the head of the Eastern Academy, arriving in the nick of time. However, Su Chen had already been condemned as a traitor. Even with Li Chunfeng's intervention, it seemed unlikely that he could reverse the situation. The moment Li Chunfeng appeared, a flicker of surprise and excitement flashed through the crowd, but it quickly faded away. Once one of the three great masters of Dechu, he had failed to even step into the realm of a grandmaster. Forget about taking on the imperial army of 100,000. He could hardly contend with Duan Tiangang, a former defeated foe. Li Chunfeng, are you planning to rebel as well? The elderly eunuch swept his gaze over him with an indifferent expression, his eyes filled with disdain. To him, this once formidable figure was no more than a pawn to be used. If Li Chunfeng joined the fray, it would conveniently help the king of Chu eliminate these troublesome dissidents. I have come to suppress the rebellion, Li Chunfeng declared calmly, standing in midair. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone knew of the long-standing animosity between Li Chunfeng and the king of Chu. His notorious defiance and repeated intrusions into the palace to protect his people had long made him a thorn in the king's side. For him to take this stance today was utterly baffling. Haha. The elderly eunuch burst into laughter, his eyes glinting with mockery. Li Chunfeng, you've lived over a century, and you've finally come to your senses. His Majesty is the true ruler of this land. Those who follow him will prosper, and those who oppose him will perish. Since you're willing to set things right, go ahead and clean house for His Majesty. Yet Li Chunfeng's next words struck like a thunderclap. Su Chen swept through the geniuses of 4 nations in the great wilderness secret realm, safeguarding the prestige of our Dechu. But some people have taken advantage of the chaos to persecute the loyal and harm the innocent. They are the true traitors and rebels. Li Chunfeng, how dare you? The elderly eunuch shrieked sharply. It is your faction, Chu Xiong's supporters, who are the real traitors and rebels. Li Chunfeng proclaimed with unyielding resolve, his voice echoing throughout the hall as he looked down on everyone. His declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Those who had hoped he would quash the rebellion were momentarily stunned. Not only had Li Chunfeng openly called out the king of Chu by name, but he had also labeled them as rebels. This was no mere opposition, it was outright rebellion. At that moment, a commanding female voice rang out from the heavens. A woman garbed in a simple green dress descended gracefully, exuding an air of noble authority with every movement. Princess Tianyu, cried out a former court official, recently saved by Su Chen, his voice trembling with emotion. This exclamation rippled through the palace and beyond like a tidal wave. The heir presumptive, believed dead for 20 years, now stood alive before their very eyes. Those who had once seen Princess Tianyu were stunned beyond belief. In her youth, she had been renowned not only for her unparalleled beauty, but also for her extraordinary talents. Adored by the late king, she had been named the heir at an early age. At this dramatic juncture, everyone present realized that a monumental upheaval was about to reshape the fate of Dechu. The death of Princess Tianyu, rumored after the passing of the late king 20 years ago, turned out to be an elaborate deception. Now, with the true Princess Tianyu appearing before them, the imperial guards found themselves in a dilemma. Though she was the rightful heir to the throne, the current power rested with Chu Xiong. Sensing the hesitation of the guards, Princess Tianyu immediately revealed a radiant, white divine light. It was the imperial jade seal. The ultimate symbol of royal authority had been in her possession all along. Though the seal was only the size of a palm, it emanated an overwhelming pressure in the void, greater than a mountain. As a spiritual artifact surpassing ordinary treasures, it could absorb the forces of heaven and earth, unleashing astonishing power. It was a unique and unparalleled treasure of the entire Dechu dynasty. The former officials of the previous court fell to their knees, shouting, "Long live the princess," with fervent emotion. Holding the jade seal in her hand, Princess Tianyu commanded with authority, "Stand down at once." The commanders of the imperial guards exchanged uncertain glances before finally bowing in submission. "We shall obey the royal decree," they declared. The ranks of 10,000 imperial guards receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Li Chunfeng finally let out a sigh of relief. Though he had initially worried whether the jade seal would be enough to subdue the guards, Chu Xiong had long lost the people's trust. In the end, the guards made the wise decision. The elderly eunuch, however, erupted in a hysterical rage. "Are you all rebelling? Do you all wish to have your entire clans exterminated?" Yet the guards ignored him completely, disappearing down the streets in an instant, leaving the area before the royal palace empty once more. As the situation became clearer, more and more people began to side with Su Chen and Princess Tianyu. Among them were the oppressed common folk, their eyes now alight with the flames of vengeance. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly realized that Princess Tianyu was none other than Yuer, the disfigured woman who had once served him in the East Wing. Now, not only had her appearance been restored, but her meridians were fully healed. Though she had not yet reached the heavenly martial realm, she was already capable of flying through the air. Your devotion to me is love, and your resolve to save the nation is duty. Princess Tianyu's eyes shone with determination as she bowed to Su Chen. You are both compassionate and righteous. I humbly ask for your help in restoring order to the kingdom. Your Yuer, Su Chen exclaimed, finally piecing everything together. Back then, Mu Jingchen had urgently sought his help in refining the primordial essence pillet had been to aid Princess Tianyu's recovery. Li Chunfeng had deliberately placed her by his side, clearly with another purpose in mind. Do not blame me, my lord. The shadow guards have been relentlessly pursuing me, forcing me to conceal my identity. But I swear, I have never harbored ill intentions toward you, Princess Tianyu explained. Tianyu is where I should have realized it sooner, Su Chen said with a wave of his hand. Though there was a hint of manipulation in her actions, she had indeed helped him save Yi Qingxing. Li Chunfeng, with a resolute expression, declared, we can discuss everything else later. Right now, we must focus on eliminating these traitors. Agreed. Su Chen clenched his fist, his gaze fixed on the palace gates as his killing intent surged. But Chu Xiong's head, I will take it myself. Li Chunfeng and Princess Tianyu exchanged a glance and nodded silently. The old eunuch's face turned ashen as he found himself cornered by the three advancing figures and the crowd of followers surging from behind. Struggling to maintain a semblance of authority, his voice trembled as he threatened, the Grand Chancellor is still in the palace. If you dare act recklessly, I guarantee none of you will leave here alive. Though he had lost the backing of the Imperial Guards, he defiantly pointed at Su Chen and the others, his voice ringing with anger. You wretched servant. A pawn of tyranny, you deserve death. Princess Tianyu's cold voice echoed sharply as a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from her. In an instant, a misty blue sword of light materialized in the void, carrying an aura of inscrutable power. It pierced through the air with precision, heading straight for the old eunuch's brow. Grand Chancellor, save me, the eunuch's pupils dilated in terror, but his desperate plea was cut short. His body stiffened and collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes extinguished. Though his physique bore no visible wounds, all traces of life had vanished. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, a flicker of astonishment crossing his expression. The old eunuch was no ordinary foe. He was a master at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. Even Su Chen himself would have struggled to end him so swiftly and decisively. What shocked him even more was the familiar sword orate unmistakably carried the essence of the great wilderness swordsmanship. So, it was you who sent me that voice transmission in the library pavilion, Su Chen said, taking a deep breath as he turned to Princess Tianyu. To enter and exit the library pavilion undetected required extraordinary spiritual abilities, and hers were clearly unparalleled. Princess Tianyu responded humbly, my talent in spiritual energy and swordsmanship is far inferior to yours, my lord. Her words were an implicit acknowledgement of her and Li Chuanfeng's secret efforts to assist Su Chen all along. Su Chen said nothing further. Raising his hand, he fired an arrow that shattered the protective formation of the palace gates. With a deafening explosion, the gatehouse crumbled, sending shockwaves through the royal palace. The Imperial Guard, who had been on high alert, were left dumbfounded. They had never imagined not only that Su Chen would dare storm the palace, but also that the supposedly deceased Princess Tianyu would reappear to challenge the very order of the kingdom. Princess Tianyu held the imperial seal aloft, her voice resounding with authority. The imperial seal is here. Anyone who resists will be deemed a traitor and executed without mercy. The guards exchanged hesitant glances before ultimately stepping aside, creating a path toward the grand hall of the palace. There, a man clad in black robes stood with an air of impenetrable calm. His gaze was cold and disdainful, as if looking down upon all creation. Duantiangang, the Chu Kingdom's fate is sealed. Will you continue to persist in your folly? Li Chunfeng asked, his voice steady as he stared intently at the man. Fate sealed, Duantiangang sneered. What do you know of fate? Only a grandmaster can command the rules governing the heavens and earth. Before his words had fully settled, the overwhelming forces of nature began to converge around him. Fate lies in my hands. With a clench of his fist, a surge of immense power rippled outward, as though the entire world bent to his will, ready to crush all who dared oppose him. It was at this moment that everyone understood why Duantiangang had remained so composed. Having ascended to the realm of a grandmaster, he now stood on an entirely different plane of existence. Li Chuanfeng's expression grew grave. The power emanating from Duantiangang was at least tenfold greater than before. The princess and I will do our best to hold him off. The rest is up to you, he said solemnly to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Though he yearned for the chance to face a grandmaster, his primary target at this moment was Chu Xiong. Attack! Li Chunfeng and Princess Tianyu shouted in unison, launching themselves into the air as they struck at Duantiangang. Fools! Duantian scoffed, his disdain evident as he unleashed the force of the heavens like a mountain descending to crush them. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen employed his 9 palaces dragon steps to bypass the battlefield in an instant, charging directly toward the palace's grand hall. With a single kick, he shattered the grand doors. The sight that greeted him stoked his fury. A lavish hall, adorned with decadent displays of excess, littered with the lifeless bodies of women who had been drained of their blood and flesh. Among them, Yi Qingsheng and Mu Jingchen lay bound and barely alive, tossed carelessly into the grotesque scene. Chu Xiong, come out and face your death. Su Chen roared, his killing intent surging to the heavens. Above the royal palace, thunder roared and fierce winds cut like blades. A radiant sun of purple and gold rose into the sky, illuminating the entire world. Its noble and commanding aura made every palace maid, eunuch, and royal guard within the palace drop to the ground, their faces filled with awe and fear. Clad in a regal purple and gold dragon robe, Chu Xiong radiated an intense brilliance. Yet, this stood in stark contrast to the cold, sinister expression on his face and in his eyes. Having just completed his ritual cleansing and meditation, he was preparing to use the harmony technique to seize the bloodlines of Yi Qingsheng and Mu Jingchen, aiming to ascend to the rank of Grandmaster. Being interrupted at this critical moment, his fury was already sky-high. Insolent ants! How dare you rebel? Chu Xiong's voice thundered like an explosion. Runes swirled around him, and a terrifying aura spread like a storm. The energy around him transformed into countless forms. Roaring dragon tearing through the heavens, a celestial sword cleaving the earth, or 10,000 divine mountains suppressing all creation. Though chaotic, each manifestation was overwhelmingly powerful, as if an unstoppable army followed his will, ready to dominate everything. Li Chunfeng watched in shock, his eyes filled with dread. Each aura represented a formidable bloodline, a symbol of extraordinary talent. Yet here on Chu Xiong, these forces intertwined in countless numbers beyond measure. The sheer sight of it sent chills down the spines of both him and Princess Tianyu. They willingly offered themselves to me. Only by my strength can the Chu kingdom thrive, and only then can the people live in peace. What do you traitorous rebels know? Chu Xiong sneered coldly. Princess Tianyu retorted in anger. A true ruler defends against enemies with might and governs the people with compassion. You, on the other hand, act against all principles, shamelessly taking pride in your madness. It's utterly despicable. Haha. Chu Xiong laughed mockingly, his expression full of disdain. Winners write the history. Once I reign supreme, who will dare care about such trivialities? Having rescued Yi Qingsheng and Mu Jingchen, Su Chen soared into the air, his killing intent surging like a tidal wave. Chu Xiong cast a scornful glance at Su Chen. Even lowly commoners dare to rebel? It seems the time has come for me to emerge and sweep across the lands, striking fear into the world. Now, with the kingdom in disarray, officials fleeing, and even the royal family members who aided his coup abandoning him in disappointment, Chu Xiong stood isolated. Yet, instead of reflecting on his actions, he became even more ruthless, determined to solidify his reign of terror. Enslaving all beings for your own selfish gain, wielding life and death as you please, exhausting the nation's resources to curry favor with other states. How dare you call yourself a king? At best, you're nothing more than a spineless tyrant. Su Chen pointed his sword at Chu Xiong, his voice seething with anger. Over the years, Chu Xiong's greed had led to ceding territories abroad and brutal oppression at home, reducing the kingdom to ruins. Yet, he still deluded himself with dreams of conquest. How dare you? Chu Xiong roared in fury. The Great Chu is my Great Chu. Without me, there is no world. I am the master of this land, of all living beings here, including you and those 2 women. To serve me is your honor. I am the ruler of heaven and earth. Those who obey me thrive, and those who defy me perish. This world spins just fine without you. Do you really think you're that important? Su Chen laughed coldly, his anger barely contained. Lowly ants, you do not comprehend the might of a true king. Chu Xiong sneered, his left hand summoning a crimson light that morphed into a massive blood-red prison, while his right hand harnessed the power of the dragon veins, manifesting a colossal dragon coiling around him. In an instant, his aura surged to its peak, as if breaking the limits of heaven and earth, wielding the forces of the cosmos and enveloping the heavens and earth in his dominion. Everyone gasped in horror, feeling as if they were trapped in a prison of death, under the gaze of a fearsome dragon. Li Chunfeng felt a chill seep into his very bones, unable to believe that Chu Xiong's power had reached such an unfathomable level. Duan Tiangang, observing the fusion of the bloodline inferno and dragon vein energy, raised an eyebrow in surprise. But soon, a smirk tugged at his lips. It seems I won't need to intervene after all. The palace and its surroundings fell into an abrupt silence, as the boundless forces of heaven and earth raged like a furious ocean storm. Chu Xiong stood proudly in the void, one hand controlling the bloodline prison, the other wielding the great wilderness dragon vein. As he brought his hands together, a blood-red dragon materialized, stretching across the heavens, as if to overturn the cosmos and draw all creation into the bloodline prison. Within the capital, all beings trembled in fear, and the earth quaked. You're taking this act way too far. Looking at Chu Xiong, whose gaze was arrogant and domineering, Su Chen let out a cold laugh. He had no intention of wasting words on such an ignorant and shameless man. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air, charging directly against the overwhelming force. In an instant, the heavenly dragon physique, the perfect qi, the mystical flames of heaven and earth, and the great wilderness sword Tao erupted in full force. A majestic dragon's might, infused with scorching heat, chilling cold, and unfathomable power, condensed into an infinite sword light that stretched across the heavens, illuminating the stars. Boom! The two supreme forces collided in an instant, like the clash of the sun and moon. Destructive waves of light engulfed the void of the sky, draining all color from the world and silencing all living beings. Time and space seemed to freeze in that moment. No one knew how much time had passed before the sword light pierced through the void, and the blood-red glow dissipated. A figure, bloodied and disheveled, fell from the heavens. "Grandmaster, save me!" The trembling voice was filled with terror and rage. When the crowd recognized the figure as Chu Xiong, they were utterly shocked. The man who had just proclaimed himself invincible and supreme had now been struck down from the sky, crying for help. "Weren't you the one claiming to be the ruler of all, the master of heaven and earth, and invincible in this world?" Su Chen, like a dragon incarnate, soared through the air and stomped on Chu Xiong's chest with an overwhelming force. Bang! Chu Xiong coughed up blood midair and plummeted heavily to the ground, reducing the grand hall to rubble. The world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, as if turned to stone. The sight of Su Chen defeating Chu Xiong with a single strike was beyond belief. Li Chunfeng and Princess Tianyu exchanged glances, equally shaken. Even the woman in the Taoist robe, who had remained hidden in the void, now had a gleam in her eyes. Only now did the onlookers realize that they had underestimated Su Chen. After his trials in the great wilderness secret realm, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. With just the heavenly dragon physique, he could rival someone at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Coupled with the buried heaven divine art, the great wilderness sword Tao, and other techniques, his power had become unfathomable. Decades of tormenting the world, stealing the bloodlines of countless beings, and you haven't even reached the Grandmaster realm. And yet, you dare call yourself invincible? Su Chen looked down at Chu Xiong, his eyes filled with contempt. Master Su is incredible. Lan Xiang and the others cheered excitedly as they gathered around Yi Qingqing, their gestures animated. Yi Qingsheng and Lin Yun stood side by side, gazing at Su Chen, who seemed like a true dragon descending from the heavens, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "You lowly commoner, how dare you insult me?" Chu Xiong crawled out of the rubble, his hair disheveled, his expression manic. "I will have you dead. I will obliterate your soul and annihilate your entire clan. Die!" Su Chen raised his hand and hurled his battle sword, which descended like a beam of divine judgment from the heavens. At this moment, he was determined to personally end the tyrant's reign. Perhaps, even without us, he could have done it alone. Princess Tianyu suddenly realized, recalling Su Chen's calm demeanor when facing an army of 100,000. Whoosh! The sword's momentum erupted like a destructive divine light, carrying with it an overwhelming power capable of penetrating the heavens and the earth. Under this sword's might, King Chu appeared as insignificant as an ant, utterly stripped of any ability to resist. At that moment, whether it was the distant onlookers or the combatants within the palace, every gaze was fixed on that brilliant sword light. That strike seemed like a decree from the heavens, a judgment powerful enough to determine the fate of an entire nation. "Grand Tutor, save me! Save me, Grand Tutor!" Chu Xiong descended into complete panic, crawling desperately on the ground and crying for help. This scene jolted the long-oppressed people into a sudden realization so the lofty king, too, was but an ordinary man in the face of death, capable of fear and pleading for mercy. Duan Tiangang turned to look at Chu Xiong, his eyes filled with disdain. He had once believed that Chu Xiong, nurtured with the resources of an entire kingdom, would prove competent. Yet now, seeing him trampled underfoot by a youth, he could only sneer, useless. With a cold snort, he reluctantly prepared to intervene personally. Princess Tianyu exchanged a resolute glance with Li Chunfeng, determination flashing in their eyes. "Imperial seal, suppress them for me." Princess Tianyu activated the seal, transforming it into a colossal sacred mountain, surging with the power of countless runes as it descended. Grand Inyang Palm. Li Chunfeng, despite worsening internal injuries, unleashed his life's ultimate skill. With a single strike, the forces of yin and yang spread across the heavens like a boundless sea of clouds. As the two fought desperately to resist, the spectators' hearts surged with emotion. Perhaps history would truly be rewritten at this moment. Even the last of the imperial guards scattered and fled, leaving Chu Xiong isolated and defenseless. Yes, kill the tyrant. The crowd began to cheer, yearning for the dawn of a new era. But just then, an unprecedented aura erupted from Duan Tiangang. The surrounding forces of heaven and earth converged into a vast ocean-like torrent. He unleashed his own grand yin-yang palm, which triggered a spectacular phenomenon. A massive black and white fish emerged from the depths, sweeping across the 8 directions. The power of this strike was more than 10 times that of Li Chunfeng's. Boom! Li Chunfeng was sent flying, his body bloodied, while the imperial seal was struck with flashing runes and fell from the void alongside Princess Tianyu. Duan Tiangang sneered coldly, "The strength of ants, and you dare defy the heavens?" He flashed to Chu Xiong's side and, with a flick of his finger toward the sky, unleashed his power. Crack! The divine light shattered, transforming into countless sword fragments that tore through the sky, raining down like arrows towards Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, sensing an intense threat. He immediately unleashed his heaven-burying true qi and summoned the green lotus of the nether sea, creating a barrier before him. Even so, the overwhelming force of heaven and earth pierced through his defenses. Although its power was diminished by 90%, the remaining force still struck him, causing him to cough up blood. The rune-covered dragon scales on his body clanged like colliding steel. How is this possible? Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. Duan Tiangang had severely injured Princess Tianyu and Master Li with a single palm strike, and with a casual flick, sent Su Chen flying. Was this the legendary power of a grandmaster? The faint glimmer of hope they had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Princess Tianyu and Li Chunfeng, supporting their injured bodies, regrouped with Su Chen, their faces heavy with concern. Li Chunfeng's pale complexion betrayed the resurgence of old wounds, making him appear even older and frilier. Yet, the humiliation he felt far outweighed the physical pain. Even after recklessly sacrificing his own lifespan in desperation, he had still been effortlessly subdued. The gap between the Tianwu realm and the Grandmaster realm is truly this vast, Li Chunfeng thought bitterly. The former relied solely on personal strength, while the latter could harness the power of the heavens itself, an entirely different plane of existence. Even though Duan Tiangang was only a half-step Grandmaster, his strength was enough to dominate anyone below that level. Princess Tianyu glared coldly at Duan Tiangang. He's so arrogant. Wasn't he afraid that Su Chen might have actually killed Chu Xiong just now? She couldn't understand why someone who had already stepped into the Grandmaster realm would remain so loyal to someone as despicable as Chu Xiong. Su Chen said nothing, his sharp gaze scanning Duan Tiangang for any weaknesses. Despite the immense gap in their abilities, he refused to give up. Suddenly, Yi Qingqing approached alone, her eyes red and swollen. "Enough. Just having you by my side these past days has left me with no regrets." She wiped away her tears, her expression resolute. "Please, leave now. I beg you." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Chen's heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Yi Qingqing shook her head and forced a faint smile. "I've been a burden to you all along. But rest assured, in life, I am your woman. In death, I'll be your ghost." With that, she suddenly drew a dagger and aimed it at her own chest. "You're insane." Su Chen dashed forward, knocking the dagger from her hand and pulling her tightly into his arms. "You are my woman, and I am your man. Even if it means death, I will never abandon you, never." Such unwavering devotion, Li Chunfeng sighed, while a flicker of envy crossed Princess Tianyu's eyes. Su Chen gently caressed Yi Qingqing's face. "You all go now. I can hold him off. Believe in your man." He had already prepared himself to die, but he was determined to protect his woman and, if possible, take Chu Xiong down with him. "Leave? And where would you go?" Chu Xiong climbed back to his feet, his face twisted in a furious snarl. "You treacherous rebels, you lowly scum, ill have you all torn limb from limb. Grand Preceptor, kill them." Boom. Duan Tiangang's aura surged explosively, but to everyone's shock, he suddenly turned and grabbed Chu Xiong by the throat. "And what do you think you are? You dare to order me around? Gr. Grand Preceptor, do you also intend to rebel?" Chu Xiong struggled desperately, but he was completely immobilized. Duan Tiangang sneered. "A ruler of the nation? A master of the world? You're nothing more than a puppet I propped up, a dog I fed. A worthless piece of trash, and you actually believe you're the chosen one of destiny?" Everyone froze in place, utterly stunned by what they were witnessing. The situation had reversed yet again. Whether the nation would rise or fall truly seemed to rest in the hands of Duan Tiangang alone. The sudden reversal left everyone present in stunned silence. Duan Tiangong's betrayal was like a heavy hammer, shattering everyone's understanding of the situation. Useless. You're worthless now. Duan Tiangang glared coldly at Chu Xiong, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The only purpose you serve now is to return your power to me and help me become a true grandmaster. Chu Xiong's face went deathly pale, his pupils contracting violently. Moments ago, he was an exalted ruler, but now he was like a fish on the chopping block, awaiting slaughter. Grand Preceptor, spare me? I won't dare again, he stammered, his trembling voice pleading desperately. Duan Tiangang showed no mercy. With a wave of his hand, mysterious runes lit up like a constellation, connecting heaven and earth to form a massive vortex of symbols. Star-swallowing technique. His palm pressed onto Chu Xiong's head, and in an instant, countless blood-red chains surged out from Chu Xiong's body. Chu Xiong's life essence and cultivation flowed out like a dazzling river, pouring into the vortex of runes. His features twisted in agony as he struggled like a wraith, but he could only watch helplessly as everything was stripped from him. He taught Chu Xiong the harmony technique just to drain his power and elevate himself. Princess Tianyu suddenly realized, her eyes filled with shock. Su Chen had no time for reflection. Duan Tiangong's aura was skyrocketing, and if he wasn't stopped immediately, the consequences would be catastrophic. Attack, he roared, unleashing the void calamity light from the desolate sword path. Princess Tianyu and Li Chunfeng understood instantly. One activated the Imperial Jade Seal, while the other unleashed the Grand Yin-Yang Palm. 3 devastating attacks converged on Duan Tiangang. Boom! The ultimate power of the heavenly martial realm erupted, the destructive shockwaves crashing down like 1,000 bolts of lightning. Yet, a massive black and white fish suddenly appeared, its wings spanning the heavens. With just one hand, Duan Tiangang effortlessly shattered their combined assault. Too weak, Duan Tiangang said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 who had been sent flying. Princess Tianyu and Li Chunfeng coughed up blood, while Su Chen, protected by his heavenly dragon physique, suffered broken runes and cracked skin. Meanwhile, Duan Tiangang remained unmoved, still drawing power from Chu Xiong with one hand, his eyes filled with disdain for his opponents. Duan Tiangong's body radiated an increasingly overwhelming aura, yet he remained completely unscathed. This immense power filled everyone present with suffocating despair. Too powerful, too terrifying. Duan Tiangang is already invincible. Even if a grandmaster descended upon us, they might not be able to suppress him. Is this the end of the great Chu kingdom? Desperate voices echoed among the crowd. Covered in blood but unwilling to yield, Su Chen once again rose into the air. His sword's momentum surged forward like a raging tidal wave. Forget it. We can't win, Princess Tianyu muttered, her face ashen. After absorbing Chu Xiong's power, Duan Tiangang was advancing toward the realm of a true grandmaster. The gap between them was now as vast as the heavens and the earth. Su Chen, leave now. If you don't, it will be too late. Li Chunfeng shouted hoarsely, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. His body was enveloped in a deadly aura, and his life force was rapidly fading. Leave? None of you are leaving. Duan Tiangong's cold gaze swept across the group, his killing intent unmistakable. If he hadn't been focused on perfectly absorbing Chu Xiong's power, he would have already slaughtered them all. Though Princess Tianyu and Li Chunfeng had given up, a black flame ignited around Su Chen. It was the desperate energy of the funeral heaven true chi burning within him. Swinging his sword once more, its power surged like a heavenly river cascading down. Though he knew he couldn't win, he was determined to buy time for Yi Qingqing and the others to escape. Boom! With just a casual wave of his hand, Duan Tiangang reversed the heavens and earth, shattering the sword's radiance in an instant. Su Chen was struck as if by lightning, hurled through the air, his body covered in twisted cracks. Overestimating yourself, Duan Tiangang sneered, tossing aside the now shriveled corpse of Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong's bulging features were filled with unwillingness and fury. He could never have imagined such a fate. The winds howled, and clouds surged as the boundless power of the heavens and earth converged around Duan Tiangang, boiling as if heralding the arrival of a grandmaster. Haha, I've finally done it. Duan Tiangang laughed triumphantly. This man has fully become a grandmaster. Li Chunfeng growled through gritted teeth, his voice filled with unwillingness. Duan Tiangang turned his gaze toward Princess Tianyu. Duan Tianyu, I offer you a chance to live. I will even support you in reclaiming the throne of Chu. Do you accept? It was clear he intended to cultivate another puppet. In your dreams, even in death, I won't let you succeed. Princess Tianyu roared in defiance. What a pity. You've chosen the path of death, Duan Tiangang replied coldly. But no matter. There are plenty of royal bloodlines to choose from. Seeing Duan Tiangong's domineering posture, Everyone in the Great Chu Kingdom felt a chill run down their spines. It was only now that they realized Duan Tiangong's horror and cunning far surpassed that of Chu Xiong. Under his rule, the entire kingdom would descend into hell, and they would be nothing more than livestock under his control. Kill. Kill. Suddenly, Su Chen, covered in blood, stood up once more, his body straight and unwavering as he stepped forward. Su Chen, stop. Princess Tianyu's voice was near a sob. Those watching couldn't help but sigh. Su Chen's resilience was awe-inspiring, but the gap in their power was simply insurmountable. I know your bloodline is extraordinary, but I won't allow you to challenge me again and again. Duan Tiangong's icy gaze locked onto Su Chen, murder flashing in his eyes. Yet Su Chen seemed not to hear. His eyes remained sharp, his determination unshaken. Courting death. Duan Tiangang was utterly enraged. He raised his hand, gathering the infinite power of the heavens and earth, unleashing a radiant, unstoppable force. Boom! His strike shot forth like a rock soaring into the sky, obliterating everything in its path. Even the void was torn open, leaving a massive rift in its wake. This is bad. Su Chen, he's gone too far. It's over. Our kingdom's brightest star is about to fall. The onlookers were gripped with anguish, powerless to intervene. Duan Tiangong's near Grand Master level strike was far beyond what Su Chen, at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, could withstand. Why continue fighting when the outcome is clear? The despairing crowd couldn't understand Su Chen's unyielding resolve. Is this the end? A robe-clad woman shook her head with a sigh, her expression remaining indifferent. The life or death of Su Chen elicited a flash of cold indifference in the eyes of the woman in the Taoist robe. In her view, it would be better if the man died. It would save her the trouble of personally severing Yi Qingqing's attachment to him. At that moment, Yi Qingqing and her companions, who had just escaped to the palace gates, stopped in their tracks upon witnessing this scene. Their faces turned pale, and they were at a loss for what to do. Go. Leave without me. If I must die, I'll die with him. Yi Qingqing cast one last deep glance at her mother and Lan Xiang, then, disregarding everything, dashed towards Su Chen. Qingqing.
Miss.
Lin Yun and the others tried to stop her, but their hands only grasped at empty air. The usually delicate Yi Qingqing now erupted with astonishing strength, moving like lightning to reach Su Chen's side. Qingqing, you. Seeing the familiar figure before him, Su Chen was so stunned that he couldn't find the words. The Daoist-robed woman was equally shocked, clearly not expecting Yi Qingqing to act so resolutely. Such deep affection, huh? Duan Tiangang sneered coldly. Then I'll grant your wish and let you die together. Run now. Su Chen roared at Yi Qingqing in anger. But at that moment, Yi Qingqing seemed like a completely different person. Beneath her fragile appearance, an incredible courage emerged. No, I won't leave. All this time, you've been protecting me. Today, it's my turn. Even if I die, I'll die with you. She spread her arms wide, standing protectively in front of Su Chen, facing the terrifying palm strike aimed at them. Her eyes were bloodshot but unwaveringly determined. If you dare touch my man, I won't let you live peacefully. Her furious shout resounded like thunder, shaking everyone present to their core. The citizens within the royal capital had only one thought in their minds at that moment. Dear heavens, please, deliver divine punishment and annihilate that old villain. Suddenly, several beams of radiant divine light tore through the darkened sky. A mysterious aura, carrying the power to annihilate all laws and shatter all paths, erupted into the air. This is... Su Chen stared in shock at Yi Qingqing, whose entire being was glowing. To his astonishment, this woman, who had never been able to cultivate, was now displaying the peak power of the Qi martial realm. In her moment of madness, the cultivation technique within Yi Qingqing's body began to operate on its own, accelerating rapidly. In an instant, 10 divine chains of order rose from within her, illuminating the heavens and earth like divine swords. Before these 10 chains, the very motion of heaven and earth seemed to halt, time and space froze, and all creation dimmed. Duan Tiangong's lethal strike disintegrated in an instant, and even the power surrounding him and within him vanished entirely, leaving him as powerless as a common man. Impossible. What on earth is happening? Duan Tiangang was both shocked and enraged. The Grandmaster level power he had painstakingly achieved had now turned to nothing in an instant. You wretched woman, give me back my power, he roared in a frenzy, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he lunged at Yi Qingqing. Die. Yi Qingqing's hatred burned just as fiercely, her only thought being to obliterate him completely. Boom. The 10 divine chains of order trembled violently, descending upon Duan Tiangang like divine retribution. Spurt. Duan Tiangang coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily to his knees. As Yi Qingqing's aura rapidly diminished, the divine chains vanished, and a trace of power returned to Duan Tiangang. Haha, it's back. My power is back. Duan Tiangang cackled maniacally. Wretched woman, I don't know what trick you pulled, but I am the truly invincible one. Now, all of you die. Just then, a light arrow imbued with destructive force suddenly appeared before him. Duan Tiangang barely had time to utter a horrified no before the arrow pierced through his head. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Duan Tiangong's head was obliterated into dust by the overwhelming destructive energy, and he fell completely. The crowd finally snapped out of their terror and saw Su Chen standing there, holding a treasured bow. It turned out that the final blow had come from him. Could it really be Su Chen who killed Duan Tiangang? This question circulated incessantly among the crowd. Everyone stared at the center of the battlefield in disbelief. Su Chen, who had been utterly overpowered just moments ago, how could he suddenly unleash such terrifying power? A martial artist at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm defeating a true martial arts grandmaster, this was nothing short of a miracle. It must be divine intervention, someone suddenly shouted. It was heaven's punishment that injured Duan Tiangang, allowing Su Chen to finish him off. This explanation was quickly accepted by the crowd. After all, the sudden eruption of divine power and the phenomenon that froze time and space were beyond their comprehension. Within the royal capital, cheers erupted in waves. Princess Tianyu and Li Chunfeng finally let out a sigh of relief. While the exact cause of Duan Tiangong's death remained shrouded in mystery, the outcome was all that truly mattered. In the void, the figure of a woman in a Taoist robe flickered faintly. She had originally intended to intervene and rescue Yi Qingqing, but was stunned by the sudden phenomenon. Even with her profound cultivation and vast experience, she could not decipher the mysterious chains of order that seemed to bind the heavens themselves. What kind of physique is this? The Taoist-robed woman murmured, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Yi Qingqing. She was certain that Yi Qingqing would become the greatest treasure of the feathered Ascent Holy Land. In their experience, the stronger the restrictions, the more incredible the power unleashed upon breaking through them. The only one who knew the truth, Su Chen, turned to look at Yi Qingqing, his expression solemn. Could it be the power of the Heaven's 10 absolute physique? Has she already started cultivating the heaven-severing creation sutra? Husband, I'm so tired. Yi Qingqing gave a faint, weak smile as her body collapsed backward. Su Chen hurriedly caught her, only to find that while she bore no external or internal injuries, her bodily functions were coming to a halt. As he cried out in anguish, the Taoist-robed woman gracefully appeared. Who are you? Princess Tianyu and Li Chunfeng asked warily. They couldn't even sense her presence, something even Duan Tiangang had been incapable of. You, Lan Xiang, who had just arrived, recognized the Taoist-robed woman and interrogated her anxiously. Was it you? Did you do something to my lady? I merely transmitted a cultivation technique to her and aided her in her training. Otherwise, all of you would have died today, the Taoist-robed woman replied calmly, as though detached from the mortal world. Holding Yi Qingqing in his arms, Su Chen knelt without hesitation. Senior, I beg you to save her. The crowd looked on, moved by the sight of the once proud man now discarding all dignity for the woman he loved. Princess Tianyu and Mu Jingqian exchanged glances, their eyes filled with emotion. The Taoist-robed woman remained expressionless, like an eternal, unchanging statue, her voice cold as she stated her final condition. I can save her, but can you bear the price? As long as she can be saved, I am willing to pay any price. Su Chen replied resolutely. Still indifferent, the Taoist-robed woman finally spoke, her tone devoid of emotion. Then sever your marriage bond with her and part ways forever. The words of the woman in the Taoist robe struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone present stunned. The crowd had just witnessed the profound and unforgettable love between Su Chen and Yi Qingqing, only to see it now threatened to be forcibly torn apart. Impossible! Su Chen blurted out, his gaze sharp and cold. If it were the old him, the frivolous young master, he might not have cared. But the current Yi Qingqing was the person he most wanted to protect, the sole reason apart from revenge that kept him alive. The Taoist-robed woman's expression turned icy, her tone indifferent as if discussing something trivial. Or there's another way you die. I save her. Her face was devoid of emotion, like a deity looking down on mortals, treating all life as insignificant. This choice left Su Chen momentarily speechless. He had already prepared to sacrifice everything, whether it meant traveling the ends of the earth to find a divine cure or exhausting his entire fortune. Yet, he hadn't expected the ultimate price to be a life for a life. I am imparting her with a cultivation technique to make her a candidate for the position of the transcendent saintess. And as a saintess, she is forbidden from forming any personal attachments. Do you understand? The Taoist woman spoke coldly. The revelation was like a bombshell, shocking everyone. The transcendent sanctuariate was the most exalted existence in the world. By all accounts, Yi Qingqing being chosen as a candidate for saintess was a monumental opportunity, but the price was unbearably heavy. No way. Lin Yun, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward. Despite being an ordinary woman, despite once holding prejudices against Su Chen, and despite facing a powerful figure from the sanctuary, she stood firm without hesitation. Qingqing is my flesh and blood, and Su Chen is my son-in-law. Without my consent, no one will separate them. Her resolute words left Lan Xiang, Qing Zhu, and others dumbfounded. Even Chu Tianyu and Li Chunfeng began to chime in, urging Su Chen, "You're an alchemist of the Dan Alliance, with extraordinary talent. You'll surely find a way to save her. Why bother with this Taoist?" The Taoist woman remained cold. "Do as you wish. But let me tell you this, outside of the transcendent sanctuary, no one can save her. Su Chen, don't be selfish. She has a far greater destiny than you." Su Chen looked down at the unconscious Yi Qingqing in his arms, then glanced at the sword by his side, his gaze gradually growing resolute. Only he knew the Taoist woman was right. There was no cure for the backlash of the Heaven's 10 absolute physique except the Celestial Transformation Sutra. Just then, Yi Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes and gripped Su Chen's sword-wielding hand tightly. "If you let him die, he'll die too." The Taoist woman's eyes narrowed, a hidden killing intent rising. This was originally meant to be a test for the two of them, but seeing their unwavering bond, she realized that if not severed, it would become a future hindrance. However, as her murderous gaze landed on Su Chen, she felt an inexplicable, lethal threat. It was an indescribable sensation, but undeniably real. If she dared to kill Su Chen, her own soul would be annihilated. Why does this boy make me feel such fear? The Taoist woman was puzzled. Though she had long discerned Su Chen's true dragon bloodline, saint-level bloodlines weren't rare in martial sanctuaries and were nothing extraordinary. Yi Qingqiang seemed to discern the Taoist woman's hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she raised her voice despite her weakness. "I can annul the marriage and join the transcendent sanctuary, but if you harm him, I won't live either." "Qingqiang, what nonsense are you saying?" Lin Yun scolded angrily. "Didn't we promise to never abandon each other?" Su Chen looked at Yi Qingqiang in disbelief. Tears welled in Yi Qingqiang's eyes, but her resolve was unshakable. "I don't want to be your burden. Please forgive my selfishness, husband." That last word, husband, was laden with endless sorrow. At this moment, she had come to terms with realism. A mortal unable to cultivate would only drag Su Chen down and even cause his death. It was precisely because she loved him deeply that she chose to let go. The Taoist woman watched the pair's heartfelt exchange with cold detachment, but ultimately chose to relent. It wasn't Yi Qingqing's determination that swayed her, but the oppressive threat emanating from Su Chen. "No, I refuse." Su Chen roared. He had sworn to protect his woman forever. "Then I'll be the one to leave you. You have no choice but to agree." Yi Qingqiang uttered the most heartless words, but the wound cut deepest into her own heart. Su Chen froze. He understood Yi Qingqiang's intentions, yet the pain was unbearable. At that moment, a voice rang out in his mind, stern and scornful. "Hesitation, entanglement in libido. You still think you can seek revenge and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts? What a dream." Su Chen snapped awake. Su Chen stood up, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on the woman in the Taoist robe. Gently handing Yi Qingqing over to Lan Xiang and the others, his voice carried an icy chill. "Yuhua Holy Land may hold supreme power, but it is not invincible." The woman in the Taoist robe cast him a dismissive glance. Su Chen raised his voice, each word striking like thunder. "When I stand at the pinnacle, I will demand retribution for all that happened today. My woman, after all, is Menino. One can take her away." His words exploded like a thunderclap, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The woman in the robe froze momentarily, then let out a mocking laugh. "If you can become the Supreme Emperor, Yuhua Holy Land will gladly return everything with open hands." The weight of the title, Supreme Emperor, pressed heavily on everyone present. They understood it was no trivial name. Throughout history, kings appeared every century, saints once a millennium, and emperors only once in 10,000 years. Even with Su Chen's extraordinary talent, few believed he could reach such a height. "And how do you know I can't?" Su Chen's eyes blazed with fury. As the Taoist-robed woman turned to leave, she left him with one final remark. "Next year, when the gates of the Holy Land open, enter first before boasting so boldly." The battle that shook the royal capital finally reached its conclusion. With the help of Su Chen, Li Chunfeng, and others, Chu Tianyu ascended the throne, quelling the rebellion and executing Duan Tiangang. Yet what left the deepest impression on all was Su Chen's unyielding defiance against authority and his unwavering devotion to Yi Qingqing. After Yi Qingqing's departure, Su Chen drowned himself in alcohol for 3 days. In those days, he could not stop reminiscing about her, the moments they shared, her unwavering support when he was at his lowest, and how she stood by him when the world sought his demise. Now, even his last love had been taken away. On the 3rd day, Su Chen rose again, his resolve firmer than ever. He threw himself into relentless training, refining pills, hunting beasts, and fighting life-and-death battles in the arena, refusing himself even a moment of rest. He was determined to grow stronger, strong enough to become invincible, strong enough to rule the world. In the palace of Chu Tianyu handed Su Chen a token engraved with a blood-colored lotus, explaining it had been found on Duantiangang. Through investigation, they discovered the blood lotus token belonged to Tianqing sect, a shadowy organization feared even by the Holy Land. This sect specialized in hunting down peerless prodigies, and Yi Qingsheng, who had gravely injured Duantiangang, was now a candidate for the Holy Maiden of Yuhua Holy Land. If they dare to harm Qingsheng, I will stop at nothing until they are destroyed. Su Chen clenched the token tightly before turning and leaving. Back at the martial academy, Su Chen immediately entered seclusion to break through to the heavenly martial realm. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyu began restructuring the court and assigned Mu Jingxin to lead the army against the remaining rebels. On the surface, the Chu kingdom seemed to be on the path to revival, but danger loomed on the horizon. The nations of Dongli, Nanyue, and Beiyin, angered by the loss of their dragon veins, were mobilizing their forces, preparing to carve up the Chu kingdom. Su Chen gazed into the void, his brows furrowing slightly. For some time now, the bottleneck of the Tianwu realm had felt like an invisible wall, impenetrable no matter how hard he tried to break through. Unlike the previous stages that focused on honing one's foundation, the Tianwu realm emphasized the unity of man and nature, requiring a profound understanding of the world and its natural forces. As he sank deeper into his thoughts, a sudden, intense roar erupted in his mind. The tremor was so overwhelming that it seemed to pull his consciousness into the primordial chaos of creation itself. Su Chen's heart-jolted Zongtian realm had finally fused successfully. Following his restored connection to the Zongtian realm, Su Chen entered it directly. The scene before him made him pause slightly. Two vast continents, intertwined like yin and yang fish, were surrounded by boundless chaotic mist, forming a mysterious and intricate set of rules in motion. Time passed as Su Chen quietly observed this peculiar sight. Gradually, he seemed to grasp a faint rhythm hidden within. It was an intangible yet undeniably real sensation, giving him a newfound understanding of the natural world. However, before long, a sharp headache forced him to halt his insights temporarily. As he approached the two chaotic continents, the scenery shifted once more. One was the burial ground of celestial gods and demons, while the other was a graveyard of countless divine weapons. The endless blood aura and the oppressive energy of the weapons intertwined, forming what appeared to be two faintly discernible runes. It seems you've begun to uncover the true value of the Zongtian realm. A cold, ethereal voice rang out, and a woman in white appeared not far away, though he hadn't noticed when she arrived. Compared to before, her figure was more solid, her demeanor more transcendent, resembling a real person rather than a mere artifact spirit. Less than 100 years, she replied succinctly to Su Chen's question about how long the Zongtian ring could hold. Noticing Su Chen's slight discouragement from losing to a half-step grandmaster, the woman in white spoke softly, "Gods and demons of all realms, billions of beings who dares claim invincibility? Who dare say they've never been defeated? For a cultivator, failure isn't a curse. It's an opportunity to grow stronger. What matters is to never lose your edge." Her words resonated deeply with Su Chen. Gazing at the countless buried gods and demons, he came to a realization. Failure and even life and death are not what one should fear. Staying true to one's heart is what truly matters. You've come here for the second inheritance, haven't you? Go ahead. But remember what I said, these are merely appetizers. With a meaningful tone, the woman in white finished her words and dissipated into the void. The realization that the inheritance of the 8 gods was merely an appetizer shook Su Chen to his core. He couldn't help but think of the two mysterious, faint runes. However, now was clearly not the time to delve into them. Turning, he walked toward the tomb of the 8 gods, bowing respectfully. Su Chen stood before the tombs of countless great emperors, his gaze sweeping over them with unwavering focus. Each tomb housed the remains of an extraordinary figure, masters of alchemy, formations, swordsmanship. Behind these titles lay unmatched achievements in their respective fields. Finally, his eyes settled on the tomb of the heaven-devouring emperor. The title of the strongest being in 10,000 years was not one easily earned. Overpowering the sacred lands, intimidating forbidden zones of life, and annihilating enemies from beyond the realms, these monumental feats had cemented the heaven-devouring emperor's legendary reputation. Su Chen bowed deeply. Suddenly, an explosion of divine brilliance erupted from the tomb, weaving a vast network of radiant runic chains. Each beam of light contained profound truths of the universe, pointing toward the ultimate mysteries of the Tao. In an instant, the divine light engulfed him, and his consciousness was pulled into a strange, temporal spatial tunnel. Here, the lives of countless powerful beings flashed before his eyes. Eventually, the scenes coalesced into a boundless divine sea, brimming with the ultimate insights the heaven-devouring emperor had comprehended throughout his life. The power to devour all, to embrace countless paths, to forge an unparalleled Tao. A voice as resonant as a great bell echoed in his mind, and an ancient scripture imprinted itself onto his spiritual consciousness: the heaven-devouring secret art. This was a peerless technique capable of devouring and refining the heavens themselves, the ultimate masterpiece created by the heaven-devouring emperor over the course of his life. Su Chen sat cross-legged within the divine sea, beginning to condense the heaven-devouring Tao seed. His upper and lower dantians opened like the gates of heaven and earth, yin and yang converging, energy and spirit intertwining to form a massive yin-yang diagram. As true energy and spiritual power poured in, the diagram expanded continuously, eventually condensing into a black and white pearl that shone brilliantly in his qi sea, complementing the martial Tao core within. The entire qi sea trembled violently, as boundless energy surged in, circling around it. In that moment, Su Chen felt as though he had become a deity wielding control over heaven and earth. Without hesitation, he began testing the power of the heaven-devouring secret art. Placing a large number of spirit stones and elixirs before him, he activated the technique. Instantly, a massive vortex composed of countless runic chains appeared, refining and devouring all the spirit stones and elixirs in an instant. This devouring capability far surpassed Duan Tiangong's star-absorbing technique. The star-absorbing technique required an opponent to be unable to resist, whereas the heaven-devouring secret art could forcibly seize power at any moment, not just cultivation and energy, but also bloodline power, the essence of all things, and even the forces of heaven and earth. And this was merely the power of the first level of the heaven-devouring secret art. The devouring heaven technique is divided into 5 profound realms, each containing astonishing mysteries. The first realm, seed of devouring heaven, is merely an entry point. The second, furnace of devouring heaven, allows the user to absorb the bloodlines of living beings. The third, domain of devouring heaven, enables the consumption of all things under heaven. The fourth, ancient world of devouring heaven, possesses the power to devour the laws of the universe. As for the fifth realm, chaos of devouring heaven, even the technique's creator, the devouring heaven emperor, never achieved perfection in it. Yet, he set an ultimate goal: to refine the heavens and devour chaos itself. Standing before the gravestone, Su Chen's eyes burned with unwavering determination. He understood that mastering this technique would turn any opponent's moves into nourishment for his own power. With his unparalleled heavenly burial sea of Qi 100 times greater than that of ordinary individuals, this was undoubtedly a formidable trump card. What thrilled him even more was the thought of his untapped true dragon bloodline. An elder had once told him it had not yet reached its full potential. By forming the furnace of devouring heaven, he could strengthen his bloodline through devouring. Emperor-level bloodlines, or even the fabled divine-level bloodlines, would no longer be out of reach. "Qingcheng, wait for me." Su Chen clenched his fists tightly and gazed at the heavens. "I will bring you back with my own hands, and we will never be separated again." Only after comprehending the devouring heaven technique did he truly begin to grasp the brilliance of the devouring heaven emperor, who had reigned supreme and undefeated for 100,000 years. But could someone so defiant of fate truly fall? With this question lingering in his mind, Su Chen returned to the land of weapon calamity. To his dismay, the once indestructible divine weapons there had completely decayed. Yet, considering the immense power needed to seal away a monstrous entity of such caliber for nearly a century, he could understand why. Walking through the land of weapon calamity, Su Chen resisted the invading malevolent energy while carefully attuning himself to the changes around him. Gradually, the sounds of hammering warblades, the aura of unsheathing swords, the shadows of spears piercing the void, and the forms of halberds splitting the heavens began to emerge. Amid this seemingly chaotic rhythm, a mysterious resonance seemed to take shape. As his spirit immersed itself further, Su Chen felt as though his soul had left his body, becoming one with the countless divine weapons. He experienced the tempering of countless strikes, each resounding like the toll of a great bell, leaving indelible marks deep in his soul. When he could no longer endure and withdrew, he discovered a faint rune imprinted within his very essence. "Could I forge my soul into a divine weapon?" Su Chen chuckled and shook his head. As he examined the rune again, a thought crossed his mind, and his heavenly burial qi surged forth. It coalesced in his hands, forming a radiant golden sword. In that moment, the rune within his soul seemed to merge with the sword, vanishing entirely. The golden lightsaber shimmered coldly in Su Chen's hand, radiating an unprecedented, peerless sharpness. This sensation of condensing energy into a weapon was entirely different from anything he had experienced before. "Interesting," Su Chen muttered, narrowing his eyes. He retrieved the top-grade spirit sword once used by Lin Jianqing and struck it forcefully against the golden lightsaber in his hand. Crack! The top-grade spirit sword shattered instantly, its fracture smooth as a mirror, as if it had been severed by a beam of light. What shocked Su Chen even more was that when he gently ran his hand along the golden lightsaber, it effortlessly tore through the defense of his heavenly dragon physique, causing blood to trickle from his fingertips. This sharpness, Su Chen murmured, enlightened. Without hesitation, he took out the violet thunder bow and attempted to imbue the indistinct runes onto it. Buzz! A beam of unparalleled brilliance shot straight through the heavens. Next, he conjured a massive hammer, which thundered with sonic booms as he swung it, its weight surpassing 1,000 tons. Then, transforming it into a halberd, it possessed the power to cleave the skies, effortlessly splitting the void. Through repeated experiments, Su Chen was deeply shaken. Whether forming weapons from energy or using physical ones, as long as he infused them with the mysterious rune, their power would soar to an entirely new level. What exactly is this rune? Su Chen gazed at the vast and desolate land of weapon spirits before him, suddenly finding this once familiar world unfathomable. With just a preliminary attempt, he had gained such immense power. If he could fully comprehend the secrets of the rune, wouldn't he be able to forge divine weapons at will? At that moment, he finally understood why the white-robed woman had used countless divine weapons in the land of weapon spirits to reinforce a seal. Weapons that were too powerful were beyond his control, while ordinary ones couldn't compare to those he could conjure himself. The greatest treasure of this realm was the mysterious, profound runes hidden within. To glimpse a part is to see the whole, Su Chen murmured, gradually grasping the white-robed woman's words. The land where weapons were buried contained the ultimate power of weaponry, while the place where the bodies of gods and demons were interred naturally held the ultimate power of the physical body. No wonder his own body was so strong, capable of healing even the most severe injuries rapidly. The ultimate power of the first burial heaven realm had already been proven through his own experience. If the 9 burial heaven realms truly contained 9 ultimate powers, and he managed to master them all, Su Chen felt as though he was beginning to uncover the true nature of the burial heaven realms. This kind of luck? Although he hadn't obtained a single divine weapon, this limitless potential for growth far surpassed any external object. Just as Su Chen was about to continue his research, an urgent knocking came from outside. He knew that if it weren't a major issue, the Martial Academy disciples would never disturb him. "Senior brother, you're finally out." A Martial Academy disciple appeared at the door, his face filled with anxiety. "What happened?" "The headmaster. He's not going to make it." The disciple's eyes were red, clearly having just cried. Su Chen's heart sank. After the great battle in the royal capital, the kingdom of Chu had been reorganized, and the Martial Academy had merged, leaving Li Chunfeng as the sole headmaster. However, his desperate battle with Duan Tiangang had caused his old injuries to flare up, exhausting what little life force he had left. "Take me to him, quickly." When they arrived at Li Chunfeng's residence, the area was filled with kneeling disciples of the Martial Academy, each wearing an expression of grief. Since Li Chunfeng's reforms, which abolished many restrictions and allowed talents from across the nation, especially those from humble backgrounds, to cultivate freely, countless students had felt indebted to him. Now, witnessing his impending death, they feared a return to the old ways, adding to their sorrow. Inside, the elders sat restlessly, unable to hide their unease. Chu Tianyu stood solemnly by the sickbed, her heart heavy with sorrow. Without Li Chunfeng's protection, she would have long perished at Chu Xiong's hands, let alone achieved her current status. Li Chunfeng was barely breathing, yet he mustered his remaining strength to hold on until Su Chen arrived. "Su Chen," he grasped Su Chen's hand tightly. "I know you're not a native of Chu, but for the sake of your bond with your wife and the efforts of this old man, please take care of things in the future." Even on his deathbed, Li Chunfeng was thinking of the kingdom, firmly believing that Su Chen would one day protect the kingdom of Chu. One's own kingdom must be safeguarded by its own people. "It's too early for you to say your final words. With me here, you won't die." Su Chen gripped Li Chunfeng's hand tightly, preventing him from slipping into unconsciousness due to a lapse in willpower. "You can save him?" Chu Tianyu spun around abruptly, staring at Su Chen in shock. Su Chen's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, instantly igniting a spark of hope in everyone's hearts. The elders present had a glimmer of expectation in their eyes. They were well aware that Su Chen was not only a prodigy in martial arts, but also a top-tier alchemy master. "That's right. I remember now," one elder exclaimed excitedly. Junior brother Lu Qing once mentioned that his son's condition was similar to that of the headmaster. Even Master Xian Yang was powerless, but in the end, it was Su Chen who worked a miracle. Elder Xiao Qing immediately expressed his support. "Su Chen, whatever medicinal ingredients or rare treasures you need, just say the word. Even if we have to search every corner of the Chu kingdom, we will gather them for you." However, Chu Tianyu gently shook her head. The headmaster's condition was long ago diagnosed by the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Alliance. No medicine or treatment can save him now. Her words extinguished the flame of hope that had just been rekindled in everyone's eyes. After all, the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Alliance was not only a master of alchemy but also a core member of the Alliance, with unparalleled authority in the field of medicine. Is there truly no way at all? Elder Xiaoqing asked, his eyes brimming with tears and frustration. I never said I would rely on medicine to treat him, Su Chen replied calmly. Then how do you intend to treat him? Chu Tianyu asked urgently, while the others cast questioning glances in his direction. I had a unique encounter in the Great Wilderness Secret Realm and obtained a special method that might work, Su Chen said with the same composed demeanor. How confident are you? Chu Tianyu took a deep breath and asked. She was well aware that the headmaster's injuries stemmed from the deadly aura of the weapon Calamity Grounds in the Great Wilderness Secret Realm, a terrifying force. Moreover, after 5 or 6 decades, that aura had deeply infiltrated his very bones. Su Chen simply pointed to the withered and dying Li Chunfeng and smiled faintly. Whether I say 1% or 100%, does it make any difference now? His words jolted Chu Tianyu and Elder Xiaoqing awake. Li Chunfeng was on the brink of death. Even a desperate attempt was better than sitting idly by and waiting for the inevitable. Whatever you need, just let us know. I'll make arrangements immediately, Chu Tianyu said without hesitation. I need silence, Su Chen said, glancing at the murmuring crowd around him. The elders, including Xiaoqing, quickly fell silent and solemnly clasped their hands in respect. Su Chen, we leave everything in your hands. I will personally stand guard outside and ensure no one disturbs you, Xiaoqing declared, leading the others out. Before leaving, Chu Tianyu gave Su Chen a long, meaningful look and spoke to him telepathically. The headmaster just said he has no regrets left. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. She knew Li Chunfeng's condition better than anyone and feared that Su Chen might blame himself if he failed. I understand, Su Chen replied with a calm smile. Seeing that familiar serene smile, Chu Tianyu felt a sense of relief. The Su Chen she knew, the one with an unshakable demeanor and unyielding spirit, seemed to have returned. He exuded a reassuring presence, as if no challenge was beyond his ability to overcome. Just then, a eunuch from the palace rushed in, bringing shocking news. The armies of Dongli, Nanyue, and Beiyin have joined forces, amassing 1,000,000 troops, and have already breached the border fortress. The announcement reverberated like thunder in everyone's minds. The 3 nations, united in their advance, were now aiming their blades at the capital. This was an existential threat to the Chu kingdom. Chu Tianyu had only recently ascended to the throne and had not yet had the chance to stabilize the kingdom, yet the 3 nations wasted no time in launching their invasion. Your Majesty, the 3 nations demand that we hand over Su Chen and cede all lands east of the Great Wilderness Mountain Range, or they will destroy our kingdom. The eunuch knelt trembling as he delivered the ultimatum. Hand over Su Chen? Elder Xiaoqing suddenly recalled that not long ago, Su Chen had swept through the Great Wilderness Secret Realm, overwhelming the geniuses of the other nations and leaving them buried there. As for the lands east of the Great Wilderness Mountain Range, they accounted for 2/3 of the entire kingdom. To cede them would be tantamount to feeding the tiger with one's own flesh. At this critical juncture, the Chu kingdom was already in dire straits, lacking the strength to resist the 1,000,000-strong allied forces of the 3 nations. Yet to capitulate under such humiliating terms was unthinkable. The crowd, like ants on a hot pan, looked to Chu Tianyu in panic, awaiting her decision. What about the Deluo dynasty? Chu Tianyu forced herself to remain calm, but her voice betrayed a faint tremor. She knew all too well the power of the Deluo dynasty. In the Great Wilderness Secret Realm, Su Chen had slain all the top geniuses of the Deluo dynasty, except Luo Chen. Now, this would be the perfect opportunity for them to retaliate. Your Majesty, the borders of the Deluo dynasty remain quiet, showing no signs of aggression, the eunuch reported in a low voice. The tension in the hall eased slightly, and the court officials let out a collective sigh of relief. If the Deluo dynasty were to join the fray, the Great Chu would face an uncertain fate. Chu Tianyu's furrowed brows relaxed somewhat. Though she couldn't fathom why the Deluo dynasty remained idle, it was undoubtedly the most favorable turn of events for now. Your Majesty, we... The ministers hesitated, their gazes converging on Chu Tianyu. The Great Chu has stood for 1,000 years, never once bowing to the shame of ceding land for peace. If war is inevitable, then we fight to the end. Chu Tianyu's voice was firm and resolute, her eyes radiating the authority of a ruler. The ministers lowered their heads in silence, though worry lingered in their hearts. Even without the Deluo dynasty, the coalition forces of the 3 nations far outmatched the current strength of the Great Chu. Your Majesty, General Wuan requests permission. Gather all forces and prepare for a decisive battle at the capital. Another eunuch hurried in, presenting Mu Jingchen's memorial. Chu Tianyu quickly reviewed it and immediately stamped it with the imperial seal. Approved. She understood that Mu Jingqian's strategy was the right one. The allied forces of the three nations were at their peak, and scattered resistance would only lead to piecemeal defeats, increasing civilian casualties. Concentrating their forces for a decisive battle was the only viable option. I leave this place in your hands, Chu Tianyu solemnly addressed Elder Xiuqing and the others. Even if the city falls, you must hold this ground. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Even if it costs us our lives, we will defend this place to the death. Elder Xiuqing and his companions knelt and vowed, their eyes brimming with determination. If Su Chen could heal Li Chunfeng, the support of these two powerful allies might offer the great Chu a glimmer of hope. Chu Tianyu nodded, taking one last deep look behind her before turning to return to the palace. Though she longed to stay and defend as Li Chunfeng and Su Chen had once done for her, as the ruler of a nation, she had to prioritize the lives of her people. Su Chen, I believe in you, she silently prayed in her heart. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. He was meticulously examining Li Chunfeng's condition, his brows furrowed deeply. The deadly soldier's qi had infiltrated every meridian, muscle, and bone in Li Chunfeng's body, intertwining with his very life force. If Su Chen employed the power of his heaven-bearing true qi, it might dispel the soldier's qi but also take Li Chunfeng's life in the process. Remembering Li Chunfeng's kindness and the bond they shared, Su Chen resolved to attempt the heaven-swallowing technique. In his palm, he conjured a black and white orb of light, its divine runes enveloping Li Chunfeng's body in radiant patterns. Heaven-swallowing technique devour. As the power of the heaven-swallowing seed activated, the runes rotated slowly like a yin-yang diagram, drawing out wisps of black energy from Li Chunfeng's body and absorbing them into the seed. The process was painstakingly slow, requiring precise control. Each time Su Chen tried to speed up, Li Chunfeng's vital essence would begin to drain away, forcing him to slow down again. Even with Su Chen's peak fifth-tier mental strength, he had to pause frequently to recover. But as long as the method was correct, there was hope. After 3 days, Li Chunfeng's complexion finally began to improve. At the same time, atop the city walls of the capital, Chu Tianyu, Mu Jingqian, and the gathered civil and military officials watched with pale faces. Below them, a million-strong coalition army surrounded the capital like an unstoppable tide of steel. The densely packed banners and the cold gleam of weapons struck fear into the hearts of all who saw them. Panic spread through the city like a plague, as though the end of days had arrived. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.